In the 48th year of Mai on the 10th day of October the moonlight that night was drenched in crimson hues. When those sharp claws pierced the hearts of Bufeng Shuimen and Xuanwu Jixinai the infant, once wailing in its swaddling, witnessed a sudden icy gleam flash deep within its sapphire eyes. It was the soul of another realm, a formidable underworld tyrant who had battled amidst treachery to the bitter end, seizing new life through the act of possession. Tick. Tick. Hot blood-scented droplets ran down along the colossal claw staining the swaddling. The protagonist at this moment known as Xuanwu Mingren regarded the two dying figures with a cold, unyielding stare. His gaze was utterly devoid of tenderness, lacking even the earth-shattering sorrow of past lore. He saw nothing but two fools who in the name of a hypocritical righteousness called the village chose to sacrifice their own offspring. Is this truly the parents of his current life? Deep within he let out a merciless sneer. Though a faint pulse of blood-born fervor still lingered in his soul remaining obsession, it was overwhelmingly drowned by his profound disdain for self-sacrifice. Suddenly a warm, weighty surge of chakra, imbued with a nauseating aura of altruism, erupted from every cell of his body. It was the reincarnated power of Ashuro. This power resembled a sentient viscous liquid striving to infiltrate his mind, to alter his will, and to whisper that he should forgive, be tolerant, dissolve hatred with love, and inherit that wretched will of fire. Get out! The protagonist's soul roared like thunder within the sea of consciousness. His will, as if forged from quenched steel, vehemently repelled that brainwashing force seeking to turn him into a sanctified figure. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by destiny nor by you thousand-year-old ghost. Deep within he frantically tore at and expelled that warm energy. He would rather endure the excruciating agony of a soul being torn asunder than relinquish his unyielding, utterly self-centered clarity. In the end, even Ashuro's chakra seemed to sense the terror and resolve of his soul. It reluctantly subsided, retreating into the deepest recesses of his being, and that debt was duly noted. At that moment Bufeng Shuimen's intermittent guilt-ridden voice resonated in his ear. Mingren. In the future make more friends. Don't be so picky. How vexing. The infant in its swaddling closed its eyes, concealing that trace of mocking cold light. Friends. Bonds. In this cannibalistic ninja world only the disparity in strength and the exchange of interests matter. All tenderness was nothing but a toxic confection. Soon after, an elderly man draped in a Huiying cloak, pipe clenched between his teeth, arrived amid a retinue of Umbu. Yanfei Risen, the so-called mightiest yet exceedingly hypocritical third Huiying, looked upon the fallen heroic couple with a complex glimmer in his eyes before fixing his gaze upon the hero's son. The protagonist felt a pair of aged scrutinizing hands gently lift him. At that moment he sensed in the elder's heart a mingling of apprehension, exploitation, and a nearly imperceptible murderous intent, which was designed to quell the villagers' wrath over the Nine Tails and to control the Jinchuriki, the ultimate weapon. This old man had already devised the orchestration of his tragic childhood. Old man, you will watch in your regret as I personally inter all that you once guarded. Then the protagonist sank into a deep, impenetrable sleep amidst the darkness. Now he must bide his time, accumulating venom like a viper within the hypocritical nest of Mai. 5 years later at the Ninja Academy. That would be the moment when he would finally reveal his fangs. In the 53rd year of Konoha, in spring, a faint musty odor hung in the air of a dark, damp single-room apartment. On the walls, glaring red paint spelled out horrifying words like, "Go die, monster!" and "Get out of Konoha!" On a small table in the corner lay several cartons of expired milk and hard black bread. This was the treatment arranged by Konoha's high command for the son of a hero. A 5-year-old boy with dazzling blonde hair and 6 whisker-like marks on his cheeks stood quietly before a cracked, worn washroom mirror. In the mirror his face was thin and gaunt, clearly undernourished. Yet within those blue eyes, eyes that should have held childish innocence or aggrieved tears, there was only a chill utterly at odds with his age, cold and remote like sandier ice. 5 years. Naruto stared at his own reflection, the corner of his lips curling into a cold, mocking. In these 5 years he had not, like that fool in the original story, resorted to pranks, shouting, or foolishly scribbling over the Hokage rock just to win the villagers' attention. He had chosen instead extreme concealment and silence. Aside from what was necessary to barely sustain his life, he devoted all his time to the most fundamental muscle control and chakra meditation. That damned Azura chakra was tightly suppressed by his soul deep within his body, yet it was not entirely useless. Azura's monstrous regenerative power allowed him to recover miraculously by the next day after countless nights of training in secret until his muscles tore and his bones cracked. Knock, knock, knock. A rough pounding sounded at the door, followed by the cold voice of an Umbu ninja. Uzumaki Naruto, today is the day to enroll at the Ninja Academy. The Hokage has ordered you to report on time. Don't dawdle. Without waiting for Naruto's reply, the footsteps outside quickly receded, as if staying a second longer might infect the caller with some plague. Naruto said nothing. Expressionless, he put on a gray jacket so washed and worn it had turned almost white. As for the arrangements of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, he saw through them as clearly as if they were laid bare in his palm. Throwing him into the ninja academy was on the surface to give him an education. In truth, it was to concentrate surveillance on him more conveniently, and to begin the first step of so-called will of fire brainwashing. Pushing open the rickety wooden door, Naruto stepped into Konoha's bustling street. The sunlight was dazzling, yet on his skin it carried not the slightest warmth. "Look, that little demon fox brat is out. What bad luck seeing this scourge first thing in the morning. Will the goods I just stocked yesterday all go unsold now?" "Should keep your voice down, don't let him hear you. I really don't understand why the third keeps this calamity alive. He should have been burned to death to accompany the fourth in the grave." On both sides of the street the villagers made no effort to hide their hostility. Those venomous gazes, almost tangible, scraped across Naruto's body like countless sharp blades. A child playing by the roadside under his mother's tacit approval even picked up a sharp stone and hurled it viciously at the back of Naruto's head. Whoosh! The stone flew fast at a cunning angle. If its target were an ordinary 5-year-old, that blow would have split the child's head open. Naruto's gaze did not ripple in the slightest. His footsteps merely paused in what seemed like a casual beat, just enough for the stone to miss him. It smashed into the earthen wall ahead and shattered into pieces. "Good angle, the strength is lacking, but enough to seriously injure a toddler. And this is what you call your loving united Konoha?" Naruto sneered inwardly. He did not even bother to turn his head, merely carved into his memory every face along the way that was twisted with malice. He would not rage, for a dragon does not grow angry at the barking of ants. He was simply silently drafting a death list in his heart. On the day he obtained absolute power, every soul on the street would become nourishment, paving his ascent to the supreme throne. Before long, Naruto arrived at the gates of the ninja academy. Compared to the dilapidated streets outside, this place was another world entirely. Laughter rang everywhere, and well-dressed parents held their children's hands as they exchanged warm greetings. In the crowd, Naruto caught sight of several familiar faces. Uchiha Sasuke, proud and aloof, surrounded at the center like a star among lesser lights. Naruto Shikamaru, looking lazy and annoyed yet with shrewdness glinting in his eyes, and Hyuga Hinata hiding behind Hyuga Hayashi, casting timid, furtive glances in Naruto's direction. In the original tale, each of them was an indispensable bond in Naruto's life. But the Naruto of now regarded them the way one might look at livestock waiting to be slaughtered at a market stall. The Uchiha's Sharingan, the Hyuga's Byakugan, the Nara clan's unreleased secret arts, all were fine materials and trophies. As for so-called camaraderie among classmates, it was laughable beyond belief. Hinata seemed to sense Naruto's gaze. Her small face flushed red as she tried to muster courage to greet him, only to find his eyes already sliding away, indifferent and cold. That hollow, deathly look made little Hinata involuntarily shiver. At the very instant Naruto lifted his foot to formally step through the academy gates, a voice suddenly rang out in the depths of his mind, a cold, mechanical, electronic tone devoid of all emotion. Ding! Host has officially entered the world's main storyline trajectory. Causality lock complete. Energy barrier constructed, screening all external probing, including but not limited to telescope technique, Byakugan, and sensory ninjutsu. Extreme Dao Tyrant System fully activated. Naruto's step faltered slightly, and within those once still blue eyes a terrifying brilliance suddenly erupted. 5 years. The cheat granted by his transmigration had finally arrived. Ding! This system exists to assist the host in trampling the heavens and ruling eternity alone. All bloodlines, ninjutsu lifespans, and souls under heaven may be seized and refined for your own use. Detecting first activation of the system, issuing beginner tyrant gift pack now. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the passive divine skill Mask of Delusion. Attribute: the host may freely disguise their chakra fluctuations, emotional reactions, and apparent level of strength. Until the host voluntarily exposes himself, even if the Sage of Six Paths returns from the dead, he will be unable to see through the host's true nature. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Supreme Cultivation Art Great Devouring Demonic Art First Layer. Attribute: transcends the shackles of the chakra system. Capable of devouring all heterogeneous energies under heaven and converting them into pure demonic essence. Current devourable targets: the leaking chakra of the Nine Tails and the remaining soul origin of Azura within the body. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a special item Flesh Purification Elixir 1. Attribute: tempering bones and washing marrow, thoroughly expelling unnecessary internal impurities, and was forging a flawless body fit for a tyrant. Listening to the unending chimes in his mind, a trace of bloodthirsty fervor finally surfaced on Naruto's icy face. What an extreme Dao Tyrant System, what a great devouring demonic art. For the past 5 years he had refrained from recklessly refining chakra solely because of the massive Nine-Tails seal in his gut, and the ever-watchful Umbu under the Hokage's command. Even the slightest abnormality would have aroused Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicions. But now with the mask of delusion he was effectively invisible right under the noses of Konoha's upper echelon. What excited him even more was the great devouring demonic art. Azura's chakra had always been attempting to brainwash him, and the Ninetales' chakra seethed with savagery and hatred. So what? Let them all become nourishment for his climb to the summit. The Hokage is here! Someone shouted in the crowd, and the once noisy training field fell instantly silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in ceremonial robes and wearing the Hokage's hat, walked steadily onto the high platform. Smiling with grandfatherly benevolence at the children below, he cleared his throat and began the indoctrinating speech he had repeated for countless days and nights. Where the leaves dance, the fire is ever burning. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding new leaves. Hiruzen's voice was full of suggestion and passion, and the new students below, Sasuke among them, were stirred to boiling blood, eyes shining with dreams of the future. Only Naruto stood alone in the shadows at the edge. Under the disguise of the mask of delusion his expression appeared vacant, and numb like that of a dim-witted orphan who could not understand a word the Hokage was saying, perfectly matching the controllable vessel image Hiruzen cherished in his heart. But within his body the great devouring demonic art was already roaring into motion. Threads of what had once been the Ninetales' violent chakra and Azura's long-dormant saintly energy cried out in soundless agony under the grinding force of the art, shredded and devoured without mercy, transmuted into pure black demonic essence that coursed through Naruto's every limb and bone. As his power skyrocketed, the system's voice rang out once more. Ding! Tyrant main quest triggered. The lurking viper bears its fangs. Quest objective in the upcoming practical combat examination: cripple the foundation of a noble clan genius in a crushing fashion without being discovered by anyone. Quest reward: a portion of Mangekyo Sharingan origin ocular power plus 5 years of lifespan. Listening to Hiruzen's hypocritical will of fire on the platform, Naruto lowered his head, the corner of his mouth curving into a smile that sent chills down the spine. Will of fire. Old dog, one day I will use this so-called will of fire to burn you and the rest of Konoha's parasites along with this entire village to nothing but ash. At the ninja school in the outdoor training area of Room 1. The gentle breeze of early spring carried a hint of warmth, yet Naruto, standing at the edge of the crowd, seemed to be enveloped by an unshakable layer of eternal ice. Alright, quiet down. With a scar crossing his nose, Iruka Umino held the attendance sheet and loudly maintained order. His gaze swept across the chattering new students, and as it passed over Naruto a flicker of suppressed disgust and pain flashed in his eyes. His parents were the ones who perished in the Ninetales incident 5 years ago. All of this under the influence of the illusory facade was fully visible to Naruto. To think even a Chunin teacher could show such emotions towards me. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, your so-called secrecy and protection are truly hypocritical to the point of nausea. Naruto sneered coldly in his heart, yet kept a dazed and somewhat timid expression on his face. Next we will proceed to the basic combat assessment for enrollment. This is primarily to assess your physical abilities and fundamentals. When I call your name, step forward and form the standing seal. Iruka announced loudly. First pair, Inuzuka Kiba vs. Yamanaka Ino. The combat quickly began, and to Naruto the fights among the children were even more boring than two ants biting each other. There were flaws everywhere and no killing intent, it was merely child's play. However, he did not let down his guard. For he knew very well that in the office of the Hokage building that old man with a pipe was undoubtedly watching this scene intently with a crystal ball. Next pair, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Uzumaki Naruto. When Iruka announced these two names, the entire playground fell silent for an instant before erupting into a cacophony of noise. Wow! It's Sasuke-kun. Go Sasuke-kun. Teach that annoying guy a lesson. With her pink hair, Haruno Sakura clutched her heart and let out a piercing scream. Sasuke is the coolest. Beat that loser. Ino, standing beside her, was equally unwilling to be outdone. Those girls from commoner backgrounds were like lowly creatures driven by hormonal urges, crazily showering cheap adoration on the black-haired boy wearing a shirt adorned with the Fan Clan emblem. Naruto glanced at the screaming girls, a deep coldness and annoyance flashing in the depths of his eyes. Women, only slow me down when I draw my blade. Aside from reproduction and serving as a vessel for extracting yin-released chakra, they hold no value. On the other side, Uchiha Sasuke, hands in his pockets, walked slowly to the center of the field with an air of innate superiority. He didn't even glance at Naruto, simply coldly spitting out 2 words: hurry up, don't waste my time. The arrogance of a prodigy was vividly displayed at this moment. Ding. Target detected. Uchiha Sasuke. System prompt: the target possesses an extremely high concentration of Indra's bloodline origin, making it an excellent material for devouring and parasitism. In his mind, the system's cold voice rang out again. Naruto's lips twitched slightly, revealing a ruthlessly suppressed smile. He staggered, even slightly afraid, as he walked up to Sasuke. In the Hokage office's crystal ball, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi observed this scene, exhaling a cloud of smoke, murmuring to himself, "Naruto, what will you do in the face of the Uchiha genius? Will the thing inside me leak out due to anger?" "Form the standing seal," Iruka ordered. The two performed the seal perfunctorily. "Begin." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Sasuke darted forward like a leopard. The 6-year-old's speed hinted at the shape of a lower ninja. He didn't use any ninjutsu, instead it was a simple straight punch aimed directly at Naruto's face. So fast. The surrounding students gasped. But in Naruto's eyes this proud speed was as slow as a slow-motion replay. For the past 5 years he had been continuously refining his body with the chakra leaked by the Nine Tails. His nerve reflex speed had long surpassed that of an ordinary chunin. He could even see the contraction of every pore on Sasuke's fist. If he wanted to kill him, Naruto could pierce his weak heart with just a finger. But the main mission was to secretly cripple his foundation without revealing himself. Illusory facade, activate the highest disguise. Great devouring magic, condense the magic essence. In an instant Naruto's body, which he could easily dodge, suddenly stumbled awkwardly over his left foot and fell forward in an extremely embarrassed manner. Bang! Sasuke's fist struck heavily against Naruto's shoulder. Ugh! Naruto let out a perfectly timed scream, his face instantly turning pale as his body trembled violently. "Tch, what a worthless punch." Sasuke disdainfully snorted and prepared to withdraw his fist, ending this boring farce. However, in the fleeting moments when his fist made contact with Naruto's shoulder, an unnoticed change occurred. Within Naruto, a strand of extremely cold and domineering black magic essence refined by the great devouring magic quietly penetrated through Sasuke's fist and silently entered his meridian system. This strand of magic essence did not damage Sasuke's muscles, nor did it sever his chakra. Instead, it acted like a malicious seed, directly embedding itself deep within Sasuke's brain, on the chakra circuit connecting to his optic nerve, which would be crucial for awakening the Sharingan. The magic seed has been implanted. A chilling glint flashed through Naruto's lowered eyes. This magic seed will not show any abnormalities under normal conditions. But from today onward, as long as Sasuke refines chakra whenever he uses the Sharingan, the magic seed will greedily devour his ocular power and vitality, feeding it back to Naruto. The harder he trains, the deeper his foundation will be eroded. Until one day, when he believes he has gained the power to take revenge, Naruto only needs a single thought to render him a chakraless shell. This is the true meaning of crippling one's foundation. To kill, one must also strike at the heart. Snap! Sasuke suddenly felt an unexpected needle-like pain deep in his brain. Hiss! He gasped sharply, his once proud face instantly paling like paper. His body stumbled and he uncontrollably knelt on one knee, clutching his head as cold sweat poured down. Sasuke-kun. What's wrong with you? Oh no, why did Sasuke fall down? The crowd erupted in chaos, with Sakura and Ino screaming and rushing forward. Iruka was shocked and appeared between the two in a body flicker technique, supporting Sasuke. Sasuke. What happened? Sasuke gasped for breath. The pain came quickly and left just as fast as if it were merely an illusion. He gritted his teeth and stood up, glaring fiercely at Naruto, who was still on the ground clutching his shoulder and howling. I'm fine. Sasuke pushed Iruka away. He would never admit to being embarrassed in front of a loser. He thought that perhaps it was due to his recent excessive training to catch up to his brother, causing a backlash from his chakra. I clearly hit him just now. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Iruka checked Sasuke and found that aside from his somewhat erratic breathing there were no major issues, so he breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Naruto, his gaze complicated. Uzumaki. Naruto lost combat capability. This duel Uchiha Sasuke wins. Though he won, Sasuke felt it was a great disgrace, snorting coldly as he turned and walked back into the crowd. At this moment Naruto, still lying on the ground feigning death, heard a celestial-like sound echo in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host successfully implanted the great devouring magic seed within the reincarnation body of Indra, completely controlling its future foundation. Ding! The tyrant's mainline mission, the lurking venomous snake, has revealed its edge. Exceeded completion. Task evaluation perfect. Not only crippled the foundation but also turned it into the host's ATM. Ding! Task reward issued. 1 portion of the original ocular power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Lifespan 5 years. Boom! A vast amount of extremely pure energy filled with release aura suddenly appeared in Naruto's eyes. If someone could see through his eyes at this moment, they would discover that deep within the azure iris a blood-red tomo was spinning wildly, sketching out the pattern of the Mangekyo. But soon this power was firmly suppressed deep within by the illusory facade without leaking even a trace. At the same time, a warm vitality spread throughout his body, extending his lifespan by a full 5 years. The ocular power of the Uchiha is this, the capital those with reedy disease are so proud of. Supported by Iraka, Naruto struggled to stand up, lowering his head as he walked back to the corner. Feeling the source power in his eyes capable of unleashing terrifying illusions and black flames, a faintly devilish smile finally crept onto the corner of Naruto's lips. In the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi put down his pipe, frowning slightly. It seems it was just an accident that child Naruto couldn't even dodge. His talent seems quite mediocre. As for Sasuke, has he been training too hard lately? The cunning Hokage under the system's dimensional strike seemed like a blind man kept in the dark. In the first round, the tyrant wins. The shadow over Konoha truly begins to brew from this moment. In the deep of night, Konoha village was enveloped in slumber. In a dilapidated apartment, Naruto lay quietly in bed, his breathing steady, occasionally letting out murmurs characteristic of children in dreams, even turning over and kicking the blanket aside. Outside the window, 2 Umbu ninjas wearing animal masks were monitoring the area under the moonlight. Everything seemed normal. The little fox demon had already fallen into a deep sleep. One Umbu whispered disdainfully, continuing to observe. He had embarrassed himself at school during the day, and the third Hokage feared that his unstable emotions might cause the seal to loosen. Another Umbu coldly replied. They had no idea that the pitiful creature sleeping in their sight was merely a perfect facade created by Naruto using his system's divine ability, the elusive facade. The real consciousness of Naruto had long since infiltrated the dark, damp space of the seal. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Cold droplets of water fell from the moss-covered pipes. Stepping through the water that reached his ankles, Naruto walked expressionlessly toward the deepest part of the space. There was no sunlight here, only endless gloom and a suffocating sense of oppression. In front of him loomed a massive iron grating with a talisman inscribed with sealing characters affixed to its center. Beyond the iron grating, in the endless darkness, 2 blood-red eyes resembling massive lanterns slowly opened. Roar! A deep, brutal roar filled with endless hatred erupted in the vast sewer, sending waves crashing upon the water's surface. Damn little demon! How dare you come here uninvited? The massive body of the Nine-Tails, colossal as a mountain, flickered in the darkness, its 9 tails thrashing wildly. It lowered its head, its immense beastly eyes fixed intently on the tiny golden-haired boy outside the iron door. Get closer. Just a little closer. Tear off that damn talisman, and it'll grant you all the power you desire. The Nine-Tails' voice, filled with temptation and malice, echoed in Naruto's ears, while tendrils of corrosive red chakra seeped through the gaps of the iron door, attempting to erode Naruto's spirit. In the original story, Naruto Uzumaki trembled in fear when he first faced the Nine-Tails. But the one standing here now was a ruthless tyrant who would slaughter all for the sake of gain. Naruto halted slightly, raising his chin, his azure eyes devoid of any fear, instead brimming with greed and disdain for a certain rare material. Shut your filthy mouth, foolish beast. Naruto coldly spat out a few words, his voice low yet carrying an undeniable pressure of authority. What did you say? The Nine-Tails paused, seemingly unable to believe its ears. A 6-year-old human child dared to call it a foolish beast. Roar! I will tear you apart, arrogant little demon. The Nine-Tails erupted in fury, its terrifying killing intent manifesting like a tangible storm sweeping toward Naruto. The surging red chakra transformed into a massive claw, fiercely reaching out toward Naruto outside the door. Yet, facing an attack capable of shattering the spirits of ordinary Jonin, Naruto didn't even flinch. Great Devouring Demon Technique, activate. Naruto silently recited in his heart. Buzz! An imperceptible black vortex appeared on the surface of his body. The gigantic claw formed from the Nine-Tails' vengeful chakra upon contacting Naruto's body vanished as if sinking into the sea, not even causing a splash, as it was mercilessly shredded and devoured by the great Devouring Demon Technique, transforming into pure demonic essence. How is this possible? My chakra has been absorbed by you. The Nine-Tails' enormous pupils narrowed sharply, a surge of unprecedented unease rising from within. Having lived for over 1,000 years, it had never encountered such a bizarre method aside from the wood release of Senju Hashirama and the Sharingan of the Uchiha. Absorb. No, it's plunder. Naruto slowly raised his hand, pointing at the Nine-Tails in its cage, a cruel smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Ever since I arrived in this world, you've been clamoring inside my body. Did you think you were paying rent? No, you're merely my battery. You seek death. The Nine-Tails was utterly enraged by this highly insulting remark, frantically pounding against the iron door, causing the entire ceiling space to shake violently. It seems that 1,000 years have done nothing to increase your intellect, but rather made you forget the terror of being dominated. Naruto let out a cold laugh, slowly closing his eyes. When he opened them again, the once azure orbs had undergone a dramatic transformation. The crimson glow instantly illuminated the dim sewer. Deep within his pupils 3 black tomo connected and spun rapidly, ultimately transforming into a bizarre design resembling a dark blood lotus. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Moreover, it had mutated into a pitch-black kaleidoscope due to the absorption of Indra's reincarnated source ocular power coupled with the catalyst of demonic techniques. Boom. The moment this pair of eyes appeared, a terrifying ocular power more brutal, more evil, and 10 times colder than that of the Ninetales descended upon it like a mountain. This pair of eyes. This pattern. Uchiha Madara. No. Impossible. You are the child of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and the Uzumaki clan. How could you possibly possess a kaleidoscope? The Ninetales trembled uncontrollably at the sight of those eyes. The humiliation and fear from being toyed with by Uchiha Madara 1,000 years ago surged within it like a tide. What frightened it more was that the ocular power in the eyes of this 6-year-old child, although quantitatively inferior to Madara at his peak, surpassed him in terms of extreme evil and oppression. Face reality beast. Naruto gave the Ninetales no chance to catch its breath. The dark blood lotus in his eyes suddenly twisted. Demon escape endless chain. This was a soul secret technique created by Naruto, combining the great devouring demon technique and the kaleidoscope ocular power. Suddenly dozens of thick black chains shot up from the water at the bottom of the ceiling space. These chains burned with dark flames, ignoring the iron door of the 8 trigram seal directly piercing into the cage. Thud. 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 The black chains, like venomous snakes, tightly wrapped around the Ninetales' limbs, neck, and 9 tails, their sharp barbs digging deep into its very soul. Ayo! The Ninetales let out a heart-wrenching scream. These chains not only confined its movements, but the black flames were also burning its soul madly, while the strange devouring power was continuously draining its chakra. Let me go. Let me go. You demon. You are more evil than Uchiha Madara. The Ninetales struggled desperately, but the more it fought, the tighter the chains became. The pain of its soul being torn apart drove the once mighty beast to the brink of despair. Naruto looked coldly at the thrashing Ninetales in the cage, as if observing a pitiful insect. Does it hurt? That's how it should be. I did not come here to befriend you nor to listen to your complaints about the unfairness of the world. Naruto slowly walked up to the iron door, pressing his hand against the cold iron bars, the kaleidoscope Sharingan radiating a grim reaper's glow. I only offer you 2 choices. First, continue to resist. I will use this demonic flame to scorch your soul day and night, draining your chakra until your essence is exhausted, completely turning to ashes in this world. Second, submit to me. Put away your ridiculous arrogance and obediently be my endless chakra battery. I will demand as much output as I desire. Should you show even the slightest resistance, refer to the first option. Now tell me, what is your choice, beast? The Ninetales panted heavily, its body drenched in cold sweat. It looked at the 6-year-old boy before it, who was more terrifying than the demons of hell, and its inner defenses crumbled completely. It did not fear death, but it feared such a torturous existence of being unable to live or die. Moreover, faced with those eyes and the strange devouring ability, it couldn't even bring itself to commit suicide. I submit. The Ninetales lowered its proud head, its massive body collapsing like a pile of mud on the ground, its eyes filled with endless humiliation and fear. Good, remember your tail-wagging plea today. Naruto scoffed coldly, the kaleidoscope in his eyes gradually dissipating, returning to their original azure hue. The black chains entwined around the Ninetales also receded into darkness, but the mark of its soul being dominated would forever remain within the Ninetales. At that moment, a heavenly system notification echoed furiously in Naruto's mind. Ding. Host detected absolute violent suppression of the Ninetales, completely severing the potential tailed beast bond threat from the original story. System evaluation: those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. This is the posture a tyrant should have. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special physique reward, perfect sage body beginner. Attribute description: a perfect fusion of Uzumaki and Senju bloodlines. Chakra quantity skyrocketing 100-fold, possessing terrifying regenerative abilities to regrow severed limbs and exempt from ceiling fatigue when performing any ninjutsu. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the demonic fire 9 Hell's demonic flame. Attribute description: a black demonic fire that only burns souls and chakra, capable of attaching to any attack. Those infected by the demonic flame will be annihilated in body and spirit. Feeling the chakra within him surging like a volcanic eruption, yet extremely docile and pure, alongside a flicker of black flame quietly burning deep in his soul, a dangerously wicked grin crept across Naruto's face. With the perfect sage body and the Ninetales as his infinite power bank, even without using the kaleidoscope and demonic techniques, he could outlast ordinary Jonin merely through his physical prowess and chakra reserves. Not to mention, he had also obtained the lethal weapon, the 9 Hell's demonic flame. Time's almost up. Naruto's consciousness exited the ceiling space. In the outside world, the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the broken window, illuminating Naruto's face. He slowly opened his eyes, stretching lazily, playing the role of a naive child just waking up, even intentionally rubbing his stomach, feigning fatigue from being tossed around by the Ninetales chakra all night. The Umbu outside exchanged glances, noting that the little fox demon seemed perfectly normal before disappearing during the shift change. Naruto dressed and walked toward the washroom. Yesterday's field test had resulted in a loss to Sasuke, and according to the original story's pattern, that meddlesome Irika Umino should begin his special care education for me. Naruto looked at his reflection in the mirror, his eyes cold. The will of fire brainwashing. I'll just play along. Hiruzen Sarutobi, if you want me to be a puppet craving recognition, then I'll perform for you. After all, that scroll documenting the Flying Thunder God and the impure world reincarnation has long been the prey I desire. As the sun set in the west, the playground of the Leaf Village Ninja Academy was stained with a glaring blood-red hue. The school bell rang and the new students burst out of the school like wild horses, rushing into the arms of their waiting parents. Only Naruto sat alone on the swing like an abandoned orphan in the world. He lowered his head, his dazzling blonde hair appearing somewhat dim under the sunset. His small hands clutched tightly onto the swing's ropes, his shoulders trembling slightly as if he was still immersed in the immense loss and inferiority from yesterday's defeat to Sasuke Uchiha. Yet beneath the impeccable facade of illusions, Naruto's true heart was as cold as an ice cavern. The first step was to reveal his vulnerability. He quietly sensed the figure approaching from not far away. Irika Umino. Naruto. Irika walked to the swing, looking at the frail back of the child, his eyes flashing with a complex struggle. His parents died in the Ninetales incident, and rationality told him that the child before him was merely an innocent vessel, but emotionally, every time he saw the 6 whisker marks on Naruto's face, he couldn't help but recall that bloody night. Ultimately, his sense of responsibility as a teacher, along with the secretive instructions from the third Hokage, suppressed his inner resistance. Are you still upset about yesterday's practical exam? Irika tried to make his voice sound gentle. Naruto's body suddenly shivered like a frightened little beast. He lifted his head, his azure eyes brimming with tears, stubbornly biting his lip. Irika-sensei. I'm not sad at all. One day I will definitely defeat that arrogant Sasuke. I want everyone in the village to recognize me. I want to become Hokage too. Perfect lines, perfect micro-expressions. 3 parts stubbornness, 3 parts inferiority, and 4 parts an intense yearning for recognition from the village. This speech was exactly the standard answer that Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old fox, most wanted to hear. Irika looked at Naruto's face, which was desperately holding back tears, and felt a string in his heart being touched. He seemed to see in this child, who was shunned by the entire village, the same self he once was, who had desperately pulled pranks to gain attention. Are you hungry? Irika sighed, reaching out to ruffle Naruto's golden hair. Come on, I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. A deep loathing flashed through Naruto's eyes. He hated it when others touched his head, but he suppressed the impulse to twist Irika's arm off. Really? Really? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, feigning an expression of astonishment and surprise, even exaggerating a swallow. Of course, let's go. At Ichiraku ramen, a steaming bowl of tonkatsu ramen was served, releasing a rich aroma. Thank you for the treat. Naruto picked up the chopsticks and devoured the food like a hungry tiger, wolfing it down without bothering to wipe the broth splattered on his face. Watching this scene, the uncle at the counter and I both revealed kind and sympathetic smiles. Yet in Naruto's heart, this bowl of ramen, revered by countless Hokage fans as warm, felt no different than pig slop. He was a monster with a perfect sage body. Every cell in his body was filled with immense vitality. This mundane carbohydrate and inferior seasoning held no nutritional value for him, even requiring him to operate a bit of magic energy to digest these impurities. Yet he still ate with a face full of happiness, even finishing the broth completely. Slow down, no one is competing with you. Irika handed him a tissue, his gaze softening as he watched Naruto. Naruto, do you know? The Hokage has been paying attention to you. Here it comes. Naruto sneered coldly in his heart. The show was about to begin. Grandpa Third. Naruto raised his head, vaguely, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Yes. The people in the village may have some misunderstandings about you. But as long as you work hard in your training, inherit the will of fire, and use your strength to protect your comrades, everyone will eventually accept you. Irika began the standard indoctrination process of the will of fire. Naruto put down the large bowl, lowered his head, and remained silent for a long time. When he lifted his head again, his eyes were already completely red. A single glistening tear slid down his cheek, falling onto the table. Irika-sensei. You are the first person willing to treat me to food and to say these words to me. Naruto's voice choked as he clenched his fists tightly, as if swearing, I will definitely work hard. I must learn the strongest ninjutsu so everyone will look at me with admiration. Even forbidden jutsu I will learn. The second step is to lay the bait. Upon hearing the term forbidden jutsu, Iruka's expression changed, and he hastily said seriously, nonsense. Forbidden jutsu are called forbidden for a reason, as they come with great dangers, even the cost of life. Never speak such things again. Being grounded is the foundation of a ninja. Oh, I understand. Naruto retracted his neck in grievance, but his eyes revealed a stubbornness that said, I will prove it to you. At the same time, in the highest office of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind a large desk, the crystal ball before him clearly reflecting the scene in Ichiraku Ramen, even capturing the tear that fell from Naruto. Huff. The third Hokage exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, and on his face, which was filled with age spots, a look of relief and satisfaction finally appeared. Indeed, he is still a child yearning for love. The seal of the Ninetales within him is very stable. Though he has suffered cold violence from the entire village under Iruka's guidance, he harbors no resentment towards the village, but rather an even stronger desire for recognition. Minato Kushina, your child is perfectly inheriting the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen put away the crystal ball, feeling completely at ease. A Jinchuriki who is extremely eager for recognition, appears not very intelligent, and is even somewhat impulsive and irritable, is the most perfect and easiest to control weapon of war. As for the forbidden jutsu that Naruto mentioned, to the third Hokage it was merely a child's childish rant for attention. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no idea. At the moment the image in the crystal ball was interrupted, Naruto, far away in Ichiraku Ramen, heard the cold prompt of the system in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has completed a perfect level of disguise and deception. Successfully deceived the third Hokage and Iruka Umino. System evaluation: tears are the best disguise color for a tyrant. You have played with their pathetic sympathy in the palm of your hand. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the passive skill Malice Perception Divine level. Attribute description: no chakra fluctuations are needed. Instantly perceive the true emotions of everyone within 10,000 meters of the host. Any creature that harbors intent to kill, greed, or scheming towards the host will shine like a torch in the darkness. Stepping out of the ramen shop, the night wind was slightly cool. Naruto, go back and rest early. See you at school tomorrow. Iruka waved his hand, his smile carrying an extra touch of sincerity. Yes. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. See you tomorrow. Naruto smiled brightly, waving vigorously, until Iruka's figure completely disappeared around the corner of the street. Naruto's sunny, radiant smile seemed to be abruptly cut off by an invisible button, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Instead, a chilling extreme indifference took its place. He casually wiped away the fake tear from the corner of his eye, his gaze deep like an abyss. The will of fire of the leaf. What a useful mental poison. A fool who doesn't even know how his parents died would believe in such ridiculous nonsense. However, the seed has already been planted. Naruto stuffed his hands into his pockets and slowly walked towards the dilapidated apartment. With today's conversation as a prelude, one day in the future when he is unexpectedly tempted by someone with ulterior motives to steal the sealing book, everything will seem so logical. Calculating the time, that idiot named Mizuki should be unable to hold back much longer. A chilling whisper echoed down the dark street. A grand gamble against the highest secrets of the Leaf Village has already been completely set in motion by a 6-year-old underworld tyrant on this seemingly warm night at Ichiraku Ramen. In the 55th year of the Woodleaf late summer, the night descended, shrouding the moonlight with dark clouds. Tonight the village of Konoha was eerily quiet. Even the usually noisy summer insects had ceased their chirping. It has been exactly 2 years since the entrance examination for the Ninja Academy. During these 2 years Naruto has perfectly played the role of the underachiever. Under the watchful eye of the third Hokage, he was passionate, impulsive, and loved to play pranks, shouting every day that he wanted to become Hokage, even intentionally making a fool of himself during physical training classes. Everyone thought this little demon fox was a hopeless failure. But no one knew that beneath the facade of delusion, Naruto, possessing a perfect sage body and the Ninetales as an infinite chakra battery, had his power inflated to an extremely terrifying extent. Without using the Mangekyo Sharingan or magic techniques, relying solely on pure physical strength and chakra, he was already capable of tearing an elite jonin to shreds with his bare hands. Even more tragic was the once proud Uchiha Sasuke. Since 2 years ago, when Naruto secretly implanted the great devouring demon seed within him, this Uchiha clan genius had fallen into endless nightmares. He found that no matter how hard he trained, a small portion of the chakra he refined would inexplicably drain away. His path to awakening the Sharingan was utterly fruitless. No matter how emotional he became, his eyes were only filled with a dry, piercing pain, unable to gather even the power of a single tomo. Why? Why is this happening? When my brother was my age, he had already Countless nights Sasuke knelt in his own backyard looking at the blood on his hands from excessive training, screaming in despair. He thought it was due to his lack of talent, so he crazily pushed his body even further, resulting in the demon seed draining him more fiercely, leading to the situation where, although he bore the title of genius, his practical combat ability was even overshadowed by Hinata Niji and his peers. And the tiny bit of pure Indra's essence he painstakingly extracted was secretly nourishing the deeply hidden dark Mangekyo within Naruto's eyes through the connection with the demon seed. Poor little leek. At this moment, atop a high tower on the outskirts of Konoha, Naruto faced the cold wind, looking down at the vast and lifeless Uchiha clan land. In the vision granted by his god-level passive malicious perception, the area that was originally filled with various emotional fluctuations from the Uchiha clan members was now being extinguished in patches, replaced by several intensely cold and cruel killing intents frantically traversing the clan grounds. The night of the Uchiha massacre had begun. Ding. Major historical event detected: the Uchiha's annihilation. Ding. Triggered Tyrant plundering task: Blood Night Frenzy, the Reaper's supply channel. Task content in this night filled with slaughter. Life and bloodline are as fragile as grass. Please infiltrate the Uchiha clan grounds, plunder at least 10 pairs of Sharingan any level, and loot the Uchiha clan's secret forbidden techniques repository. Task reward dependent on the quantity and quality of the plundered items. Minimum reward: space-time ninjutsu talent god level. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Naruto cracked a smile reminiscent of a demon. Space-time talent. That's a good thing. As for saving the Uchiha, Naruto scoffed disdainfully. He had no interest in such matters. The Uchiha clan attempted a coup only to be slaughtered by the higher-ups of Konoha and their own genius. This was a group of fools who couldn't see the situation clearly. And that Uchiha Itachi, known as the god of Itachi, was in Naruto's eyes utterly ridiculous. To protect the village and his brother, he slaughtered his own parents and defenseless clansmen. What's the difference between that and the couple of Namikaze Minato who sacrificed themselves to the Ninetales for the village? The same hypocrisy, the same brainwashed fools by the will of fire. This world does not need such self-righteous saints. Naruto put on a blank mask he had obtained from the Umbu, activated the facade to its fullest, and completely erased his chakra fluctuations. Whoosh! He seemed to merge into the night, turning into a fleeting shadow, quietly infiltrating the Uchiha clan grounds where blood flowed like a river. At this moment the clan grounds resembled a hell of Azura. Bodies lay sprawled across the streets and within houses. Blood flowed along the bluestone slabs, converging into glaring dark red streams. Uchiha Itachi and the man in the tiger-patterned mask Obito were conducting the final cleanup. Naruto did not approach those two dangerous individuals with Mangekyo. His current objective was to pick up the leftovers. The first pair. Naruto entered a secluded residence, looking at the Uchiha Chunin on the ground with wide-open eyes, unblinking in death. Without hesitation he extended 2 fingers and with an extremely professional and cold technique excavated the pair of double Tomo Sharingan. Blood splattered on the back of his hand, yet he didn't even furrow his brow. After sealing the eyes into the storage space provided by the system, he immediately moved on to the next corpse. In his eyes these were not fellow villagers, not living beings, but a heap of shimmering system materials and attribute points. Just as Naruto had continuously excavated 7 or 8 pairs of Sharingan, and was preparing to head to the Uchiha South Head Shrine to search for the Forbidden Techniques repository, a faint sound of footsteps came from around the corner of the alley. Naruto halted his actions, hiding in the shadows. Malicious perception instantly relayed that there were 3 chakra sources filled with greed and dark emotions approaching ahead. Hurry up. Lord Danzo has instructed us to take advantage of Itachi's slaughter in front and recover as many Sharingan as possible. This is the most precious strategic resource. 3 root ninjas wearing strange masks and dressed in black cloaks appeared in the alley. They were holding several specially made glass bottles filled with nutrient liquid, clearly here to stock up as well. That old dog Danzo has quite a keen nose. Under the mask, Naruto's eyes instantly turned cold. His hunting ground does not allow anyone to meddle. Since the root wants to grab food, then they can leave their lives behind. Who goes there? The leading root ninja was extremely alert. He had just sensed a slight shift in the airflow in the shadows and had already reached for his ninja blade. However, it was too late. Whoosh! A pale, seemingly delicate hand pierced through his back and out through his chest as easily as piercing tofu. The leading root ninja looked down in disbelief, staring at the hand that had emerged from where his heart was not even stained with a single drop of blood. He opened his mouth but could not make a sound. Body technique, instant kill. Naruto's cold voice echoed in his ear. That was pure speed unleashed by the perfect sage body, fast enough that even a Jonin's nerves couldn't react. Captain? The other 2 root ninjas were horrified, drawing their ninja blades without hesitation, one to the left and one to the right, attacking Naruto. Earth release, earth spike. Wind release, vacuum wave. The two of them coordinated seamlessly, cutting off all of Naruto's escape routes. But Naruto had no intention to retreat. He casually tossed aside the corpse hanging from his hand, facing the incoming ninjutsu, and blade light deep within his eyes. A dark red mangekyo quietly blossomed. Buzz! A dark deep flame that seemed capable of consuming all light ignited in midair without warning. What kind of fire is that? Before the two root ninjas could react, the nine nether demon flame had already spread along their ninjutsu, instantly engulfing them. Ah! The piercing scream shattered the night sky. This black flame did not char their flesh, but it crazily burned and devoured their souls and chakra. In just 2 seconds, the two well-trained elite root ninjas fell straight to the ground. Their bodies remained intact, but their gazes had become utterly hollow. Their souls had been burned to nothingness by the demon flame. Not even the mental techniques of the Mountain Clan could extract any memories of tonight from these empty shells. Naruto stepped forward and unceremoniously claimed the glass bottles filled with Sharingan from their hands. Ding! Host has intercepted root supplies, acquiring 2 3-tomo Sharingan and 4 double-tomo Sharingan. Thank you, Mother Nature, for your gifts. Naruto sneered, kicking the corpse aside, his figure flashing as he continued towards the core of the Uchiha clan, South Heg Shrine. A little over 10 minutes later, in the underground chamber of the South Heg Shrine, it had already been turned upside down, clearly having been visited by Itachi. But Naruto knew that the true essence of the Uchiha clan would never be placed on display. He activated the Great Mangekyo, his blood-red gaze scanning the surrounding walls, and soon discovered an extremely hidden ceiling barrier behind an inconspicuous stone slab. Break. Naruto gathered a highly concentrated mass of black magical essence at his fingertips and pressed it against the barrier. The great devouring magic technique operated, and that complex barrier was instantly drained of its chakra as if it were melting ice and shattered with a loud bang. An ancient hidden compartment was exposed. Inside lay several scrolls. Ding! Congratulations, host has discovered the Uchiha Core Forbidden Techniques repository. Looted items: complete collection of Uchiha fire-style secrets, Genjutsu Izanagi Izanami, original text, Uchiha clan leaders chakra refinement notes. Naruto unceremoniously plundered all the scrolls. After completing all this, he ghosted out of the basement and leapt onto the roof of the shrine. At this moment on the nearby street, the classic brotherly scene from the original work was unfolding. Uchiha Itachi stood in a pool of blood watching his younger brother Sasuke, who was sitting on the ground trembling. Foolish little brother. If you wish to kill me, then hate me, curse me, and live on in ugliness. Itachi's voice was cold as ice, the power of Tsukuyomi mercilessly pouring into Sasuke's frail brain, making him relive the tragedy of his parents' murder over and over. Sasuke let out a heart-wrenching scream, ultimately breaking down and fainting. Watching this scene from the shadow above, Naruto nearly burst out laughing. What a deeply touching brotherly bond. To force his brother to grow, he turned the entire clan into a whetstone. Naruto's gaze fell upon the unconscious Sasuke. He could clearly feel that alongside Sasuke's extreme hatred and despair, the great devouring demon seed in his mind was madly absorbing the mutated chakra generated by Sasuke's emotional upheaval, like a long-awaited rain after a drought. Keep hating, Sasuke. The deeper your hatred, the more painful your struggles, the richer the sustenance you provide for me. As for your great brother. Naruto cast a deep glance at Uchiha Itachi, who was turning away under the moonlight, a single tear of blood sliding down his cheek. One day I will personally dig out his eyes, making him watch as Konoha, which he protects, turns into scorched earth in endless despair. With the system's task completion prompt, Naruto's figure completely melted into the boundless night. Tonight he was the only winner. Ding! Tyrant plundering task Blood Night Frenzy has been completed. Total Sharingan plundered 22 pairs. Looted 3 scrolls from the Uchiha Core Forbidden Techniques. System evaluation: ruthless and remorseless, returning loaded. The tragedies of others are the steps to your ascent. Ding! Task rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host has acquired the god-level talent Space-Time Mastery. Attribute description: possesses absolute affinity and comprehension for space-time ninjutsu. All space sealing effects are ineffective against the host. Lays a perfect foundation for training the Flying Thunder God technique and future mastery of spatial laws. The 60th year of Konoha. 5 years had passed since the night the Uchiha clan was eradicated. Beneath the village's tranquil surface, hidden currents had never ceased to churn. Danzo Shimura, leader of Root, had raged for days over the disappearance of several operatives and numerous Sharingan eyes that fateful night, launching covert investigations across the entire village, yet finding nothing. He could never have imagined that the architect of it all was the very demon fox brat he dismissed as incompetent, even unable to properly execute the clone technique. At the Ninja Academy, the graduation exam site. Uzumaki Naruto clone technique assessment. Failed. Irika Yuhi stared at the shapeless collapsing mass before him, the pitiful remnant of a clone, and rubbed his throbbing temples resignedly, announcing the result. A wave of mocking laughter erupted instantly across the room. Ha! The dead last remains the dead last. How could such trash ever become a shinobi? Bowed low beneath their jeers, Naruto clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened. His radiant blonde hair veiled half his face, his shoulders trembled faintly, straining against an unbearable tide of humiliation and sorrow. A flawless portrait of weakness. Yet behind that illusory mask his sapphire blue eyes burned with icy contempt. 6 years, this tedious shinobi charade had finally reached its turning point. Naruto's mind curled into a cold, silent laugh. With his current chakra control, even the standard clone technique was trivial, let alone manifesting thousands of tangible shadow clones in a single breath. Yet he had to fail, for this failure was the indispensable bait to lure tonight's great prey. Dusk. The sun bled gold across the horizon. Alone on a swing outside the academy grounds, Naruto watched classmates, foreheads adorned with forehead protectors, rejoice with their parents. His silhouette stood stark and desolate. Naruto. A silver-haired shinobi approached, his smile gentle. Mizuki. Through Naruto's divine passive perception of malice, Mizuki radiated like an erupting human volcano, every fiber of his being saturated with greed, envy, and venomous ill will. Sensei Mizuki. Naruto lifted his head, his gaze clouded with confusion, and a raw, desperate hunger for power. Mizuki's heart leapt. He believed the hook had caught. Leaning in, he whispered, Naruto, there is in fact a secret path to graduation, one that requires no exam. It is the forbidden scroll left behind by the first Hokage. Moments later, Naruto dashed away, face alight with feverish excitement and grim resolve. Watching Naruto vanish into the twilight, Mizuki's affable mask shattered into a grotesque triumphant sneer. What a gullible fool, the demon fox. Tonight that scroll becomes my stepping stone to Lord Orochimaru. He did not see, far ahead sprinting through the dusk, Naruto's lips twist upward in a grin tenfold more vicious than his own. Midnight. The Hokage residence. Outside the Hokage's heavily guarded study, layers of perception barriers shimmered unseen. In the original timeline, Naruto succeeded only because the third Hokage deliberately eased the security, a test of Naruto's fidelity to the will of fire. But this Naruto needed no such condescension. This is Konoha's barrier system. Pathetically insubstantial. Hidden in shadow, Naruto slowly closed his eyes. His divine spatial temporal sovereignty awakened instantly. Before his senses, the intricate barrier patterns unspooled with crystalline clarity. Even the subtlest folds of space itself lay bare to his perception. Whoosh! No chakra ripple. No alarm triggered. Naruto dissolved into the air like a droplet merging with the sea, piercing the spatial veil without resistance, materializing soundlessly within the study. There it rested upon the desk, the colossal forbidden scroll chronicling every forbidden technique of Konoha. Ding! Detected host contact with Transcendent Class Artifact, Konoha's Forbidden Scroll. System alert: consume 100 mana points to activate instant replication. Copy all contents verbatim. Replicate everything. Leave not a single shred behind. Naruto commanded silently in his mind. Ding! Replication initiated, completed. Congratulations, host. Acquired multi-shadow clone technique Edo Tensei 8 gates, release formation Flying Thunder God technique, mutual summoning explosive tags, and 125 other rank or higher forbidden arts and supreme jutsu. So this is Konoha's legacy. Now, it is wholly mine. Naruto savored the torrent of new knowledge flooding his mind, especially the Flying Thunder God technique. Coupled with his spatial temporal sovereignty, he required no hand seals, no drawn sigils. Only disciplined cultivation to reach a realm where thought alone summoned instantaneous continent-spanning movement. Mission accomplished, but Naruto did not depart. Instead, he slung the massive scroll across his back and strode boldly to the window, kicking it open with deliberate flourish, leaving behind a crisp, unmistakable footprint on the sill. If the third wishes to watch a play, then let him witness a spectacle that shakes heaven and earth. Deep within the forest beyond Konoha's borders. Naruto, do you have any idea what you've done? Iruka Yuhi arrived, breathless, eyes wide with panic and fury, as he beheld Naruto bearing the colossal scroll. Instantly Naruto shifted, adopting the vacant, eager grin of a child seeking praise. Sensei Iruka. I got it. Sensei Mizuki said if I brought this back I'd graduate. And I even mastered one of its techniques just now. Mizuki. Iruka's pupils contracted, suddenly grasping the full scale of the conspiracy. At that very instant, a sharp tearing whistle split the air. Dozens of kunai gleaming with lethal coldness rained down from the treetops like a storm, aimed unerringly at Naruto's vital points. Naruto, watch out. Without hesitation, Irika lunged, throwing his body over Naruto, shielding him completely. Thud. 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 Kunai pierced Irika's back in rapid succession. Blood gushed forth, staining Naruto's jacket crimson. Its warmth seeped through fabric onto Naruto's skin. Deep within Naruto's downcast eyes a flicker, so minute he himself failed to register it, flashed and vanished, instantly swallowed by absolute glacial coldness. Is this what indoctrination by the will of fire produces? A fool who surrenders his life to shield a monster reviled by the entire village. Such foolishness is laughable, yet undeniably a supremely useful tool. Ha ha ha. Irika, you truly are a model teacher. Mizuki descended from the branches, two enormous Fuma shurikens strapped across his back, his gaze wild with arrogance and avarice. Naruto, hand over the scroll. Mizuki, you bastard. Irika coughed up blood, teeth gritted in agony. Naruto, don't believe him. That scroll is meant to. Silence, Irika. Mizuki cut in cruelly. Naruto, do you wish to know why everyone in this village despises you? Do you wish to know the truth of 11 years ago? No. Mizuki, that truth is Konoha's deepest taboo. Irika cried in horror. Because you, the Nine-Tails demon fox, are the one who slaughtered Irika's parents. Mizuki roared with manic fury. The air froze solid. Far away in the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen Sarutobi watched through his crystal orb, his heart leaping into his throat. Naruto, please, do not lose control. Hiruzen crushed his pipe in his fist. Within the forest. Naruto slowly raised his head. The face usually lit by foolish grins now contorted, disbelief, shock, and anguish so profound it warped his features beyond recognition. I am the demon fox. Yes. You are a monster. Die. Mizuki laughed wildly, snatching the Fuma shuriken from his back and hurling it with murderous force toward Naruto. Irika shut his eyes in despair. Yet, mere instants before that colossal spinning shuriken would cleave Naruto in two. Boom! A torrent of violent, malevolent blood-arc chakra erupted from Naruto's core, like a volcano bursting forth with apocalyptic wrath. This was no true Nine-Tails rampage, merely a flawless illusion, Naruto weaving a sliver of the beast's aura into his illusory mask. Clang! Naruto seized the whirling Fuma shuriken barehanded, the razor edge slicing deep into his palm. Yet under his perfect sage body's regenerative might the wound sealed itself in an instant. He snapped his head up. His once sapphire eyes now burned with vertical pupils, darker bestial markings flared around them, three coarse whisker-like scars thickened across his cheeks, like a true Oni descending upon the world. You dared harm the only one who ever acknowledged me. Naruto's voice rasped, layered with eerie echoes swelling with boundless fury. Mizuki collapsed backward, drenched in cold sweat, trembling. What kind of monster is this? Unforgivable. A guttural bestial roar tore from Naruto's throat. He became a streak of crimson lightning, appearing before Mizuki in the blink of an eye. No flashy jutsu, only pure primal violence. Thud. Naruto's fist crashed into Mizuki's abdomen. Crack. Ribs shattered with sickening clarity. Mizuki couldn't even scream. His eyes bulged and a gout of blood laced with internal organs exploded from his mouth. But this was merely the beginning. Amidst the storm of flying gore, Naruto's hands, sheathed in dark red chakra, became scythes of death, hacking and rending Mizuki's flesh without mercy. Ding! The grand Devouring Demon Art activated silently. With every blow, Naruto's demonic art voraciously consumed Mizuki's chakra and life force. In Hiruzen's crystal orb, all he witnessed was Naruto, overwhelmed by rage to protect Irika, briefly leaking Nine-Tails chakra and unleashing a vengeful, brutal beating upon Mizuki. Enough. Naruto, stop. You'll lose yourself. Irika gasped weakly. At the sound of his voice, Naruto's frenzied assault halted mid-motion. Mizuki was no longer human, just a pulpy, unrecognizable mass. Every bone shattered, his soul and chakra utterly drained, leaving behind absolute irrevocable death. Huff, huff. Naruto's crimson chakra receded like a dying tide. He collapsed beside Irika, drained, hollow, spent. Sensei Irika, are you okay? Tears streamed down Naruto's reddened eyes, his voice choked with sobs. The image of a boy sacrificing everything for his protector could deceive anyone in the world. Foolish child. Irika gazed upon Naruto's tear-streaked face, not with fear but with profound tenderness, and smiled gently. You suffered so much. Inside the Hokage Tower. Watching this tearful, heart-wrenching embrace unfold in his crystal orb, Hiruzen exhaled deeply, relief washing over him so intensely that even his aged eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Minato, do you see? Though the demon fox is sealed within him, Naruto's heart has been fully illuminated by the light of the will of fire. To protect a comrade, he commands his will to subdue the Nine-Tails' corruption. This indeed is Konoha's true hero. Hiruzen relinquished his final trace of suspicion toward Naruto. Yet, deep within the forest's unseen shadows, Uzumaki Naruto, weeping hysterically into Iruka's chest, wore a grin that stretched ear to ear, hidden beneath the veil of darkness. Tears and savage mirth twisted across his face, a horrifying demonic tableau. Move 1 irrevocably sealed. Hiruzen Sarutobi, savor these cheap tears to your heart's content. When the day comes that I master every forbidden art within this forbidden scroll, that shall be the hour I send you, and your pitiful will of fire, straight to hell. Ding. Quest completed. Tyrant's Deception, False Tears, perfect finale. Evaluation: you stole their most treasured artifact, and made them bow to you in gratitude. Even demons would bow in awe before your guile. Ding. Host has perfectly secured the third Hokage's trust. Awarded major narrative divergence bonus. Sage Body Evolution Serum accelerates transformation of Asura lineage into Akatsuki primordial essence. In the early morning, sunlight filtered through the window, casting light on the dilapidated apartment. Naruto sat cross-legged on the bed, holding a test tube that emitted a peculiar glow. This was the celestial body evolution liquid rewarded by the system last night. Without a moment's hesitation, he tilted his head back and downed it in one gulp. Boom! A torrent of overwhelming heat surged within him, indescribably powerful. Naruto felt every bone, meridian, and cell in his body tremble with joy. The Ashura willpower that he had suppressed so fiercely let out a final cry of despair under the cleansing of this evolution liquid, utterly crushed and transformed into pure nourishment, integrating into his limbs and bones. Ding! The celestial body evolution liquid has been fully absorbed. The host's constitution has undergone a transformation. Perfect celestial body beginner evolved into perfect celestial body intermediate. Attribute description: the host's life level is beginning to align with the essence of Akatsuki. Physical strength has doubled and chakra recovery speed has reached an abnormal level, approximately equivalent to the prototype of Hiruzen's Noziel healing. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, a glint of subtle six paths ripple flashing in his deep blue pupils before quickly fading away. He clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying power within him that seemed capable of shattering mountains, a cold smile of satisfaction curling at the corners of his mouth. The shackles of Ashura had finally been completely shattered. The current me is a truly formidable beast with no weaknesses, unbound by any constraints. Ninja School Classroom. Today is the day for the Genin class division. As usual, Naruto walked into the classroom with a carefree smile. Why are you the bottom of the class here? Today is only for those who qualified. Sakura Haruno stood with her hands on her hips, looking at Naruto with disdain. Naruto pointed at the forehead protector on his head, feigning a proud, silly grin. Hee. Sakura, look closely, I am now a Genin too. Deep down, Naruto shot a cold glance at the pink-haired girl. Such fools whose minds are filled only with chasing after boys don't even qualify to be a furnace. In a real battlefield, I would use you as a meat shield at the first opportunity. His gaze then fell on Sasuke Uchiha, who was sitting in the corner, arms crossed, trying to look cool. Over the past 2 years, under the relentless extraction of the great devouring magic seeds, Sasuke's chakra level not only failed to increase but had become increasingly hollow. His once gold and handsome face now bore a faint pallor of excess indulgence. Poor little leek, are you still dreaming of revenge? Naruto scoffed inwardly. Soon Iruka walked up to the podium with the list. Next he announced the roster for Team 7: Uzumaki, Naruto, Haruno, Sakura. Yay! Did you get separated from Sasuke-kun? Sakura exclaimed excitedly, almost jumping up as she greatly disliked Naruto. And Uchiha Sasuke. Iruka read out the last name. Awesome. Sakura's expression changed instantly, letting out a sharp cheer. Sasuke merely snorted coldly, muttering, "Two idiots." Naruto laid his head on the desk, appearing to be disinterested, but inside he felt nothing. Team 7. It was merely a makeshift team he had constructed to gain the trust of Konoha's higher-ups. In the afternoon, other classes Jonin had already taken their students, leaving Team 7 waiting in the empty classroom. That infuriating Kakashi actually dared to make me wait this long. Naruto grabbed the chalkboard eraser, wedged it in the classroom door, setting up a very childish trap. Naruto. You're too immature. How could a Jonin fall for such a trap? Sakura reprimanded, but internally she was secretly pleased. Sasuke also looked disdainful. A Jonin would be hit by a chalkboard eraser. What about a feeder? At that moment the door was pushed open. Thud. The chalkboard eraser hit a ninja with a silver-haired broom head squarely on the head, exploding into a cloud of chalk dust. The classroom fell into instant silence. Ha! You fell for it. Naruto laughed heartily, nearly tearing up from his mirth. Kakashi Hatake stared at the three kids with his dead fish eyes, picked up the chalkboard eraser, and sighed. How should I put it? My first impression of you is quite unpleasant. If you're going to act, you have to go all out. Naruto perfectly portrayed a mischievous little brat. The third training ground. The sun was somewhat scorching. Kakashi stood before the three kids holding two bells. The rules are simple. Before noon, take the bells from me. Those who fail to do so will not only miss lunch, but will also be tied to a log and rolled back to the ninja school. A hint of lethargic sharpness glimmered in Kakashi's eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke could no longer hold back, forming hand seals with both hands and launching several kunai aimed at Kakashi, dashing forward like a leopard. However, the gap in strength was despairingly vast. In less than 3 minutes, style hard decapitation technique, the once mighty Uchiha genius was left with only his head above ground, frantically shouting. Meanwhile, Sakura fell victim to Kakashi's basic illusion technique, seeing an illusion of Sasuke covered in blood, causing her to roll her eyes and faint. Only you are left, Naruto. Kakashi, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere, pulled out a book with an orange cover, reading it with great interest, while casually glancing at Naruto, who was emerging from the bushes. Kakashi-sensei, you underestimate me. Naruto formed hand seals and shouted shadow clone jutsu. Boom boom boom. In an instant, 7 or 8 shadow clones of Naruto appeared, charging at Kakashi while shouting. A flicker of surprise crossed Kakashi's eyes. Is that a forbidden technique from the Book of Seals? To have mastered it to this extent in such a short time, he truly is the child of Minato. But mere numbers are useless. Kakashi moved with a flicker, weaving through the clones as if strolling in a garden, effortlessly popping each one. The real Naruto, suddenly burst forth from Kakashi's blind spot, holding a kunai aimed directly at the back of Kakashi's neck. Without even turning his head, Kakashi twisted his body at an extremely strange angle, evading the kunai and forming a tiger seal aimed at Naruto's backside. Konoha Taijutsu secret technique, 1,000 years of pain. Just when Kakashi thought he could, like in the original story, thrust Naruto into the river with a single blow, an unexpected event occurred. At the microsecond Kakashi's finger was about to touch Naruto's body, Naruto's originally flustered expression transformed into profound depth. He suddenly turned his head, perfectly locking eyes with Kakashi's left eye, which was covered by the forehead protector Sharingan. Extreme darkness, kaleidoscope, eye-powered deterrence. Buzz! Kakashi felt a deafening roar erupt in his mind. In that instant, his proud Threedomo Sharingan seemed to be staring directly at a dark blood lotus emerging from the abyss. An intense coldness, tyranny, and a sense of destruction surged through the terrifying eye power, crashing violently into his soul through his optic nerve. Ugh! Kakashi groaned, feeling as if his heart was gripped by an icy hand. His vision darkened, and at that instant all his chakra went completely out of control. The Sharingan that belonged to Obito even shed a tiny drop of blood, absorbed by the forehead protector. What just happened? This terrifying eye power. Is it Orochimaru? Or Uchiha Itachi? Cold sweat poured down Kakashi's face as his body briefly stiffened due to the intense pain. In a fight between experts, a moment can determine life or death. If this were a real battlefield, Naruto's previous second would have been enough to cut Kakashi's head off with a kunai 10 times. But Naruto did not kill him. A flaw. Naruto pretended to be completely unaware of Kakashi's abnormality, seizing the opportunity during Kakashi's moment of stiffness to hurriedly grab something from his waist. Clang! 2 clear bells landed firmly in Naruto's hand. Bang! Naruto tumbled to the ground, landing in a heap of dirt, but raised his hand with the bells, excitedly shouting, I got them. I got the bells. Kakashi covered his left eye, panting heavily. He scanned the surroundings, then looked at the grinning Naruto on the ground. What was that terrifying illusion just now? Was it the 9 tails within this child leaking murderous intent? Or was it an illusion produced by my overuse of the Sharingan recently? Kakashi would never connect that overwhelming kaleidoscope eye power to the silly kid in front of him who had fallen into the mud to grab the bells. Beep! The clock struck 12. The exercise ended. Sasuke was dug out and Sakura was also awakened. The 3 were gathered in front of the Konoha memorial stone. Kakashi put away his nonchalant demeanor, looking gravely at the 2 bells in Naruto's hand, and said in a deep voice, Naruto, you got the bells. You can have lunch. But Sasuke and Sakura not only won't get lunch, but will also be eliminated. Now eat your bento and don't let them have any. After Kakashi finished speaking, he pretended to leave but was actually hiding behind a tree to observe. Sasuke and Sakura's stomachs grumbled as they looked at Naruto's fragrant bento, swallowing hard. I don't need your charity bottom feeder. Sasuke stubbornly resisted. Naruto looked at the 2 useless ones, coldly chuckling inside. A test of bonds between teammates, huh? Kakashi, your human nature test is simply pathetic. Since you all love to see the will of fire in action, I will give you the most perfect performance. Suddenly Naruto stood up, walked in front of Sasuke and Sakura, and without hesitation split his bento in two, forcefully stuffing it into their hands. What nonsense are you talking about? Kakashi-sensei is not here, hurry and eat. Naruto flashed an extremely bright sunny trademark smile. We are Team 7. We are comrades. If you go hungry, how can we defeat that arrogant teacher in the afternoon? Naruto. Sakura was stunned, looking at Naruto in front of her, suddenly feeling that this figure she had always disliked seemed to have a moment of grandeur. Sasuke also tightened his grip on the bento box, gritting his teeth softly, saying thank you. Behind a distant tree, Kakashi watched this scene, his previously tense expression finally softened. Even the intense pain from his left eye seemed to have been soothed by this long-lost warmth. Obito Rin. Sensei Minato. It seems that Konoha has sprouted another batch of excellent young leaves. Bang. Kakashi transformed into a puff of white smoke, instantly appearing in front of the three, intentionally putting on a furious expression. You three. You dare to defy my orders. Because we are Team 7. We are comrades. Naruto fearlessly raised his head and shouted the line that Kakashi most wanted to hear. Kakashi looked at Naruto, his single eye filled with appreciation and praise. You all have qualified. Kakashi smiled and gave a thumbs up. Ding. Detected that the host has perfectly performed the drama of bonds, successfully passed the Team 7 test, and completely integrated into the higher-ups' vision of Konoha. System evaluation: extreme hypocrisy. You used the most perfect lie to gain their most precious trust. The pillars of Konoha are cheering for you, this demon. Ding. The tyrant's hidden task for the Jonin's meeting gift is complete. Task reward: Demon Essence Rebirth. Due to the host's eye-powered deterrence, the essence of Kakashi's Sharingan has been marked by you. In the future, every time he overuses the Sharingan, the lost mental energy will be converted into nourishment for the host. Listening to the system's prompt, Naruto smiled even brighter at Kakashi's appreciative gaze. Not just Sasuke, now you have also become my power bank, Kakashi-sensei. In this nursery called Konoha, you all are my nourishment. In the land of waves, within a forest shrouded in dense fog, the mission of Team 7 to escort the bridge expert Dazna underwent a drastic change due to an encounter with the rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist village. At this moment, the air was thick with the violent scent of blood and an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Ninja technique: Hidden Mist technique. Accompanied by the chilling voice of the bandaged terror, the fog instantly thickened to the point of complete blindness. Kakashi was forced to lift his forehead protector, revealing his blood-red Sharingan. His expression was tense as he shielded the three genin behind him. 8 locations: throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, collarbone, kidneys, heart. Where do you want me to attack? Zabuza's ominous killing intent seemed to erupt from the depths of hell, echoing around them. This palpable aura of death made both Sasuke and Sakura tremble, nearly causing them to drop their weapons. I would rather die than be killed. Sasuke even raised his kunai towards his thigh, hoping the pain would keep him awake. Behind them, Naruto, also protected by Kakashi, exhibited a different demeanor. Under the guise of a false front, he displayed the same fear and trembling as Sasuke. However, in reality, under the influence of malicious perception and the overwhelming spiritual power granted by the sage body, Zabuza's prideful, silent killing techniques appeared to Naruto like a clown dancing with a torch in the dark. 10 meters to the left and rear, the chakra level was about that of an ordinary elite Jonin. Naruto smirked coldly, accurately assessing Zabuza's strength. This kind of trash isn't even qualified to make me unleash my demonic powers. However, his decapitating sword and that white figure lurking in the shadows with ice release bloodline limit are indeed fine materials. Moreover, the flying thunder god left by Minato is just what I need for an experimental base outside the village. Kakashi-sensei, where is he? Naruto deliberately pretended to cry. In that instant, when Kakashi was distracted trying to comfort him. Behind you. Zabuza's true form appeared like a ghost behind Kakashi. The massive decapitating sword whistled through the air, aiming for Kakashi's lower back. Thud. Kakashi was severed in two. But in the next moment, Kakashi's body transformed into a puddle of water. A water clone. Zabuza's pupils contracted. I've got your back. The real Kakashi had appeared behind Zabuza, his kunai pressed against Zabuza's throat. However, the battle was far from over. The two quickly became embroiled in a clash of ninjutsu, ultimately resulting in Kakashi being outmaneuvered and trapped in the water prison technique. Ha! Kakashi, you are finished. Now I will slowly torture these little brats to death. While maintaining the water prison, Zabuza split off a water clone, grinning malevolently as he approached Team 7. Sakura cried out in despair, and though Sasuke was terrified, the pride within him compelled him to charge forward, only to be kicked away by Zabuza's water clone, breaking his sternum and causing him to spit blood. As Sasuke lay gravely injured, a gratifying surge from the great devouring demon seed resonated in Naruto's mind. The Indra's original power that Sasuke unleashed was drained away by Naruto. It's your turn, little brat. The water clone raised the giant sword, swinging it down towards Naruto's head. Naruto, run. The Kakashi trapped in the water prison's eyes widened in fear. He knew Naruto couldn't dodge this strike with his current strength. However, just as the sword was less than 10 centimeters from Naruto's head, time around them seemed to freeze. The dense fog halted its flow. Water droplets hung suspended in midair. Kakashi's anxious cries were elongated and distorted, ultimately fading away. Eternal Darkness Kaleidoscope activate. The fearful expression that Naruto had feigned shattered like a mask. He slowly lifted his head, and within his cerulean eyes a blood-red dark red lotus erupted brilliantly. A destructive aura 100 times more terrifying and pure than Zabuza's killing intent instantly enveloped the battlefield. It was the absolute pressure of an apex predator over lesser beings. What? Zabuza's water clone stood frozen in place, as if struck by a paralyzing technique, his cruel eyes now filled with extreme terror. He felt he was not facing a mere genin, but a primordial beast from the abyss. Not only the water clone but even Zabuza's real body maintaining the water prison became rigid under this terrifying ocular pressure. Chakra flows ceased instantaneously and the water prison technique collapsed. Kakashi broke free, but before he could catch his breath he was overwhelmed by this strange, utterly evil aura, causing his legs to buckle, and he knelt on one knee, cold sweat soaking his clothes. This is Orochimaru. No, it's 10 times more terrifying than Orochimaru's chakra. Who could it be? Kakashi looked around in horror. Under the guise of the false front, Kakashi could not pinpoint the source of this aura to Naruto. At that moment Naruto had already used his space-time mastery talent to appear directly behind Zabuza's true body. He didn't use any ninjutsu, he simply reached out his pale, seemingly delicate hand and gently pressed it against the nape of Zabuza's neck. The Demon of the Hidden Mist. The title sounds grand, but unfortunately your strength is too weak. A cold, emotionless voice exploded in Zabuza's ear. Zabuza was taken aback just as he attempted to swing his sword in retaliation. An extremely icy black demonic essence surged from that hand into his body. Ugh! Zabuza let out a piercing scream, his decapitating sword clattering to the ground. He clutched his head in agony, collapsing to the ground, convulsing violently. That black demonic essence not only sealed all his chakra pathways but also transformed into a peculiar seal, deeply branding itself on his very soul. Ding! Great Devouring Demon Seed subbody implanted successfully. The host has successfully enslaved Zabuza Momochi's soul. What? What have you done to me? Zabuza stared in terror at the golden-haired boy looking down on him. The pair of dark red kaleidoscope Sharingan instilled in him a despair even more horrifying than death. It's nothing, just changed your master. Naruto's kaleidoscope slowly retracted, turning back into his cerulean eyes. He casually picked up the fallen decapitating sword and effortlessly swung it a couple of times as if it were a toy. From now on, your life, your sword, even your soul belong to me. Obey and become my guard dog in the land of waves. Take care of Kaido and control the shipping routes here. If you dare to harbor even the slightest ill intention. Naruto's lips curled into a cruel smile. That mark will cause your soul to burn in the abyssal demon flames for 10,000 years, unable to live or die. Zabuza looked at Naruto's 12-year-old face, colder than that of a demon, and the last fragment of his rebellious spirit was completely crushed. He understood that what the boy said was true. The feeling of having his soul grasped in someone's hands was unmistakable. I understand, Master. The infamous demon of the hidden mist bowed his head in submission. At that moment a sound of something cutting through the air echoed from the nearby forest. Several shuriken precisely struck the vital points on Zabuza's neck. With a synchronized roll of his eyes, Zabuza fell to the ground, pretending to be dead. A figure wearing a hidden mist umbu mask dropped from the tree, hoisting Zabuza's body. It was Haku. Haku glanced at Naruto with a complex expression. While others might not perceive it, Haku, possessing sensory abilities, clearly felt the terrifying power that had erupted from the golden-haired boy. I am a tracker of the hidden mist, and I will take this body with me. Haku delivered this line, and quickly vanished into the mist. Naruto did not stop him, as he had already left a faint spiritual mark on Haku. A buy one get one free deal. He certainly would not miss a loyal servant with a bloodline limit. As Zabuza and Haku left, the terrifying aura enveloping the battlefield dissipated. The thick fog gradually lifted. Kakashi gasped for breath, struggling to stand. He glanced at the severely injured Sasuke and the fainted Sakura, then at Naruto, who stood there bewildered. Naruto. What just happened? Kakashi's voice was a bit hoarse. Naruto immediately put on a look of shock, even sitting on the ground and bursting into tears. Kakashi-sensei. You scared me to death. Suddenly I felt an extremely terrifying presence, then that bandaged freak collapsed, and another masked person came and took him away. I thought I was going to die. Kakashi furrowed his brow as he looked at Naruto, who was sobbing uncontrollably. That chakra was definitely at the level of a Kage, or even a terrifying existence beyond that. Naruto could not possibly possess such power. Could it be that some hidden strongman happened to pass by and casually dealt with Zabuza? Or were they targeting the Nine Tails? Kakashi's internal alarms blared. He would never have imagined that the one who turned Zabuza into a dog was currently sitting on the ground wiping his tears. Alright, it's over. The mission continues. Let's head to Mr. Dazna's house to treat Sasuke's injuries. Kakashi suppressed his unease and gave the order. Naruto wiped his tears and nodded obediently. He lowered his head, concealing the extremely sarcastic smirk at the corner of his mouth. Kakashi, oh Kakashi, your proud analytical skills seem like a joke in front of me. The surveillance network of Konoha has already failed in this country. Kato's wealth, the shipping routes of the land of waves, Zabuza's military strength. My unilateral everlasting first cornerstone has been laid. In the land of waves at Tazuna's home, Kakashi lay bettered once again, his Sharingan overtaxed after the encounter with Zabuza. Meanwhile Sasuke, his injuries barely healed, began a grueling chakra control exercise, climbing trees driven by a nameless frustration and simmering rage. Thud. Sasuke tumbled from the trunk, yet again landing flat on his back. Sakura beside him gasped in alarm. Beneath another tree, Naruto charged forward clumsily, only to slip and slide down 2 or 3 meters above the ground. Drenched in sweat and panting heavily, he appeared even more disheveled than Sasuke. A true deadlast, despite possessing vast reserves of chakra, his control was abysmal. Sasuke wiped dirt from the corner of his mouth and sneered coldly. Naruto turned his head, feigning defiance. Shut up. I'll climb higher than you, Sasuke. Yet deep within he stifled a bored yawn. Such rudimentary chakra control, akin to a toddler's first steps, was nothing but farcical before the perfection of the sage body. Even a single strand of hair could channel chakra with such precision that it could embroider a blooming flower. Still indulging these self-important insects in their little charade made for pleasant diversion, Naruto continued his clumsy performance until nightfall. Deep in a secluded forest hideout in the land of waves under thick mist, Zabuza sat upon a battered chair. Though White had treated the wound around his neck, the soul-deep tremor lingered, casting a pall of grim shadow across his icy features. Master Zabuza, are you unharmed? That man's power. White stood nearby, his androgynous beauty etched with genuine concern. At that very moment, a low hum resonated as the air at the center of the hideout rippled unnaturally. No chakra fluctuation heralded it, no hand seals were formed. A figure draped in black robes and wearing a featureless pure white mask materialized before them, silent, spectral, as if conjured from oblivion itself. Flying Thunder God technique. Zabuza's pupils contracted violently. He shot upright, only to collapse instantly onto both knees, overwhelmed by an absolute soul-shattering compulsion to obey. Master! His voice rasped thick with awe. The so-called dead last who stumbled climbing trees before Konoha Genin now loomed like a sovereign risen from the abyss, exuding suffocating tyrannical dread. White, though stunned, dropped instantly to one knee, head bowed low. Naruto strode to the lone chair, sat with deliberate nonchalance, and gazed down upon them both. You will raid his treasury tonight. Leave no survivors. Hang Kato's head from the pier of the bridge of the land of waves. Then seize all his shipping routes, smuggling networks, and financial infrastructure, in your name. I shall transform the land of waves into my own Umbu. At those words a feral bloodthirsty gleam flared in Zabuza's eyes. Mass murder, conquest, dominion, these were his arts. As you command, master. By dawn Kato will cease to exist in the land of waves. Naruto nodded, then turned his gaze toward White, who knelt silently beside Zabuza. You are White. Naruto's gaze seemed to pierce through the mask, striking straight into White's soul. White shuddered faintly and whispered, Yes, Lord. You would die without hesitation, as mere tool, to protect Zabuza, correct? Naruto asked, tone flat. I am Master Zabuza's tool. I would sacrifice my life at any moment if it serves Master Zabuza. His voice held unwavering resolve, no hesitation, no doubt. A foolish bond. Naruto scoffed coldly. Since Zabuza is now my dog, you, his tool, are mine as well. I have no use for weak tools. Without warning, Naruto extended his hand and gripped the air before White. White choked out a pained groan as his chakra erupted violently within him. Ding! Grand Devouring Demon Art activated, purifying target's ice release bloodline. Thin threads of black demonic energy surged through the void into White's body. Yet these energies did not consume his chakra. Under Naruto's exquisite control they moved like surgical blades, slicing away chaotic chakra residues, forcibly refining the fragile ice release lineage coursing through White's veins. In 10 seconds flat, when Naruto withdrew his hand, White collapsed gasping raggedly upon the floor. Yet she stared in disbelief. Though her chakra reserves remained unchanged, the purity of her ice release had multiplied manyfold. Where once she could only conjure ordinary ice crystals, she now sensed she could freeze ambient moisture into unbreakable glacial hard ice with a mere thought. Is this divine miracle? Zabuza watched the terrifying chill radiating from White, and felt his reverence for this enigmatic master ascend to utter awe. This is merely a taste of what lies ahead. Naruto rose, brushing non-existent dust from his cloak. Now go, cleanse Kado utterly. In a few days perform your final act upon the bridge of the Land of Waves, alongside Kakashi and his team. Remember, you must fall to the bond and fiery spirit of Team 7. Should you betray the slightest hint, should you shatter my flawless persona in Konoha? A lethal crimson lotus flickered once more in Naruto's eyes. You will learn firsthand what true hell entails. The air shimmered again. Naruto vanished. Only Zabuza and White remained kneeling motionless in the hideout, too awestruck, too terrified to rise. White! Zabuza drew a slow breath, eyes alight with reverence, for power, for dominion. Our master may well turn the entire shinobi world into his slaughterhouse. The next morning, sunlight radiant, birdsong sweet. Villagers of the Land of Waves trembled with terror, then erupted in ecstatic joy. Kado the tyrant who had bled them dry for years hung grotesquely from the unfinished bridge's entrance, his severed head displayed high. His opulent mansion burned fiercely. Its riches were gone. 200 ronin, slaughtered without mercy, their bodies reduced to ash and silence. Divine retribution. The gods themselves have struck him down. We are saved. Tears streamed down villagers' faces. At Tozuna's house, Kakashi, just awakened, dropped his copy of Ika Paradise in stunned disbelief. Kado is dead. Annihilated overnight, by a method so precise, so ruthless. Kakashi's lone eye narrowed with grave intensity. Who could have done this? Could it be Zabuza? No, merely a rogue ninja. He kills for profit, yes, but lacks the force, the coordination to obliterate an armed syndicate in a single night. Then, has a new hidden terror emerged in the shinobi world? As Kakashi brooded, sensing he'd stumbled into a conspiracy of staggering scale. Whoa! Sensei Kakashi, look! I've reached the treetop. I'm faster than Sasuke. A familiar boisterous cry echoed from outside the window. Kakashi opened the window. There, perched precariously on a branch, grinning with golden-haired exuberance, was Naruto. Below, Sasuke clenched his teeth in silent fury. Kakashi's furrowed brow finally eased. Well then, let the Hokage bear the weight of the collapsing sky. At least these children continue growing step by steady step. A rare warm smile softened his face. But atop the tree, Naruto's back faced Kakashi, and his grin dissolved into a cold, satisfied smirk as he gazed toward Kado's burning estate on the horizon. Phase 1 complete, the Land of Waves secured. Enjoy your illusion of peace, Konoha. The true abyss has only just begun to yawn wide before you. In the Land of Waves, upon the unfinished bridge, thick fog once again enveloped the area. This was the meticulously arranged film set orchestrated by Zabuza and Haku following Naruto's script. Kakashi, today is your day of reckoning. Zabuza brandished his decapitating blade, engaging Kakashi in fierce combat. Yet, in the shadows, he murmured in a voice so low that only he could hear, when will this damned play ever end? Fighting against ninjas of this caliber requires holding back, which is more exhausting than killing. On the other side, Haku had already unleashed her bloodline limit. Secret technique: mirror ice crystals. Dozens of smooth mirror-like ice walls rose from the ground, forming a gigantic hemisphere that trapped Naruto and Sasuke tightly within. Haku's figure darted through each ice mirror, as if countless Hakus existed simultaneously. You cannot escape. Haku's voice was ethereal and cold. Countless Saban shot toward Naruto and Sasuke like a torrential rain from all directions. In the original story, this battle was incredibly brutal. But now, it hurts like hell. Naruto was accurately pierced by several Saban in his shoulder and thigh, letting out a scream as he fell to the ground. But upon closer inspection, one would realize that those Saban hadn't even pierced his capillaries. They were perfectly lodged in the skin due to the abnormal muscle density of his perfected sage mode. Sasuke, however, was different. Sasuke was desperately wielding kunai to block already wounded. He was gasping for breath, his eyes filled with extreme reluctance and despair. Why? Can't I even defeat this guy? How can I possibly kill that man? Sasuke's heart roared in madness. The thirst for power, the hatred for Itachi, and the fear of death reached their peak at this moment. Now is the time. Naruto, lying on the ground, slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Through the soul link with Zabuza in his mind, he issued a command: have Haku apply some pressure to force him to activate his eyes. Haku, receiving the command, sharpened her gaze. Swish. A denser rain of Saban poured down, this time all aimed at Sasuke's vital points. You bastard! Sasuke shouted angrily. In the extreme life-and-death crisis and emotional stimulation, the Indra's essence deep within his eyes was finally ignited. Buzz. Sasuke's eyes instantly turned blood red. Left eye with a single tomo, right eye with double tomo. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan finally awakened in this extremely weakened genius. I can see it. I can see your movements. Sasuke shouted in ecstasy, the insight of the Sharingan allowing him to barely catch Haku's trajectory through the ice mirrors. However, Sasuke had no idea that this hard-earned Sharingan activation had opened the floodgates. Detected that the Indra reincarnation host successfully awakened the Sharingan. Ding! The great devouring demon seed entered deep absorption mode. At the moment Sasuke was feeling proud, the demon seed hidden deep within his brain like a shark smelling blood began to frantically devour the most pure Uchiha ocular power that Sasuke had just awakened. Ugh! Just as Sasuke struck a cool counterattack pose, he suddenly felt an intense pain deep within his brain, as if it were being torn apart. Blood even uncontrollably trickled from his right eye. My eye. What's happening? Is my chakra draining? Terrified, Sasuke fell to his knees. The recently activated Sharingan, having lost more than half of its ocular power in an instant, was on the verge of regressing to normal eyes. Meanwhile, Naruto, lying on the ground, heard a heavenly system notification sound in his mind. Ding. Successfully plundered the supreme Indra ocular power source. Host extreme darkness kaleidoscope heritage significantly enhanced. Ocular power recovery speed 50. Spiritual power limit broke through. Feeling the increasingly profound and terrifying power in his eyes, Naruto sighed in satisfaction. Sasuke, oh Sasuke, you truly did not disappoint me. This first batch of leeks has been quite plump. With the play reaching this point, it's time to end it. If we continued, Sasuke's poor foundation might truly be ruined, which would not be beneficial for future long-term harvesting. Suddenly Naruto cradled his head in his hands and let out a roar akin to a beast. Sasuke. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Boom. A surge of extremely violent, visibly dark red chakra erupted from Naruto's body, soaring into the sky. The chakra cloak of the Nine Tails instantly enveloped his entire body. What? What kind of chakra is this? So evil, so massive. Kakashi outside was alarmed, thinking to himself, not good, has the seal loosened again. Haku in the ice mirrors felt this terrifying pressure as if it were a tangible force and pretended to display fear. Monster. Boom. Naruto casually threw a punch, even using less than 1/10 of his strength. The mirror ice crystals, which could withstand crank ninjutsu bombardment, shattered instantly like fragile glass under the impact of this dark red chakra. Haku was violently thrown back by the shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out blood, actually biting her tongue, pretending to have lost her fighting capability. Haku. In the distance, Zabuza, seeing this, immediately feigned a slash to push Kakashi back, then using the cover of the fog instantly appeared before Haku. Kakashi. You got lucky. Let's call it a day. Zabuza delivered a fierce line as per the script, then picked up Haku and vanished without a trace. He ran away decisively. After all, facing a demon king who could turn their souls to ashes at any moment, Zabuza didn't want to stay a second longer, even for acting. With Zabuza and Haku's escape, the fog finally dissipated completely. The dark red chakra enveloping Naruto also rapidly faded. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, pretending to be exhausted and unconscious. A few days later, the villagers of the Land of Waves held a naming ceremony for the bridge, Naruto Bridge. Amidst the villagers' cheers and tears of gratitude, Team 7 set off on their journey back to Konoha. On the way home, Kakashi walked in the lead, looking at the intimate paradise in his hands, yet his peripheral vision was constantly observing the 3 students behind him. Sakura was still fussing over Sasuke, while Sasuke wore a gloomy expression, occasionally touching his eyes that ached slightly from forcibly activating the Sharingan. As for Naruto, he had his hands clasped behind his head, whistling, looking carefree and silly. But in Kakashi's heart, he had written a very complex mission report: mission in the Land of Waves completed. Abnormal situation 1. Zabuza and Haku seemed to be controlled or warned by an unknown force hidden in the shadows, ultimately choosing to retreat voluntarily. Abnormal situation 2. Uchiha Sasuke successfully activated the Sharingan, but its ocular power was extremely unstable, seemingly affected by unknown factors, requiring detailed examination after returning to the village. Abnormal situation 3. Uzumaki Naruto, in extreme anger, once again unleashed the Ninetales chakra, even shattering the bloodline limit's ice crystals. His emotions remained the greatest hidden danger of the seal. However, the will he unleashed to protect his companions is commendable. This report will perfectly cover up all the truths that transpired in the Land of Waves. The higher-ups in Konoha will never know that the most profitable maritime route in the Land of Waves has already changed hands, nor will anyone know that the genius they viewed as Konoha's hope possessing Uchiha blood has had his foundation almost completely drained by the golden-haired boy next to him who was smiling the brightest. Ding! The mission of the mastermind behind the scenes in the Land of Waves has been perfectly completed. The system is calculating rewards. After returning to Konoha, life seemed to regain its tranquility. Yet beneath this calm the undercurrents surged more violently than ever before. The Chunin exam was approaching and elite genin from various countries began to enter Konoha one after another. On the streets of Konoha, unfamiliar faces wearing the forehead protectors of other ninja villages could be seen from time to time. On the rooftop of the ninja school, the 3 members of Team 7 had just submitted their applications for the Chunin exam. Listen up, the Chunin exam is no joke. There can even be instances of killing. Kakashi rarely became serious. Sasuke, your Sharingan has just awakened and your ocular power is still unstable. Do not engage in reckless battles against strong enemies. Naruto, please. Try not to cause trouble for everyone. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei. I will definitely make those guys from other villages regret it. Naruto confidently patted his chest. Kakashi sighed helplessly, then vanished in a puff of white smoke. At that moment a hoarse, deep voice laced with amusement echoed from a distance. It seems the new sprouts of Konoha are quite spirited. The 3 turned around to see a woman wearing the forehead protector of the grass village with a cold expression and long black hair had appeared at the edge of the rooftop. Her snake-like pupils were fixed intensely on Sasuke. Who are you? Sasuke gripped his kunai warily, sensing the dangerous aura emanating from the woman before him. That aura even caused his recently awakened Sharingan to tingle painfully. Me. I'm just a passerby with a keen interest in the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. The woman extended her long tongue, licking her lips with a glint of greed in her eyes. Orochimaru. Beneath the surface of naive clarity a hint of mockery flashed in Naruto's seemingly innocent eyes. The greatest scientist in the ninja world, one of the legendary Sannin Orochimaru. You've finally arrived. In Naruto's perception of malice, Orochimaru's hostility and greed towards Sasuke shone like a searchlight in the night. Want to lay a hand on Sasuke? You'll have to go through me first. Naruto dutifully played the role of the hot-blooded fool, shouting loudly as he charged directly at Orochimaru. Boring insect. Orochimaru didn't even glance at Naruto, simply waving his hand. A powerful gust of wind instantly sent Naruto flying, crashing heavily into the wire mesh. Naruto! Sakura exclaimed. At this level there's no need to embarrass yourself. Orochimaru sneered coldly, his form dissolving into a swirl of dirt, disappearing from the spot. Only Sasuke remained standing, gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with anger from being humiliated. Meanwhile Naruto, who had been thrown aside. He rubbed his back, which had no pain at all, and a glimmer of extremely dangerous light flashed in his lowered eyes. Such pure released chakra. Orochimaru, it seems you have invested considerable effort in your soul for the sake of immortality. The Konoha Collapse Plan. What a splendid script. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, Danzo, and Orochimaru. Let you all tear each other apart. I will collect my spoils at the end of this feast. A few days later, the first round of the Chunin exam, the written test, was to be held. The head examiner Morinoa Biki from the Konoha Interrogation Department presided over this exam, which tested both information-gathering abilities and psychological endurance. In the original story, Naruto submitted a blank paper and boldly passed the exam with sheer enthusiasm. However, he was too lazy to play the role of the hot-blooded fool a second time. In the exam hall, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The 10th question. Ibiki's scarred face appeared exceptionally sinister as he began his infamous psychological tactics. Many candidates, unable to withstand the pressure, voluntarily raised their hands to forfeit. Naruto sat at his desk, his pen spinning rapidly. With the enhancements of Sage Body and the great devouring magic, my mental power could easily cover the entire exam hall. Plus, with the all-seeing insight of the extreme darkness Mangekyo, this so-called cheating exam was practically transparent to me. In just 3 minutes, Naruto had memorized the answers of Sasuke, Hinata, and even the Umbu examiners without missing a word, perfectly replicating them on his own test paper. Then he began to lay his head on the desk and fell into a deep sleep. That Naruto Uzumaki actually fell asleep. The proctoring Chunin stared incredulously at this scene. Ibiki frowned and walked over to Naruto, glancing at his neatly filled-out test paper, and was suddenly taken aback. All correct. How is that possible? I didn't notice him using any jutsu or cheating methods. Could it be? He answered these questions that far exceeded a genin's knowledge with just his own abilities. Ibiki's gaze towards Naruto changed. For the first time he felt that this legendary Kyuubi brat might be hiding a terrifying talent that even the third Hokage had not discovered. Of course, all of this was within Naruto's calculations. He no longer needed to act like a complete fool by appropriately showcasing a bit of talent. It would neither arouse suspicion nor lead the Konoha higher-ups to think he was devoid of potential. The written test came to a successful end. Next up was the most brutal segment of the Chunin exam, the second round, the Forest of Death. This was a slaughter ground with no rules. Team 7 obtained the Heaven Scroll and entered the primitive forest that overshadowed the sky. Within less than half a day of entering the forest, they encountered trouble. A gigantic python suddenly lunged down from the treetops, swallowing Naruto whole. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were horrified. Inside the belly of the giant snake, Naruto looked expressionlessly at the nauseating digestive fluid around him. Orochimaru, have you finally lost your patience and decided to lay a hand on Sasuke? This low-level summoning beast dares to swallow me. Without even forming hand seals, Naruto coldly uttered a single word: break. Boom. The great devouring magic erupted instantaneously. The giant snake let out a piercing scream. Its massive body shrank visibly in less than 3 seconds as all its chakra and flesh essence were instantaneously devoured by Naruto's black magic energy. Bang! The remnants of the giant snake exploded and Naruto emerged unscathed from within. Meanwhile, not far away on a clearing, Sasuke and Sakura were cornered to the brink of despair by Orochimaru's terrifying killing intent. Who are you? Sasuke activated his Sharingan, but his legs continued to tremble uncontrollably. Orochimaru removed the human skin mask from his face, revealing a pale, sinister visage. My name is Orochimaru. Uchiha Sasuke, your eyes are even more outstanding than your brother's. I crave your body. Orochimaru licked his lips and his form instantly transformed into countless venomous snakes charging towards Sasuke. Fire, release great fireball technique. Sasuke fought back desperately, the massive fireball incinerating the snakes, but Orochimaru's true form had already appeared behind him. Too slow. Orochimaru's neck elongated like a snake, his mouth filled with poisonous fangs lunging fiercely at Sasuke's neck. This is to plant the cursed seal of heaven. At this critical moment, whoosh! A kunai whistled through the air, barely grazing Orochimaru's cheek, pinning itself into a nearby tree trunk. Had Orochimaru not turned his head, that kunai would have surely blinded him. Orochimaru paused momentarily, turning to look. There stood Naruto on a branch not far away, still wearing that irreverent smile. Hey, you androgynous guy, let go of my comrade! Naruto shouted loudly. But beneath the facade of naivete, his heart was wildly calculating. Orochimaru's curse seal of heaven was essentially a mix of his own soul fragments and sage chakra. If this were to be planted on Sasuke, it would mean Orochimaru had marked him within his body as well. My field of leeks cannot allow others to interfere. Oh. You managed to escape from my summoning snake's belly. It seems the QB brat isn't entirely useless. Orochimaru squinted his eyes, abandoning the idea of immediately biting Sasuke. But do you think with your meager power you can stop me? How would you know without trying? Naruto formed hand seals, multiple shadow clone technique. Hundreds of Narutos instantly filled the clearing, roaring as they charged towards Orochimaru. Boring trick. Orochimaru formed hand seals, wind, release, great breakthrough. A violent gale instantly shredded dozens of shadow clones. But amidst the chaos, the real Naruto had mixed in with the clones, silently closing in on Orochimaru. Bang! Naruto's fist slammed towards Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru scoffed disdainfully, casually blocking the attack. However, at the moment their fists met, the dark red blood lotus flickered again in Naruto's eyes. Great devouring magic, dark seed separation. A minuscule, almost imperceptible black magic energy, unnoticed even by Orochimaru's senses, silently drilled into Orochimaru's body along Naruto's fist. This magic energy was different from the one planted in Sasuke's body. It was more like an invisible locator and listening device lurking deep within Orochimaru's soul. It wouldn't consume power but would sync all of Orochimaru's perceptions, even the sequence of hand seals for every jutsu he would cast in the future, back to Naruto. Orochimaru frowned slightly, feeling a chill in chakra pass through that last punch, but when he focused he found nothing. Was it an illusion? Orochimaru didn't think much more, kicking Naruto away with a swift motion. Naruto crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, fake, and fainted. Looking at the fallen Naruto and the trembling Sasuke, Orochimaru felt he had lost interest. Fine, let's end it here for today. Orochimaru approached Sasuke, his gaze filled with unabashed fervor. Sasuke, if you want power, come find me. In this greenhouse called Konoha, your Sharingan will never truly blossom. With that, Orochimaru's neck suddenly elongated, and in an instant he sank his teeth into Sasuke's neck. Aya! Sasuke let out a heart-wrenching scream. A black curse seal in the shape of a 3-demo appeared on his neck, then his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Orochimaru licked the blood from the corner of his mouth with satisfaction, transforming into a whirlwind and vanishing into the forest, leaving behind a crying Sakura and the unconscious Sasuke and Naruto. In the meantime, the unconscious Naruto heard the system's prompt sound in his mind: ding. Successfully implanted a hidden magic seed in the depths of Orochimaru's soul. Ding. Detected the curse seal of heaven implanted in Sasuke's body. System prompt: would you like the great devouring magic seed to immediately devour the cursed seal of heaven? No, keep it. Naruto chuckled coldly in his heart. Orochimaru's curse seal contains sage chakra from the dragon cave and fragments of his soul. Devouring it now would be a waste. He'll wait for Sasuke to develop this curse seal to its second state in despair, letting the sage chakra within fully mature, then he'll reap the rewards. Orochimaru, do you think you planted a seed of control in Sasuke? You have no idea that you're applying the highest grade fertilizer to my leeks. The third round of the Chunin examined the official arena. The stands are filled with excited voices as the villagers of Konoha and the daimyos from various countries eagerly await the thrilling duel. At the high podium, Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, sits beside the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi with a glint of sinister coldness in his eyes. Just as the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara reaches a fever pitch, boom! A violent explosion suddenly occurs in the center of the stands and countless illusory feathers fall, causing numerous spectators to instantly fall asleep. Attack! Orochimaru tears off his disguise, moving like lightning as he seizes Hiruzen Sarutobi, and they quickly rush to the roof. Ninjutsu 4 Purple Flames Formation. The Sound Force swiftly form a formation, creating a massive purple barrier that completely isolates the master and disciple from the outside world. The plan to destroy Konoha has officially begun. Everywhere are shouts of battle as the allied forces of the Sand and Sound Ninja rampage through Konoha. Inside the barrier, Hiruzen Sarutobi gazes at his once most esteemed disciple, his eyes filled with pain and determination. Orochimaru, you have finally come to this point. Today, even if it costs my life, I will cleanse our ranks. Old man, you are too old. This decaying tree of Konoha should have been uprooted long ago. Orochimaru laughs maniacally, quickly forming hand seals, and lets you see what true power is. Summoning technique: Impure World Reincarnation. 3 coffins inscribed with the characters for 1, 2, and 4 slowly rise from the ground. However, due to Orochimaru's current ninjutsu being incomplete, and because Minato Namikaze's soul is trapped in the Shinigami's belly, the coffin inscribed with 4 sinks back halfway. Even so, the appearance of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama still plunges Hiruzen Sarutobi into despair. The first Hokage, the second Hokage. To actually use the dead to toy with such a blasphemous ninjutsu. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes widen in anger. A fierce battle erupts within the barrier. Though proficient in 5 nature transformations, Hiruzen quickly falls at a disadvantage against the 2 immortal former Hokages, his body covered in wounds and his chakra nearly depleted. It seems I can only use that technique, even if it costs my soul. Hiruzen Sarutobi bites his finger, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Sealing technique Shiki Fujin. A massive, hideous Shinigami phantom biting a dagger slowly materializes behind Hiruzen Sarutobi. What is that thing? Orochimaru looks at the Shinigami, instinctively feeling a chill deep in his soul. Hiruzen Sarutobi, expending his last strength, allows the Shinigami's hand to pierce through his body, seizing the souls of the first and second Hokage, sealing them within the Shinigami's form while also capturing Orochimaru's soul. Orochimaru, your ambition ends here. Come with me to hell. Hiruzen Sarutobi roars, desperately trying to pull out Orochimaru's soul. Damn old man. Orochimaru, in a state of terror, frantically drives the Kusanagi sword to pierce Hiruzen's chest, trying to stop him. The chakra and souls of both are caught in an exceedingly dangerous tug-of-war. However, neither Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru, nor the anxious Umbu waiting outside notice. On a high tower hundreds of meters away from the roof, a figure wearing a featureless mask and a black cloak quietly observes everything. In his eyes a dark red Sharingan spins wildly. The time has come. A cruel smile appears at the corner of Naruto's mouth. Hidden Devil Seed activate. Within the barrier, Orochimaru is using all his strength to contend with the Shinigami when suddenly he feels an indescribable pain emanating from the depths of his soul. That sensation is like an invisible claw suddenly tearing violently at his soul. Aya! Orochimaru lets out an extremely mournful scream. The sudden pain causes him to instantly lose control over his chakra. Though Hiruzen Sarutobi does not know what is happening, he immediately seizes this opportunity. Seal. The Shinigami's hand suddenly yanks. No. As Orochimaru's desperate roar echoes, his soul-bound arms forming hand seals are violently severed by the Shinigami's dagger and swallowed into its belly. Orochimaru. Your hands. I have taken them. The will of fire of Konoha will never be extinguished. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiles contentedly before passing away, collapsing heavily on the rooftop. My hands. My hands can no longer form seals. Old man. Orochimaru painfully clutches his numb hand, staring at Hiruzen Sarutobi's corpse, his eyes filled with resentment and terror. But Orochimaru has no idea that the true betrayal comes not from Hiruzen Sarutobi. And above in the tower, Naruto watches as the Shinigami swallows the souls of the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Orochimaru's hands, and then the Shinigami's phantom begins to slowly dissipate. Trying to escape. Naruto's eyes widen, activating the ultimate Sharingan to its peak. Great Devouring Magic Soul Chain. Buzz. Several thick chains burning with black flames cross the spatial distance, ignoring the barriers of the four purple flames formation, and instantly pierce into the vanishing Shinigami's body. Roar. The Shinigami, who previously had no self-awareness, emits a painful low growl the moment it is burned by the demonic flames. It attempts to sever the chains with its dagger, but the black demonic flames not only can't be cut, they instead spread up the dagger to engulf its body. You dare to scheme against even a true deity, let alone you, a mere tool summoned by ninjutsu. Naruto suddenly yanks with both hands. Spit it out for me. Under the terrifying devouring force, the Shinigami's phantom twists violently. With a pop, 3 luminous spheres of soul essence, the first, second, and Orochimaru's hands are forcibly pulled out from the Shinigami's belly by Naruto. Then Naruto kicks the now defenseless Shinigami phantom away. Ding. Detected supreme soul origin. Would you like to devour it immediately? Devouring the souls of the first and second Hokages. As for Orochimaru's hands, Naruto looks at the essence of Orochimaru's soul in his hand, a glint of extreme malice flashing in his eyes. Seal it in my ultimate dark space. Orochimaru loves to study, doesn't he? If he behaves well in the future, perhaps I can throw him a bone and return these hands. Ding. Great devouring magic begins refining. Boom. The overwhelming wood release origin of Senju Hashirama and the unfathomable water release and space-time origin of Senju Tobarama instantly surge into Naruto's body. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring the soul of the first Hokage. Perfect sage body fully restored. The host has gained the ability to release wood release. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring the soul of the second Hokage. The host's water release talent has reached its peak. Flying Thunder God technique proficiency has reached perfection. Feeling the power within him surging like a cosmic explosion, Naruto comfortably closes his eyes. Now in his full state, he is absolutely confident in crushing even Pain Nagato. At this moment, the barrier in the distance has been lifted. The sound four flee in panic with the handless Orochimaru. Konoha still burns in the flames of war. Naruto removes his mask and stows away his cloak, instantly transforming back into the seemingly disheveled underdog. He quietly returns to the ground using the Flying Thunder God technique, then deliberately smears some dirt on his face, pretending to be a weary warrior rushing towards the Konohagakure ninja camp that is tending to the wounded. Kakashi-sensei. Iruka-sensei. Are you alright? Naruto shouts loudly. Seeing that Naruto is safe, Kakashi breathes a sigh of relief. Naruto, where have you been? The village has been attacked, the Hokage. Kakashi's eyes dim. Naruto immediately feigns a shocked and devastated expression. What happened to Grandpa Third? I don't believe it. Grandpa Third is so strong, how could he possibly die? His eyes redden, his fists clenched tightly, tears streaming down uncontrollably. At this moment his acting even fools himself. The surrounding Konohagakure ninjas watch as this usually mischievous little fox cries over the death of the Hokage, a complex emotion rising in their hearts. Cry, cry freely, you fools of Konohagakure. Naruto lays an Iruka's embrace, weeping loudly. But deep within his heart, in that absolute rational space cloaked by the ultimate dark Sharingan, a crown forged from countless bones and blood is slowly taking shape. Hiruzen Sarutobi, your death has opened the curtain on the end of the old era. And I, Uzumaki Naruto, know the absolute tyrant shall build a new world of absolute dominance upon your bones. Ding. The behind-the-scenes manipulation mission of the Konoha collapse plan has been successfully completed. System evaluation: you are not only a chess player, but also the demon king who overturns the chessboard. The glory of past Hokages has become the stepping stone for your ascent to the pinnacle. The funeral of the third Hokage concluded beneath a ceaseless somber rain. To select a new Hokage, the Konoha High Council dispatched Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, to locate Tsunade. Naruto Uzumaki, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, naturally accompanied Jiraiya under the pretext of training, though in truth he was being shielded from the Akatsuki's covetous gaze. In the dim corridor of a lodging house in Tanzaku Town, Jiraiya, predictably, vanished and snared by a voluptuous woman's genjutsu. Alone on the floor of his room, Naruto idly twirled a shuriken between his fingers, a cold knowing smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Konoha's Sannin Orochimaru, a deranged obsessive consumed by immortality, Jiraiya, a lecherous fool obsessed with flesh and folly. How such men ever earned renown remains a mystery. Suddenly an almost imperceptible footfall echoed outside the door. Ding. Hostile perception activated. 2 cage-level chakra signatures approached. One pulsed with an exceptionally dense Indra origin chakra, Mangekyo level. So, they had finally arrived at Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. Naruto did not rise. He merely narrowed his eyes, drawing inward the cataclysmic chakra coiled within him, concealing it perfectly beneath a mask of feigned innocence mimicking the unguarded vulnerability of a mere genin. Knock. Knock. The door swung open. 2 figures stood silhouetted in the threshold, robed in black cloaks adorned with crimson clouds, their faces shadowed by wide-brimmed straw hats. Itachi's crimson Three-Demo Sharingan locked onto Naruto with glacial indifference, while Kisame bared a cruel fanged grin. So this is the Nine-Tails brat. Looks like nothing but a clueless fool, Kisame sneered, drawing Samahata from his back. Let's sever his limbs, Atakasama, and take him before he squirms away. At the very instant Kisame moved to strike, bang! The window at the corridor's end shattered inward. A black-haired youth burst through, radiating savage, murderous intent, his blood-red eyes locked unblinkingly upon Itachi Uchiha. Uchiha. Itachi. Sasuke ground out the name, voice raw as though scraped from the depths of hell itself. Oh. You've tracked us down after all. Itachi turned, his gaze serene, utterly unruffled. What followed unfolded precisely as foretold. Sasuke lunged forward, reckless and desperate, only to be seized midair, slammed against the wall like a ragdoll, and subjected to a merciless, brutal beating. The sickening crack of breaking bone reverberated down the corridor. Nearby Naruto crouched, trembling, feigning paralysis under Kisame's killing intent, while inside he roared with silent, exultant laughter. Go on, strike harder. Within Naruto's perception, every blow Itachi delivered sent Sasuke's hatred and humiliation surging geometrically. And deep within Sasuke's mind, the great devouring demon seed, a parasitic entity, pumped like a monstrous engine, siphoning the volatile trauma-fueled Indra chakra erupting from Sasuke's psyche, channeling it relentlessly into Naruto himself. Ding. Massive absorption of mutated Indra origin essence. Host's ultimate darkness Mangekyo ocular power ceiling increased by 10. You are too weak. Why are you so weak? Because your hatred is still insufficient. Itachi's fingers closed around Sasuke's throat, his Three-Demo Sharingan instantly morphing into 3 spinning shuriken. Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsukuyami. Sasuke screamed once, then collapsed, foaming at the mouth, his spirit utterly shattered. Gazing down at Sasuke's broken form, a flicker of unbearable anguish passed, almost imperceptibly, across Itachi's eyes. Yet he masked it flawlessly, turning instead toward Naruto. Ninetales, come with us. Itachi advanced slowly. To prevent Naruto from lashing out or summoning Jiraiya with a cry, he resolved to subdue him first, through genjutsu. His Mangekyo, still faintly bloodshot from Tsukuyami's exertion, locked directly onto Naruto's wide, terrified cerulean eyes. Tsukuyami. VRRR. The world bleached of color, dissolving into a vast, suffocating scarlet. A crimson moon hung motionless in the sky. Naruto found himself bound to a colossal crucifix surrounded by countless Itachi Uchihas, each gripping a kunai. Within this realm, time, space, and mass obey my will alone. Itachi's voice echoed from every direction, cold, detached, absolute. For 72 hours I shall pierce your body again and again, until agony renders you unconscious. Shink. A kunai plunged into Naruto's abdomen. As Itachi anticipated, this untested boy, unscarred by true suffering, should have shrieked in excruciating pain. Yet, no scream came. Bound to the crucifix, Naruto slowly lowered his head, gazing down at the illusory blade embedded in his gut. Then, before Itachi's stunned eyes, Naruto's shoulders began to tremble. Heh heh. Ha 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 ha. The low chuckle swelled, bursting into unrestrained, savage, scathing laughter that thundered across the crimson void of Tsukuyami itself. What do you laugh at? Itachi's brow furrowed. A profound, inexplicable dread coiled in his chest. I laugh at you, like a clown juggling tricks before a dragon. Naruto lifted his face. His clear azure eyes shattered, not physically, but spiritually, splintering like glass. In their place blazed a pair of ultimate darkness Mangekyo, deeper, darker, more malevolent, more absolute than Itachi's own, blooming like twin blood lotuses of purest abyss. Ultimate darkness Mangekyo, divine authority suppression. Boom. An indescribable cosmic ocular force erupted from Naruto's eyes, the shockwave of a primordial supernova. Crack. Crack crack crack. Itachi's inviolable Tsukuyami domain, the blood-red sky, the infinite crucifixes, shuddered, then fractured like brittle crystal under that overwhelming pressure. Impossible. Itachi's composure shattered. This was his inner world, where even cage-level minds were helpless prey. Yet here stood a 12-year-old blonde boy, whose mere ocular energy threatened to rupture the very fabric of Tsukuyomi by sheer outward projection. And those, Mangekyo Sharingan. How could Minato Namikaze's son possess them? Daring to manipulate soul and space before me. You're courting death. Naruto snarled. The crucifix binding him disintegrated into dust. He didn't escape Tsukuyomi, he seized dominion over it. With the thought the collapsing realm reassembled, the blood moon became an ink-black singularity, the legion of Itachis dissolved into ash. In their stead 13 serpentine chains, wreathed in 9 hell demon flame, lashed forth, coiling around Itachi's core self and pinning him immovably in the void. Ugh! Itachi grunted. The moment the black flame touched him, his soul seared, consumed by agonizing, devouring fire. The tide had turned, utterly. Now Naruto held sovereignty. Itachi the prey. Itachi Uchiha, you fool who slaughtered your own parents, your entire clan, for the sake of a hollow village. Naruto slid his hands into his pockets and strolled forward, calm as if ambling through his own garden, stopping before the chained Itachi. Your vaunted sacrifice. Your flawless script. To me, it's nothing but a grotesque, pitiful farce. Who are you? Itachi stared, voice trembling, not from pain but from soul-deep torment. He could not reconcile this abyssal godlike entity before him with the loud, foolish boy who'd once screamed about becoming Hokage. That is irrelevant. What matters is whether you wish to witness your precious brother's current state. Naruto snapped his fingers. Before them bloomed a vast spiritual water mirror. Within its surface shimmered an anatomical scan of Sasuke's unconscious form in the corridor beyond, the image zooming deep into his skull where a pitch-black seed pulsed with palpable ancient malice. Tendrils, like vampiric roots, extended from the seed, draining Sasuke's ocular power and chakra without pause. And the source of that drain, the very nexus of the theft, was Naruto himself. What have you done to him? Itachi's eyes widened in horror, his feigned composure obliterated, his mask of control utterly gone. Can't you tell? I'm raising him, like livestock. Naruto leaned close, whispering into Itachi's ear with venomous delight. The more you torment him, the more he hates you, the more Indra chakra he generates. And every drop becomes fertilizer for these eyes. Itachi Uchiha, you bore all guilt, lived in darkness, sacrificed everything, so Sasuke might grow strong. How tragic, that the avenger you forged with such devotion is merely a chakra battery I keep in captivity. Every sacrifice you made, every sin you shouldered, serves only me. How does it feel, being the tailor who stitches another's wedding gown? Killing, not just the body, but the soul. Listening to Naruto's words, watching Sasuke's ravaged chakra pathways reflected in the mirror, a despair so absolute, so annihilating, engulfed Itachi's spirit. His celebrated intellect, his meticulously orchestrated tragedy, all culminated not in redemption but in delivering his beloved brother straight into the maw of a demon far more terrible than Madara Uchiha himself. I'll kill you. Itachi thrashed wildly, yet the demon flame chains constricted tighter. Sure, don't get excited. Naruto raised a single finger, and pressed it gently to Itachi's forehead just as Itachi once had to Sasuke's. But this time, it was the brand of a demon. A sliver of hidden obsidian demonic essence pierced Itachi's spiritual core, implanted by Naruto's will. Itachi Uchiha, I spare your life. You remain useful. You must continue provoking Sasuke, for me. But listen closely. This seed is bound to Sasuke's life force. Should you utter a single word about my true power, to Konoha the Akatsuki or any soul alive. Puff. Naruto mimed an explosion. Sasuke's head will burst, like overripe melon, into crimson pulp. For your dear brother's sake, be silent. Remain the pathetic spy you are. Outside, real time had barely elapsed a heartbeat. Itachi, believing Naruto fully subdued by Tsukuyomi, suddenly let out a choked guttural scream. Spurt. He vomited thick black blood. From his left eye, the one that cast Tsukuyomi, 2 heavy streams of viscous crimson tears flowed. Staggering as though struck by a divine hammer, he dropped to both knees before Naruto. Itachi-sama? Kisame recoiled in shock, utterly bewildered. How could a simple genjutsu on a mere genin trigger such catastrophic backlash? At that moment, frog mouth binding technique. The walls liquefied into pulsating, nauseating crimson flesh. Jiraiya barged in, hoisting the woman he knocked unconscious, fuming with fury. Daring to lay hands on a Konoha genin, you dare insult the Toad Sage himself. Were Itachi at full strength, he might have parried, feinted, evaded. But now, his soul ravaged within Tsukuyomi, his psyche shattered beyond repair, resistance was unthinkable. He glanced at Naruto, still standing there feigning dazed terror, his cerulean eyes wide with artful, heartbreaking innocence. Yet to Itachi that expression was the visage of ultimate evil. "Kisame, retreat." He clutched his bleeding left eye, teeth gritted, issuing the order through clenched jaws. "But Itachi-sama, the Nine Tails is right there," I said, "retreat." Itachi roared, the tremor in his voice sending genuine chills down Kisame's spine. It was the tremor of absolute terror. Amaterasu. Ignoring the cost, Itachi ignited his right eye, black flames incinerating the frog flesh walls. The two vanished into the night like fugitives fleeing damnation. Jiraiya watched their hasty retreat, then looked down at the unconscious Sasuke and the shell-shocked Naruto, frowning deeply. Itachi withdrew so abruptly. Why? And he appears grievously wounded internally. Did old injuries from his battle with Kakashi finally erupt? Jiraiya pondered, utterly confounded. Only then did Naruto snap back to himself, lunging forward to cling desperately to Jiraiya's leg, wailing, "Perverted sage. You're finally here." That reedy man was terrifying. He killed Sasuke. Jiraiya heart-aching stroked Naruto's hair. It's alright now. With me here, no one can take you." Beneath Jiraiya's broad, comforting palm, Naruto's face sank into shadow, his lips lifting in a slow, triumphant, razor-thin smile. Ding. Mission shattered. The brother-obsessed tyrant's pride completed flawlessly. System evaluation: to kill him is to grant mercy. To let him live, trapped in despair, guarding a secret, while watching his most cherished possessions slowly drain dry, that is the romanticism of the supreme tyrant. Ding. Mission reward: extraction of Tsukuyami core law fragment. Host genjutsu resistance elevated to absolute immunity. All illusions, including the infinite Tsukuyami, are rendered null and void. In Dawn Street, dark clouds loomed ominously. The continuous drizzle seemed to foretell the heavy atmosphere surrounding the gathering of the three legendary ninjas. In a desolate area on the outskirts, Jiraiya, who had originally appeared somewhat comical due to his pursuit of pleasure, now wore an extremely grave expression. Opposite him stood the infamous traitor of the ninja world, Orochimaru, renowned for the Konoha collapse plan, along with his capable assistant Kabuto. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tsunade, with her golden hair and striking figure, trembled and collapsed to the ground. "What's wrong, Tsunade? As one of the legendary three ninjas, are you so easily frightened by a little blood?" Orochimaru's hoarse voice was laced with mockery. Although his arms appeared intact, his soul had long been devoured by the Grim Reaper, in reality Naruto, leaving them limp like two noodles at his sides, completely incapable of forming hand seals. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his hands stained with blood from the kunai that dripped with crimson. He had just exploited Tsunade's hemophobia, easily breaking through the psychological defenses of the top medical ninja in the ninja world. "No. Don't." Tsunade stared at the blood on Kabuto's hands, her mind racing back to the heartbreaking moments of her brother Nawaki and lover Dawn deaths. Overwhelmed by fear, she found it difficult to breathe. A once formidable Hokage, now as weak as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Due to Jiraiya being drugged by Tsunade beforehand, his chakra was severely obstructed, making it incredibly difficult to summon the Toad Fukasaku, resulting in an absolute disadvantage in the battle. "Die, Lady Tsunade!" Kabuto sneered as he raised his right hand, wielding a chakra-infused surgical knife, and lunged fiercely at Tsunade's chest. At that critical moment, bang! A small figure suddenly dashed out from the side, using their body to shield Tsunade. Thud! Kabuto's chakra knife pierced through the figure's shoulder, blood gushing forth, splattering Tsunade's pale, terrified face. "Naruto!" Jiraiya exclaimed in shock. Indeed, the one standing in front of Tsunade was none other than Uzumaki Naruto. He gritted his teeth tightly, his azure eyes fixed on Kabuto, shouting loudly, "I won't let you harm the fifth Hokage! Little brat, are you trying to throw away your life?" Kabuto furrowed his brow and attempted to withdraw his hand, only to find Naruto's muscles tightly gripping his wrist. "Naruto! You!" Tsunade stared blankly at the golden-haired boy who stood before her, even bleeding yet refusing to back down. In that instant she seemed to see Nawaki and Dan in Naruto's silhouette. That unwavering will to protect his companions, and the village, even at the cost of his own life, was like a brilliant light piercing through the darkness within her. However, Tsunade had no idea. Beneath Naruto's seemingly righteous stance, concealed behind a perfect facade, an extremely secretive and terrifying soul operation was quietly underway. Ding! Target: Tsunade's psychological defenses have completely collapsed. Optimal invasion timing confirmed. Though Naruto's shoulder was bleeding from Kabuto's stab, it had actually avoided all major blood vessels and meridians. As he fell leaning against Tsunade, Naruto's left hand, stained with his own blood, seemingly unintentionally pressed against Tsunade's smooth forehead. It was that extremely conspicuous diamond-shaped mark, located at the core of her Ein seal. Great Devourer magic parasitic demon seed variant. Buzz. A thread of extremely pure black demonic energy disguised as the life aura of an azure shot through Naruto's fingertips, instantly piercing into the core of Tsunade's seal. Under normal circumstances, even the fully powered Orochimaru would find it impossible to breach Tsunade's chakra defense network given her status as a medical sage. But now Tsunade was engulfed in a panic from her hemophobia and deeply moved by Naruto's life-risking action, leaving her spirit completely unguarded. The strand of demonic energy took root effortlessly at the very depths of the 100-heel seal. Ding! Parasitic demon seed successfully implanted. Target in seal 100-heel seal has been successfully hijacked. System prompt: from this moment on, every time the target refines chakra and stores it in the 100-heel seal, 30 of the pure vitality will be automatically retained and returned to the host. Listening to the celestial voice of the system in his mind, a glint of cruel joy flashed in Naruto's lowered eyes. 30 unscathed extraction. Tsunade, you living fountain of life, I will accept this without hesitation. With this continuous supply of vitality, my perfect sage body will soon reach fruition, even accelerating the fusion of Hashirama's cells, and would release within me. Having achieved his goal, the show naturally had to continue. Spiraling sphere. Naruto endured the excruciating pain, gathering a blue chakra sphere in his right hand and smashing it fiercely into Kabuto's abdomen. Bang! Kabuto was sent flying by the sudden attack, crashing heavily against a large boulder, spitting out blood, evidently gravely injured. Well done, Naruto! Jiraiya exclaimed with delight. Yet Naruto had exhausted the last remnants of his strength, collapsing into a pool of blood, his eyes closing. Naruto! Naruto! Tsunade watched as Naruto lay in a pool of blood, his life force extremely faint. The tension that had been tightly strung in her heart for decades finally snapped. I am a medical ninja. How could I watch him die? Overwhelming grief and self-reproach finally triumphed over her fear of blood. Tsunade's expression hardened, and the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead instantly unraveled, black curse marks crawling across her face. Ninja art creation rebirth. A vast amount of chakra erupted. Tsunade's body, once rigid due to her hemophobia, instantly returned to peak condition. Without hesitation, she pressed her hands against Naruto's chest, dedicating herself to his treatment. Orochimaru, you shall not lay a finger on them today. Tsunade glared at Orochimaru, the might of the legendary three ninjas fully revealed. The ensuing battle transformed into Tsunade's one-sided assault on Orochimaru and Kabuto. With the abnormal regenerative power of creation rebirth, Tsunade endured the attacks from the grass-cutting sword and landed a punch that dislocated Orochimaru's jaw. Seeing the situation turn dire, Orochimaru fled in a panic with the injured Kabuto. The battle was over. The dark clouds dispersed, and sunlight once again bathed the earth. Naruto slowly awoke, gazing at Tsunade's worried face, weakly forcing a smile. Granny Tsunade, did you agree to become Hokage? Tsunade looked at the stubborn child before her, her eyes reddening. She removed the invaluable necklace of the first Hokage from around her neck and gently placed it around Naruto's neck. Naruto, from this day forth it belongs to you. Take it and fulfill your dream of becoming Hokage. Tsunade smiled, her eyes filled with hope for the future and absolute trust in Naruto. Thank you, Granny Tsunade. Naruto clutched the necklace tightly, tears streaming down his face. Jiraiya, watching this scene, nodded with satisfaction. It seems the village is saved. However, beneath this deeply moving and heartwarming scene, only Naruto knew that as Tsunade unleashed creation rebirth, frantically consuming her vitality, a significant portion of her chakra, which had settled in the Yin seal for years, was silently flowing into Naruto's body through the connection with the demon seed. That vast pure life force made Naruto's would-release genes rejoice greedily. This old woman didn't even notice the chakra loss. Well, after all, who would pay attention to a 30% reduction in stock during such a desperate state? Naruto lowered his head, letting the tears flow. Yet on his shadowed face, obscured by golden hair, a sinister smile crept onto his lips, one that could chill even the most fearsome of demons. The necklace, I have accepted it. It is the relic of the first Hokage, still retaining the purest essence of the Senju clan, perfect for suppressing the backlash of the Ninetales within me. As for you, fifth Hokage, just sit in that seat, obediently laboring for the village every day, and continuously supply me with the chakra you painstakingly refine, the light of hope in your eyes. In this grand chessboard called Konoha, the Hokage is merely a blood bag in my hands. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task of controlling the fifth Hokage. System evaluation: deceiving her of her necklace, manipulating her emotions, and secretly draining her life force. The title of Tyrant is well deserved. Ding. The host has received a special reward: Yin-Yang release prototype. In the quiet ward of Konoha Hospital, Sasuke abruptly awakened from his bed, gasping for air. His left eye still throbbed with pain, and his mind replayed the cold gaze of Itachi Uchiha alongside the image of himself being ruthlessly beaten against the wall like trash. Damn it! Damn it! Sasuke slammed his fist heavily against the bed, blood trickling down from his knuckles. He felt as if his body had been drained of all strength. Not only was his chakra extremely depleted, but even the power of his Sharingan was pitifully weak. He thought this was a side effect of Itachi's Tsukuyami, unaware that it was due to the great devouring demon seed deep within his mind which had just feasted. In Konoha I will never surpass that man. Just as Sasuke fell into deep despair and a pathological thirst for power, 4 figures wearing sound ninja headbands appeared on the branches outside. Orochimaru's quartet of sound ninja had arrived as scheduled. After a brief and violent one-sided beating and coaxing, Sasuke made his resolve. At Orochimaru's there is the power I need. That night Sasuke packed his bag, knocked out Sakura who tried to stop him, and resolutely stepped into the darkness, defecting from Konoha. The next morning news spread, shaking the entire Konoha. The newly appointed 5th Hokage Tsunade immediately ordered Shikamaru and Nara to form a retrieval team for Sasuke. Naturally the team included Naruto Uzumaki, who always spoke of bonds and comrades. Don't worry, Granny Tsunade. I will definitely bring that idiot Sasuke back. Even if I have to break his arms and legs, Naruto declared fervently in the Hokage's office. Tsunade looked at Naruto filled with emotion and gratitude. She touched the first Hokage necklace around his neck and softly said, "I'm counting on you, Naruto." Naruto nodded heavily and rushed out of the office. However, in that moment of turning around, the fervor and urgency on his face disappeared without a trace, replaced by an extreme mockery. Bring him back. Don't joke around. Konoha's pen has no way to fatten this Uchiha's chives anymore. Only Orochimaru's cruel laboratory, only the sage art seal of the Ryuchi cave could thoroughly drain the potential of Indra's essence within him. I will not only not stop him, but I will also personally send him off. The pursuit would be as brutal as in the original story. Shikamaru, Choji, Niji, Kiba and others stayed behind to fight fiercely against Orochimaru's 4 sound ninja, giving Naruto a chance to escape. These geniuses of Konoha paid an extremely painful price for their bonds. Meanwhile, Naruto, under their cover, struggled to catch up with the figure of Kimimaro, who was carrying a barrel with Sasuke awakening the seal inside. Then Rock Lee arrived to take over Kimimaro, and Naruto finally caught up with the emerging Uchiha Sasuke at the Valley of the End. The colossal statues of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha gazed at each other across the waterfall as if recounting the cycle of fate. Sasuke stood atop Madara's statue, coldly watching Naruto approach. At this moment, Sasuke, due to the initial awakening of the curse mark, had half of his body covered in eerie black patterns, and his chakra appeared extremely cold and violent. Naruto, you cannot stop me. I have severed the boring bonds. Sasuke's voice conveyed a kind of pathological fervor. Sasuke, what kind of mind control did that bastard Orochimaru put you under? Naruto stood atop the statue of Hashirama, feigning a heartbroken expression, even forcing out 2 tears. Aren't we Team 7? Aren't we comrades? Comrades! Such weak bonds will only hinder my path to power! Sasuke shouted, activating his Sharingan and charging at Naruto. The battle erupted in an instant. But under Naruto's extreme dark Mangekyo Sharingan's absolute insight, Sasuke's seemingly berserk attacks were as slow as a 3-year-old waving a plastic toy. Bang! 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 Naruto deliberately suppressed his power to the level of a genin, engaging in what seemed like a fierce taijutsu clash with Sasuke that posed no real threat. He even intentionally exposed several openings to take a few heavy punches and fire techniques from Sasuke, making himself appear battered and struggling. Too weak. Naruto. You have no idea the pain of losing everything. Sasuke sent Naruto flying with a punch and then roared like a beast into the sky. Ah! The heavenly curse mark state too. Fully unleashed. Sasuke's skin turned an eerie dark gray, his hair grew longer, and a pair of giant hand-like flesh wings sprouted from his back. At the same time, under the ultimate catalysis of the curse mark and the stimulus of his desperate situation, Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly. Finally, 3 Tomo connected. The 3 Tomo Sharingan awakened. This is the feeling. This is power. Sasuke ecstatically felt the seemingly endless cold chakra within him, thinking he could now even defeat Itachi Uchiha with 1 punch. However, he had no idea that at the very moment he activated his 3 Tomo and curse mark state 2, the great devouring demon seed that had lain dormant in his brain for 6 years was experiencing an unprecedented harvest. Ding! Detected superb Indra variant ocular power peak 3 Tomo. Ding! Detected high purity Ryuchi cave sage chakra Orochimaru's original curse mark. Great devouring demon technique extreme extraction mode activated. Boom! On a microscopic level undetectable to Sasuke, the demon seed acted like a greedy black hole, voraciously consuming the core and purest essence of chakra that had just been birthed within him. Sasuke's recently inflated momentum began to show a subtle and concealed deflation. Meanwhile, across, Naruto, who had been lying on the ground, was undergoing tremendous changes within him. The Indra essence and sage chakra that had been absorbed were instantaneously purified by the demon technique, transforming into an immense amount of nourishment that frantically nurtured Naruto's extreme dark Mangekyo Sharingan and perfect sage body. Ding! The host's extreme dark Mangekyo ocular power has undergone a qualitative change, gently touching the edge of eternity. Ding! Sage chakra has been analyzed and the host has acquired a natural energy affinity constitution, allowing instantaneous absorption of natural energy into perfect sage mode without needing to remain still. Huff! Naruto lay on the ground almost moaning from comfort. So wonderful! Sasuke, you are truly my super money tree! Orochimaru's curse mark is essentially a free sage extraction tool. Having feasted on such a large wave of benefits, I should give you a bit of farewell ceremony. Naruto slowly stood up. The dark red chakra cloak of the Nine Tails enveloped his entire body once again, even forming a tangible foxtail behind him. I will break your arms and legs and take you back. Naruto let out a beast-like roar. But deep down Naruto was calculating his strength. I can't go too hard, or if I kill him with one punch, where will I find such a good chive? Just use 1,000th of my strength in tailed beast mode. Here I come. Naruto raised his left hand in midair, and the black Chidori of lament emitted a piercing shriek. Naruto also raised his right hand, the dark red Rasengan demon fox Rasengan, spinning rapidly. The two former comrades collided fiercely in this valley that witnessed the history of Konoha. Boom! The black lightning and dark red storm intertwined, forming a massive chakra sphere that instantly evaporated the waterfall of the Valley of the End. Amidst the blinding light, Naruto deliberately reduced the power of his Rasengan by 90%, allowing Sasuke's black Chidori to pierce his chest. Pff! Blood splattered. Of course, for Naruto, who possessed the perfect sage body, such superficial injuries would heal within seconds, but he immediately utilized demonic energy to seal the wounds, healing, making it appear extremely gruesome and fatal. Bang! Naruto's eyes rolled back and the Nine-Tails chakra around him dissipated in an instant, causing him to crash heavily into the rain-soaked ground, losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Sasuke, having exhausted his chakra, most of it drained by the demon seed, gasped heavily and collapsed beside Naruto. He gazed at Naruto, who lay in a pool of blood, having given his all to bring him back, as the three tomo in his Sharingan slowly faded. Rain began to pour from the sky, mixing with the tears at the corners of his eyes falling onto Naruto's face. A sudden surge of indescribable sorrow welled up in Sasuke's heart. He took off his headband and gently placed it beside Naruto. I'm sorry, Naruto. But I must go to that person. Sasuke dragged his exhausted body, taking one unsteady step after another toward the other end of the Valley of the End, stepping into the dark abyss that belonged to Orochimaru. Not long after Sasuke left, Kakashi arrived at the Valley of the End with Pakken. Upon seeing Naruto lying in a pool of blood with a hole pierced through his chest, and the clearly scratched headband beside him, this weathered Jonin's eyes turned red instantly. Naruto! You foolish child, you've worked so hard! Kakashi rushed over and hugged Naruto tightly, the tears mixing with the rain. He completely failed to notice that the critically injured and unconscious Naruto in his arms under the rain-soaked golden hair wore an exquisitely perfect smirk, even carrying a hint of mockery. Don't cry, Kakashi-sensei. Unless he goes to hell, how can he bring me back a more abundant soul? 3 years. Sasuke, Orochimaru, and the members of Akatsuki. It'll give you 3 years to gather wealth for me. 3 years later, when I reveal my fangs again, the entire ninja world will bow beneath my tyranny. Ding. The first part Dark Knight Infiltration arc has come to a perfect end. The system is undergoing an epoch-making super settlement. In the year 63 of the Woodleaf Spring, off the coast of the Land of Waves, there lies a nameless deserted island perpetually shrouded in dense fog and perilous reefs. This place is a forbidden zone that does not exist on the map of the ninja world, and it is also the absolute core base of the mysterious organization known as the Dark Court, which has instilled fear in the underground black market for the past 3 years. Inside the dark, spacious black hall, a figure draped in a black cloak with gold edges, wearing a faceless mask, lazily reclines on the throne of bones. At the foot of the steps beneath him, the infamous assassin Zabuza Momochi, known throughout the ninja world, and Haku, who possesses the ice release bloodline limit, are kneeling respectfully on one knee. Master, as per your instructions, the remnants of Kato's forces have been completely assimilated by us. Zabuza's voice carried an unmistakable fervor and reverence as he spoke. Currently the underground black market intelligence networks and shipping routes of the land of water, the land of waves, and the 3 neighboring small countries have all been under the control of the Dark Court. We have also secretly recruited 500 wandering samurai and 200 elite renegade ninjas from various villages. In just 3 years we have achieved this level of power. Zabuza, you have indeed performed well as my guard dog. Beneath the mask, Naruto's voice was calm and indifferent, yet it bore a terrifying pressure that commanded respect. It is an honor to serve you, master. Zabuza bowed his head even lower. Over the past 3 years he has witnessed the terrifying methods of this mysterious master countless times. Whether it was those gang leaders who attempted to resist, or the rogue ninjas from other villages trying to encroach on territory in front of this masked man, they could not even withstand a single move before being incinerated to ashes by black demonic flames, their very souls devoured. Naruto slightly raised his hand, signaling them to withdraw. Once the hall was empty, he slowly removed his mask, revealing the face of Uzumaki. Naruto, now matured and strikingly stern. 3 years have passed. Naruto closed his eyes, his mind sinking into his consciousness. Ding. 3 years of dormancy period has concluded. Baika sealed the parasitic demon seed. Summary: Tsunade has spent the past 3 years intensively refining chakra to suppress dissent within the village and maintain her youth. The host has intercepted an extremely pure source of life force accumulating an amount equivalent to the total chakra of 5-tailed beasts. The host's perfect sage body intermediate has successfully evolved into the perfect sage body advanced. The physical body is indestructible, severed limbs instantly regenerate, possessing the physical strength to suppress all conventional ninjutsu. Orochimaru's curse marked the parasitic demon seed. Summary: Uchiha Sasuke has experienced the brink of death 214 times under Orochimaru's inhumane drug torture and battle. His Sharingan has undergone perverse level catalysis. The host's extreme darkness Mangekyo has absorbed a large amount of Indra's source and has reached the evolutionary threshold. Only one last major harvest remains before unlocking extreme darkness eternal Mangekyo. Ding. Current host comprehensive combat power evaluation super shadow level peak normal 6 pads level prototype full release. Listening to the system report, a cold smile of immense satisfaction crept onto Naruto's lips. Tsunade Sasuke, you've really worked hard over these 3 years. For the past 3 years he has pretended to run around the world with Jiraiya, seeking inspiration to write the tale of the gutsy ninja, feigning exhaustion as if struggling to master a Rasengan. In reality, every night he would leave a tangible shadow clone to sleep beside Jiraiya, while his true self used the Flying Thunder God technique to traverse thousands of miles back to the Dark Court base to handle affairs or to consume those renegade ninjas captured by Zabuza. Jiraiya, that old lecher who is always surrounded by women, doesn't even realize that his disciple has already become the notorious king of the night in the underworld. Buzz! Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God and his figure instantly vanished from the Throne of Bones, within the borders of the Land of Fire in a certain forest camp. Snore. Jiraiya was sprawled on the grass, snoring loudly with an inappropriate magazine laid over his face. Beside the camp, the Naruto shadow clone that was originally meditating suddenly poofed into white smoke, while the real Naruto seamlessly sat back down in the original spot. He stood up, stretched lazily, walked over to Jiraiya and kicked the lecherous sage in the rear. Perverted sage. Time to get up. We need to return to the village. Naruto instantly switched back to his sunny, noisy, silly face. A few days later. At the gate of Konoha village. Yash. Finally back. Konoha I Uzumaki Naruto have returned. Naruto stood atop a telephone pole looking down at the familiar village, letting out a loud shout. However, in his malicious perception within the seemingly peaceful village, the hidden root ninjas and the gazes of certain villagers still bore unmistakable disdain and wariness. 3 years have passed, and these ignorant ants still wear this disgusting visage. But it's fine, soon enough you won't even have the right to despise Naruto. A familiar exclamation came from below. With her short pink hair and still unremarkable figure, Haruno Sakura looked up in surprise at the blonde boy on the telephone pole. Oh. It's Sakura. You haven't changed at all. Naruto jumped down from the telephone pole, greeting her with a cheerful smile. Sakura looked at Naruto, who was now a head taller than her, feeling somewhat complicated inside. Over the past 3 years she had taken Tsunade as her mentor, training desperately to gain strength so as not to be left behind. What do you mean I haven't changed at all? I've grown a lot stronger. To showcase her bonds and growth over the past 3 years, Sakura habitually clenched her fist, the wind howling as she playfully swung at Naruto's shoulder. According to the original narrative, Naruto would pretend to be hit hard and be sent flying to accommodate Sakura's strength. But the current Naruto. Looking at this soft, flawed punch, a trace of extreme disdain flashed deep within his eyes. This weak punch dares to touch me. Just as Sakura's fist was about to make contact with Naruto's shoulder retracted by half an inch in an incredibly unnoticeable manner. Bang! Sakura's punch hit nothing but air, and due to inertia her fist smashed directly into the cement wall behind Naruto. Boom! The cement wall was left with a large dent. Ah! Sakura cried out in pain, clutching her red and aching fingers, tears almost spilling from her eyes. Ouch, Sakura, why are you smashing the wall? You've ruined a perfectly good wall, you'll have to pay for that, right? Naruto feigned an innocent and surprised expression, hands behind his head, even taking a step back. You jerk. How dare you dodge? Sakura was furious. I'm not a masochist, why would I just stand there and let you hit me? Naruto rolled his eyes, but inside he was laughing coldly. Such arrogance without strength is merely the wailing of a clown. At that moment Kakashi came around the corner holding the latest issue of the Tale of the Gutsy Ninja. Yo, it seems like you guys are getting along quite well. Kakashi glanced at the tall Naruto, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. Naruto, you've grown quite a bit over these 3 years. Just in time, let me assess the results of your training. Training Ground 3. Once again it was the game of snatching the bells. Kakashi casually pulled out 2 bells. The rules are the same as before. Swish. A gust of wind swept by. Kakashi's pupils suddenly constricted. He didn't even catch a glimpse of the afterimage, only feeling a lightness at his waist. The 2 bells that were originally hanging there had vanished without a trace. Kakashi-sensei, is this what you mean? 10 meters away Naruto still maintained the posture of hands in his pockets, except that in his right hand the 2 bells were quietly resting. The entire place fell silent. Sakura's eyes widened as if she had seen a ghost. Cold sweat instantly dripped down Kakashi's forehead. His hand was even still in the position of holding the bells, but they were already gone. So fast. No, this isn't just fast, there was no chakra fluctuation at all, purely physical speed. How is this possible? Even if he activated the 8 gates, no one could have such an unpredictable explosive power. Kakashi stared in shock at the blonde boy grinning at him. An unprecedented sense of helplessness and dread surged within him. Hee Kakashi-sensei, you were too careless. Naruto tossed 1 bell to Sakura and kept 1 for himself, looking pleased with the results of his 3 years of training. He was disguising himself. He disguised the physical strength capable of tearing space apart as a sudden ambush. Yet even so it was enough to plant a seed of respect in Kakashi's heart. Just as Kakashi was about to say something to cover up the awkwardness, a ninja hawk carrying urgent military news suddenly dove from the sky, landing directly towards the Hokage building. A few minutes later, an Umbu appeared at the training ground in a flash. Lord Kakashi. The Hokage urgently summons you. Sunigakure has sent a high-level distress signal. The 5th Kazekage Gaara has been forcefully abducted by a mysterious organization known as Akatsuki. Hearing this news, Kakashi and Sakura's expressions changed drastically. Meanwhile, standing to one side, Naruto slowly lowered his head. In the shadow cast by his golden hair, a trace of extremely eerie, bloodthirsty dark red light flashed in his azure eyes. Has the Akatsuki organization started capturing tailed beasts? Deidara Sasori. Very well. I was just worried that the 500 wandering samurai of the Dark Court lacked weapons and explosives for slaughter. This game called Saving the Kazekage. This tyrant officially enters the fray. In the country of rivers, at the secret base of the Akatsuki organization, a massive rock barrier was forcefully breached by Might Guy's team. Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, and Granny Chio rushed into the dimly lit cave. In the center of the cave, the cold body of Gaara lay on the ground. Sitting on his corpse was Deidara with golden hair and a smug expression. In a dark corner, the scorpion in his Hiriko form Sasori let out a chilling low laugh. Is this the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? He seems like an impulsive idiot. Deidara remarked, stroking his chin while provocatively gazing at Naruto. Bastard. Let go of Gaara. Naruto let out a furious roar, his eyes instantly transforming into beast-like slits, and a dark red chakra cloak erupted around him. Naruto, calm down. This is an enemy's provocation. Kakashi shouted urgently. But Naruto seemed to have completely lost his reason. Deidara was delighted at this turn of events. He immediately crafted a giant bird out of clay, lifting Gaara's corpse, and flying out of the cave, taunting, if you want to reclaim your comrade, come chase me. Don't run. Naruto roared, his form becoming a red flash as he dashed out. Kakashi cursed under his breath and was forced to follow, leaving Sakura and Granny Chio to face Sasori. However, as Deidara flew rapidly through the air and Kakashi struggled to keep up, neither noticed an extremely terrifying reality. The Naruto with red eyes roaring and chasing Deidara had quietly transformed into a physical perfect shadow clone after an almost imperceptible fluctuation of chakra. Meanwhile, the true tyrant had already utilized his godly talent in space-time manipulation to silently traverse the distance. 50 kilometers away from the base above a dead silent canyon. Deidara stood on the clay bird looking back at the Naruto and Kakashi he had left behind, laughing triumphantly. The ninjas of Konoha are nothing special, the chakra of the Nine Tails is mine. Is that so? A cold, indifferent voice as if from the depths of hell suddenly exploded in Deidara's ears. Who? Deidara's hair stood on end as he abruptly turned around. He was shocked to find a figure had appeared on the back of his clay bird without him noticing. It was a man cloaked in a black robe with golden borders. He did not wear a Konoha forehead protector, and his golden short hair danced wildly in the wind. The face, which should have been filled with passion and impulsiveness, now held a cold derision, as if viewing a corpse. Naruto. How could you be here? Who is that behind you? Deidara was horrified, realizing he hadn't felt any chakra approaching at all. Before your pathetic artistic career ends, let me correct a mistake. Naruto slowly raised his head, his azure eyes turning into an exceptionally eerie and deep dark red blood lotus under Deidara's terrified gaze. Buzz. Eternal Mangekyo Kamui suppression. A terrifying eye pressure heavier than mountains instantly enveloped the entire canyon. Deidara felt as if his brain had been struck by a heavy hammer. Both legs gave way and he knelt on the bird's back, unable to move a single finger. What? Mangekyo Sharingan. You are clearly the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. How could you possess Uchiha's eyes? Deidara struggled frantically as waves of fear drowned him. He recalled the humiliation of being dominated by Uchiha Itachi back in the day, but the evil and oppressive aura emanating from Naruto's eyes was 100 times more terrifying. Go ask in hell. Without even forming hand seals, Naruto slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed. Boom! The ground beneath the canyon suddenly shook violently. Countless massive trees as thick as dragons erupted from the ground, growing at an incredible speed and intertwining to form a gigantic wooden hand that grabbed the clay bird in midair. Would release. Deidara completely broke down. Mangekyo plus the first Hokages would release. What kind of monster is this? You bastard. Stop looking down on my art. Faced with the threat of death, Deidara fell into utter madness. He forced himself to bite through his tongue, exchanging the pain for a moment of clarity, then suddenly tore open his chest, revealing a large mouth located at his heart. Let's die together. C0. Self-detonation? This is my ultimate art. Deidara madly infused all his chakra into the mouth in his chest. His body began to turn transparent, emanating a terrifying heat and aura of destruction powerful enough to reduce everything within a 10-kilometer radius to ashes. Faced with this world-ending self-detonation, Naruto didn't even blink an eye. Art. Just inferior fireworks. Great devouring magic fully activated. A dark vortex akin to a black hole erupted from Naruto's outstretched right hand. In the split second before Deidara's body was about to completely detonate, that black magical energy penetrated Deidara's chest, biting down onto his chakra core, which was rapidly destabilizing. What? Deidara's eyes widened in terror as he realized that the energy from his self-detonation not only hadn't exploded but was being voraciously absorbed by this man before him like a flood breaking its dam. No. Stop. My art. My art. Amid Deidara's desperate scream. Just 3 seconds. His proud C0 self-detonation didn't even make a sound before being completely absorbed by Naruto. Deidara's body, having been drained of his soul and chakra, instantly turned into a pile of wither, scattering in the wind. Ding. Successfully devoured. Akatsuki member Deidara. Gained supreme explosion, release bloodline limit origin. Acquired a large amount of soul nutrients. Naruto clapped his hands as if he had merely squashed a buzzing fly. He stored Gaara's corpse into the system's storage space, then turned his gaze toward the direction of the Akatsuki base. Next, it's time for another one. Meanwhile, inside the Akatsuki base, Sakura and Granny Chiyo were embroiled in a tough battle. Sasori had shed his Hiriko disguise, revealing his youthful form, and even summoned the third Kazekage, turned into a puppet. Iron Sand World Technique. A rain of black poisonous sand fell like a storm. Though Sakura possessed immense strength, under such all-encompassing deadly venomous attacks she was already in dire straits. Kekekek. The Konoha brat obediently become my new collectible. Sasori sneered cruelly. Just as he was about to control the third Kazekage puppet to deliver a fatal blow to Sakura. Buzz, the space within the base suddenly warped without warning. Immediately after, an extremely sharp black wooden spike, as if breaking through the limits of time, shot out from the void, accurately piercing through the chest of the third Kazekage puppet. Crack. The puppet, known as the strongest Kazekage, was instantly shredded into a pile of scrap metal as soon as it made contact with the black wooden spike, its internal complex chakra lines and mechanisms violently torn apart by an overwhelming magical force. Who? Sasori was taken aback. Your so-called eternal art seems like a child's toy to me, utterly ridiculous. A cold voice echoed in the cave. Before Sakura and Granny Chio could react, they saw a figure in a black robe wearing a featureless mask appear out of thin air before Sasori. It was Naruto, who had arrived in an instant using the Flying Thunder God technique. Eternal Mangekyo illusions in bloom. A red light flashed in Naruto's eyes. Sakura and Granny Chio's gazes turned blank, instantly falling into a deep illusion. They would remember nothing of what happened next. Who are you? Sasori felt the terrifying pressure and immediately unfurled the scroll on his chest, summoning the 100 puppets. Hundreds of red-robed puppets instantly filled the sky, swarming towards Naruto. Flashy. Naruto snorted coldly, and his hands slammed together. Would release birth of the tree world. Boom. The entire massive cave was instantly filled with an endless forest with thick vines twisting like frenzied serpents, ruthlessly shredding the hundreds of puppets in the sky. Wood chips flew everywhere. Impossible. This is. The first Hokage's would release. A look of utter terror finally appeared on Sasori's eternally unchanged face. He tried to escape, but his body was tightly bound by several vines suspended in midair. Naruto slowly walked up to Sasori, gazing at the flesh core inscribed with the character Scorpion on his chest. To transform yourself into this inhuman monstrous appearance, is this your pursuit of eternity? Naruto extended his right hand, effortlessly piercing through Sasori's chest and grasping that beating core. I will take your puppet technique and your soul. No. With Sasori's desperate scream, the great devouring magic activated once again. The black magical flames enveloped Sasori's core, mercilessly draining his soul, all his memories and mastery regarding puppet techniques, and even the residual chakra within him. Plop. The puppet body, having lost its core, fell to the ground like a pile of rotting wood. Ding. Successfully devoured. Akatsuki member Sasori. Gained God-level puppet technique mastery. Acquired a large amount of soul nutrients. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consecutively devouring the souls of 2 shadow-level powerhouses. Eternal Mangekyo has surpassed the critical point and officially evolved into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Boom. In that moment of evolution, Naruto felt as if his eyes were about to ignite. The originally profound dark red blood lotus pattern became even more intricate and magnificent, exuding an aura of destruction so extreme it could make heaven and earth pale. His vision not only fully returned to its peak, but his ocular power soared several times beyond that. Even without activating Sage Mode, he could easily tear through the absolute defense of Susanoo with just these eyes. Eternal Mangekyo. This freedom from the fear of blindness is truly wonderful. Naruto closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and calmed the raging chakra within him. He glanced at the unconscious Sakura and Granny Chio on the ground. Next, it's time to wrap up this performance. The Eternal Mangekyo in Naruto's eyes slightly shifted. The memories of Sakura and Granny Chio were instantly rewritten in their memories. It was them who fought with all their might, and with Sasori intentionally holding back at the last moment, they narrowly defeated him. After adjusting the memories, Naruto left behind the remains of Sasori and vanished once more using the Flying Thunder God technique. A few minutes later, in the canyon, Kakashi arrived breathlessly at the location where Naruto's shadow clone had been. What he saw was the exhausted Naruto lying on the ground unconscious from chakra depletion, and beside him lay the clay clone of Deidara smashed to pieces by a Rasengan, actually an illusion created by Naruto before he left using wood release. Gaara's corpse lay quietly next to Naruto. Naruto. Are you alright? Kakashi hurried over to check, relieved to find Naruto was merely fatigued. From Kakashi's perspective, however, Naruto, still in a state of unconsciousness, had a faint devilish smile at the corner of his mouth. The duo of artists has been annihilated. The bonds between Konoha and Suna have deepened. Meanwhile, I not only obtained the bloodline limit and god-level puppet techniques, but also evolved into the Eternal Mangekyo. In this game called Salvation, the biggest winner remains only me. Akatsuki. Obito Uchiha Nagato. Are you ready to face the tyrant's hunt? The heaven and earth bridge loomed beneath a howling gale. Above the fathomless chasm, the air hung thick with suffocating tension. Deep within the forest, hundreds of meters from the bridge's surface, Team Yamato, comprising Captain Yamato, Sakura Sai, and Naruto's shadow clone, crouched in absolute silence, breath held, senses sharpened to a razor's edge. He's here. Yamato signaled with a subtle hand gesture. Across the bridge, a figure cloaked head Toto in a voluminous hooded robe, Kabuto, advanced slowly, his face obscured by a wide-brimmed straw hat. At the opposite end of the bridge, Sasori, ensconced within his Hiriko puppet form, arrived precisely as promised. Lord Sasori, it has been far too long, Kabuto murmured, adjusting his glasses with deferential reverence. Yet the instant the two prepared to exchange intelligence. Whoosh! Orochimaru erupted from behind Kabuto like a venomous serpent, his voice a rasping whisper laced with glacial malice. Kabuto, act now. Leave Sasori here. Before the words had fully faded, Kabuto's chakra scalpel slashed viciously through Hiriko's armored shell, brutal, precise, merciless. Success. A flash of triumph flickered in Kabuto's eyes. But deep within the distant woods, Yamato and his team recoiled in shock. No, it's a trap. Orochimaru had long since severed all control over Kabuto. Just as all believed Sasori had fallen to Orochimaru's treachery. Crack. Boom. Hiriko's split husk did not spill blood, not even a single mechanical joint scattered. Instead, from its hollow core surged a monstrous wave of pitch-black chakra, dense and visceral as living shadow. The force hurled Kabuto backward like a ragdoll. He crashed violently against the bridge's stone railing and vomited a torrent of crimson. What? Orochimaru staggered back, his serpentine eyes locked, unblinking, upon the epicenter of the explosion. As the dust settled, standing there was no red-haired Sasori. Instead stood a man draped in a black and gold-trimmed cloak, his face concealed behind a featureless pure white mask. You are not Sasori. Who are you? Orochimaru's expression flickered, subtle but unmistakable. From this stranger he sensed a lethal aura so profound it sent ice through his very marrow. Who am I? Beneath the mask Naruto's voice emerged, distorted, low, frigid, imbued with the chilling arrogance of a god surveying mortals. Orochimaru, you have spent your life obsessing over ultimate truths, immortality, eternal life. Yet you cannot even recognize a deity standing before you. What a pitiful scientist you are. Arrogant fool. Though Orochimaru's arms were gone, and thus unable to form hand seals, his own body had been grotesquely perfected through decades of forbidden experimentation. His jaw unhinged, his neck elongated dozens of meters in an instant, a colossal serpent lunging forward, fangs, bared jaws dripping venom aimed straight for Naruto's throat. Shadow snake hands. Faced with a strike capable of shearing ancient oaks in half, Naruto did not flinch. He simply raised his right hand, calm, deliberate. VVVVRR. Deep within his eyes the intricate abyssal pattern of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan whirled violently, its power surging forth, palpable, overwhelming, steeped in primordial frost and absolute dominion. Orochimaru's extended neck struck an invisible mountain, crushing absolute. Thud. Orochimaru's skull slammed into the bridge's granite surface with cataclysmic force, fracturing the stone into a crater and sending jagged fissures spiderwebbing outward across the ancient structure. Ugh! A guttural groan tore from Orochimaru's throat as he strained, desperate, futile, against the crushing weight upon his head. It felt less like pressure, more like the immutable grip of divinity itself. This ocular power, this nauseating, suffocating oppression. Sharingan. And then, through the haze of pulverized stone, Orochimaru's serpentine eyes caught a fleeting crimson gleam beneath the mask. His blood turned to ice. Eternal. Mangekyo. Madara Uchiha. No, you are not Madara. Orochimaru's composure shattered utterly. His obsession with the Sharingan ran deeper than flesh. It was etched into his soul, a fusion of ravenous awe and primal dread. Years ago Itachi Uchiha had severed his left arm with a single glance. This man's ocular might dwarfed Itachi's 100-fold. Incorrect. As punishment, you shall forfeit a layer of skin. Naruto's voice cut cold and final. Then deliberately he planted his foot squarely upon Orochimaru's skull. Would release piercing bind technique. Thwip. 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 Dozens of obsidian black wooden spikes erupted from Naruto's soul, savage, unrelenting, piercing Orochimaru's cranium and cervical vertebrae, pinning him immovably to the bridge. Would release. From the forest's edge Captain Yamato stared, eyes wide with disbelief. If the Mangekyo Sharingan had stunned him, this violated reality itself. In this world only the first Hokage wielded such pure tyrannical would release, yet this power eclipses even his. It is beyond precedent. Impaled upon the black spines, Orochimaru shrieked, a raw animal sound, as his body liquefied like melting wax, disgorging an intact, unharmed version of himself from his own mouth. Orochimaru's body replacement technique. He fled backward in blind panic, retreating dozens of meters, gasping, raggedly drenched in icy sweat. What manner of abomination are you? The Uchiha's eyes, the first Hokage's, would release. Did you succeed where I failed, in completing the ultimate experiment? A tremor of terror warped his voice, but beneath it seethed a feverish, pathological fervor, a twisted envy. Experiment. Do not dare compare me to a corpse-obsessed freak like yourself. Naruto crossed his arms, his masked gaze dripping with disdain. As for playing with the dead, I happen to possess something that belongs to you. Slowly he extended his palm. Cradled within swirling obsidian-hued demonic energy floated a pulsing orb of ethereal soul light, and within it 2 translucent writhing arms convulsed in silent agony. That's... Orochimaru's breath seized entirely. No, impossible. Those are my hands. The hands devoured by the dead demon-consuming seal. His scream pierced the canyon, a shattering wail of utter psychological collapse obliterating every vestige of his famed intellect and pride. How could you possibly hold them? Then, 3 years ago, the Konoha crush, the fiend who severed the Shinigami's arm and stole the souls of the past Hokage, was you. A jolt of revelation struck Orochimaru like lightning. He had believed himself the architect of that grand tragedy, that the third Hokage had died heroically carrying his stolen hands to the grave. Instead he realized, too late, that he had been nothing more than a puppet dancing on another's strings, robbed not only of his greatest trophies, the first and second Hokage's souls, but even of his own hands snatched from under his very nose. Only now do you grasp the truth. How tragically tardy you are, Orochimaru. Naruto's fingers tightened ever so slightly, the demonic energy constricting the soul orb flared, emitting a sizzling acrid hiss. Ayaha! Orochimaru's true body convulsed as if electrocuted, collapsing onto the ground, rolling in agony, screaming like a butchered beast. I am the one who commands your life and death, the god who watched you perform like a clown upon his stage. Naruto gazed down unmoved as though observing an insect beneath his boot. These past 3 years you trained Sasuke well. As reward, I shall spare your life, for now. No sooner had those words echoed than... Boom! A colossal boulder high above the canyon detonated, showering debris as a blinding bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, shrieking with the deafening cry of 1,000 birds aimed like a divine blade at Naruto's spine. Orochimaru, you move too slowly. Must I personally intervene to dispose of such vermin? A voice rang out, icy, imperious, dripping with contempt, born from the heart of the lightning itself. The figure landed, jet black hair, a white open-chested Hiyori, the legendary Kusanagi sword slung low at his hip. His crimson Sharingan, 3 tomos spinning with arrogant certainty, spoke volumes. I am supreme. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke. From the forest's edge, Sakura and Naruto's shadow clone cried out in unison. Sasuke ignored them entirely. His entire being focused solely on the masked enigma who dared trample Orochimaru beneath his heel. No matter who you are, if you dare flaunt yourself here, then die. Lightning flow. He drew the Kusanagi, lightning chakra erupting across his body like a storm incarnate, and swung with lethal precision toward Naruto's exposed neck. To Sasuke this blow promised decapitation, even if it failed to kill outright. After 3 years of relentless survival, he believed himself strong enough to slay Itachi Uchiha himself. Yet, clang! A crystalline metallic ring reverberated across the canyon. Sasuke's killing stroke halted, frozen, within a hair's breadth of Naruto's throat. No jutsu blocked it. No weapon intercepted it. Naruto had merely extended 2 slender pale fingers, and caught the Kusanagi mid-swing as though plucking a feather from the air. What? Sasuke's pupils contracted violently. He wrenched, desperate, furious, but those 2 fingers held fast, immovable as forged steel. The paralyzing lightning chakra surged up the blade into Naruto's body, and vanished without a spark, swallowed whole as if by an infinite void. Is this the pathetic power you bartered away everything for, 3 years spent cowering like a stray dog? Naruto's masked eyes gleamed with a smile that chilled the marrow, the look of a predator assessing a wallet, nothing more. Great Devouring Demon Seed, localized activation. VVVRR. Sasuke's mind exploded with needle-like agony, then his vast volatile chakra surged uncontrollably outward, flooding up the Kusanagi, pouring into the masked man before him like water into a bottomless well. What the hell did you do to me? Sasuke screamed, horror-struck, trying to release the blade, only for Naruto to deny him even that escape. Pathetic. Not just weak, profoundly foolish. Naruto's fingers vibrated once, subtly, lethally. Crack. The legendary Kusanagi snapped cleanly in 2, severed as effortlessly as dry twigs. Then, with speed beyond even the Sharingan's tracking, Naruto pivoted and delivered a thunderous backhand across Sasuke's face. Slap. A deafening crack echoed through the canyon walls. The indomitable Uchiha prodigy flew backward like a discarded doll, tumbling end over end, smashing through boulders, finally coming to rest amid shattered stone and dust. Spitting a mouthful of blood, and 2 teeth streaked with crimson, he lay stunned. Half his face swelled grotesquely, his vision blurred, even his prized Sharingan flickered unfocused and dimmed. Sasuke. Sakura's shriek tore from the forest, tears streaming freely. Naruto brushed dust from his palms, posture regal, disdain absolute. He gazed down upon Sasuke, broken, humiliated disbelief warring with shame in his eyes. Coddled too long in a greenhouse, did you truly believe you stood equal to gods? Last scion of the Uchiha. Such meager strength isn't even sufficient for warming up. Return to Orochimaru. Beg grovel lick his boots like the hound you are. 3 years hence, if your power remains this laughable, I will pluck your Sharingan from their sockets myself, and steep them in sake as curiosities. Naruto's voice scraped across Sasuke's psyche like rusted iron dragged over raw nerve, sawing relentlessly at the fragile scaffolding of his shattered ego. Seizing the chaos, Orochimaru, ignoring his soul's torment, coiled his serpentine tail around the grievously wounded Sasuke and the dazed Kabuto, fleeing headlong into the canyon's depths, too terrified even to utter a threat. Naruto watched their desperate retreat, unmoved, uninterested in pursuit. A harvest has just begun. Let them return, let them fertilize the soil. He turned, his pure white mask seeming to drink the light, and cast a single lingering glance toward Yamato and his team hidden deep within the forest. Gulp. Yamato swallowed hard, muscles locked rigid. That single glance, no more, felt like the touch of death's own gaze. Thankfully the masked figure offered no further attention. Space itself warped around him, then he dissolved, vanishing without trace. Seconds later, Naruto's shadow clone dispersed in a puff of smoke. The true Naruto meanwhile seamlessly reappeared, crouched in the tall grass, feigning petrified helplessness, trembling as if paralyzed by the masked man's terrifying aura. Captain Yamato, who was that masked man? He's terrifying. Sasuke was struck down with one slap. Naruto whispered, voice quavering with perfect convincing fear. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, Yamato's expression hardened into grim solemnity. I don't know. But from this day forward, the balance of the shinobi world will shatter beyond repair. Yamato stared at the massive crater gouged into the heaven and earth bridge, the sheer scale of destruction igniting a despair he'd never known. Meanwhile the real Naruto, still sprawled in the grass, relished a silent exultant roar within his soul. Sasuke, may that slap ignite your brittle pride into richer, sweeter Inga chakra. Akatsuki Orochimaru Konoha, every piece now stands perfectly aligned. This game, one that transcends all eras, is growing ever more exquisite. Within the borders of the land of fire and the ruins outside the currency exchange, heavy rain poured down, yet it could not wash away the intense smell of blood in the air. Cough, cough. Asuma Sarutobi knelt painfully on the ground, strange black patterns appearing on the surface of his body. Not far away, Haiden stood within a blood-drawn evil god's array, his skin transformed into a black and white skull totem resembling a malevolent spirit crawling out of hell. Ha! Feel the pain. This is the blessing of the evil god. Haiden laughed maniacally, raising the sharp black spear in his hand, aiming at his own heart, ready to die for the evil god. Asuma-sensei. Shikamaru, suppressed by Kakuzu, roared in despair, his eyes filled with anger, yet he was powerless to stop it. However, just as the spear in Haiden's hand was about to pierce his heart, ending Asuma's life, a buzzing sound echoed. A streak of extremely dark, profound black flame fell from the sky without warning, landing precisely on the blood array beneath Haiden's feet. Hiss! With just a light sound, the infamous evil god's array, which had terrified countless ninjas, was instantly evaporated clean as if it had encountered magma. Even the soil beneath Haiden's feet was burned into a bottomless black hole. What? Haiden was taken aback. Though the spear had pierced his heart, he was horrified to discover that the array had vanished, and the cursed link between him and Asuma was forcibly severed by the strange black flame. On the other side, Asuma spat out a mouthful of black blood. The fatal wound on his chest had not appeared, and the curse's markings dissipated as well. Who dares interrupt the ritual for the evil god? Haiden pulled the spear from his chest and roared angrily as he scanned the surroundings. Evil god. A cold voice devoid of any trace of human warmth echoed above the ruins. In midair the space rippled. A man cloaked in black and gold, wearing a pure white featureless mask, descended slowly between Asuma and Haiden like a deity arriving. It was Naruto Uzumaki. He saved Asuma on purpose, not because of any so-called bonds of the will of fire. Asuma was the son of the third Hokage, the current leader of the Sarutobi clan. By saving him, not only would the Sarutobi clan owe a debt that could never be repaid, but it would also provide him with immense political leverage when he took over the Leaf Village in the future. You bastard. No matter who you are, if you dare to desecrate the evil god, I will make you. Haiden charged at Naruto, wielding his bloody scythe like a mad dog. But he couldn't even get within 3 meters of Naruto. Noise. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan beneath Naruto's mask flickered slightly. Boom. An incredibly terrifying force of spatial distortion descended upon Haiden, pinning him to the ground so firmly that he couldn't even move a finger. Ah. What have you done to me? Let me go. The evil god will not spare you. I am Haiden struggled wildly on the ground, cursing angrily. Immortal. Naruto slowly walked in front of Haiden, looking down at this arrogant cultist with extreme contempt in his tone. You merely brushed against the surface of the abyssal dimension and mistook that lowly spiritual body for a god. Do you think being physically immortal makes you truly invincible? Naruto slowly raised his right hand, in the palm of which a pure black nine-nether magic flame flickered like a black lotus from hell quietly burning. Today I will show you what true divine punishment is. With a casual wave, the black flame descended directly upon Haiden. Ha! Useless. No ninjutsu can kill me. Haiden's maniacal laughter suddenly stopped. The black flame did not ignite his clothes or scorch his flesh, but it completely ignored physical defenses, wildly penetrating his brain and beginning to mercilessly burn and consume his soul. A scream so piercing it could shatter eardrums echoed throughout the entire forest. It was the ultimate agony of having one's soul torn apart and chewed up bit by bit. In this world, no physical punishment could compare to even 1/10th of the torment of the soul-burning magic flame. So painful. So painful. Evil God. Save me. Why? Why does my soul hurt too? Haiden rolled wildly on the ground, gripping his scalp tightly, even his nails digging into his flesh without him noticing. His once proud immortal body had become a prison that prevented him from seeking death in the face of this soul-burning magic flame. Just 10 seconds. The screams gradually weakened. Haiden's body lay there still intact, but his eyes had become completely hollow, devoid of any glimmer. His soul, along with the tiny bit of essence granted by that ridiculous evil god he believed in, was all burned to nothingness by the nine-nether magic flame, even being absorbed back into Naruto's body. Ding. Successfully eliminated. Akatsuki member Haiden. Absorbed the power of the evil spirit host's soul strength greatly increased. Immune to all curse-type secret techniques. That idiot Haiden was actually killed in an instant. And he couldn't even come back to life. Not far away, Kakuzu, who had been watching the show, finally showed extreme shock in his green eyes. He had lived for over 90 years and fought against the first Hokage, but he had never seen such a bizarre and terrifying method of killing. No chakra fluctuations, no hand seals, just a ball of black fire turned the immortal Haiden into a soulless run. This was the only thought that flashed through Kakuzu's mind. He was an extremely practical miser, and in the face of such an insurmountable monster he had no thoughts of avenging his companions. Earth grudge fear. Kakuzu's black tendrils burst forth, and 4 masked heart monsters instantly detached, each releasing terrifying composite ninjutsu in 4 directions, attempting to cover his escape. Wind release pressure damage. Fire release phoenix fire technique. A sea of flames and fierce winds surged towards Naruto. You think you can play with 5 elemental ninjutsu in front of me? Unaware of his own demise, Naruto snorted coldly. Would release deep forest creation. Boom. Several gigantic black wooden pillars needing multiple people to embrace surged up from the ground, forming an indestructible wooden wall that blocked all the composite ninjutsu. Would release. Kakuzu's escape came to a sudden halt, a flicker of buried fear from 70 or 80 years ago flashing in his green pupils. It was the nightmare left by Hashirama Senju. In the half-second that Kakuzu was stunned, whoosh, Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear before Kakuzu like a ghost. His right hand became a sharp black lance imbued with violent magic energy, directly ignoring the resilient black tendrils on Kakuzu's body. Pft. Pft. Naruto used an incredibly swift technique to instantly pierce the cores of Kakuzu's 2 masked monsters, crushing their beating hearts. Ugh. Kakuzu spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbling back several steps, his eyes finally revealing despair. Who are you? What do you want? Kakuzu's voice trembled slightly. Naruto did not continue his attack, but instead pulled out a black ledger from his pocket and casually tossed it at Kakuzu's feet. Kakuzu, the financial manager of Akatsuki. You've lived for over 90 years. Besides money, you have no interest in anything else, right? Naruto's voice beneath the mask carried an irresistible charm. Kakuzu glanced warily at the ledger on the ground, which bore a symbol he was extremely familiar with. The mysterious organization known as the Dark Court, which had recently risen to dominate nearly all trade along the borders of the Water and Fire nations. This is... Kakuzu gasped. If I call your name, will you respond? Naruto looked down at him, saying, no, what I mean is I now give you 2 choices. Naruto extended 2 fingers. First, I will use the fire that just burned that idiot to ashes, cleansing your other 3 hearts along with your soul, and then confiscate all your money. Second, join the Dark Court and become my chief financial officer. How much can Akatsuki offer you? They will only let you earn those meager bounties. But here you will manage a black gold empire that spans the ninja world, controlling the economic lifelines of various countries. Gold coins will pile up in your treasury. A stick followed by a sweet date. For someone like Kakuzu, appealing to bonds is useless, only absolute military deterrence combined with irresistible profit can work. Kakuzu looked at the terrifying man in front of him, then glanced at the already dead Haiden on the ground. His heart was in turmoil. Yet, in the face of the ledger representing endless wealth and the threat of death, this nearly 100-year-old monster ultimately made the most practical choice. Clack. Kakuzu retracted all his earth grudge fear tendrils, kneeling in the mud with a single knee, picking up the ledger. Kakuzu is willing to serve the leader. As long as there is money to be made, my life is yours. Very well, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Naruto smiled coldly in satisfaction. Of course he could not fully trust Kakuzu. Buzz. Naruto pointed at Kakuzu's forehead, ruthlessly implanting the great devouring demon seed into the depths of his soul. This is your assurance of loyalty. The consequences of betrayal. You can see what happened to that empty shell over there. After finishing all this, Naruto turned his head to glance at Asuma and Shikamaru, who were still in extreme shock, not daring to breathe. Naruto said nothing but casually tossed a black coin engraved with the dark quartz emblem, which clinked as it landed at Asuma's feet. Ninja of the Leaf, go back and tell your Hokage. Today the Dark Court has shown mercy and spared you from death. This debt I will collect from the leaf sooner or later. As the words fell, the space twisted. Naruto, along with the just recruited Kakuzu and the soulless shell of Haiden, vanished in the heavy rain as if they had never appeared. All that remained were Asuma, who had survived a disaster with a face full of shock, and Shikamaru, who was lost in deep thought. Meanwhile, in the Dark Court base hundreds of miles away, Naruto sat on a throne of bones, listening to the system in his mind, celebrating Ding. The tyrant's hunt and grace. Successfully took control of Akatsuki's financial director. System evaluation. Killing and plundering is loater. Turning the enemy's purse into your own ATM will bring tears even to capitalists. Ding. Hidden task. Saving the Sarutobi clan completed. Political leverage with the Leaf 1. Ding. Host receives a special reward. Earth grudge fear. Ultimate deprivation can ignore rejection reactions. Perfectly fuse up to 5 top-tier bloodlines within the body. At the border of Huajigwa, within an abandoned stronghold of the Ujibo clan, a gale howled as rain hammered the ruins. The storm-laden sky seemed to roar in sympathy for this fated fraternal duel. Before a fractured mural, Ujibo sat motionless upon a stone seat, eyes fixed on the youth who pushed open the heavy gate and entered every inch rife with violent intent. Those Xiaolun Yen, how far can they see? You asked in a voice chilled and hollow. Yet if one looked closely within his 3 Megatama, Xiaolun Yen lay an abyss of despair deeper than death itself. Only he knew that what appeared to be a revenge he orchestrated was in truth a macabre puppet show manipulated by that blonde demon. Over these 3 years he had tried 1,000 times to slip the truth to Konoha in secret, or failing that to eliminate Suizhu to prevent future calamity. But the demonic seed lodged in the depths of his soul would at the first thought of betrayal compel torment upon Suizhu so brutal it would be worse than death. So he could only watch as Suizhu was devoured by hatred, altered by Dishiwan, and step by step transformed into the demon's perfect chakra battery. How far can you see? Right now I see you dying at my feet. Suizhu drew the Chao Chi Jian, his body erupting with raging lightning chakra. There was no excess talk, the battle ignited in an instant. As in the original tales, Suizhu, fueled by absolute hatred for Ujibo and bolstered by Deshiwan's curse mark, displayed terrifying combat prowess. He forced his mutated 3 Megatama Xiaolun Yen to pierce Ujibo's illusion of moon reading, an illusion already weakened by past wounds sustained at Ming Ren's hands. He even endured the so-called absolute physical blaze Tian Zhao by using the shed skin of a serpent as makeshift armor. Now, together with these thunderclouds, become ashes. Standing atop the high wreckage, Suizhu summoned a blinding surge of lightning, guiding a colossal dragon of stormfire from the heavens to strike down hard at Ujibo below. Qilin. The piercing white radiance swallowed the entire Ujibo outpost. The thunderous detonations made the earth itself tremble. Suizhu drew ragged breaths. His chakra was spent, and he no longer had the strength to sustain his Xiaolun Yen. It is over. I finally avenged you, father, mother. Suizhu stared at the ruined outpost beneath him, a cruel, relieved smile finally tugging at his lips. Yet just when he believed it was done, from the dust rose an immense cold oppressive chakra, like an ancient slumbering god being roused. Is this the death you wanted me to see, Suizhu? Ujibo's voice came weak but edged with a sliver of madness. At the center of the ruins, a colossal half-statue of a skull wreathed in crimson chakra fire guarded Ujibo, as if encasing him in iron. Then the skull sprouted meridians, flesh and armor, finally transforming into a horrifying war god grasping a great gourd and a spiritual shield. Suizhu. How could this be? Even Qilin. Suizhu collapsed to the ground in despair. His chakra drained, trembling with fear and weakness, the remnant soul of Dishiwan within him, the itchy serpent, could no longer be contained and burst forth. 8 enormous white serpents roared and surged toward Yuji Boyu. But facing a Su Zhuaning who bearing the Shi Quan Jian de Shi Wan's Yuchi technique was a joke. In a few strokes those serpents were severed and along with this Shi Wan's remnant soul were sealed into the gourd of the Shi Quan Jian. At last. The hidden threat within you is gone. Yuji Boyu coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth. He dragged his heavy steps forward, commanding the Su Zhuaning Hu to approach the utterly powerless Zhuishu. He stretched out a blood-smeared finger intending to, as in their childhood, press it one last time to Zhuishu's brow. Forgive me, Zhuishu. This is the last time. Yuji Boyu whispered in his heart, preparing to pass on his ocular power, and the final Tian Zhao as a shield for his brother. But when his finger was less than 5 centimeters from Zhuishu's forehead, the surrounding space suddenly warped like ripples across water. A destructive pressure far more terrifying, malevolent, and domineering than Su Zhuaning who descended from the sky without warning. It instantly enveloped the entire Yuji Bo outpost. What? Yuji Boyu shot his head up, his Manjiku Xiaolun Yen near blindness widened in terror as he stared into the air. Beneath those roiling storm clouds hovered a man draped in a black and gold cloak, wearing a faceless mask, arms folded like a god suspended in the void. His left eye burned with an intricate, ornate, deathly dark red lotus, amplified eternal Manjiku absolute divinity. Crackling under that oppressive gaze, Yuji Boyu's once mighty crimson Su Zhuaning, who seemed burdened by tons of weight, seemed spidered across its surface, and it could not move an inch. This mawkish, overplayed fraternal melodrama has grown tiresome. A cold, taunting voice, Ming Ren's, exploded in every ear. You. It's you. At the sound, Yuji Boyu's pupils pinched shut. A terror from the soul's depths stole even his breath. For 3 years that voice had tormented him like a nightmare day and night. Who are you? Zhuishu slumped and aghast on the ground stared up at the stranger who had quelled his brother's ultimate technique in an instant. Who am I? Zhuishu, with your memory like a sieve, have you forgotten the slap on the Tiandi Bridge 3 years ago that left you like a dead dog? Ming Ren descended slowly between them, eyes beneath his mask full of mockery. It was you bastard. Zhuishu ground his teeth, but he had not the strength even to rise. Ming Ren ignored Zhuishu's impotent rage and walked straight toward the immobilized Yuji Boyu. Yuji Boyu, did you think by expending every last breath to purge Dishiwan from Zhuishu and leaving him your eyes he would be safe? Ming Ren pressed his right hand to the vast shell of Su Zhuaning Hu. The brother you spent your life protecting has since he was 6 carried within him the seed I planted. All his rage, his hatred, even the pure Indra chakra he just drew with the 3 Megadama were only fertilizer and my breeding grounds. At those words the stoic mask on Yuji Boyu cracked into an exposed, ruinous collapse. You demon! I will not allow you to harm him. With a despairing roar, Yuji Boyu tried to force Su Zhuaning Hu into a counterstrike. Still struggling to breathe. Then let the trump card you pride yourself on be the stepping stone for my ascension. Ming Ren's gaze turned ice cold. Great devouring demon art form deprivation. With a thunderous force, a whirlpool like a black hole erupted from the palm of his right hand. The dark magic instantaneously formed countless chains, burning with an ashen black flame, violently piercing Su Zhuaning Hu's outer shell and driving straight into Yuji Boyu's soul. A agonized, unearthly scream tore from Yuji Boyu. He felt his spirit being rent by an irresistible force. Deprive. Shi Quan Jian. Ming Ren pulled hard with his right hand. The crimson spiritual sword in Su Zhuaning Hu's right hand, together with its wine gourd, was wrenched free by Ming Ren's sorcery, transformed into a burning orb of red light, and swallowed whole by him. Deprive. Ba Ji Jing. With another cold shout, the spiritual shield in Su Zhuaning Hu's left hand, the mirror said to repel all physical and ninjutsu attacks, was likewise torn free and devoured. No. Please no. Yuji Boyu convulsed, blood gushed from his 7 orifices. Stripped of its artifacts, Su Zhuaning Hu began to collapse under Ming Ren's extraction. Finally, the very root of your Su Zhuaning Hu. Ming Ren spared no mercy, pushing his dark art to the limit. The immense crimson essence poured into him like a dam breaking. Ding. Successfully plundered the prime Indra source Su Zhuaning Hu form. Ding. Successfully consumed spiritual artifacts Shi Quan Jian Ba Ji Jing. System noticed the host's extreme dark eternal Manjiku has perfectly fused with the artifact's essence. When the host activates Su Zhuaning Hu, the dark versions of Shi Quan Jian and Ba Ji Jing will be auto-equipped. Feeling an unprecedented plenitude and world-shattering power welling in his eyes, Ming Ren closed his eyes in satisfaction. As Su Zhuaning Hu was utterly drained, Yuji Boyu exhausted his final life force. He collapsed like a dead leaf to the ground. His sightless eyes fixed upon Zhuishu not far away. He tried to speak, but in the end, with endless remorse, bitter refusal, and utter despair for his brother's future, he breathed his last. A fallen hero who bore all for Konoha through the dark night met a tragic end. Brother is dead. Suizhu stared blankly at Yuji Boyu's body, his mind a void. His long-sought revenge was complete, yet no joy came. Instead there was the exquisite humiliation and terror of having been toyed with. Who are you? Why do this? Suizhu cried out in despair. Mingren turned and walked slowly to stand before him. He placed his foot down hard on Suizhu's face, plastered with mud and tears. Suizhu, did you see your brother's fate? This is the destiny of your Yujibo clan. You pride yourselves on noble blood, but to me you are merely material for extracting high-grade chakra. Your brother's death and the freedom he bought for you were nothing more than a catalyst I prepared so you would in the nadir of despair awaken a higher I. Ming Ren's words were knives, each one dragging through Suizhu's fragile defenses and shredding them. At the double blow of witnessing his brother's slaughter and learning he had been bred like livestock, Suizhu's psyche shattered. Overwhelmed by grief, despair, humiliation, and hatred, his mind detonated like a volcanic eruption. The three megatama in Suizhu's eyes spun frantically, at last connecting into a six-pointed star. Wan Huatong Xialun Yen awakened. Ding. Detection Prime Indra Mutation Source Initial Manjiki Level. The great devouring demon seed is ravenously consuming. At the very moment Suizhu awakened his Wan Huatong Xialun Yen, the dormant demonic seed bared its fangs once more. Half of the freshly awakened purest ocular power was siphoned away in an instant. Suizhu clapped his hands to his bleeding eyes and collapsed into unconsciousness from the pain. Watching Suizhu lie on the ground hollowed and nearly a husk, Mingren withdrew his foot with satisfaction. Good. When your Manjikyu has adapted I will come harvest it again. Yujibo Yu's eyes will make fertile soil for your eternal upgrade. Mingren spared Suizhu, not killing him, because a reusable eternal Manjikyu is worth far more than a single final kill. A twisting of space heralded two sudden arrivals. Dai Tu, wearing an orange spiral mask, and a Fei appeared atop the ruins. Oh my, seems I am a step late. Is he already dead? Dai Tu regarded the corpse with a hint of surprise in his tone. His exposed Xiaolun Yen stared fixedly at the masked man before him. You must be the Enting Lord rumored to be stirring the underground black market. Stealing the quarry I had my eye on Suizhu is hardly polite. Dai Tu's voice turned cold. Facing one of the original masterminds of the tale, Mingren betrayed not a scrap of fear. He merely tilted his head beneath his mask. The extreme dark eternal Manjikyu cast a crimson light that made even Dai Tu's heart falter. Yujibo Dai Tu. Mingren exposed Dai Tu's greatest secret. Want Yujibo's Suizhu? Fine. Trade me that right eye of yours, the Shenwei, for it. Otherwise I will gladly uproot your entire Shao organization here and now. Such arrogance. Such tyranny. Under the tyrant's gaze the air across the ruins seemed to freeze. Rain lashed the abandoned stronghold of the Yujibo clan. You want my right eye? What arrogance! Yujibo Dai Tu Fei folded away his mocking demeanor, his voice dropped to a deadly cavernous timbre. The Sharingan visible beyond the orange mask fixed itself on the man in midair, who seemed godlike. Ju, take Suizhu and go. I will handle this man, Dai Tu ordered coldly. Understood. Hidden in the shadows of the ruins, Ju slowly surfaced like a carnivorous plant, its leaf-like forms unfurled, ready to swallow the barely conscious Suizhu into the earth. But just as Ju reached to touch Suizhu, did I allow you to take him? Mingren hung in the air, and the oppressively dark eternal Manjikyu in his gaze snapped into motion. A low hum. A monstrous spatial distortion descended on Suizhu and Ju. Ju felt the air around him harden into an impenetrable steel plate. His vaunted mayfly technique that could merge with any substance utterly failed beneath this spatial seal. What is this? My body. I cannot infiltrate it. The hoarse voice of Heiju showed terror for the first time. A spatial seal. He not only possesses the eternal eye but is versed in space-time ninjutsu. Alarm bells rang in Dai Tu's mind. He knew the menace of space-time techniques, and did not hesitate to play his trump card. Shui. Dai Tu's right eye erupted into a Manjikyu pattern as the surrounding space began to spiral and warp. He intended to use Shui's phasing to ignore Ming Ren's spatial seal and forcibly drag Suizhu into his alternate space. Foolish to tamper with the master of space-time. Ming Ren snorted. In the past he might have been helpless against Dai Tu's brazen phasing. But now he had incorporated the flying thunder god knowledge of the second Hokage, and elevated his Manjikyu to an eternal plane. Mingren flashed, and charged straight into Dai Tu's twisting Shui vortex. You seek death. Since you came to me starved to death inside my alternate space. Dai Tu rejoiced and sped up the absorption, attempting to swallow Mingren whole. Yet the instant Mingren's palm touched the Shui vortex, the scene Dai Tu had envisioned, the other being pulled into his pocket dimension, did not occur. Instead, Dai-Tu felt an overbearing, annihilating spatial ocular power like a brutal iron rod thrust into his high-speed Shinwei conduit. Crackling and shattering rang through the warped space. Mingren, by virtue of the extreme darkness, eternal Manjikyu, and godlike space-time talent, forcibly halted Dai-Tu's Shui vortex. Impossible. My Shui. Cancelled. Cold sweat broke beneath Dai-Tu's mask. He had never even heard of such a thing. While Dai-Tu froze for half a beat in stupefaction, Mingren's left hand shot out like lightning and seized Dai-Tu's collar. Yujibo, Dai-Tu, stop pretending. The real Yujibo Wan would not skulk behind a mask like a coward. Mingren's voice was low but thunderous in Dai-Tu's mind. Who are you? Dai-Tu's mental defenses shattered. His greatest secret, the disguise of Yujibo Wan, he took pride in, became as transparent as a blank sheet before this enigmatic being. Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that from this day on your so-called Moonlight plan is merely my game. A cruel smile curled under Mingren's mask. Great devouring dark art, latent demon seed twin-bodied. In the single second Mingren held Dai-Tu's collar, a minuscule, almost dust-like black demon essence slipped silently along his fingertip and into the right half of Dai-Tu's Baiju body. Not only that, the demon seed craftily sent a sliver of itself along Dai-Tu's Shui chakra link and anchored onto the coordinates of Dai-Tu's mysterious Shui alternate space. This was Mingren's true aim. He had no intention of killing Dai-Tu here. If Dai-Tu died now, who would help him capture the tailed beasts? Who would launch the Fourth Ninja World War and clear the stage for him? What he wanted was to plant an always an omnidirectional bug and locate her on the greatest conspirator of the original tale. Whenever Dai-Tu convened in Shui space or plotted with Ju, Mingren would hear it as clearly as watching live transmission. Let go of me! Dai-Tu snapped back from sheer terror. He severed the half of his Baiju form that Mingren held, forced Shinwei phasing, and bolted away like a frightened rabbit for dozens of meters. Dai-Tu panted heavily, his right eye fixed on Mingren as if beholding an indescribable monster. A monster. This man not only knew everything but held absolute counters to my spatial ninjutsu and ocular power, Dai-Tu roared inwardly. He felt a frantic urge to flee into his Shui space and never return. Mingren brushed Baiju cells from his hand and did not give chase. Instead, he lifted the surrounding spatial seal. What now? Not interested in the lone heir of the Yujibo clan? Mingren nodded at the Zhuozhu on the ground, his tone condescending and magnanimous. Dai-Tu hesitated. He had not expected Mingren to spare Zhuozhu. What? What is your goal? Dai-Tu ground out. I said I am merely a god who watches. This boy has been drained of power. Left with me, he is useless. Take him back. Have this Yuan or your Xiao Zuji's crude medical ninjas heal him, and while you are at it, fit him with Yujibo Yu's eyes. Mingren crossed his arms as if issuing orders to servants. 3 years from now, when he has truly mastered the eternal Manjikyu, I will come back to reap him. Hearing this tyrant speak of treating the Yujibo as mere livestock sent a chill through even the cold-blooded Dai-Tu. Ju takes Zhu and go. Dai-Tu did not linger. He summoned a Shui vortex and together with Ju and the prones Zhu vanished from the ruins. He did not dare touch Yujibo Yu's body, either fearful of drawing that demon's wrath. The downpour continued. Only Mingren remained amid the vacant ruins of the Yujibo stronghold. Ding! Tyrant's eavesdropping protocol, latent demon seed successfully implanted in Yujibo Dai-Tu by Ju half-body and Shinwei alternate space coordinates. System notice: from this moment on, any Xiao Zuji meeting and any of Dai-Tu's spatial jumps will be absolutely transparent to the host. The host may at any time use the coordinates and the Flying Thunder God to forcibly invade Shinwei space. Perfect. Mingren removed his faceless mask, revealing a handsome face streaked with exquisite malice. Dai-Tu Changmen Heiju, plot to your heart's content. When you think your grand scheme is complete and the 9-tailed beasts are gathered, I will step from your shadows and claim every fruit. Mingren approached Yujibo Yu's corpse. Though Yu's Susanoo and artifacts had been drained, the Manjikyu eyes remained. Since he had promised to use them as an upgrade for Zhuozhu, Mingren would not break his word. He conjured a scalpel of demonic aura and neatly excised Yu's eyes, sealing them into a scroll full of nourishing fluid. Then, using the Flying Thunder God, he flung the scroll into the space trajectories Dai-Tu had just fled through. With Dai-Tu's eyesight, he would surely notice and pick up those eyes. Having finished, Mingren formed hand seals and in a puff of white smoke transformed into the disheveled genin in an orange tracksuit, tired and chakra-drained. Calculating the time Kakusha Sensei and Captain De he should be closing in following the battle's commotion, Mingren lay down, found a comfortable position, closed his eyes and slept soundly. Hours later. Mingren! Mingren! Anxious shouts echoed through the ruins. Kakashi Dehi Xiaoying and the recently recovered Chu Tian finally arrived at the battlefield that had been utterly transformed. They stared at the forest leveled by terrible jutsu, and the scorched earth horror writ on every face. What level of battle was this? Kakashi muttered, staring at the massive lightning crater as sweat beaded on his brow. Over there. Ming Rin is there. Chu Tian's eyes opened to the Byakugan first spotted Ming Rin lying in the mud. The group rushed over. Kakashi checked Ming Rin and found only chakra depletion and extreme fatigue, no life-threatening injuries, and sighed in relief. Nearby Captain Dehi discovered the eyeless corpse. Kakashi Sr. Come look! His voice was grave. When Kakashi moved closer and saw the visage, his lone Sharingan contracted sharply. Yujibo. You! The Suzaku of the Shao organization Leaf Village's Frank traitor dead here. Xiaoying covered her mouth in disbelief. Around them lingered strong remnants of lightning chakra and an evil numbing chill. From the traces it seemed like Zhu's chakra. Kakashi analyzed the scene with furrowed brows. Could Zhu have killed you? Where is Zhu? Where did the corpse's eyes go? A tangle of mysteries pressed on them. At that moment Ming Rin weakly opened his eyes. Kakashi! Sensei! Ming Rin rubbed his eyes and feigned confusion. Ming Rin! You're awake! What happened? Xiaoying asked urgently. I don't know. I followed Zhu's chakra trail here and then a terrifying lightning struck from the sky. Ming Rin scratched his head with innocent demeanor. Then I was knocked out. Is Zhu okay? A perfect excuse, flawless acting. You are safe, that's what matters. Kakashi exhaled and did not question Ming Rin. Given Ming Ren's strength, surviving such cataclysmic aftershocks was a miracle in itself. Take Yu's body back to the village, this is extremely important intelligence, Kakashi ordered. On the way home Ming Rin continued to play the hot-headed fool, upset at not having retrieved Zhu. Yet deep in his mind he was receiving far more interesting scenes from another space. Latent Demon Seed Link activated, inside the Shui alternate space. Dai Tu hurriedly flung the gravely wounded Zhu onto a stone slab. Zhu, notify Chang Men. Move the plan forward. A terrifying variable has appeared in the ninja world. The one who calls himself Lord of the Anteroom surpasses Pei En in strength. Anxiety seeped through Dai Tu's voice. Moreover, that man seems to know all our plans. We must hurry to gather the tailed beasts and revive the 10 tails. Hearing this live feed in his mind, Ming Rin curled his lips into a scornful smile. Hurry. Tremble. Then slave away from me. Pei En, leader of the Shao organization and wielder of the Rinnegan. You call yourself a god. Soon this tyrant will personally visit Yuan village to see how much weight your godhood truly carries. In the perpetual reign of Yuying village, Jiraiya's body slowly sank into the cold depths of the sea. Far away in Konoha village, Naruto sat on Hokage Rock witnessing the fall of this hero through the hidden magic seed in the Kami space as if watching a high-definition live stream. Did he leave even a corpse behind? Truly a departure that fits your foolish romanticism. Naruto's gaze was icy, devoid of any sorrow. Jiraiya's death was the most perfect part of his plan. Only by his death would Konoha fall into true panic, giving this child of prophecy a reason to visit Myaboku Mountain. Days later Fukasaku brought the news of Jiraiya's death and the signal. Konoha was engulfed in immense sorrow and Tsunade wept bitterly in her office. Filled with grief and rage, Naruto naturally followed Fukasaku to the legendary Myaboku Mountain under the pretext of learning sage techniques to avenge his master. Myaboku Mountain filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, teeming with rich natural energy. Little Naruto, this is Myaboku Mountain. The great sage Fukasaku said he saw you in a dream, you are the one. Fukasaku was about to give a lengthy introduction. The child of prophecy who brings change to the ninja world. Suddenly Naruto interrupted Fukasaku, and the sorrowful and impatient expression he had just a moment ago shattered like a mask as he stepped into the barrier of Myaboku Mountain. In its place was a chilling, bone-deep cold. What? What is wrong with your gaze? Fukasaku instinctively sensed something was off. The aura of this blonde youth suddenly felt more terrifying than the abyss. Fukasaku, I've always thought you and your group of frogs who pretend to be divine are rather annoying. Naruto slowly lifted his head, his azure eyes instantly transforming into a complex, magnificent Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. What? An Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? You are not. Fukasaku was horrified, just about to form a hand seal. Bang. Naruto instantly vanished from his spot, a pale hand grasping Fukasaku's throat, lifting the 800-year-old frog sage into the air. I didn't come here to learn your inferior sage techniques. A cruel grin crept onto Naruto's lips. I came here to annihilate you. Great devouring magic technique, devour heaven and earth. Boom. A wave of pitch-black demonic energy erupted instantly. Fukasaku didn't even have time to scream as the vast chakra and life force he had cultivated for 800 years were completely drained by Naruto, leaving behind a withered frog corpse. Fukasaku. Not far away, Shima's eyes widened in horror. But what awaited her were dozens of black wooden spikes bursting from the ground. Would release, great forest technique. Poo poo poo. Mayaboka Mountain instantly transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse. Naruto didn't even need to form seals with his affinity for natural energy, and his eternal eye. He thrived in this place. He walked leisurely towards the deepest part of Mayaboka Mountain, slaughtering every giant frog and training small frog in his path with blackwood techniques, then mercilessly draining their essence with demonic magic. In the main hall, the ancient great sage of the frogs suddenly opened his eyes, terror filling his murky gaze. The prophecy. The prophecy has changed. You are not the savior who brings peace, you are the demon king who will destroy everything. The great sage of the frogs looked at Naruto, who stepped through the door drenched in blood and dark demonic energy, and screamed in despair. Old fool, you've been dreaming for too long, it's time to sleep forever. A flash of red light gleamed in Naruto's eyes as a pure black nine-nether demonic flame descended upon the great sage of the frogs, burning this millennium-old frog along with its soul into the purest essence of energy. Ding! The beginning of the tyrant's apocalypse. Successfully slaying one of the three great holy lands, Mayaboka Mountain. Successfully devouring the essence of a millennium of sage techniques. The host sage body has achieved perfect completion above the pinnacle level of Senju Hashirama. System evaluation, severing the so-called fated prophecy, turning the charlatan into nourishment. This is true autocracy through the ages. Feeling the terrifying power within him like an endless ocean, Naruto wiped the blood from his hands with satisfaction. Next he would wait for pain to set the stage in Konoha. Half a month later. Feel the pain, contemplate the pain, accept the pain, understand the pain. Shinra Tensei. The Deva Path Pain suspended above Konoha coldly spread his arms wide. Boom. An irresistible terrifying repulsion struck like a meteor, instantly flattening the prosperous Konoha village. Countless buildings turned to ash, and the screams and cries were completely drowned out by the explosive roar. To protect the villagers, the fifth Hokage Tsunade unleashed all the power of the 100-heel seal, splitting the summoning beast slug into countless smaller bodies to protect the villagers, while she herself fell into a deep coma due to chakra exhaustion and extreme fatigue. Amidst the ruins, despair spread like a plague. Sakura knelt on the devastated land, crying out to the heavens, Naruto, please come back. Naruto. Bang. Accompanied by a large cloud of white smoke. Naruto Uzumaki, draped in a red ceremonial robe and carrying a massive scroll, appeared on the ruins of Konoha in an extremely domineering and heroic pose. Sorry I'm late. Naruto spoke with his back to the remaining villagers of Konoha, his voice deep and resolute. At this moment, in the eyes of those villagers who once scolded him as a demon fox and threw stones at him, that tall silhouette appeared as if a deity had descended. Naruto. Sakura cried, tears of joy. The Deva Path Pain coldly stared at Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, you finally appeared. Hand over the nine tails and I can. Noisy. Naruto had no patience to listen to Nagato's lengthy discourse. He didn't even reveal the eyeshadow of sage mode, as his normal state was already a complete sage body. Swish. Naruto's figure instantly vanished. When he reappeared, he was standing in front of Azura Path Pain. With a speed that even the Rinnegan of Pain couldn't fully capture, Naruto threw a punch. Crack. The modified Azura Path was smashed into a heap of flying scraps by Naruto's simple yet powerful punch. Instant kill. The subsequent battle was simply a one-sided massacre. There were no flashy struggles as in the original work, nor was there a rampage of the Nine Tails. Relying solely on the terrifying physical strength and speed of his perfect sage body, and occasionally using a bit of space-time body flicker, Naruto effortlessly tore apart the four pains, excluding Deva Path, as if they were mere paper. Is this the result of training at Mayaboka Mountain? It's unbelievable. The distant Hyuga clan and Konoha's Umbu were all dumbfounded. Deva Path Pain. Nagato finally realized something was wrong. The Naruto before him had power that completely exceeded his understanding. Universal pull. Deva Path activated the Rinnegan's ability, trying to pull Naruto towards him. Pull me. Your borrowed eyes are even worthy. Naruto sneered, allowing the gravitational force to tug at him. In the instant before he approached Deva Path, a flicker of extremely hidden red light flashed in his eyes. Would release, tree binding eternal burial. Boom. Countless hard black wooden strips erupted from the ruins beneath Deva Path's feet, instantly wrapping and strangling him into a porcupine-like corpse. Thus all 6 paths of pain were annihilated. The venue fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting into earth-shattering cheers. We won. Naruto defeated that monster. Naruto is the hero of Konoha. The savior. Listening to those villagers who once insulted him now shouting his name hoarsely, some even kneeling on the ground to bow, Naruto turned around, a warm smile gracing his face as he waved repeatedly to the villagers. But inside he felt a wave of nausea mixed with an overwhelming sense of pleasure. Be grateful, bow down, foolish ants. Did you think you welcomed the bright savior? No, you merely tied the noose of the gallows around your own neck. Once I officially take over this village, I will let you know what true tyranny is. Subsequently, Naruto used his sensing ability to easily locate the tree hole where Nagato and Konan were hiding. Inside the tree hole facing the emaciated Nagato, Naruto didn't use any verbal tactics but directly employed the power of his eternal Mangekyo to forcibly plant a magic seed in Nagato's near-death soul, controlling him to cast the outer path, Rinne rebirth technique to resurrect the dead of Konoha, pushing his reputation in the village to an absolute pinnacle. After doing all this, Nagato died from exhaustion, and Konan left with his corpse. Saddened, Naruto secretly left a mark on Konan as well. The Rinnegan can't truly let her take him away. At night, inside Konoha's temporary medical tent, the fifth Hokage Tsunade, having exhausted all her chakra from the 100-heal seal, fell into extreme weakness and a deep coma. Due to Naruto's previous covert capture of her Ine seal, her exhaustion this time was even more severe than in the original work, placing her in a nearly defenseless near-death state. Shizen went outside to help with other injured patients, leaving Tsunade alone in the tent. Tap tap tap. A faint sound of footsteps echoed. Naruto lifted the curtain of the tent and walked in. The sunny smile on his face had completely vanished, replaced by tyrannical coldness and extreme possessiveness. He approached the bed, gazing at the ninja with the greatest physical strength in the ninja world, the princess of the Senju clan. Even in her coma she appeared aged yet serene under the terrifying sage body and rich life force of Naruto's healing. Her proud figure and mature charm were striking. But Naruto felt no pity for her nor any base carnal desire. What he sought was absolute conquest, a complete domination and desecration from body to soul. Once high and mighty while awake, now lying here like a rag doll. Tsunade, this is the tragedy of the weak. Naruto slowly extended his right hand, gathering a sphere of exceptionally pure black demonic energy at his fingertips. He used no gentle methods but instead pressed the energy forcefully against Tsunade's abdomen at her dantian in an extremely domineering and almost brutal manner. Boom! Great devouring magic technique, Seizing and Lock-yang. This is an exceedingly tyrannical demonic method of absorption. Tsunade, still unconscious, suddenly trembled violently. Though she could not open her eyes and her consciousness was in chaos deep within her soul, she clearly felt an exceedingly evil and tyrannical force brutally tearing apart her last physiological and psychological defenses. That feeling was akin to a demonic dragon ruthlessly plundering her most Korean essence as a woman. It was something she had preserved for over 50 years, something that even her former lover Dan Kato had never touched. The absolute purity and boundary. Ugh! Tsunade let out a painful and humiliating groan, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. She frantically resisted in her subconscious, but that power-bearing absolute suppression mercilessly stripped away her pride, her purity, and the deepest essence of life from her Senju bloodline. Ding! Successfully seized the purine essence of the Senju clan. The host's constitution has achieved a perfect balance of yin and yang, and chakra attributes are now fully complete. Naruto withdrew his hand, looking at Tsunade on the sickbed, drenched in cold sweat, her delicate body trembling slightly, a cruel satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He left an indelible demonic mark within Tsunade's body. Cry, feel humiliated. When you awaken, you will clearly know that your noble maidenhood, everything you took pride in, has been taken from you by your most trusted savior. From now on you are no longer the high and mighty fifth Hokage. You are merely the exclusive slave of this tyrant. Naruto sneered as he turned and strode out of the medical tent. Outside the tent a waning moon hung high. In the distance countless Konoha villagers raised torches, shouting the name of the hero rushing towards him. The leaderless Konoha was fervently calling for their new god. Naruto spread his arms wide, welcoming the worship of the masses. Sarutobi, Hiruzen Danzo, and those foolish Konoha villagers. I, Uzumaki Naruto, have rightfully taken over this land. The cold glances and torture you imposed upon me back then, it is time for you to pay back 100-fold. Within a makeshift command tent erected atop the ruins of Konoha, the air hung thick with suffocating tension. Though Pain's assault had been thwarted by the savior Naruto, and the slain villagers resurrected, Konoha's vitality lay shattered beyond dispute. More critically, Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, had lapsed into a deep coma due to chakra exhaustion, though in truth her primordial essence and vital yin energy had been seized by Naruto himself. Before a long conference table, Konoha's highest-ranking officials gathered. A nation cannot endure a single day without its sovereign, a village cannot survive a day without its Hokage. At one end of the table sat Danzo Shimura leaning heavily on his cane, his solitary exposed eye gleaming with unmasked ambition. Tsunade's awakening remained an uncertain prospect. Konoha now stood perilously fragile, demanding an iron-fisted leader to restore order. I propose therefore that I assume the duties of the 6th Hokage, provisionally. Seconded. Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado, the aging counselors, nodded immediately. Though Danzo's methods occasionally veered toward extremism, in this extraordinary hour Konoha required the uncompromising discipline of root. Kakashi stood silently to the side, brow furrowed in deep concern. Yamato and Shikamaru and Nara wore equally grave expressions. Hokage-sama Kakashi began. It was Naruto who saved the village. The villagers placed their deepest trust in him. Kakashi could not suppress the impulse to invoke Naruto's acclaim as a bulwark against Danzo's ascension. Silence. Kakashi. Danzo snorted coldly, slamming his cane hard upon the floor. Uzumaki Naruto is nothing but the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. His victory over pain was mere fortune, fueled solely by the Biju's uncontrolled chakra surge. Appoint him Hokage. Preposterous. A Jinchuriki belongs caged, as a weapon, under my absolute dominion. Oh. And whom precisely do you intend to cage? The moment Danzo's words faded, a deafening boom shattered the silence. Then the heavy tent flaps exploded outward, torn apart by a ferocious, invisible gale. A figure strode in, robed in crimson divine garb, golden hair rippling though no wind stirred, a harbinger of death entering the chamber that symbolized Konoha's supreme authority. Uzumaki Naruto. Gone was the ever-present guileless grin. His face bore no expression, only those sapphire eyes, now glacial and depthless, radiating a bone-chilling absolute cold that froze every soul present. Naruto. Kakashi blinked, instantly sensing something profoundly alien in the young man's chakra, something terrifyingly unfamiliar. Uzumaki Naruto. You have breached a high-level council meeting. What punishment do you merit? Hamura slammed his palm onto the table, asserting his seniority. High-level. A cruel razor-edged smirk curled Naruto's lips. He ignored the shrill elder entirely, and advanced directly toward Danzo Shimura. Seize him. A lethal premonition surged through Danzo's chest. He barked the order. Instantly over a dozen elite root operatives materialized from the shadows, blades drawn, lunging at Naruto. Begone. Naruto did not even glance their way. Ultimate darkness, eternal Mangekyo, Shinra Tensei. A resonant hum filled the air as a cataclysmic spatial distortion erupted from Naruto, sweeping outward like a tsunami. Thud. 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 Those root shinobi never uttered a cry. Midair their bodies were wrenched apart by the warping void, pulverized into crimson mist and viscera that rained down upon Danzo and the two counselors' faces. What power is this? Shock reverberated across the chamber. Shikamaru collapsed onto the floor in terror. Yamato instinctively drew his kunai. You are not Naruto. Who are you? Blood streaked Danzo's face as he frantically clawed at the seals binding his right arm, the repository of 11 stolen Sharingan eyes. His trump card is Anaji. Who am I? Old dog, you wished to lock me in a cage, did you not? Naruto moved faster than time itself allowed. Before Danzo's fingertips had brushed the sealing bandages for even a thousandth of a second, Naruto stood before him. Then came the sickening crack. One hand clamped around Danzo's throat like forged steel, lifting him off the ground, dangling him helplessly in midair like a gutted hound. GHK, release me! Danzo thrashed desperately, but not a single thread of chakra would answer his will. Your so-called trump cards, the stolen arm and Itachi's eye, those are your pride, aren't they? Naruto's gaze turned glacial. With his free hand he seized Danzo's right arm, brutal, unrelenting. A grotesque skin-splitting tear echoed. Danzo's entire arm, complete with Hashirama cells and 11 Sharingan, was ripped clean from its socket, muscle and bone shearing apart with visceral finality. Blood erupted like a geyser. Ayag! Danzo shrieked, a sound of pure, unadulterated agony, his features contorting beyond recognition. Then Naruto pressed two fingers together and drove them mercilessly into the bandage covering Danzo's right eye, tearing out the hidden godlike genjutsu, Itsukuyami's ultimate variant, Kodo Amatsukami. That's an Uchiha eye. Danzo, you! Kakashi stared speechless with horror. Yet Naruto's brutality had only just begun. No evidence. No trial. Old dog, you've always relished operating in the dark, haven't you? Naruto gazed down at the convulsing form in his grip, his mouth twisting into a demon's grin. Today this tyrant shall show you the meaning of absolute force. A thunderous crunch followed. Like a ripe watermelon crushed in a fist, the skull of Danzo Shimura, the shadowy architect of Konoha's darkest decades, the dark side of the shinobi, shattered violently before the eyes of every surviving elite. Crimson and ivory matter splattered across the wall in a grotesque arc. 10 flawless 3-Demo Sharingan eyes and premium Hashirama cells acquired. System verdict to hell with trials and mercy. Tyranny recognizes only slaughter, not proof. Naruto discarded Danzo's headless corpse like refused, then sealed the eye-studded arm into a scroll with casual indifference. An utter tomb-like silence descended upon the chamber, broken only by the slow rhythmic drip of blood onto the floor. Naruto, do you even comprehend what you have done? Kakashi was the first to stir. He stared at the blood-drenched ice-cold golden-haired youth before him, as if seeing a stranger for the very first time. He was Konoha's highest official. You slaughtered him with such barbarity. What entity possesses you? Enraged, Kakashi tore off his forehead protector, revealing the swirling tormented pattern of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi speaks true. Uzumaki Naruto, you are mad. Guards. Seize this traitor. Koharu and Hamura trembled violently, shrieking hysterically. At the commotion, dozens of ANBU and Jonin flooded into the tent. Even Might Guy and Choza Akimichi, having just arrived, encircled Naruto in a tightening ring. Naruto, lay down your weapons and surrender. The village will grant you a fair investigation. Yamato formed the hand seal for would release his voice, trembling as he pleaded. Faced with the full might of Konoha's elite, and their undisguised hostility, Naruto offered neither explanation nor defense. Instead, he withdrew a white handkerchief and meticulously wiped brain matter and blood from his fingers. Possession. Investigation. Before all their eyes, Naruto's once sapphire irises slowly bled into the dripping abyssal crimson of the ultimate darkness, eternal Mangekyo. I saved this village, therefore everything within it, including your lives, is my private property. From this day forth Konoha has no Hokage. Only the tyrants will remains. Spreading his arms wide, Naruto unleashed a chakra vortex more monstrous and malevolent than 10-tailed beasts combined, a tempest heralding the apocalypse. Obey or perish. He's fully succumbed to the fox. Attack. Hamura screamed in despair. Chidori. Kakashi struck first, unable to bear witness to his proudest student's descent into demonic ruin. Lightning blazed across his palm while his left eye warped space itself, locking onto Naruto with lethal precision. 8 gates released, 7th gate opening. Daytime Tiger. Without hesitation, Might Guy activated the 8 gates, transforming into a roaring azure beast as he charged. Dozens of shuriken, kunai, and jutsu descended like a storm. This was no longer a battle. It was a holy war against the newly crowned deity of annihilation. Yet to Naruto it was merely the futile flailing of court jesters. Since you cherish your so-called bonds, and the will of fire, Naruto's eyes blazed crimson. Then I shall personally escort you to join Hiruzen Sarutobi in the afterlife. Great Devouring Demon Art, 9 Hells Azura Domain. A deafening roar shook the earth. Black 9 Hells flames erupted from Naruto like volcanic magma, engulfing the entire command post in an inferno of absolute darkness. Those who rushed forward never reacted. Mere contact with the black fire ignited their souls instantaneously. They failed even to form hand seals, falling en masse, writhing and screaming upon the scorched floor until reduced to hollow soulless husks. Would release, spiking technique. With a flick of his wrist, Naruto summoned countless obsidian thorns erupting from the earth. Thud. Hamura and Koharu, the arrogant self-appointed elders, were impaled clean through jaw to crown, skewered like grotesque kebabs high above the floor. Blood streamed down the blackwood. Their wide, unblinking eyes held only desperate longing for power, and abject terror of the tyrant who had erased them. Kakashi, retreat now. Guy's daytime tiger struck Naruto's black aura, and produced not a ripple, only to be devoured instantly by the demon art's hunger. Shinra Tensei. Kakashi strained his Mangekyo to its limit, warping space around Naruto. Sensei Kakashi, this I borrowed from Obito. I've grown weary of it. Naruto's form flickered, ignoring spatial distortion entirely, appearing before Kakashi like a phantom. What? Kakashi recoiled, raising his Chidori. A brutal kick shattered Kakashi's knee with a sickening crunch. He grunted, collapsing onto one knee. Then Naruto drove 2 fingers deep into Kakashi's left eye socket. Ayag. Amid Kakashi's ear-splitting scream, Naruto wrenched out the Mangekyo Sharingan, its sacred power of Shinra Tensei now his alone. Blood smeared half of Kakashi's face. Your role ends here, Kakashi. With a contemptuous kick, Naruto sent the blinded, near-unconscious Jonin hurtling backward, crashing violently against a broken stone pillar, fate unknown. Kakashi. I'll kill you, you monster. Guy's eyes burned crimson. He prepared to open the 8th gate. You dare. Naruto's gaze flashed, and a gravitational maelstrom yanked Guy from midair. Great Devouring Demon Art, Bone Extraction. A black chain of demonic chakra pierced Guy's spine, shattering the 8 gates' activation and draining his life force with horrifying speed. GH. Guy convulsed, like a fish flung ashore, collapsing lifelessly onto the blood-soaked floor. In less than 2 minutes Konoha's command center, once its beating heart, had become a slaughterhouse of the damned. The 2 counselors hung impaled, Danzo lay decapitated, Kakashi lay blinded and broken, Guy was crippled, Yamato and other jonin cowered motionless in pools of gore, hands shaking too violently to hold their kunai. Outside, ordinary shinobi and recently resurrected villagers watched paralyzed. The hero who had saved them moments before now slaughtered their most revered leaders and elite warriors, with unspeakable cruelty, before their very eyes. Fear, cold, absolute, annihilating, drowned every ember of hope. Naruto stepped across severed limbs and rivers of blood toward the broad ornate chair symbolizing the Hokage's authority. He seated himself with careless ease, and idly rolled Kakashi's stolen Mangekyo Sharingan between his fingers, surveying the trembling masses below with eyes like frozen embers. Any among you wish to oppose my assumption of Konoha's rule? Silence. Absolute, suffocating silence. Not a single voice rose, not a single pair of eyes dared meet his scarlet gaze. Before absolute violence and unflinching cruelty, the will of fire and all notions of bond dissolved into pathetic bursting bubbles. Good. Naruto leaned back into the chair, a satisfied, chilling smile playing upon his lips. Effective immediately, the Hokage system is abolished. Konoha Village is hereby renamed the Dark Court, Divine Capital. All shinobi and civilians are henceforth servants of this sovereign. Obedience grants survival, defiance invites extermination, 3 generations obliterated. Then Naruto's voice rose, a thunderclap echoing not in ears but deep within every soul. Kneel. Swear fealty to your new god. A soft thud, then another. Shinobi dropped their weapons and sank into the blood. Shikamaru fell. Choza followed. Then hundreds, then thousands, of Konoha shinobi and villagers outside. Under the crushing weight of terror and tyrannical might, every soul upon this land once called Konoha bowed as one, like wheat flattened beneath a hurricane, before the tyrant named Uzumaki Naruto. Tyrant's coronation achieved Konoha Village of the Land of Fire fully subjugated by overwhelming force. System verdict: what is the way of kings? Crush all resistance until submission is absolute. In this world of tooth and claw you are the sole unassailable truth. Award granted Dark Web Core, enabling real-time conversion of Konoha's entire population and ambient chakra into a boundless on-demand energy reservoir. The first year of Konoha, so named by Naruto himself. A month had passed since the bloody massacre in the council chamber. The once vibrant village hidden in the leaves was now reborn as the Dark Court Divine Capital. Upon the Hokage Rock the statues of past Hokage had been utterly erased. In their place stood a 100-meter tyrant statue, faceless, masked, and omnipotent, gazing down upon the land with chilling dominion. The streets, once bustling with life, now hung thick with suffocating dread. Black and gold uniformed Dark Court sentinels patrolled everywhere, mindless puppets bound by Naruto's demonic seeds, absolute in loyalty and devoid of will. The former Hokage Tower had been transformed into the obsidian tyrant's sanctum. Deep within its sanctum lay an opulent concealed cell. Drip, drip. Tsunade slowly opened her eyes to a cold, featureless ceiling. Her body ached relentlessly, especially her dantian, where a hollow, humiliating void pulsed with unbearable intensity. Fragments of terrifying memory surged into her mind like a merciless tide. That golden-haired youth, once hailed as Konoha's hope, his gaze now glacial and merciless, and that vile, invasive force which had torn open her soul and brutally seized what she held most sacred. Naruto, you monster! Tsunade bit through her lip, tears spilled unbidden. She, Tsunade of the Senju 5th Hokage, had been reduced to a mere vessel drained and defiled by the very successor she'd shielded with her life. Are you awake, my dear former Hokage? A cold, mocking voice drifted from the shadows. Clad in a sumptuous black robe, Naruto strode forward and loomed over her, the woman who once reigned supreme. Kill me. Tsunade locked eyes with him, hatred searing deep into her marrow. Had glances borne lethal power, he would have died 10,000 times over. Kill you? That would be far too merciful. Your body, brimming with Senju vitality, is my perfect enduring blood reservoir. He seized her chin without remorse, forcing her to gaze upward into his face. Look at you now. Where is your pride? Your monstrous strength? Before my demonic seed, even suicide eludes you. Listen well, the absurd village called Konoha no longer exists. I am the sole god here. He released her chin and turned toward the door. Rest well. Every night I shall come to collect the chakra that is mine by right. Should even a whisper of defiance stir within you, I shall order Shizen Sakura, and every soul you hold dear, to be reshaped exactly as I desire. The heavy door slammed shut. Silence swallowed the cell, absolute, suffocating dead. Only Tsunade remained weeping soundlessly in shame and despair. Within the sanctum's grand hall, Naruto sat upon a throne carved from black obsidian and human bone. Below him the clan heads of former Konoha knelt in trembling obeisance. Hyuga, Hayashi, Aburame, Shibi, Yamanaka, and Noichi, figures who once commanded storms, now dared not draw a breath. Over this past month they had witnessed Naruto's godlike terror firsthand. Any who voiced dissent, even elite jonin, were instantly incinerated by black flame. All present. Naruto lounged lazily upon his throne, his gaze sweeping across the cowering lords like a hawk surveying sparrows. You are summoned today to hear the divine capital's new decrees. First, all private armies and secret techniques are abolished. From this day forth every clan's ninjutsu and bloodline limits must be surrendered to the Dark Court treasury. All shinobi shall be conscripted into the Dark Court sentinels under my sole command. At these words a stifled murmur rippled through the hall. But Lord Naruto, to abolish our bloodline arts is to extinguish our very lineage. Akimichi Chozo raised his head, sweat glistening on his brow. Boom. Without warning, Chozo was crushed as if struck by an invisible mountain, reduced instantly to a shapeless mass of pulp. Blood splattered across Nara Shikaku's face. Ah! The assembled lords recoiled in primal terror. Did I grant you permission to speak? Naruto's voice froze like glacial ice. Anyone else object to the first decree? Silence, absolute and suffocating. Shikaku clenched his jaw until blood welled, his eyes burned crimson, but he pressed his forehead hard into the floor, refusing even to glance at the remains of his old friend. He knew resistance before this tyrant was futile, only inviting further slaughter. Excellent. It seems all are in agreement. Naruto smiled faintly. Second decree concerning the Hyuga clan. At the mention of his name, Hayashi shuddered violently, and lowered his head still deeper. The Hyuga boast the Byakugan, the strongest dojutsu in Konoha. Yet I despise your so-called caged bird curse mark. Dividing kin into main and branch houses, controlling them like dogs, such base cruelty is an insult to true power itself. Hayashi's heart seized. Was the tyrant about to show mercy, freeing the branch house? But what followed plunged him into frozen despair. I have decided every member of the Hyuga main house shall receive my grand devouring demon seed. Henceforth you shall serve not only as my eyes, but as my personal chakra vaults. As for the branch house, you may continue ruling them. So long as you faithfully supply Byakugan ocular energy and chakra, you may retain your titles and privileges. Bitter irony. Unrelenting cruelty. Naruto had transformed the entire Hyuga clan into the highest grade livestock in his own grotesque breeding ground. Hayashi's body trembled uncontrollably, yet finally he closed his eyes in utter resignation. The Hyuga clan humbly accepts the divine edict. Third, and final, decree. Naruto rose. An overwhelming pressure descended, threatening to crush every soul in the hall. 1 month ago, during Pain's assault, certain villagers crawled through rubble to beg for my aid, kneeling, groveling, thanking me with tears. Yet for over a decade those same mouths spat curses, demon fox stones hurled, saliva flung. Kakuzu has already identified them all via the dark web, exactly 37,421 souls. At that number every clan head felt their scalps prickle with dread. Execute them all. Not one shall survive. 8 words, casually spoken, pronounced near 40,000 deaths. Lord Naruto, this cannot be. Shikaku cried out, risking pulverization. To slaughter so many will shatter the divine capital's foundations. And such carnage will ignite panic among neighboring great nations. They will surely unite to wage war upon us. War upon me. Naruto threw back his head and laughed, a sound so vast, so terrible it echoed like a mad god's mirth. His laughter reverberated through the hollow sanctum, like funeral bells tolling from the 9th abyss. Shikaku. Shikaku, ever brilliant, yet ever short-sighted. Naruto ceased laughing, his gaze falling upon Shikaku, cold, lifeless, as though viewing carrion. Do you imagine I care for this wretched village's foundations? Do you think I fear pathetic coalitions of great nations? I keep you alive only because tending a pen of trembling pigs amuses me more than staring at lifeless stone. As for their coalition... Naruto's eyes blazed. The pitch-black eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun with dizzying apocalyptic fury. I've been searching for sufficient nourishment to ascend to the legendary 6 Paths realm. Let them come. It saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Proclaim my divine edict. From this moment the divine capital enters maximum combat readiness. Any foreign shinobi crossing the borders of Fire Country shall be slain without mercy. Their souls shall be drained, their corpses strung along the frontier. Go now, execute my purge. Let the blood of those who once reviled me cleanse this filthy village. With Naruto's command an unprecedented massacre erupted, not in Konoha, but in the divine capital. That day the Konoha River ran crimson. Screams pierced day and night. Those villagers, blind followers who had weaponized silence and scorn against Naruto, paid the ultimate price for their folly. That same blood-soaked night far in the rain village Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu sensed the torrent of malice and chakra surging from Fire Country, via White Zetsu's perception. A madman, utterly deranged. He slaughtered nearly half his own people. Obito's masked face paled beneath the porcelain. Obito, we can wait no longer. Black Zetsu's voice slithered like venom. This Naruto surpasses even Madara Uchiha in unpredictability. We must launch the 4th Shinobi World War immediately. Gather the remaining tailed beasts, revive the 10 tails. Otherwise, when he consolidates his power, we shall not even possess the chance to resist. Contact the Raikage, now. Declare war on the 5 great nations in the Akatsuki's name. Obito ground his teeth, issuing the command. The Shinobi world ignited, irrevocably. Thus began the 4th Shinobi World War, prematurely thrust into being by terror and despair, with the tyrant Naruto as its imagined foe, and the Akatsuki as its ruthless architect. At the border of the Frost Country the desolate stone forest plains lay before us. The fierce winds whipped up clouds of dust obscuring the sunlight. On this vast expanse a legion of thousands of ninjas stood in tight formation. The remnants of Yun hidden, rock hidden, fog hidden, and sand hidden, along with the warriors of the Land of Iron. A coalition army of 64,000 from 4 nations stood ready. Each ninja's face was etched with tension and gravity, their breaths heavy with the weight of the moment. At the forefront of the coalition stood the 3 leaders of the ninja world, the 4th Raikage, the 3rd Sachikage Inoki, and the 5th Mizukage Terumi. Is there any movement from Konoha? No, that so-called divine capital. The Raikage, enveloped in raging lightning, roared like an enraged lion, inquiring of the sensory unit. Report. Report to you, Lord Raikage. The captain of the sensory unit was drenched in sweat, his voice trembling, indicating no signs of troop movement. However, there is an extraordinarily massive chakra approaching us at an unbelievable speed single-handedly. One person. Inoki floated in midair, his brows knitting into a deep frown. That madman Naruto Uzumaki has not only slaughtered most of Konoha but now dares to challenge our 60,000 troops alone. This is simply outrageous. We cannot be careless. Terumi Mice expression turned solemn. According to information provided by the Akatsuki organization, Obito, that guy not only possesses the 9 tails but has also fused the first Hokages would release and some unknown terrifying ocular power. One man is worth an entire army. Just as the 3 Kages braced for impact, a soft thud echoed, a sound so faint it seemed to tread upon the very souls of everyone present amidst the howling wind. At the horizon's end, a figure clad in a magnificent robe of black and gold with no guards and carrying no ninja tools slowly stepped into the sight of the 60,000 coalition. Naruto Uzumaki. His dazzling blonde hair danced wildly in the wind, and his face, typically brimming with youthful vigor, now bore an expression of supreme indifference, as if looking down upon all life, viewing everything as mere grass. Facing the vast army before him, dark as an ocean, his steps did not falter in the slightest, as if he were simply taking a leisurely stroll in his own backyard. This is the tyrant. Naruto Uzumaki. Many ninjas in the coalition were seeing him for the first time, their hands clutching kunai, trembling uncontrollably. Though he was but one person, the intangible aura of death emanating from him made them feel as though they were facing an unspeakable ancient demon. Naruto Uzumaki. Raikage shouted, his voice booming like thunder. You have committed atrocities, slaughtering Konoha, aiming to overturn the ninja world. Today our coalition of 4 nations shall completely shatter your ambitions right here. Coalition of 4 nations. Naruto finally halted in his tracks. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the multitude of ninjas, his lips curling into an extremely disdainful and mocking smile. It seems you have misunderstood something. Naruto's voice was not loud, yet under the terrifying enhancement of his sage body chakra it clearly reached the ears of all 64,000 present. I did not bring an army not out of arrogance, but because a deity does not require assistance when clearing the weeds in their garden. You insolent fool. Stop your boastful words. I will send you to meet the Grim Reaper right now. Dust release original world separation technique. The hot-tempered Inoki struck first. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a translucent barrier, a dazzling beam of light capable of decomposing all matter into molecular form, hurtling toward Naruto at breakneck speed. Lightning torture Chidori dance. Raikage simultaneously transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, launching a swift flank attack, moving faster than the eye could catch. Confronted with the lethal attacks from the 2 Kages, Naruto did not even raise a hand. Your understanding of power is laughable, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. Buzz. Naruto's azure eyes instantaneously turned blood red. A complex and ornate dark blood lotus pattern whirled wildly within his pupils. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activate. Today let this swarm of ants witness what true despair looks like. Boom. Accompanied by Naruto's voice cold to the extreme, a terrifying chakra of Een release as if erupting from a supervolcano suppressed for millennia burst forth from his body. The earth trembled and cracked wildly. What is that? In the eyes of the 60,000 coalition filled with extreme fear, a dark ink-like skeletal figure wreathed in 9 nether demonic flames suddenly enveloped Naruto. Inoki's so-called indestructible dust release beam struck the skeletal shell but left not a single scratch, completely devoured by the black demonic flames. The wreckage rushing in was sent flying by the explosive chakra wave radiating from the skeleton, crashing heavily into the ranks of the coalition, spewing blood. But this was just the beginning. Roar. Accompanied by a roar that seemed to originate from the depths of the 9 hells, the black skeleton rapidly began to sprout flesh, veins, and armor. 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. Until finally a towering 1,000-meter-tall dark complete body Susanoo larger than the 10 tails and resembling a majestic mountain range stood thunderously between heaven and earth. Clad in heavy armor reminiscent of a demon, its wings unfurled behind it, completely shrouding the sky. The once bright sky fell instantaneously into an eternal night. What kind of monster is this? Impossible. How could a human possess such power? Mom, I want to go home. The 60,000 coalition gazed at the dark demon towering above them, piercing the clouds. The ninjutsu they took pride in their overwhelming numbers became as laughable as dust at this moment. The thousands of ninjas in the front row were so terrified by the overwhelming pressure radiating from Susanoo that their hearts quaked, their legs buckled, and they knelt to the ground, weapons falling all around. Terumi May looked up at the 1,000-meter-tall demon, despairing to the point where she lacked the strength to form hand seals. Inoki's face turned ashen. He had once witnessed Uchiha Madara's complete body Susanoo, but compared to the burning black flame demon before him, Madara then seemed like a mere child. Within the giant diamond crystal of the dark Susanoo, Naruto crossed his arms, looking down at the 60,000 coalition below, who swarmed like a frightened ant colony. "Ant stance." With a thought, Naruto commanded. Dark Susanoo slowly raised its massive right arm, and a giant longsword engulfed in endless black flames. Dark version Tenku no Ken formed in the void. "No, run! Defend!" Reikage screamed, his eyes wide with rage. Earth release great earth flow wall. Water release water pillar. Tens of thousands of ninjas erupted in a desperate instinct for survival, layering countless defensive ninjutsu before the army attempting to withstand this apocalyptic strike. However, Dark Susanoo simply swung the Tenku no Ken casually, even a bit lazily. Whoosh! There was no earth-shattering explosion. Just a black crescent-shaped sword energy cutting through the heavens and earth with unstoppable force. The wall of defense conjured by tens of thousands of ninjas was instantly cleaved in two, just like hot knife through butter. Where the sword energy passed, there were no screams. For the over 10,000 coalition ninjas at the forefront, along with their flesh and souls, were completely vaporized upon contact with the edge of the sword energy, leaving not even a speck of ash. Immediately following that, black sword energy undiminished sliced through the skies, viciously striking a massive mountain range dozens of kilometers behind the coalition's formation. Boom! The heavens shook and the earth trembled. In the stunned, terrified eyes of Reikage, Tsuchikage, and all present, that towering mountain spanning 2 nations was cleaved cleanly in half from top to bottom by that single strike. The enormous fissure was bottomless, like the earth opening its gaping maw. One strike to conquer an army. One strike to split a mountain. After the sword strike, Dark Susanoo slowly sheathed its sword, standing quietly on the battlefield like an invincible Grim Reaper. Yet the once-spirited coalition of 4 nations now lay in eerie silence. The remaining 50,000 ninjas stared at the terrifying sword scar before them, gazing at the mountain cleaved in the distance. Clang! It was unclear who dropped their kunai first. Soon after, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Clang, clang, clang. Across the mountains and plains, more than 50,000 ninjas without exception dropped their weapons. Their eyes hollow, faces ashen, they lacked even the courage to flee. Their fighting spirit had completely collapsed. Inoki fell to the ground in despair, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. It's over. The ninja world is completely finished. Ding! The tyrant's overwhelming assault has successfully shattered the psychological defenses of the 64,000 coalition with a single blow. System evaluation: why need an army? I alone am a natural disaster. You have demonstrated to the entire world what true invincibility and despair looks like. Ding! Host intimidation level has broken through the limits. Received ultimate bloodline evolution reward. Origin of the Rinnegan fusion in progress. The battlefield at the border of the Frost Country has transformed into a desolate purgatory. Naruto did not wipe out the remaining tens of thousands of disarmed allied forces, for in his eyes these ants who had completely lost their will to fight no longer even qualified to be his nourishment. He gently closed his eyes, feeling the reward just granted by the system, the essence of the Rinnegan. In his spiritual sea, that dark and eternal kaleidoscope was crazily absorbing this power that represented the pinnacle of the ninja world. The originally dark red blood lotus pattern began to undergo a marvelous transformation, with profound black ripples undulating in the blood color, and 9 tomo embedded within the ripples. Ding! Fusion complete. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening Dark Eternal Rinnegan. The host has officially stepped into the realm of the 6 paths. Chakra has transformed into the power of all things immune to all conventional ninjutsu, and able to control extreme laws such as gravity, repulsion, soul, and space. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, those blood-red Rinnegan gazing at the world like an abyss, emanating a terrifying sense of oppression that made heaven and earth tremble. Abito Nagato. It's time to collect my spoils. A cold arc formed at the corner of Naruto's mouth. He closed his eyes and instantly locked onto the coordinates of the hidden demon seed planted within Abito 3 years ago. At the same time, in the mountain grave, the underground core base of the Akatsuki organization, the air here seemed to freeze, filled with despair and dead silence. One sword. Just one sword. Abito Uchiha's exposed Sharingan was now filled with blood vessels. Through the shared vision of White Setsu, he witnessed Naruto summoning that 1,000-meter-tall Dark Susanoo, cleaving mountains, and instantly annihilating tens of thousands of allied forces. He trembled uncontrollably. A monster of that level was simply unbeatable. Our plan is completely ruined. Abito punched the stone wall, shattering the hard rock instantly. Calm down, Abito. The hidden black Zetsu, though still hoarse and gloomy if listened closely, a hint of barely perceptible panic could be detected. It had lived for over 1,000 years, secretly planning the resurrection of Kaguya, but it vowed it had never seen an unreasonable variable like Naruto Uzumaki. We still have one last trump card. Black Zetsu looked towards a short distance where the captured Kabuto stood under their illusion. Let him use that technique. Only that person can stop this madman. Abito gritted his teeth, having no choice but to resort to desperate measures. Under Kabuto's hand seals, a giant coffin inscribed with the word impure slowly rose from the ground. Bang! The lid of the coffin was kicked open by an incredibly domineering force from within. A man dressed in red layered armor with wild black long hair slowly walked out from the shadows. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and wore a proud expression as if he were reigning over the world. This body. Is it impure world reincarnation? It seems that Nagato, that little brat, did not use the Rinnegan as planned. Uchiha Madara. The peak of the old era, the legendary Asura, finally sees the light of day. He slowly opened his Rinnegan, also in the state of impure world reincarnation, and coldly scanned Abito and Black Zetsu before him. What on earth happened to summon me in this incomplete form? Madara's tone was filled with extreme dissatisfaction and disdain. Lord Madara, there has been a serious change in the plan. Abito took a deep breath, and an extremely terrifying variable has appeared in the ninja world. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, who not only slaughtered Konoha but just destroyed the 4 nations' allied forces with a single sword. If we don't use your power... Shut up. Madara directly interrupted Abito, his gaze filled with extreme contempt. A mere junior has scared you all to this extent. It seems that during my absence the Uchiha clan has completely fallen. Madara twisted his neck, producing a crisp sound of bone grinding, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Very well, since someone dares to claim dominance in my absence. Then let me teach him what true power is. Where is that little brat? No need to search anymore. Before Madara's words had finished, a cold voice like a nightmare unexpectedly echoed throughout the underground base. What? Abito and Black Zetsu were taken aback as if facing a great enemy. Buzz, accompanied by a violent distortion of space, a pitch-black space crack was forcefully torn open right in front of Madara. Without any hand seals, without any foreplay, Naruto Uzumaki, draped in a black gold robe, stepped out from the crack like a death god crossing an endless abyss, arriving at this mountain grave. You! How could you arrive here directly? The spatial coordinates here are absolutely confidential. Abito was terrified, retreating repeatedly, scarcely believing his own eyes. Naruto completely ignored Abito, his newly awakened Dark Eternal Rinnegan coldly gazing at Uchiha Madara before him. You are Uchiha Madara. A deep disappointment and mockery permeated Naruto's voice. Is this the so-called peak of the old era, the Asura? Just a rotting corpse emitting a stench. Madara gazed at the suddenly appearing blonde youth, and when he noticed the 9 tomo in Naruto's blood-red Rinnegan, his arrogant expression finally changed. The eyes of the sage of 6 paths. And this sense of oppression. A trace of extreme incredulity arose in Madara's heart. He spent his entire life even scheming his own death to awaken the Rinnegan, yet this barely 20-year-old brat also possesses it, and it seems to be even more advanced than his. But as the proud Azura, Madara would not allow himself to show any signs of retreat. Interesting. No wonder he could scare Obito so much. Kid, I accept those eyes of yours. Madara laughed heartily, instantly performing hand seals. Fire style Great Fire Annihilation. A terrifying flame akin to a sea of fire instantly filled the entire underground space, surging toward Naruto with overwhelming force. Such powerful fire style, even dozens of ordinary ninjas working together to perform water style could not withstand it. Yet facing this overwhelming sea of fire, Naruto didn't even raise a hand, casually uttering 2 words: Hungry Ghost Path. Buzz. The sea of flames, capable of turning everything to ashes upon contact with the 1-meter radius around Naruto, was forcibly twisted and devoured by an invisible black hole. In just a second, the entire space returned to its coldness. The fire style that Madara took pride in failed to even ignite the hem of Naruto's clothes. Not only can he use it, but his absorption speed is also astonishingly fast. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Madara's eyes. Good. You are worthy of me performing a dance for you. Madara's hands suddenly came together, and a massive chakra erupted. Susanoo. A giant blue 4-armed deity instantly rose from the ground, breaking through the rock layers of the underground base and bursting to the surface. Madara stood atop Susanoo, looking down at Naruto, who appeared in midair due to the spatial fluctuations. Kid, being able to force me to use Susanoo, you can be proud. Catch this. The 4-armed Susanoo drew out a massive chakra sword, slashing down at Naruto with the force to annihilate mountains. You forced me to use Susanoo. In midair, Naruto gazed at the gigantic sword coming down, a cruel smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Old man, your understanding of power is still stuck in the last century. Naruto did not summon his dark Susanoo. Instead, he charged directly at that massive sword, unflinching and unyielding. Seeking death. Madara scoffed, increasing his strength. Yet. Boom. A deafening roar erupted. In the incredulous gaze of Madara, Naruto's fair right hand actually received Susanoo's giant sword with pure physical strength unscathed. What? Madara's eyes nearly bulged out. To catch Susanoo's strike with bare hands? What kind of monster is this brat made of? Is this your dance? It's as ridiculous as an old man stumbling while dancing in a square. Bloodlight surged in Naruto's eyes. Perfect sage body completion, great devouring demon technique. Break for me. Naruto squeezed his right hand hard. Crack. The blue giant sword formed from high-density chakra was actually crushed by Naruto, shattering into countless blue light points. Following this, Naruto transformed into a black flash, instantly penetrating Susanoo's absolute defense, appearing right before Madara. Too slow. Naruto kicked hard at Madara's chest. Boom. The tremendous force directly sent Madara flying out of Susanoo, crashing into a distant mountain like a cannonball, causing the entire mountain to tremble. With Madara's control lost, the giant blue Susanoo also collapsed. Cough cough. Madara crawled out from the rubble, the remnants of impure world reincarnation constantly repairing his shattered chest. His eyes finally lost all contempt, replaced by unprecedented solemnity. This taijutsu. This power. Even the Hashirama of that year is far inferior to you. Who exactly are you? Madara shouted angrily. I am a god you will never reach. Naruto floated in midair, looking at Madara on the ground as if he were trash. I initially hoped you could provide me with some entertainment. It seems that reviving you remnants of the old era is simply wasting my time. Madara, as a once great warlord, has never suffered such humiliation. He roared in anger, forming an extremely complex hand seal. Heavenly Obstruction Shock Star. This is one of Madara's ultimate killing moves. The sky suddenly darkened and the heavy clouds were forcibly torn apart. A colossal meteorite over several hundred meters in diameter, obscuring the sky and sun, descended towards Naruto with burning flames and a terrifying destructive force. Ha! Kid, tremble before this divine power capable of destroying everything. Madara laughed maniacally. In the distance, Obito and Black Zetsu watched this apocalyptic scene, unable to stop trembling. However, Naruto, positioned directly beneath the meteorite, remained with his arms crossed, not even furrowing his brow. Divine power. Throwing a rock can be called divine. Naruto slowly raised his right hand palm, facing the oppressive giant meteorite. Those 9 Tomo Rinnegan burst forth with blinding blood light. Dark Eternal Rinnegan's ultimate technique, Universal Pole Star Eater. This is not ordinary repulsion, but the ultimate destructive technique, combining gravity repulsion and great devouring demon technique. Buzz. A visibly black distorted gravitational field erupted from Naruto's palm, directly meeting the colossal meteorite. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a chilling sound of annihilation. And Madara's eyes filled with extreme terror, as if he had seen a ghost. That giant meteorite capable of destroying half a country upon contact with that black force field began to dissolve, vaporize, and be devoured like a sugar cube thrown into sulfuric acid. In less than 5 seconds, the sky-blocking meteorite completely vanished without a trace. Not even a scrap was left behind. The sky returned to its clarity. No. It's impossible. How can this be? Uchiha Madara's prideful heart at this moment was utterly shattered. His once proud trump card before this blonde youth was akin to a 3-year-old child showcasing his clay. Had enough fun yet, old dog Madara. Naruto's figure flashed, instantly appearing before Madara. He reached out, firmly grasping Madara's neck, lifting this peak of the old era into the air like a chick. You want to create a world of illusions filled only with peace. What a pitiful escapist. Naruto leaned into Madara's ear, whispering maliciously, peace is forged through violence, it is established through bloodshed, it is an absolute tyranny that enforces it. Your ridiculous Moon Eye plan was merely a joke from start to finish, being manipulated by others. Let go of me. Madara struggled desperately, but he found that under this terrifying demonic pressure even his ability to recover from impure world reincarnation was completely severed. The remnants of the old era should obediently return to their graves. But before that, the Indra essence lingering in this body I shall gladly accept. Great Devouring Demon Technique, Soul Seizing. Boom. The Black Nine Nether Demon flame pierced deep into Madara's soul. Aya. Even the will of Uchiha Madara, as strong as steel, emitted an extremely shrill scream when faced with this ultimate agony of having his soul forcibly torn apart and chewed up. His soul, all his battle experience, his understanding of the Sharingan, and that trace of the core Azura essence were being frantically drained and devoured by Naruto. In the distance, Obito and Black Zetsu had already collapsed to the ground in fear. Run. Run fast. Obito's mind was filled with this single thought, but he despairingly discovered that the surrounding space had long been completely sealed by Naruto, and he couldn't even use Kamui. Thud. Without any essence left, Uchiha Madara transformed into a pile of soulless paper scraps and dust drifting away with the wind. The peak of the old era, with not even the qualifications to dance, was completely exterminated by the tyrant of the new era, as if crushing a stinking bug. Naruto turned around, his blood-dripping Nine-Tomo Rinnegan coldly gazing at the utterly despairing Obito and Black Zetsu. Next. It's your turn, you two behind the scenes rats. Black Zetsu, I know you have lived for over 1,000 years. I also know who your true master is. A cruel smile crept upon Naruto's lips. Go summon Kagaya Akatsuki for me. This tyrant will not only dominate the ninja world today. Even the gods in the sky shall be slaughtered. The underground space of the mountain grave was suffocatingly oppressive. No. Don't come any closer. Heiju looked at the advancing Naruto, despair etched across his pitch-black face. It had lived for thousands of years, having manipulated figures like Indra Ashura and even Uchiha Madara. Yet this golden-haired man before him completely defied all reason. What? Didn't you claim to be Kagaya's will? Now that your master is being trampled, you lack the courage even to summon her. The dark six-pads Rinnegan in Naruto's eyes emitted an eerie red glow. With a casual wave, an irresistible gravitational force pulled Uchiha Obito, who was hiding at a distance, toward him. Since you are too afraid, let me help you. Naruto gave Obito no chance to resist, directly stuffing the incomplete chakra of the 10 tails extracted from Madara along with the Rinnegan he had just snatched brutally into Obito's body. Obito's body swelled like a balloon being forcibly inflated. The chakra of the 10 tails surged uncontrollably within him, but Naruto used spatial power to firmly restrain him. Heiju, I know that reviving Kagaya Akatsuki requires the 10 tails vessel and infinite Tsukuyomi. But I don't have time for you to dawdle. Naruto grabbed Heiju and, as if discarding trash, forcefully shoved him into the already transforming body of Obito. Use your will to awaken your mother who sleeps in the moon. Great devouring magic, source reversal. Naruto injected a vast amount of magic energy into Obito's body, forcibly catalyzing the fusion of the 10 tails chakra with Heiju. No. The revival of my lady mother shouldn't be like this. Amidst Heiju's desperate screams, Obito's body exploded, transforming into an enormous viscous white mass. Immediately that mass began to frantically absorb the natural energy of the world, and ultimately, amidst blinding white light, a stunning figure with ankle-length pale hair, horns on her head, and a Rinnegan with 9 tomo in her forehead slowly floated in midair. The progenitor of chakra, the goddess of the moon, Kagaya Akatsuki, has descended. She slowly opened her pure white eyes, her gaze reflecting a chilling indifference, as if viewing all beings as mere insects. This is my nursery. Did you awaken me? Kagaya's voice was ethereal and devoid of emotion as she looked down at Naruto on the ground. But in the next moment, Kagaya's brow furrowed slightly. She sensed a terrifying power from this human boy that even made her heart race. Those dark red Rinnegan were even more profound and sinister than her own Rinnegan. You have stolen my chakra. Kaguya raised her pure white arm. All chakra must return to me. Heavenly authority. Boom! The surrounding space instantly transformed in Naruto, and Kaguya appeared in a terrifying dimension filled with boiling lava. This was Kaguya's absolute domain where she could instantly alter the world around her. Grey bone of mutual slaughter. Without a hint of hesitation, Kaguya shot forth 2 grey bones from her palm imbued with a lethal rule that threatened Naruto's life. So this is the so-called progenitor of chakra. High and mighty yet utterly foolish. Naruto floated above the lava facing the grey bones that could reduce even the Sage of 6 Paths to ashes, merely chuckling coldly. If this were before, I might have felt some trepidation. But now. Naruto slowly raised his right hand. Great devouring magic, all laws returned to ruin. Buzz. A pure black micro-black hole formed in Naruto's palm. Those 2 indestructible grey bones upon touching the black hole not only failed to unleash their lethal rule but were instead ruthlessly shredded, transforming into pure bone essence which Naruto swallowed whole. What? A trace of shock finally appeared on Kaguya's eternally cold face. You created chakra, but my magic devours all rules. Naruto's figure flashed. His mastery over space allowed him to ignore the spatial suppression of heavenly authority instantly appearing before Kaguya. Bang! Naruto seized Kaguya's slender pale neck, pinning this exalted goddess of the moon against the void like a mere mortal. 80 gods vacuum attack. Kaguya, enraged, unleashed a flurry of punching shadows attempting to smash Naruto. Yet Naruto's perfected immortal body endured this onslaught, suffering only torn clothing while his flesh bore not a single scratch. Too weak. Before me, you so-called goddess is merely a high-grade furnace laden with vast energy. A greedy and malevolent red light burst forth from Naruto's eyes. He did not use any sealing techniques. To seal such an exquisite woman would be a waste. Boom! Naruto's immense magic energy surged like a raging dragon, violently flooding into Kaguya's limbs and organs through the grip on her neck. Great devouring magic's ultimate secret, yin-yang magic contract furnace occupation. This was a dual enslavement of soul and body far more tyrannical than controlling Tsunade. Ugh! Kaguya's pure and flawless body tensed up violently, her eyes wide with shock. She felt an overwhelmingly domineering foreign energy forcibly tearing at her soul defenses, inscribing an irrevocable mark of servitude deep within her essence. Meanwhile, that magic energy, like a greedy wolf, began to frantically absorb the vast 10 Tails essence, and the energy from the divine tree fruit within her, transforming it into supreme sustenance for Naruto. How dare you, lowly human, to desecrate me? Kaguya struggled desperately, but her power rapidly dwindled under the suppression of this magic energy. On her beautiful face for the first time appeared a color of humiliation and flush. Desecration. No, this is a gift. Naruto chuckled coldly, leaning closer to Kaguya's ear, deeply inhaling the divine fragrance that belonged to her. From this day forth you are no longer the exalted goddess of the moon. You, Kaguya Akatsuki, are merely my Naruto Uzumaki's exclusive concubine, the finest furnace and pet in my endless years. With the complete establishment of the magical contract, Kaguya's resistance weakened further, and ultimately a trace of utter humiliation and submission flickered in her pure white eyes as she slumped softly into Naruto's embrace. Ding! Tyrant's ultimate conquest. Successfully enslaved the progenitor of chakra, Kaguya Akatsuki. System evaluation: transforming the goddess of creation into a concubine. Your perversion and arrogance have surpassed this system's lexicon. Ding! Successfully plundered the essence of the divine tree fruit. Host's power officially surpasses the level of the Sage of 6 Paths, stepping into the Divine Realm Star Core level. Huff! Naruto held the now utterly docile Kaguya in his arms, and with the thought shattered the space of heavenly authority, returning to the ninja world. At this moment the ninja world had completely fallen into paralysis due to Obito's death and the destruction of the 60000 allied forces. A few days later. Dark Courtyard, Divine Capital, formerly Konoha Village. Inside the magnificent Tyrant's temple, Naruto lounged lazily against a large throne. Beside him, the once mighty Kaguya Akatsuki was now wearing an extremely revealing and seductive black veiled dress, kneeling like a docile maid, delicately peeling grapes for Naruto. If the Sage of 6 Paths were to see this scene, he would probably be furious enough to rise from the Pure Land. Master. Kaguya's voice was soft, carrying a hint of flattery and fear as she fed a grape into Naruto's mouth. Below the throne, another woman with pink hair was kneeling. Harino Sakura. However, at this moment she was tattered and wore a pitch-black collar, her eyes filled with deep despair and numbness. In these days, to utterly crush the remaining will of Konoha, Naruto not only killed all dissenters but also treated Sakura as a lowly plaything. He harbored no feelings for her, merely venting and using her. Every night he would drag out Sasuke's broken body in front of Sakura to whip, forcing her to watch her beloved man become a dead dog. Naruto. Kill me. Sakura lay on the ground like a living corpse, her voice hoarse. Kill you. You who don't even qualify to have your chakra devoured by me, your only value is to be a foot-washing maid. Naruto stepped on Sakura's head, his eyes filled with indifference and disdain. Don't take yourself too seriously. After I've used you, I'll throw you to the dogs of the dark courtyard. How could I possibly take responsibility? Naruto withdrew his foot, ignoring the utterly broken Sakura, and turned to Kagaya beside him. Kagaya, what were you afraid of when you created the White Setsu army back then? Though Naruto had read the original work, he needed Kagaya to speak that information out loud. Kagaya trembled slightly at his words, a trace of fear flashing in her eyes. Master. I am afraid. Of the clan. Kagaya lowered her head, respectfully replying, this starry sky is unimaginably vast. The Akatsuki clan I belong to constantly plunders the vitality of planets throughout the vast universe. The ninja world is merely the most remote corner of the cosmos. In the higher worlds there are existences like Kagaya and Kinshiki, and even more terrifying beings. If they discover that I have stolen the divine tree fruit, they will surely traverse the stars to punish me. Higher worlds. Akatsuki clan. Listening to Kagaya's words, Naruto's eyes did not show fear but instead erupted with an intense bloodthirsty light. He suddenly stood up, walked to the temple's terrace, and gazed at the vast resplendent starry sky above. The level of the Sage of Six Paths and the Divine Realm is just the starting point. Ha! Good. Very good. Naruto laughed heartily, his arrogant laughter echoing across the divine capital. I was beginning to think that this ninja world's newbie village where I couldn't even find a decent opponent was getting boring. Since there are higher worlds, since there are those who pride themselves as gods from the Akatsuki clan and even more expansive realms. Naruto suddenly waved his black and gold robe, his dark red Rinnegan seemingly burning with ambition, capable of devouring the entire universe. Then let them come. Whether it's the Akatsuki or countless gods. Anyone who dares to stand in my way will become the nourishment for my great devouring magic. This vast multiverse will someday tremble beneath my tyrant's feet. Ding. Host has completely cleared Naruto newbie village instance. In the dim courtyard of the Divine City, originally wooden leaf village on the terrace of the highest temple, the night breeze was slightly cool. Naruto, draped in a luxurious black and gold robe, lounged lazily on a soft couch made of rare bones and exotic beast furs. Beside him, Akatsuki Kagaya, the once exalted progenitor of chakra, was now obediently kneeling at Naruto's side, gently massaging his calf with her delicate ivory-like fingers. Her long pale hair, cascading like a waterfall, framed a stunning visage that still bore a hint of coldness. However, under the domination of Naruto's yin-yang magical contract, her body and soul had long since formed in absolute obedience to this tyrant. Not far away, Haruno Sakura stood like a lifeless stone statue, numbly holding a basin of foot-washing water, lacking even the courage to raise her head. Kagaya. Naruto slightly closed his eyes, enjoying the service of a deity, as the Akatsuki clan traversed the starry sky in search of life planets to plant the god tree. Have you never encountered beings stronger than yourselves? Kagaya paused briefly, a flicker of reverence for the unknown flashing in her pure white eyes. Returning to Master. The universe is vast and boundless. Although the Akatsuki clan prides itself on being divine, we operate only within specific star domains. It is said that in the depths of the starry sky there exists a higher dimension that even our deity Shinji cannot reach. There lies the true myriad worlds. A higher dimension, you say? That sounds exhilarating. A bloodthirsty smile crept onto Naruto's lips. In these 3 months he had already squeezed the essence of the ninja world to its utmost limits. Not only had he absorbed the chakra of 6-tailed beasts from 1 tail to 7 tails, leaving the 8 tails for Killer Bee as a blood bag, but he had also pushed the great devouring magic technique to unprecedented realms. Now he felt as if this planet was merely a small glass jar ready to shatter under the chakra he projected. Just then, Naruto and Kagaya simultaneously looked up at the pitch-black night sky. That nauseatingly arrogant aura. Naruto's darkened Six Paths Rinnegan flickered with a sinister red light in the darkness. His gaze instantly penetrated the atmosphere, locking onto an object in low Earth orbit tens of thousands of kilometers away. Kagaya's complexion turned pale and her body trembled uncontrollably. Master. It's them. The clan's enforcers. Akatsuki Tsukuyami and Akatsuki Kinkaku. They have come to punish me. Kagaya's voice trembled with centuries of accumulated fear. It was because she feared these two that she had desperately created the White Setsu army. Punish. Naruto suddenly laughed. He reached out, gently stroking Kagaya's pale hair as if comforting a frightened pet. Kagaya, it seems you still don't understand the situation. You are now my exclusive harem member, Naruto Uzumaki. Even when dealing with dogs, one must consider their master. Moreover, I was just worried about not finding a signpost to the Akatsuki home planet. They've come knocking on my door. What do you call this? Delivery. Meanwhile, outside the Earth's atmosphere in the silent vacuum of space, two Akatsuki clansmen dressed in white, and with horns on their heads, floated in midair, gazing down at the blue planet below. The one in front was tall and slender, with a rinnegan in the center of his brow and a red rinnegan in each palm. His expression was extremely arrogant. It was Akatsuki Tsukuyomi. The one behind was as robust as a mountain, with pure white eyes and wielding a massive red chakra battle axe. He was Akatsuki Kinkaku. What a despicable planet! Tsukuyomi looked down at Earth with disdain. The traitor Kaguya had hidden in this godforsaken place for so long. The fruits of the god tree here must be of such poor quality that they would make one nauseous. Lord Tsukuyomi, according to our scans, the chakra distribution on this planet is extremely scattered. It seems Kaguya did not properly complete the final harvesting of the god tree, but instead distributed chakra to those inferior beings. Kinkaku reported respectfully. Foolish woman. Tsukuyomi snorted coldly, the rinnegan in his palm emanating a dangerous red light. Let's go, Kinkaku. Go reclaim the chakra, turning those inferior beings along with this planet into pills, then capture that traitor Kaguya to face divine punishment. The two were preparing to shoot into the atmosphere like shooting stars. Suddenly, buzz! Without warning, the space within 100 meters of them tore apart as if by invisible giant hands. A massive crack as dark as ink appeared, akin to the mouth of an abyss. What on earth? Both Tsukuyomi and Kinkaku were startled. Ripping apart space in the vacuum of the universe. Even the Akatsuki clan would need to rely on specific tools to do so. Next, amidst their immense shock, a human youth cloaked in a black and gold robe without any protective measures swaggered out from the spatial rift, standing boldly in the absolute zero vacuum of space. This is impossible. How could an inferior being survive in a vacuum? Kinkaku tightened his grip on the red battle axe. Naruto stood with his hands behind his back, the violent chakra of the Six Paths Sage enveloping him in a thin black membrane, effortlessly shielding him from cosmic radiation and the tearing of the vacuum. With his darkened rinnegan, Naruto coldly scrutinized the two Akatsuki. In the vacuum of space, sound cannot propagate, but Naruto transmitted his voice directly through chakra vibrations into their minds. Is this what's called the Akatsuki clan? I thought I would see monsters with several heads, but it turns out you are just two white-skinned pigs with horns. Naruto's mockery was like a resounding slap, striking directly at Tsukuyomi's proud self-esteem. You lowly insect. You dare to look at me with such disdain. Tsukuyomi laughed in anger, and moreover that pair of eyes. You actually stole the power of a deity. Kinkaku, chop him into pieces for me. I want to refine him into the lowest grade medicine residue. As you wish, Lord Tsukuyomi. Boom. Kinkaku's robust body erupted with terrifying kinetic energy, moving as fast as lightning even in the vacuum. He raised the massive red chakra battle axe high with enough power to cleave through asteroids and struck down fiercely at Naruto's head. In the face of this overwhelming blow, Naruto didn't even lift an eyelid. In my territory, even gods must kneel and speak. Buzz. Naruto's right eye shot out a burst of intense red light. Dark as Six Paths Rinnegan Shinra Tensei. Absolute repulsion. This was not an ordinary repulsion, it was the ultimate domain infused with Naruto's terrifying sage chakra, capable of destroying planets. Boom. A force invisible to the naked eye but capable of distorting cosmic light erupted in a violent storm centered around Naruto. What? Kinkaku's indestructible chakra battle axe shattered into pieces the moment it came into contact with the repulsion storm. Immediately afterward, this irresistible force slammed into Kinkaku's mountain-like chest. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard amidst the chakra's vibrations. Kinkaku, the top martial artist of the Akatsuki clan, didn't even get within 10 meters of Naruto before his chest was shattered by a single Shinra Tensei, spewing blood like a kite with its string cut flying back over 100 kilometers in the vacuum. One strike, instant kill. Kinkaku. The arrogance on Tsukuyomi's face froze instantly. The rinnegan in his palm widened in shock. How is this possible? Kinkaku's martial arts are among the best in the clan, yet he was instantly defeated by this inferior being. Tsukuyomi finally realized that this human before him was not an inferior being at all, but a terrifying monster clad in human skin. Those eyes must not be spared. Tsukuyomi's hands flew open. Celestial Royal Guardian Sun God. The rinnegan at the center of his hands erupted with dazzling red light, attempting to forcibly absorb Naruto's chakra. This was Tsukuyomi's proudest ability, absorbing all ninjutsu and doubling it back. Absorb me. Naruto floated in the vacuum, looking at Tsukuyomi's self-righteous expression as if seeing the world's most ridiculous clown. Akatsuki Tsukuyomi, it seems you are not only arrogant but also incredibly foolish. Do you not know that in the path of devouring I am your ancestor? Naruto did not resist, instead he voluntarily opened his chakra defenses. Absorb away, take all you want. A vast and immense chakra surged into his body through Tsukuyomi's Rinnegan. But the next second, Tsukuyomi's expression shifted from ecstasy to extreme terror. Ah! What? What is this? This is not chakra. Tsukuyomi screamed in agony, struggling violently in the vacuum. What he had absorbed was not ordinary chakra but Naruto's exceedingly compressed 9 nether demon essence. As these black demon essences entered Tsukuyomi's body, they acted like piranhas starved for tens of thousands of years, not only failing to be digested by Tsukuyomi, but instead taking control, voraciously gnawing at Tsukuyomi's meridians, chakra source, and even his soul. Tsukuyomi's proud absorption ability had now become a deadly fuse, directly inviting destruction into his body. Get out! Get out of my body! Tsukuyomi frantically pounded his chest while blood trickled down from his Rinnegan. Eating my things comes with a price. Naruto flickered and instantly crossed the 100-meter vacuum distance, appearing before Tsukuyomi like a ghost. Crack! Naruto's right hand gripped Tsukuyomi's neck like a vice, lifting this exalted celestial deity, as if he were a slaughtered chicken. You! What kind of monster are you? Tsukuyomi's once handsome face had twisted into an extreme distortion, his eyes filled with unprecedented despair and fear. I am your Terminator. Naruto's 9-etamo Rinnegan coldly stared at Tsukuyomi. Hand over the star map coordinates of your Akatsuki home planet. Otherwise I will extract your soul and burn it in the 9 nether demon flames for 10,000 years. You want to counterattack the Akatsuki home planet. Crazy. You are a complete madman. The Akatsuki deity Shinji will not spare you. Tsukuyomi, though terrified, still clung to his inherent arrogance. Refuse. Then I will take it myself. Naruto had no habit of wasting words with a captive. Great devouring magic technique, soul seizing. Boom. A terrifying black vortex erupted from Naruto's palm, piercing directly into the depths of Tsukuyomi's soul. Ah. In the vacuum of space, a brutally cruel soul extraction was underway. Tsukuyomi's noble soul belonging to the Akatsuki clan was forcibly torn apart by Naruto, as if ripping through ragged cloth. Secrets of the Akatsuki clan, the location of the home planet, and memories of various divine techniques were all brutally read and copied by Naruto. In just a few seconds, Tsukuyomi's proud life essence completely dissipated, turning into a shriveled white shell which Naruto casually tossed into the boundless starry sky. Meanwhile, in the distance, the severely injured Kinkaku was dragging his broken body, desperately fleeing, trying to relay information back to the home planet. Naruto turned his head and glanced at the fleeing Kinkaku. He slowly raised his right hand. Since they have come, they will all remain as fertilizer. Kamui spatial strangle. Buzz. The vacuum region tens of thousands of meters away was instantly folded and twisted into a terrifying twisted space. Bang! The fleeing Kinkaku, not even able to scream, was crushed into a blood mist along with the surrounding meteors by the terrifying power of spatial strangulation dissipating into the universe. Thus the two high-ranking enforcers of the Akatsuki clan were obliterated in front of the ultimate tyrant, unable to withstand even 3 minutes, crushed like 2 insects. Ding! The tyrant's cosmic debut. Successfully killed Akatsuki Tsukuyomi and Kinkaku. Devoured high-purity Akatsuki essence. Host's bloodline further sublimated. Ding! Successfully acquired Akatsuki home planet star domain coordinates. System mainline prompt: the door to the higher world has opened. Please construct celestial divine city quickly to embark on the journey through the myriad realms. Naruto closed his eyes, digesting the vast star map he had plundered from Tsukuyomi's mind. When he opened his eyes again, the Rinnegan burned with ambition, capable of devouring the entire universe. Akatsuki Shinji. Akatsuki deity. Naruto gazed into the depths of the starry sky. Clean your neck and wait. This tyrant will soon come to harvest your divine status. In the dark court of the divine capital, the highest temple. Bang! 2 white corpses, withered like dry wood, were carelessly thrown onto the cold marble floor. Orochimaru, Kakuzu, and other high-ranking members of the Dark Court who had been implanted with demonic seeds stared at the corpses on the ground, feeling the lingering, chilling aura that surpassed that of the Sage of 6 Paths. All of them gasped in horror. Could this be members of the Akatsuki clan? Orochimaru's snake-like eyes fixed on the hollowed eye sockets in the center of the corpses' foreheads, his voice trembling violently with shock and excitement. Just some takeout that fell from the sky. Naruto lounged on the throne with Akatsuki Kagaya snugly nestled in his arms, feeding him glistening remnants of divine tree fruits, as if peeling lychees. At the foot of the throne, former Team 7 member Sakura Haruna, wearing a dog collar, numbly wiped the dust off Naruto's boots with a cloth. Orochimaru. Naruto slightly raised his eyes. Here, my lord. Orochimaru immediately knelt respectfully on one knee. His awe for the man before him had surpassed his fear of death. Because this man not only controlled his life and soul but had also reached a divine realm that he could not even aspire. These two corpses contained the genetic codes of the Akatsuki clan as well as their technological memories used for traversing the universe. With a casual wave, a black jade tablet inscribed with dense runes landed before Orochimaru. I have recorded the memories of the peach-shaped technique within. I give you 3 months. Using the white Setsu cells, the tens of thousands of ninja corpses left from the Ninja World War combined with Akatsuki technology produce 100,000 starry sky warriors capable of surviving and fighting in the vacuum of space. 100,000 starry sky warriors. Orochimaru gasped, but the mad scientist within him ignited instantly. As you wish, my lord. With these materials in 3 months I will certainly create an indestructible demon army for you. Kakuzu-Zabuz, at your service. The two replied in unison. Gather all the metallic ores, explosive tags and chakra conduits left by the various ninja villages from the treasury of the divine capital and concentrate them underground. Clear all surface civilians and force them into the underground life pods. Naruto's voice was cold, radiating an extreme ruthlessness that viewed all as mere materials. My lord, are you? Kakuzu keenly sensed something, his face filled with shock. I have grown tired of this novice village of the ninja world. In Naruto's eyes his dark six paths Rinnegan erupted with piercing bloodlight as if to pierce the heavens. I will completely refine this planet. Transform it into a starry sky fortress for this tyrant. Upon these words the hall fell silent. Refining a planet. What a madness, what a colossal ambition that swallows the universe. Even the sage of six paths who shaped the history of the ninja world would never dare to harbor such a deranged idea. But to Naruto this was merely a basic operation. He could not fly aimlessly in space alone. He needed a palace, a warm bed for his harem, and a treasury to house the resources he plundered from myriad realms. And the earth beneath his feet was the ready material. Now go execute it. In 3 months we will leave this starry sky. The next 3 months would be the true apocalypse for the remaining beings of the ninja world, ushering in an era of shadowy cyberpunk and dark cultivation. Under the violent expulsion of Kakuzu and Zabuza, the remaining millions of civilians were crammed into the densely packed life pods deep underground like sardines. They were no longer free humans but living batteries plugged into tubes providing weak biological electricity and emotional energy for the warships. Orochimaru's underground laboratory roared day and night. Combining the demonic energy of the great devouring technique, the vitality of white Setsu, and the genetics of the Akatsuki clan, countless starry sky warriors devoid of pain, covered in black scales and with crimson eyes, were birthed en masse in petri dishes. They needed no breath, obeying only Naruto's absolute commands, becoming perfect cannon fodder for the cosmos. The most terrifying transformation occurred on the planet's surface. On the day the 3-month deadline arrived, Naruto soared alone to the edge of the atmosphere, tens of thousands of meters above the ground. He gazed down at the blue planet, his hands clasped together fiercely before his chest. Ultimate secret art of the great devouring technique, star refining array. Boom! The entire Earth's tectonic plates began to tremble and shift violently. An immense, unfathomable black demonic flame erupted from deep within the Earth like countless black dragons enveloping the entire planet. Mountains crumbled, oceans boiled. Those forests and beasts that had not been relocated underground were instantly vaporized under this refining power, transforming into pure natural energy. Reassemble. Naruto's Rinnegan with 9 tomos spun wildly, channeling the power of all existence with full force. The crystal rocks and metallic veins that had been refined by the demonic flames transformed into a peculiar alloy, appearing dark golden and indestructible under the magic's reshaping. The vast continent of the ninja world vanished. In its place was an ultimate starship, Dark Court Divine Capital, over 10,000 kilometers in diameter, its surface covered with chakra circuits glowing dark red, resembling a gigantic black lotus. Just one more source of power needed. Naruto turned his gaze to the pale moon in Earth's orbit. That was the place where the Sage of Six Paths had sealed Kagaya's vessel with planetary devastation. Although Kagaya had emerged, the moon still retained immense gravitational essence, and the power of the Six Paths within. Absorb. Naruto grasped with one hand. Shinra Tensei Star Devour. That moon which had accompanied the ninja world for millions of years was drawn off its orbit by Naruto's terrifying gravitational pull, crashing straight toward the massive Black Lotus warship. There was no catastrophic collision. The moment the moon touched the bottom of the Black Lotus, it was as if a jelly bean had fallen into a giant abyss, instantly shredded and absorbed by the super devouring array at the ship's bottom. The moon's core was perfectly transformed into the ultimate main engine of this starry sky warship. Ding! The Tyrant's Palace successfully refined a single planet, creating a starship-level mothership, Dark Court Divine Capital Black Lotus form. System evaluation using stars as vessels and all beings as fuel. Your apocalyptic undertaking has transcended the common logic of this universe. View. Naruto slowly descended into the magnificent tyrant's temple at the highest point of the warship. Orochimaru, Kakuzu, Zabuza, and others gazed at the vast and boundless universe outside, then looked at the terrifying divine artifact beneath their feet transformed from a planet. They trembled with excitement, kneeling in unison, calling out to the divine. Let us depart. Naruto embraced Kagaya, who was equally astounded, and casually crushed the jade tablet recording the star map. Target Akatsuki homeworld. Let us see if those so-called cosmic deities will kneel and beg for mercy like mortals when their souls are drained. Boom! A blinding blood-red beam erupted from the bottom of the Dark Lotus warship, accompanied by violent folding and twisting of the surrounding space. This starry behemoth, carrying the boundless ambitions of the ultimate tyrant and laden with an army of 100,000 demons, instantaneously transformed into a black-red streak of light tearing through the boundaries of the solar system, boldly leaping into the depths of the universe. The nightmare of myriad realms officially descends from this moment. In the vast and boundless depths of the universe there lies the Akatsuki mother star. This is a super-planet several times larger than Jupiter, adorned with stunning chakra rings. For countless years the Akatsuki clan has commanded from here, converting countless life planets in the universe into nourishment for their divine tree. They are the absolute rulers of this starry sky, priding themselves as supreme deities. However, today marks the twilight of the gods. Rumbling. The cosmic space surrounding the Akatsuki mother star suddenly shattered like a giant mirror. Accompanied by blinding blood-red light, a gargantuan starship resembling a massive black lotus flower and spanning thousands of kilometers in diameter appeared in Earth's orbit with an utterly domineering and unreasonable presence. The terrifying gravitational force emanating from the warship even caused the chakra rings of the Akatsuki mother star to distort violently. Alarm! Alarm! Unknown cosmic fortress invasion. The piercing alarm echoed throughout the highest elder council of the Akatsuki mother star. A dozen esteemed Akatsuki elders possessing advanced reincarnation eyes and holding high status gazed at the projection of the Black Lotus, radiating a sense of destruction, their faces filled with shock and anger. What audacity! That is the coordinates for the attack sent by the Peach and Gold Styles. These inferior beings dared to counterattack the abode of the gods. An elder of the Akatsuki bellowed. Activate the planetary shield. Deploy the star fleet. Reduce this cosmic trash to cosmic dust. Following the elder's command, an indestructible golden barrier rose from the surface of the Akatsuki mother star. Tens of thousands of shuttle-shaped starships ascended from the planet's interior, densely arrayed in the vacuum of space, with cannon mouths crazily gathering high-concentration chakra beams capable of destroying asteroids. Meanwhile, on the temple terrace of the Black Lotus warship, Naruto embraced the trembling Akatsuki Kagaya, overlooking the poised Akatsuki fleet below his eyes, betraying no emotion. Is this the foundation of your Akatsuki clan? It appears numerous, yet they are merely fragile toys. Naruto couldn't even muster the interest to act lazily, snapping his fingers. Orochimaru. At your service. Orochimaru's pale face was filled with a morbid fanaticism for slaughter and war. He walked to the edge of the warship, slamming his hands onto the control hub. Children, go and enjoy your cosmic feast. Buzz. Countless black hatches instantly opened on every gigantic petal of the Black Lotus warship. The next moment, to the horrified eyes of all Akatsuki clan members, a full 100,000 starry sky death warriors covered in black scales with crimson eyes devoid of pain and breath surged out of the warship like cosmic locusts. They had no spaceships, relying solely on their bodies modified by Akatsuki genes and magical arts, charging towards the Akatsuki fleet at terrifying speeds in the vacuum. Fire! Fire! The Akatsuki fleet unleashed a barrage of cannon fire-dense chakra beams, instantly engulfing the army of death warriors. However, a scene that filled the Akatsuki with despair unfolded. The starry sky death warriors did not dodge or evade. Their black scales, infused with the properties of the great devouring magic, actually absorbed and deflected the chakra beams. Bang! 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 The death warriors slammed heavily against the armor of the Akatsuki warships like cannonballs, using their razor-sharp claws, teeth, and even self-detonation to viciously tear apart the high-tech starships. The lofty Akatsuki clan members, once approached by the death warriors, would be torn to shreds, their chakra completely drained. This was not a naval battle in the cosmos, but a one-sided primal massacre. How could this be? What on earth are these monsters? Our chakra attacks are completely ineffective against them. The Akatsuki elders gazed at the instantly collapsing defenses, their faces pale as ashes. Fine, let them clean up the garbage outside. Naruto did not continue to watch this boring game. He turned his head to Threedemo reincarnation eye, in his gaze penetrating the planet's crust. Kagaya, lead the way. Take me to the place where that guy named Shinjutsu rests. Kaguya trembled, instinctively resisting at the mention of Shinjutsu, her innate reverence making her feel compelled. Master. The Akatsuki god may have abandoned his physical body and ascended to a higher dimension, but his remains still resonate with the laws of divine arts. That is an irreverent taboo. Shut up. There are no taboos in my dictionary. Naruto grabbed Kaguya by the collar, the talent of temporal and spatial domination erupting explosively. Whoosh. Their figures directly ignored the so-called absolute defense of the Akatsuki Mother Star's planetary shield and the complex spatial barrier, instantly traversing hundreds of thousands of meters to arrive at the core of the planet. It was an incredibly vast underground temple composed purely of crystal and high-concentration chakra. In the very center of the temple, a semi-transparent, multi-horned withered corpse sat cross-legged. The Akatsuki god, Shinjutsu's physical remains. Merely the unconscious fluctuations emitted by this corpse caused the surrounding space to exhibit extremely strange folds and distortions. It was as if this corpse itself was the embodiment of universal truth. Thud. The moment Kaguya saw the remains, her legs buckled, collapsing to the ground, trembling all over. That was the submission from an inferior life form facing a high-dimensional deity. Akatsuki. Shinjutsu. Yet Naruto felt no discomfort whatsoever. He narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying the remains, dubbed as a god. To pursue the elusive higher dimension, abandoning this well-forged body. What a foolish and reckless idiot. Naruto chuckled coldly, striding toward Shinjutsu's remains. Just as he was 10 meters away from the remains, an anomaly occurred. This remains, which had been in slumber for countless epochs, seemed to sense the extremely dangerous devouring malice emanating from Naruto, instinctively activating a self-defense mechanism. Buzz. An indescribable wave of terror exploded outward from the remains in an instant. This was neither chakra nor ordinary sage arts, but divine arts that transcended all energies. Divine art omnipotence. This is the core authority of Akatsuki Shinjutsu. It can directly transform the caster's will into reality, forcibly rewriting everyone's memories, cognitions, and even the laws of causality in the universe. Under the cloak of omnipotence, an invisible force attempted to forcibly invade Naruto's brain, trying to rewrite his subconscious, making him forget hostility, instilling absolute fanaticism and worship for the Akatsuki god, even attempting to compel him to self-terminate. Kneel. Repent. The divine cannot be desecrated. An ethereal and grand voice of pressure resonated wildly within the depths of Naruto's soul. Meanwhile, Kaguya had completely lost consciousness, banging her head against the remains like a fanatic. Rewrite my reality. Modify my will. Naruto stood his ground, not only refusing to kneel but instead displaying an extreme arrogance and ferocity on his handsome face. What do you think you are? A coward who abandoned his physical body to escape, daring to call himself a god. Rumble. Naruto held nothing back. The immense source of the great devouring magic within him, capable of bursting the galaxy, operated at a staggering 1,000 limit at this moment. In this universe, my will is the only reality. Devour him for me. Naruto abruptly raised both hands, fingers claw-like, aiming at Shinjutsu's remains suspended in midair. Ultimate secret art of the great devouring magic, everything returns to nothingness. God devour. A horrifying black hole dark enough to consume light, laws, and even causality suddenly formed between Naruto's hands. This was a power of absolute plunder that transcended the worldview of Naruto's universe, originating from the highest dimension of the system. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The laws of omnipotence released by Akatsuki Shinjutsu upon colliding with this black hole disintegrated as if they were a bundle of cotton encountered a meat grinder, unable to modify Naruto's will, and instead being gradually ground, disassembled, and absorbed by the black hole. No. This cannot be. I am a deity. A faint and terrified spiritual wave seemed to emanate from the remains, left with a trace of Shinjutsu's cross-dimensional consciousness. He never imagined that in the lower universe there existed a perverse technique capable of forcibly swallowing even the laws of divine arts. Come down. Naruto roared, the devouring power of the black hole skyrocketing 100-fold. Crack, crack. Amidst the excruciating sounds of shattering, that once invincible Akatsuki god's remains began to crumble piece by piece. Transforming into a sky full of pure golden divine powder like a golden river, it rushed madly into the black hole before Naruto, ultimately flowing into Naruto's limbs, bones, and the depths of his soul. Ding. Warning. High-dimensional divine material injection detected. The great devouring magic is forcibly analyzing and assimilating the laws of divine arts. Aga. Even with the perfected sage body and 6 paths reincarnation eyes, the moment Naruto began to devour this divine remains, he let out a painful and violent roar. Golden fissures split open on the surface of his skin as if he were about to be burst apart by this overwhelming divine power. But he gritted his teeth, with red light flashing wildly in his eyes, using his domineering will to forcibly suppress and refine this divine power within him. 10 minutes later. The last trace of golden powder was completely absorbed into Naruto's body. In the empty underground temple, the traces of Akatsuki Shinjutsu had been entirely erased, leaving not a single remnant. Huff. Naruto slowly exhaled a breath of golden turbid air. The golden fissures on his body instantly healed, and he returned to a state of calm. However, his aura underwent a tremendous transformation. If the previous Naruto was a world-destroying demon king, now every gesture he made exuded an absolute sense of control that made the laws of the entire universe tremble. The cold and frenzied prompt sound from the system finally resounded in his mind like a thunderclap. Ding! The tyrant's god-slaying moment. Successfully devoured the remains of the Akatsuki god Shinjutsu. Congratulations to the host for forcibly stripping and perfectly merging the authority of Akatsuki divine arts. Ding! The host gains Divine Art 1 Omniscience and Omnipotence passive active. Attribute description: your will is reality. Can ignore any seals, any laws of energy conservation, rewriting the memories, cognition, and even the causal state of all beings within a single universe with a thought. Ding! The host gains Divine Art 2 All-Seeing Eye. Attribute description: requires no medium, can instantly transcend endless star rivers, observing all events occurring and that have occurred in the universe from all angles without dead ends. Ding! The host gains Divine Art 3 Absolute Reflection. Attribute description: any attack against the host bearing hostility or intent to kill, whether physical, ninja arts, or conceptual level, will automatically double back to the caster at the moment of manifestation. Ding! The host's life level has completely broken through the core star level limits, stepping into the single universe level, the embryonic form of a creator. Is this the power of divine arts? Naruto slowly clenched his fists, feeling that with just a thought he could turn the surrounding space into water, reverse time, and grant life to the lifeless. He glanced at Kagaya, still unconscious on the ground from the loss of divine pressure. It was magnificent. This is the authority worthy of me. Naruto's smile widened, ultimately transforming into a wild, thunderous laughter that echoed throughout the underground temple. Let's go, it's time to deliver the final farewell to the masters of this planet. Naruto scooped up Kagaya, his form flashing, directly appearing on the battlefield in outer space of the Akatsuki Mother Star. At this moment, while the 100,000 starry sky death warriors were fearless, the foundation of the Akatsuki was indeed formidable. Under the ultimate weapon strike activated by several elders at all costs, the army of death warriors had already lost nearly half, and the shield of the Black Lotus worship was also shaking violently. Hold on. These monsters are almost done for. We must destroy this worship today. The Akatsuki elders roared frantically from the flagship. At that moment, Naruto's figure suddenly floated at the center of the two warring armies without warning. There was no chakra explosion, and even the overwhelming pressure from before had vanished. He stood as if an ordinary passerby, quietly suspended in the cosmic vacuum. But Orochimaru and Kakuzu saw Naruto appear and immediately ordered all death warriors to cease fire and retreat in a frenzy. That human has come out again. Concentrate all firepower and kill him first. The Akatsuki elder roared. Countless warship cannon mouths all aimed at Naruto. Facing a fusillade capable of destroying planetary systems, Naruto didn't even glance. He merely opened his mouth slowly, and with the voice granted by the authority of omniscience and omnipotence, casually uttered two words: annihilation. Buzz. No light, no sound, no explosion. This was an ultimate power known as rule modification. The moment Naruto spoke these two words, the omnipotence divine art was activated. His will instantaneously rewrote the reality of this starry sky. In the midst of Kagaya, Orochimaru, and others being utterly stunned, even halting their breaths. The countless Akatsuki starships ahead, along with the millions of exalted Akatsuki clan members within those ships, vanished like footprints smoothed out by waves on a beach, or like a painting instantaneously erased by an eraser. Not a single struggle, not a trace left. In merely a second they all transformed into a void smaller than atoms, completely erased from the reality of this universe. Silence. A deathly stillness. The entire starry sky was left with only the Akatsuki Mother Star, which had lost all defensive fleets, standing alone. The Akatsuki clan has come to an end. Naruto gazed at the empty starry sky ahead, yawning as if he had merely accomplished an insignificant task. He turned to walk towards the temple of the Black Lotus worship. Orochimaru drained the core of this Mother Star to energize the worship. It's time to leave this dull universe and explore the higher worlds, the myriad realms. The Black Lotus of the Cosmic Divine City slowly spun, changing course towards the deepest dimensional barriers of the universe, entering the unknown void. Soul Society Suriide. The Hill of Dual Destruction. At this moment the captains and vice-captains of the Godai 13 along with Kurosaki Ichigo were all gazing up at the sky with expressions of complex shock and anger, watching the beam of light slowly rising. It was the absolute defense light unleashed by countless grand hollows tearing through the sky, the anti-membrane. Within the beam of the anti-membrane, the once elegant captain of the 5th Division Aizen Sosuke had just extracted the legendary artifact the Hogyoku from rookie Akatsuki. He removed his disguised black-framed glasses and crushed them. Brushing his brown bangs back with his hand, the face that once wore a friendly demeanor now displayed an extreme arrogance, looking down upon the world as if viewing mere ants. "Where do you intend to fall to, Aizen?" Below Yukitake Shiro and Shibatoru questioned loudly. "Farewell, fellow soul reapers." Aizen looked down at his former colleagues, his gaze akin to that of someone observing a group of ignorant ants slowly uttering a phrase that would be inscribed in the annals of Soul Society's history. "No one starts off standing in the heavens. Neither you nor I, not even the gods. But this unbearable hiatus of the throne of heaven is about to end. From now on I shall stand at the top." Accompanied by Aizen's extremely arrogant declaration, the anti-membrane along with Ikemaru Jin and Tosen Kanami slowly flew towards the dark abyss torn by the Grand Hollows. Even the Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni could only watch helplessly as he left, facing the anti-membrane that could isolate all spatial laws. Everyone was stunned by Aizen's unparalleled aura and oppressive presence. However, just when Aizen thought he had Soul Society at his mercy, and was about to ascend to the throne of the Hueco Mundo. Crack! A crisp sound as if the entire world's spatial barrier had been forcibly shattered suddenly exploded in the sky above the hill of dual destruction. This sound did not come from the dark abyss of the Grand Hollows, but from an even higher dimension, one that even Soul Reapers couldn't reach. "What is happening?" Captain Yamamoto suddenly looked up, his old eyes flashing with an incredibly horrified gleam. He sensed that the spiritual particles around him, no, the spiritual energy of the entire Soul Society, was violently trembling and submitting due to this sharp sound. Aizen in midair also frowned slightly. Then, amidst the terrified gazes of everyone, including the Grand Hall, above the hill of dual destruction, the originally azure sky shattered like a mirror struck by a hammer, creating a terrifying black hole with a diameter of over several thousand meters. Accompanied by blinding blood-red lightning, a colossal starship large enough to obscure the entire Suriidii, and resembling a dark red lotus, forced its way into the Soul Society in a brutish and even destructive manner. Boom! The moment the starship descended, an unspeakable, terrifying spiritual pressure transformed from the great devouring magic poured down like a tangible force. Thud. 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 Just the pressure emanating from the starship. On the hill of dual destruction, aside from Captain Yamamoto, who could barely support himself with his cane, the other captain-level Soul Reapers such as Kachiki Byakuya and Kiraka Shunsui were all instantly forced to their knees by this spiritual pressure. And those vice-captains and ordinary Soul Reapers were directly spitting blood as if struck by a heavy hammer pressed down on the ground, unable to move a single finger. What? What kind of monster is this? This level of spiritual pressure? Could it be the Soul King descending? Shattered B was pinned to the ground, screaming in despair. Even the once grotesque Grand Hollows in the sky Giliang appeared like quails facing a natural enemy retreating into the depths of the black abyss, and even the anti-membrane pulling Aizen showed violent fluctuations. Interesting. Aizen, within the anti-membrane, though shaken by this sudden terrifying spiritual pressure, maintained his composure due to his inherent pride. He gazed at the massive black lotus starship above. "It seems this world still harbors uncertainties unknown to me. However, no matter who you are before me who possesses the Hogyoku." Aizen's words were cut short. The black petals at the front of the starship slowly began to unfurl. A young man clad in a black and gold robe with golden hair flowing without wind emerged from the starship, embracing a woman with ankle-length white hair who was breathtakingly beautiful, Kagaya Akatsuki, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Following the man were Orochimaru Kakuzu and other high-ranking members of the Akatsuki, exuding intense killing intent, alongside a pink-haired girl, Sakura, with a vacant expression, chained up. It was Uzumaki Naruto who had crossed the cosmic dimensions and descended into this realm. Is the energy system here called spiritual pressure? Naruto took a deep breath of the Soul Society's air, and a flash of satisfaction crossed his eyes, which had 9 tomo in their dark 6-path reincarnation. Pure soul power. This is far easier to absorb than chakra from the ninja world. This land is simply the perfect breeding ground for my magic. Naruto completely ignored the Soul Reaper captains below, who were lying on the ground as if facing a great enemy. His gaze landed directly on Aizen, who was beneath the anti-membrane's protection, holding the Hogyoku and posing with an air of profound mystery. "You just said you want to stand at the top." Naruto's voice was not loud, but under the blessing of the omniscient divine technique he had just acquired, it resonated in the depths of every soul like the will of the world. Aizen looked at Naruto and realized that he could not see through this man's depths at all. Even the woman beside him, Kagaya, and those followers emitted a spiritual pressure equal to that of the captains. "Who are you?" Aizen narrowed his eyes slightly, placing his right hand on the hilt of his Zanpakuto Kyuka Suigetsu. Though your entrance is quite magnificent, interrupting others is not a polite action. Politeness? What are you to talk to me about politeness? Naruto's smirk grew larger, eventually transforming into an unabashed, contemptuous laugh. In my world, I just crushed someone like you who thinks too highly of himself and loves to scheme from behind the scenes, referring to Obito. Do you think that just by holding a broken bead radiating inferior light you can be invincible? Aizen's eyes grew cold, his pride severely provoked. It seems we cannot reach a consensus. Aizen drew his Zanpakuto, pointing the tip downwards. Shatter Kyuka Suigetsu. In an instant, an invisible hypnotic wave surged forth, covering Naruto. This was Aizen's prideful complete hypnosis. As long as one had seen the release once, their five senses would be completely dominated. However, in Aizen's confident gaze. Crack. A crisp sound of shattering. It was not that Naruto had fallen into the illusion. Instead, Aizen's Kyuka Suigetsu unexpectedly fractured without warning, turning into countless shards that fell into the beam of the anti-membrane. What? Aizen's eternally composed face finally revealed an expression of disbelief at this moment. I told you your understanding of power is too pathetic. A hint of mockery flashed in Naruto's right eye. He had just acquired the divine technique, absolute reflection, after devouring Kagaya's power. Any attack directed at him, whether physical or conceptual, would be reflected back with double the intensity. Aizen's Kyuka Suigetsu attempted to hypnotize a singular cosmic-level divine being possessing omniscience and absolute reflection, resulting in the Zanpakuto being unable to withstand the backlash of the rules and shattering on the spot. Who gave you the courage to attempt to hypnotize even my will? Naruto did not give Aizen any chance to show off. He slowly reached out his right hand, aiming at Aizen, who was under the protection of the anti-membrane, and made a grasping motion. Come down. Boom. As Naruto made his move, the anti-membrane, which was said to be impenetrable even by the Captain Commander's flames, capable of isolating all spatial laws. In the face of Naruto's terrifying spatial laws and absolute gravity that could crush galaxies, it was as fragile as a glass tube. Bang! The beam of the anti-membrane was forcefully crushed. How is this possible? Ikamaru Jin and Tosen Kaname were horrified. Without the protection of the anti-membrane, Aizen felt an irresistible gravitational force heavier than the entire Soul Society enveloping him. He did not even have the strength to use Shuinpa. Whoosh! Aizen was like a meteor pulled directly from the sky by Naruto. Slap! A cold hand like an iron claw grasped Aizen's neck, pinning the greatest ambition of Soul Society like a chick against the broken execution pillar on the hill of dual destruction. From the high and mighty king of arrogance to a prisoner with his neck grasped, it happened in the blink of an eye. Below, Kurosaki Ichigo, Captain Yamamoto, and all Soul Reapers were left dumbfounded. That Aizen, who had toyed with them so effortlessly, had not even made a single move against this suddenly appearing mysterious man. You want to stand in the heavens? Naruto, holding Aizen's neck, looked down at his face, which was turning red from lack of oxygen and extreme shock. Unfortunately, as long as this tyrant is present, the heavens must come crashing down for me. Naruto's left hand mercilessly pierced into Aizen's chest, eliciting a painful grunt as he pulled out the Hogyoku, which emitted a ghostly blue light. Is this the trump card you take pride in? A low-quality toy pieced together from the remnants of other souls. Naruto looked at the Hogyoku in his hand, filled with disdain. No. Return the Hogyoku. Aizen struggled desperately, as it was his hope for evolution. Want it? Then trade your soul for it. A hint of red light flashed in Naruto's eyes. Great devouring magic soul devour. Boom. A wave of black nether flame erupted from Naruto's hand, directly penetrating into the depths of Aizen's soul. Ah! Accompanied by Aizen's heart-wrenching screams. This once great hero of Soul Society, his massive Soul Reaper spiritual pressure, his comprehension of the Soul Reaper's four techniques, and even the essence of his Soul Reaper origin deep within his soul were all frantically drained and devoured by Naruto under the burning of the nether flame. In just 10 seconds the screams stopped. Aizen Sasuke, both body and soul annihilated. He turned into a handful of flying ash, dissipating in the winds of the hill of dual destruction. Cling! The Hogyoku, now without an owner, fell to the ground. Naruto did not bother to pick it up, for at his current level this half-finished product that forcibly broke through the boundaries between Soul Reapers and Hollows was not even worthy of being a toothpick. Naruto turned around. His terrifying 9-tomo Sharingan slowly swept over the Soul Reaper captains below, who were already scared out of their wits. This fly called Aizen, I crushed him with ease. Now let us talk business. Naruto spread his arms wide, proclaiming with an undeniable voice that shook the entire Soul Society. From today onwards, whatever Suriidii, whatever Godii 13, all is void. This realm known as Soul Society shall be officially taken over by me, Dark Court Divine Capital. Those who follow me shall live, those who oppose me shall die. In the Soul Society on the hill of the double calamity. A deathly silence. The once invincible Aizen Sasuke, who toyed with the entire Godai 13, was crushed like a puff of smoke by the man before him who claimed to be a tyrant, leaving even his soul completely drained. The half-finished Hogyoku that fell to the ground was even kicked aside by that man in disdain like a troublesome stone. Gulp. An unknown vice-captain struggled to swallow, and the faint sound was as piercing as thunder in that moment. What kind of monster is he? The normally unflappable Byakuya Kichiki showed fear for the first time on his iceberg-like face. His hand gripping Senbenzakura trembled slightly as the spirit of the sword cried out in terror deep within his soul. No matter what kind of monster he was, anyone daring to speak recklessly in the Soul Society must be prepared to be turned into minced meat. Just as everyone was intimidated by Naruto's terrifying spiritual pressure, an extremely violent and bloodthirsty voice suddenly erupted. Captain of the 11th Division Kenpachi Zaraki. He ripped off the spiritual pressure eye patch over his right eye, and a solid gold skull-like spiritual pressure soared into the sky, dispelling the surrounding fear. He was not afraid, instead he grinned widely, flashing a smile more frenzied than that of a beast. Hey, you over there with the blonde hair. You look strong. Come fight me. Kenpachi Zaraki gripped his chipped Zanpakuto tightly, exerting force through his legs as he shattered the hard ground like a golden meteor, charging towards Naruto in the sky, bringing with it enough sword pressure to split mountains. Zaraki. Don't be impulsive. Kuraka Shunsui was alarmed and wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Facing the fiercest beast of the Soul Society, Naruto didn't even glance at him. He merely sighed lightly, his tone filled with pity as if regarding a fool. Wild dog, you must know the consequences of barking at a deity. Just as Zaraki's Zanpakuto was less than half a meter from Naruto's head. Buzz. The dark six-pads Rinnegan in Naruto's eyes turned slightly. Divine technique, absolute reflection. Clang, crack. Without any warning. Kenpachi Zaraki felt that his all-out strike did not hit the opponent, but was instead rebounded back into his own body with a bizarre law of power at 100 times the strength. Pfft. Zaraki's prideful monster of a body exploded into countless bursts of blood mist. The Zanpakuto in his hand shattered into several pieces with a wail. But that's not all. Naruto extended his right hand and grasped the air. Great devouring magic spiritual pressure extraction. A black vortex instantly enveloped the flying Zaraki. Ugh! Zaraki let out a muffled groan of pain. The vast and violent spiritual pressure within him, like an ocean, was drained by Naruto as if it were floodwaters breaching a dam. In just a second. Bang! Kenpachi Zaraki crashed heavily into the ruins of the hill of the double calamity. His muscles shriveled, his hair lost its luster, and he lacked the strength to stand up, completely reduced to a dried husk devoid of spiritual pressure. In one move, not even lifting a finger, he incapacitated the captain of the 11th Division. Zaraki. Ikakumadarame and Yumachika Ayasegawa let out desperate screams. Is this the fighting power you take pride in? It truly fails to inspire any interest. Naruto yawned, his gaze slowly sweeping over the Shinigami below. Unforgivable. A terrifying and intensely hot spiritual pressure accompanied by the sound of a cane striking heavily against the ground slowly rose. Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryosai Shigakuni. This strongest Shinigami of the Soul Society for 1,000 years slowly removed the upper half of his captain's Haori, revealing his scarred and powerful physique. His originally half-closed eyes suddenly opened wide, burning with rage capable of incinerating everything. You not only intruded into the Soul Society and killed Shinigami, but also dared to claim you would take over the Suriidai. I will never allow a madman like you to run rampant here. All things in nature shall turn to ash. Sanka no Tachi. Boom. The flames instantly erupted into the sky, turning the entire hill of the double calamity into a sea of fire. The surrounding air warped crazily under the extreme heat, and even the vice-captains felt their lungs burning with each breath. Old man, do you think increasing the heat around me will trouble me? Naruto stood above the sea of fire, his black gold robe showing not a single trace of scorching, while his Rinnegan looked down mockingly at Captain Commander Yamamoto. Arrogant youth. I shall turn you and your soul to ashes. Captain Commander Yamamoto's eyes narrowed. He realized the opponent's strength was unfathomable, and that ordinary Shurikai would be useless, so he unhesitatingly unleashed his strongest trump card. Bankai. Sanka no Tachi. Buzz. In an instant the sea of flames vanished. No, they didn't vanish, all the flames were compressed into the seemingly charred broken edge of the sword. In that moment the moisture in the entire Soul Society began to evaporate wildly, even in the distant Rakangai people felt parched. 15 million degrees. The temperature at the core of the sun. Zanka no Tachi East, Asahi no Hoko. Captain Commander Yamamoto's figure transformed into an afterimage, instantly appearing before Naruto as the blade condensed with all the heat thrust unreservedly towards Naruto's chest. The Captain Commander has struck. Victory is assured. Nothing can withstand the heat of Zanka no Tachi. The Shinigami in the distance ignited a spark of hope in their eyes. However, in the incredulous gaze of Yamamoto Genryusai, Naruto not only did not dodge but actively extended his right hand. Bang! Naruto's right hand firmly grasped the blade, heated to 15 million degrees. What? Captain Commander Yamamoto's aged face turned pale in an instant. He felt as if his blade had stabbed into an absolute zero cosmic black hole where the terrifying high temperature capable of erasing all matter not only failed to burn Naruto's palm but vanished without a trace like a cow sinking into the sea. 15 million degrees. Sounds pretty terrifying. Naruto gripped the edge of Zanka no Tachi, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Unfortunately, in the face of my omnipotent divine technique and great devouring magic, temperature is just a number that can be modified and devoured at will. You know nothing of the power of flames. Naruto opened his mouth. Suck. Boom. Under the astonished gaze of all the Shinigami, as if witnessing a ghost. Naruto, as if slurping noodles, directly absorbed the flame's spiritual pressure within Captain Commander Yamamoto through Zanka no Tachi, along with the source power of the sword wildly pulling it into his stomach. Ugh. My spiritual pressure. My Zanpakuto. Captain Commander Yamamoto desperately tried to retract his Zanpakuto, but his aged body could not move an inch before Naruto's terrifying gravitational pull. It tastes a bit spicy, but as an appetizer it's passable. Naruto licked his lips, exerting force with his right hand. Crack. The Zanpakuto, known as the strongest and oldest fire-type blade, Zanka no Tachi, was forcibly crushed into countless black iron filings by Naruto. Immediately after, Naruto smacked his palm heavily against Captain Commander Yamamoto's face. Slap. The strongest Shinigami who ruled the Soul Society for 1,000 years was like a kite with a broken string, directly slapped away, crashing through several stone walls before finally being buried beneath the ruins, completely losing consciousness. With one blow he incapacitated Zaraki, crushing Zanka no Tachi with bare hands and slapping the Captain Commander unconscious. This is a dimensional strike. This is the absolute oppression of a cosmic-level deity over a lower world. On the hill of the double calamity, only despairing silence remained. Ichigo Kurosaki trembled with the sword Tensai Zangetsu in his hand. Byakuya Kichiki bowed his proud head. Kuraka Shunsui didn't even notice the conical hat falling from his mouth. The Godai 13 completely annihilated. Naruto clapped his hands as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He turned to look at a woman nearby with long black braids and a gentle appearance, yet radiating a subtle killing intent at that moment. Captain of the 4th Division Unohana Retsu. You seem to be a healer, but I can smell the scent of blood suppressed for hundreds of years deep within your soul. The first Kenpachi Unohana Yichiru, right? Naruto's Rinnegan seemed capable of seeing through all disguises. Unohana's eyes shifted slightly as she slowly undid the braid at her chest, revealing a hideous scar, her gaze instantly turning cold and filled with a thirst for slaughter. Since you know my past, you should understand that I won't easily submit like them. Submit? No, I don't need you to submit. I'm just informing you. Naruto instantly appeared before Unohana. In the moment she couldn't even draw her Zanpakuto. Naruto's hand, filled with black demonic energy, pressed forcefully against her abdomen. Great devouring magic, supreme secret technique, Yin-Yang demon contract. Ugh. Unohana's dignified face twisted instantly in extreme pain and humiliation. She felt an uncontestable evil force forcibly tearing apart her soul's defenses, brazenly carving a mark of servitude deep within her essence. This power. How is it possible? As the proud first Kenpachi, she was being shattered and stripped away layer by layer before this absolute demonic contract. In her eyes, filled with killing intent, a layer of humiliation and absolute submission tinted red. Naruto withdrew his hand, looking at Unohana, who was slumped on the ground gasping for breath yet not daring to harbor any killing intent towards him, with satisfaction. I really like your healing ninjutsu and your killing instincts. From today on, you like Kagai will be my private property. Naruto turned around, spreading his arms, looking down at all the Shinigami kneeling on the ground. Ding! The Tyrant's conquest. Successfully defeated the highest combat power of the Soul Society, crushing the strongest Zanpakuto for a millennium. Successfully enslaved the top-tier spiritual body furnace Unohana Retsu. Absorbed the source of Zanka no Tachi, the host's demonic flame acquires the annihilation attribute capable of penetrating spatial barriers. Listening to the system's notification, a hint of fervent ambition flashed in Naruto's eyes. Orochimaru Kakuzu. Your subordinates are here. The two commanders of the Divine Army stepped forward immediately. Release the Starry Sky Dead Warriors and take over the Siriidai. Confiscate all Shinigami Zanpakuto and throw them into the warship's furnace for refinement. 4 resistors drain their souls, leaving them utterly annihilated. Naruto raised his head, his Rinnegan's gaze piercing directly through the sky of the Soul Society, looking towards the so-called Spirit King and the 5 self-important Zero Division members hidden in a higher dimension. As for me, I heard there's a so-called Spirit King sitting atop this world along with 5 self-righteous Zero Division members. The cruel smile on Naruto's lips grew wider. Kagaya Unohana Retsu, come with me. This tyrant is going to personally pull out that so-called world anchor. Above the Shurhun realm, the barrier between dimensions was forcibly rent open. The passage to the supreme power core of the Shurshin world, the Lingwang Palace, normally required the Wang Jian to open. But before Mingren, who possessed mastery over time-space and the omnipotent divine art, that so-called spatial barrier was as fragile as paper. Crack. Mingren, accompanied by Datong Mu Huiyi and the recently subjugated Mao Zhihualai, strolled as if in a garden, cleaving the void and descending onto the forecourt of the Lingwang Palace. A tidal wave of spiritual particles so dense they seemed to liquefy washed over them. This place was the Lingwang Palace. Although Mao Zhihualai had been implanted with a demon seed, she retained her consciousness. She stared at these divine floating halls, an architecture reserved for gods, and felt an overwhelming shock. Once the most vicious criminal of the Shurhun realm, and its most ancient captain, she had never in her long life set foot in this forbidden ground. And this man walked in brazenly. A mouse has come in indeed. At that moment, 5 silhouettes exuding an ancient colossal spiritual pressure blocked the stairway to the Lingwang's inner sanctum. Ling Fan Dui. 5 Shurshin chosen by the Lingwang Royal Special Agents. Each of them wielded power capable of matching the entire 13 court guard squads. At the front stood a burly bearded man holding a gigantic brush, a rotund monk, Bingshubu I Bingwei. Stranger, no matter what foul arts you used to defeat Yuha Ba He the traitor or Lan Ran, this is not your place. Though Bingshubu I Bingwei smiled, his bell-like eyes were ice-cold with killing intent. Before this old man loses his temper, step back obediently, or else leave your name here. Mingren halted and looked at this death god progenitor famed for bestowing names upon all things. A contemptuous withering smile curled his lips. A name. Old relic, have you been so long in your greenhouse that your mind has rusted? Without a word of preamble, Mingren's Rinnegan of ultimate darkness, the 9 Tomo dots, erupted with crimson radiance. If you wish to die, let us go together. Arrogant. Allow me to teach you a lesson. Qianshou Wan Xiodhua Luo Qianshou, one of the Lingfen Dui snorted. Skeletal arms behind him wove innumerable lethal strands seeking to strangle Mingren. Strike names, not flesh. Bingshubu I Bingwei acted instantly, swinging his enormous brush in a single decisive stroke across the void. A deluge of inky essence splattered toward Mingren. This was Bingshubu I Bingwei's most fearsome ability. If that ink touches you, no matter how mighty a deity you are, your name will be erased. Your power, your reason for being, instantaneously reduced to nothing. Master, be careful. Huey and Mao Zhihualai gasped in alarm. They could sense the terrifying force of law condensed within that ink. Yet, Mingren stood motionless, not even attempting to dodge. The ultimate secret of the Rinnegan of darkness, divine art, absolute reflection. Ahem. In the thousandth of a second before the name-erasing ink would touch his body, the space of the Lingwang Palace seemed to hiccup and misalign. A higher-dimensional divine power, transcending Shurshin cosmological law, acted like an invisible absolute mirror, and magnified 100-fold, forcibly reflected the erasure law back upon itself. What? Bingshubu Bingwei's smile froze instantly. He had no time to react. The ink that had been hurled at Mingren strangely appeared above his own head, and cascaded down like a waterfall, drenching him through and through. A short, piercing scream. The leader of the Lingfen Dui, who had named all things in the Shurhun realm for 1,000,000 years, cried out. His body bore no physical wounds, yet his presence, his spiritual pressure, everything, was in an instant consumed by 100-fold backlash of his own ability. With a pop, Bingshubu I Bingwei was transformed into a nameless pitch-black worm without spiritual pressure, incapable even of speech, and fell to the ground. Annihilated in a heartbeat, with his proudest law turned into the very instrument of his extinction. The remaining 4 members of the Lingfen Dui were aghast. They could not comprehend what had transpired. Too weak. Not even worth warming up against. A red gleam flashed in Mingren's eyes. The great Devouring Demon Art, 10,000 laws to oblivion. Thunder rolled. A vast black maw opened directly above the stairway. A terrifying hunger instantly engulfed the 4 remaining Lingfen members. No. In the face of absolute disparity, Royal Special Agents were paper-thin. Their blade shredded, their Wang Jian forcibly stripped away, their souls and spiritual pressure siphoned dry by the demonic art, in less than 5 seconds reduced to 4 gaunt corpses. Lingfen Dui annihilated. Mao Zhihualai trembled behind Mingren, watching the crushing scene. At last she understood the man she had pledged to was no mere tyrant. He was a true creator who ruled all. Mingren stepped over the wreckage and pushed open the weighty gates of the Lingwang's inner hall. At the hall's center, a figure sealed within a massive crystalline mass came into view. Limbless, organless, its innards hollowed out. Like a tragic swineman eternally imprisoned, it maintained the balance between the Shurhun realm, the human world, and the Suquan with its remaining Lingwang essence. This was the highest deity of the Shirshan world, the Lingwang. What a pitiable posture! Mingren approached the crystal and looked at the god his own creations had turned into a wedge and a battery, his eyes filled with scorn. Backstabbed by Shirshan who feared your power, stripped of limbs and organs, reduced to a living corpse that keeps the world turning. This is the end for your so-called boundless charity. Since you are a useless husk, hand this corner of the cosmos to me. Mingren slowly raised his hands and pressed them against the unbreakable crystal that encased the Lingwang. A low hum. The great Devouring Demon Art engaged its ultimate operation. World devouring mode activated. Cracks began to splinter. The Lingwang barrier, which even Yuha Ba he had required titanic effort to breach, instantly webbed with spider-like fissures under Mingren's corrosive demonic essence. The crystal shattered with a thunderous crash. Mingren's hands plunged into the Lingwang's ruined torso. At the instant Mingren's hands pierced the Lingwang, the entire Shirshan cosmos, the Shurhun realm, the human world, and the Suquan, erupted in apocalyptic quakes. The sky was torn with crimson rifts, the earth's spiritual particles began to collapse. The wedge that maintained the universe's operation was being forcefully pulled free. He is devouring the Lingwang alive. Mao Zhihua watched in horror. She could feel the Lingwang palace crumbling beneath her master. If the Lingwang disappears, these three worlds will be utterly destroyed. Destroyed. No. Mingren bathed in the Lingwang's prodigious originating light, his hair whipped in the gale and his rinnegan blazed with an unprecedented searing brilliance. When the old wedge is pulled naturally, a new creator takes its place. Draw into me, he roared. A horrific dragon of pure black demonic essence erupted from Mingren's body, swallowing the Lingwang's shattered husk and the very life and death laws that governed the Shirshan cosmos. Alert. Detection: multiverse core origin Lingwang inflow. The great Devouring Demon Art is frantically assimilating. Mingren howled to the heavens. This power was colossal, enough to sustain the laws that underpinned three worlds. His black gold robe was shredded by the raging spiritual pressure, and mysterious sigils flowed across his skin like a star stream. In merely 3 minutes, when the last glimmer of the Lingwang was fully absorbed into Mingren, the collapse of the Shirshan world reached its zenith. Cities in the human world began to plunge into chasms, the sky of the Suquan buckled. Just when Mao Zhihua feared all was lost, Mingren suddenly opened his eyes. In his pupils, the left still bore the ultimate Dark Nine-Tomo Rinnegan of the Hykage cosmos, while the right, after devouring the Lingwang, had transformed into a cross-star radiance, the omniscient eye that symbolizes the Shirshan life and death law. Quiet. Mingren breathed 2 words: divine art, omniscience, and omnipotence. Coupled with the Lingwang's authority, he forcibly began to remold the laws of the universe. Ahum. An indescribable force fusing the manifold of existence with the boundary between life and death surged outward from Mingren like a cosmic conflagration, sweeping through the Shurhun realm, the human world, and the Suquan. A miracle occurred. The rupturing sky halted, the dissipating spiritual particles were forcibly congealed midair. The trembling three worlds under Mingren's absolute will not only ceased collapsing but began to fuse in a novel, tighter configuration. From this day forth, the Shurhun realm, the Suquan, and the human world shall be stripped of independent cosmic attributes and forcibly integrated into the core energy pool of my Dark Court Divine Capital flagship. Mingren clapped his hands together. Far above the Shurhun realm, the vast Dark Lotus flagship, refined from the Hykage Earth, erupted at its base with a transdimensional super-teleportation array that engulfed the entire dimension. Under the stupefied and horrified gazes of countless Shirshan Su and humans, the 3 planes of the Shirshan world were forcibly compressed and folded by the monstrous Lotus flagship, and like 3 brilliant stars were drawn into the world forge at the vessel's base. Notification: Tyrant Dimension Plunder successful. Core of the Shirshan universe Lingwang devoured. Notification: the 3 Shirshan planes successfully merged into Host Divine Domain Starship Energy Pool. The Dark Warship gained an eternal motion level supply of spiritual power. System prompt: Host has perfectly fused the chakra rule with the life and death spiritual pressure rule, stepping into a multiversal half-formed prototypical state. Mingren laughed. Mingren stood amid the cosmic void and looked down at the Lotus flagship, now swollen by the devoured Shirshan cosmos and radiating a dark golden divine luster, and he laughed with unbridled ecstatic abandon. Hui Mao Zhihua returned to the ship. Mingren turned, arms outstretched as if embracing the starry firmament. The spoils of this universe have been fully harvested. Set the next course coordinates. The cross-star radiance and Rinnegan in Mingren's eyes gleamed together, an insatiable hunger for higher power. Onward to a universe teeming with planet-busting scions, simians, and gods of destruction. This tyrant will go feast on something high-calorie. In the vast and boundless sea of stars, a pitch-black dimensional rift was forcefully torn open. A massive Dark Lotus battleship large enough to obscure planets slowly emerged from the void, descending into a brand new universe brimming with explosive vitality. On the terrace of the warship's temple, Naruto stood at the edge, his left eye a dark Ninetamo Rinnegan, and his right eye a cross-star all-knowing eye which instantly pierced through countless star systems. What a vibrant universe this is! Naruto took a deep breath, a highly greedy smile spreading across his face. In this universe, with just a sweep of his senses, he could perceive the violent energy known as ki contained within countless life planets. Although this energy was not as refined or governed by rules as chakra and spiritual pressure, its sheer destructive and explosive power was terrifying. Master, the vastness of this universe seems to far exceed that of my homeland, the Akatsuki universe. Akatsuki Kaguya stood behind Naruto, her Byakugan scanning the starry sky, her tone laced with a hint of shock. Mugetsu silently nodded. She could sense that if they casually found a powerful being in this universe, their spiritual pressure density would easily crush the captains of the Soul Society. There's no need to be overly alarmed, this is merely a world dominated by brute force. Naruto cracked his neck, the sound of his bones cracking punctuating the air. Although the beings in this universe could easily obliterate planets, he had just devoured Akatsuki Shiki, a deity, and the Spirit King, the core of the world, stepping into the realm of a half-multiversal existence. In terms of brute strength, he was not afraid. In terms of rules and realms, he had formed an absolute dimensional suppression over this universe. Suddenly Naruto's gaze locked onto a location several light-years away from the warship. There a gigantic disc-shaped spaceship was traveling at an incredibly fast speed towards a certain direction. Inside the ship, an extremely evil cold aura of considerable mass was emanating. An interesting prey. Just right, as a newcomer I need a guide familiar with the local situation. Naruto's lips curled into a slight smile, and in an instant his figure vanished from the temple terrace. In the Frisia Force main ship's monitoring room, the Universe Emperor Frisia, who had just been resurrected by his subordinates using the Dragon Balls and had been training for 4 months in a hyperbolic time chamber-style environment, sat in a floating chair gently swirling a glass of red wine. At this moment he had already mastered a brand new transformation, Golden Frisia. Oh ho ho! Son Goku, the humiliation you brought me, I Frisia shall repay you 100-fold today. Earth and those scion monkeys shall all be reduced to cosmic dust. Frisia let out his signature sharp laughter, his eyes filled with cruelty and the joy of revenge. Fr. Frieza-sama. Suddenly the alien subordinate responsible for radar monitoring screamed in terror, rolling and crawling to Frisia's side. What are you panicking about? Such useless trash. Frisia frowned, casually pointing and unleashing a death ray that pierced through the thigh of that subordinate. Master. Something unknown has suddenly appeared inside our spaceship. The radar showed no response, he just appeared out of nowhere. The subordinate, disregarding the excruciating pain, shouted while pointing at the monitoring screen. Appeared out of nowhere. Could it be that monkey's instant transmission? Frisia's expression darkened as he spun around. However, the one who appeared behind him was not Son Goku in an orange martial arts gi. Instead, it was a young man draped in a black and gold robe with golden hair and heterochromic eyes, exuding an aura that even the Cosmic Emperor felt a sense of dread and submission. It was Naruto. Naruto surveyed the technology-filled interior of the spaceship, finally fixing his gaze on Frisia. With a tail and white skin. Are you the ruler of this star domain? You look rather unique, Naruto commented without any reservations. Where did this lowly monkey come from, daring to speak to this king in such a tone? Frisia's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and without even standing up he raised a finger. Die. Death ray. Whoosh. A red energy ray capable of effortlessly piercing the crust of a planet shot straight at Naruto's forehead at the speed of light. In Frisia's eyes, this ignorant brat would have his head blown apart the next second. However, just as the death ray was less than a millimeter from Naruto's forehead, Naruto's right eye, the cross-star all-knowing eye representing the cosmic laws of death, flickered slightly. Divine technique, absolute reflection. Buzz. There was no explosion, no roar. That terrifying death ray, upon touching an invisible mirror of absolute laws, actually reversed at a speed 100 times faster than it had come. Puff. Ah. Frisia didn't even have time to blink. A blood mist exploded from his right shoulder. The rebounding ray precisely severed his entire proud arm. My arm. How is this possible? What kind of sorcery did you use? Frisia cried out in pain as he fell from the floating chair, clutching his severed arm in horror. I am Frisia. How could a casual strike after 4 months of training be reflected back just like that, and I lost an arm? The hundreds of subordinates in the spaceship were all dumbfounded, not daring to even breathe. Sorcery. It's just a stick to hit wild dogs. Naruto slowly approached Frisia, and with every step he took the terrifying pressure belonging to a creator level increased. Crack, crack, crack. The alloy floor of the spaceship cracked under Naruto's footsteps, and the alien subordinates around him could not even scream under this pressure, turning directly into mush. You! What kind of monster are you? Frisia felt an unprecedented fear of death, even more despairing than when he faced the Super Saiyan on Namek. I don't believe it. I am the Cosmic Emperor. I am the strongest. Frisia roared madly, his energy erupting violently. The dazzling golden light instantly engulfed the entire main cabin of the ship. Golden Frisia making his appearance. Die. Die for me. Frisia radiating golden light resembled a frenzied golden beast unleashing a terrifying power capable of destroying star systems, and punched towards Naruto's chest. Oh. A color change indeed enhances the power significantly. In terms of pure destructive power, it already surpassed Akatsuki Shiki's normal physical state. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Naruto's eyes. The power inflation in the Dragon Ball world truly had its unique aspects. But, unfortunately, in the face of absolute laws, brute force is worthless. Facing Golden Frisia's full power strike, Naruto did not use absolute reflection but instead casually extended his right hand, fingers spread wide. Great devouring magic, all laws returned to nothing. Bang! Frisia's world-destroying punch struck heavily against Naruto's palm. There was no explosion, no destruction of star systems as imagined. Frisia was horrified to find that his golden aura capable of exploding the sun upon making contact with this man's palm was as though it had fallen into a bottomless black hole, not even causing a ripple, but was forcibly devoured and annihilated. No. This is impossible. Frisia despairingly lifted his head, meeting Naruto's emotionless heterochromic eyes. Cosmic Emperor. From today on you can only be a dog under this tyrant. Naruto suddenly tightened his right hand, firmly gripping Frisia's fist. Boom! A strand of extremely pure and domineering black magic energy surged through Frisia's arm, forcefully drilling into his body with crushing momentum. Ah! Frisia let out a scream 1,000 times more tragic than when his arm was severed. His golden transformation was abruptly interrupted, reverting to his original white form. That black magic energy violently inscribed a mark of slavery deep within his soul, while crazily absorbing the vast ki within him, converting it into a new nourishment for Naruto's great devouring magic. Ding! Parasitic magic seed successfully implanted. Successfully enslaved the top villain of the Dragon Ball universe, Frisia. System prompt: the host has analyzed the energy composition of ki in the Dragon Ball universe, and the host's chakra and spiritual pressure are undergoing source transformation, enhancing all destructive capabilities by 1,000. Naruto released his grip, looking at Frisia, who lay collapsed on the ground drenched in cold sweat, not even daring to lift his head to look at him with a satisfied smile. Your name is Frisia, right? Yai's master. Frisia lay on the ground, his voice trembling, the mark of absolute submission deep within his soul, preventing any thought of resistance. Very good. Naruto casually flicked a ball of magic energy which instantly transformed into a black energy arm connecting to Frisia's severed arm, not only restoring his disability, but even enhancing his power beyond what it was before. A stick to hit, then a sweet date. This is standard practice for a tyrant. You just said you were going to Earth to seek revenge on a scion named Son Goku. Naruto asked indifferently. To serve the master. Yes. Those scion monkeys have humiliated me repeatedly. I intended to kill them. Frisia replied tremblingly. No need to change plans, continue to Earth. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Naruto's mouth. A grand harvesting plan had already begun to form in his mind. In the Dragon Ball world, scions possess a freakish physique that allows their power to surge tremendously upon near-death resurrection Zenkai boost. If I can plant magic seeds in Son Goku and Vegeta, turning them into everlasting human batteries, then this will could directly elevate the great devouring magic to its peak. Listen, Frisia. When you reach Earth, do not kill those two scions directly. I want you to use all means to push them into a corner. Force them to constantly break their limits at the brink of death, turning them into super scion gods, or even higher realms. When they are pushed to their most desperate, most power-hungry moment, it will be the time for me to descend and plant the seed of hope for them. Listening to Naruto's chilling breeding plan, Frisia, once the universe's #1 villain, couldn't help but shiver. He suddenly felt that compared to this master before him, his previous methods of blowing up planets and killing people seemed as innocent as a child in kindergarten snatching lollipops. I will absolutely not fail the mission. I will force those scions into the most perfect dire straits to offer them to you. Frisia bowed deeply. Naruto turned around, his figure vanishing amidst the distortion of space. Only a cold oracle echoed within the spaceship. Go. The gods and destroyers of this universe will all become nourishment under my divine throne. And the scions are merely an appetizer on my plate. On Earth, in the northern glacial continent, the once peaceful icy plains have transformed into a scarred wasteland of lava. With a deafening roar, two figures radiating a blue divine aura were smashed deep into the glaciers like kites, with their strings cut, sending shards of ice and dust flying. Coughing, Sun Wukong and Vegeta struggled to rise from the ruins, their orange and blue martial arts uniforms tattered and stained with blood, barely able to maintain their Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan Super Blue transformation. In the air before them, Golden Frieza stood with his arms crossed, looking down at them from a vantage point. Unlike the Frieza from the original story who quickly fell due to rapid energy depletion, this Frieza now shone with golden brilliance entwined with eerie black demonic energy. With this demonic energy enhancing him, his stamina showed no signs of waning. Instead, his power grew increasingly violent and cold as the battle progressed. Oh ho ho ho. What's wrong, Sun Wukong? Vegeta. Where is that proud Super Saiyan power of yours? Frieza extended his purple tongue to lick the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glinting with extreme cruelty and mockery. Is this your trump card against me, the great king? This is truly laughable. How could this guy's power become so sinister? Vegeta gritted his teeth, clutching his broken rib, wondering what that black aura truly was. Every collision seems to sap a part of my energy. Vegeta, do not let your guard down. Sun Wukong gasped for breath, his expression grave. This Frieza seems like a different person. No, he's turned into a monster. On a distant cliff, the god of destruction Beerus and Angel Whis were seated on beach chairs. Beerus, who had been savoring a strawberry sundae, suddenly halted his spoon midair. Whis. A rare, solemn expression appeared on Beerus' feline face, even tinged with a hint of irritation. Do you feel that? Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis narrowed his eyes, gazing at Frieza in the air. There is a strange energy within Frieza that does not belong to our seventh universe. That energy is extremely domineering, even simulating and analyzing the laws of our universe. Beerus crushed the spoon in his hand. That black aura has even stirred a hint of dread within my destruction Hawkeye power. Dread for a god of destruction. If this were to be spoken of, the entire universe would regard it as the ramblings of a madman. Alright, the warm-up game is over. As a reward for your past kindness, I will slowly crush every bone in your bodies. Frieza let out a wild roar and instantly vanished. So fast. Sun Wukong couldn't even catch his afterimage before receiving a devastating blow to his abdomen. Wah! Wukong spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying like a cannonball. Kakarot! Vegeta roared in anger just as he intended to charge forward. Frieza's tail whipped like a steel whip against his face, shattering half of his skull. The next 10 minutes were a one-sided brutal slaughter. Frieza perfectly executed Naruto's command, to not kill them but to force them into the abyss of absolute death. Wukong and Vegeta struggled in agony and near death. Their Saiyan bodies' peculiar trait of gaining strength upon death was wildly awakening their potential, their energy rising again and again at the brink of death. But before the golden Frieza infused with demonic essence, all their resistance was still in vain. Bang! Sun Wukong and Vegeta were pinned down by Frieza's foot, their blue flames extinguished completely, reverting to their normal black hair, their pupils dilated, their life signs flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Oh ho ho ho! Are you in despair? In pain? Frieza stepped on Wukong's head, laughing wildly. Let me tell you, my current power is merely a fraction of my great master's. You monkeys don't even have the right to be a stepping stone for him. Master. Master. Even on the brink of death, hearing this made waves of shock surge in Wukong's heart. What kind of being could make the proud cosmic emperor Frieza willingly call him master? Just as Beerus sensed something amiss and prepared to intervene. Buzz. The sky above Earth suddenly seemed to be ripped apart by invisible giant hands. The originally clear day instantly turned into a polar night. A massive black lotus warship too large to be measured by the naked eye, radiating a dark red terrifying glow, slowly emerged from the shattered dimensional rift, completely enveloping the sky above Earth. What is that thing? Whis suddenly stood up, his staff emitting sharp warning alarms. At the moment the warship appeared, the entire Earth's gravity magnetic field and even the flow of time seemed to be forcibly suppressed by a force of a higher dimension. Immediately after, in the horrified gazes of everyone including Beerus, and was a black beam of light descended from the temple of the warship, landing directly before Sun Wukong and Vegeta. As the light dissipated, the figure of Naruto Uzumaki, clad in a black and gold robe, possessing the Nine-Tails Rinnegan and star-like eyes, stepped onto the frozen ground of Earth like a creator transcending endless ages. At the moment of his arrival, the previously arrogant golden Frisia instantly reverted from his transformation, prostrating like the most humble wild dog, his body flat against the ice. "Welcome, master." Frisia's voice trembled with extreme reverence. Silence. A deathly stillness. Sun Wukong and Vegeta struggled to open their blood-stained eyes, gazing at the mysterious man with golden hair and unusual eyes before them. Although the other party emitted no energy, their scion battle instincts were wildly alerting them. Run. Escape quick. This is an incomprehensible, terrifying monster. Naruto disregarded the trembling Frisia on the ground, instead using his abyss-like eyes to gaze at the dying Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The thirst for power, the struggle for survival. Such a marvelous will. Naruto's voice, ethereal like an oracle yet laced with lethal temptation, echoed in Wukong and Vegeta's minds. Scions, do you wish to obtain the power to protect this planet and defeat all your enemies? You. Who are you? Wukong managed to utter a few words with great difficulty. I am the deity who can grant you miracles. Naruto slowly extended his hands, placing them atop Sun Wukong and Vegeta's heads. Great devouring magic, supreme parasitic seed implanted. Buzz. Two streams of extremely pure black demonic essence disguised as divine vitality instantly pierced deep into their nearly exhausted chakra cores. For the dying scions, this power was like rain after a long drought. Boom! The moment the seed entered their bodies, the scions' near-death breakthrough mechanism was forcibly ignited. Sun Wukong and Vegeta felt an unprecedented surge of terrifying power within them, surpassing even the Super Saiyan Blue. Their injuries healed in an instant, and two towering auras shot up into the sky. This power is too incredible. Is this a miracle? Sun Wukong clenched his fists, feeling the energy within him like a cosmic explosion, his eyes filled with shock and gratitude towards Naruto. Vegeta trembled all over, feeling like he could explode Frisia with a single punch. However, these two simple-minded fighters had no idea. The terrifying power surging within them was merely bait preemptively offered by the seed to cultivate them into higher-level batteries. From this day forth, every time they train, every transformation, and even the future comprehension of the ultimate technique and self-technique, half of the primal laws will automatically flow into Naruto's body. Ding! The supreme breeding plan of the tyrant has successfully activated. Successfully implanted the magic seed into the top-tier luck children Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The Saiyan-exclusive near-death evolution system Zenkai Boost has begun to analyze and assimilate. Listening to the system's notification, Naruto's smile grew increasingly profound. Don't mention it. This is merely a reward for your splendid performance. Just as Naruto completed the planting. Hey! Regardless of what dimension of deity you are, causing chaos on the territory of the Great King without a word is rather disrespectful to me as a god of destruction, isn't it? A purple divine power filled with the laws of destruction instantly enveloped the entire glacier. The god of destruction Beerus had, unbeknownst to him, appeared behind Naruto. His yellow slit pupils burned with an extremely dangerous light. Oh! A hairless purple-skinned cat. Naruto slowly turned around. His eyes, merging the highest laws of the universes of Naruto and Bleach, met Beerus, god of destruction's gaze without fear. Just in time. I was wondering how my demonic magic would evolve after devouring the laws of destruction of this universe. Facing one of the highest deities of the universe, this cross-dimensional tyrant's eyes gleamed with the extreme greed one has when looking at the most delicious food on their plate. On Earth, in the northern glacial ruins, the biting cold wind froze between the two individuals. A hairless, purple-skinned cat. Beerus' yellow slit pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip, with a few veins bulging on his forehead. Since his birth, ruling over the seventh universe for billions of years, no creature had ever dared to insult him with such a title. Whis, did you hear that? This lunatic who came from some lower dimension actually called me a purple-skinned cat. Beerus was so furious that he laughed, yet the surrounding air began to collapse and vanish due to the divine aura he unconsciously leaked. Lord Beerus, please control your emotions. If you unleash your full power here, the entire solar system will disappear. Whis, standing in the back, maintained a relaxed tone, but the hand gripping the staff tightened slightly. Due to his transcendent perception as an angel, he was unable to see anything about the past or future of this blonde man before him. The existence of the other party seemed to be shrouded by an absolute force that transcended their entire Omni-King universe system. Rest assured, exterminating a mere insect doesn't require full force. Beerus slowly raised his right hand palm facing Naruto. A sphere of energy deep and pulsating with purple lightning rapidly formed in his hand. This is not ordinary energy, but represents one of the highest rules of the universe, destruction Hawkeye. Regardless of what god you are, even your soul will not remain in the face of the law of destruction. Beerus' gaze turned cold, disappear. Whoosh. The purple sphere of destruction transformed into a streak of light, erasing a dark trajectory in space as it rushed towards Naruto's face. In the distance, Son Goku and Vegeta, who had just awakened and were still lying on the ice, felt their hearts skip a beat upon witnessing this scene. Oh no. It's Lord Beerus' destruction. That man, while granting us power, could never block that move, Vegeta shouted in horror. However, facing this terrifying law capable of erasing a planet from causality in an instant, Naruto didn't even lift his eyelids. Instead of retreating, he advanced directly, extending his fair right hand to grasp that sphere of purple destructive energy. Has he lost his mind? Goku widened his eyes. The destructive energy erupted upon contact with Naruto's palm, instantly unleashing a terrifying erasure law, attempting to erase Naruto's arm, and even his entire being, from existence. But before Naruto, whose body fused the essence of Naruto and Death God and had stepped into the realm of a singular universe-level creator prototype being, this destructive law felt as if it had crashed into an insurmountable wall of size. Buzz. The cross-star light in Naruto's right eye, the all-knowing eye, flickered slightly. Divine Art Omniscience Reality Modification. I refuse to be destroyed. Thus this sphere of energy is ineffective against me. Accompanied by Naruto's domineering will that obeys his utterances, Beerus' proud law of destruction came to a halt in the palm of Naruto. The attribute that erases everything was forcibly stripped of its concept by the high-dimensional divine art. How is this possible? My destruction has been nullified. Beerus' feline face finally revealed an expression of extreme disbelief. With this little temperature, it isn't even worthy of lighting my cigarette. Naruto let out a cold laugh and a pitch-black miniature black hole erupted from his palm. Grand devouring magic, all laws returned to the void. Suck. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, Naruto actually sucked in that sphere of purple destructive energy, as if it were cotton candy. Crunch crunch. Accompanied by a sound that made one's teeth ache, the magical essence within Naruto instantly analyzed and assimilated this destructive law. Ding. Successfully devoured fragments of the destruction law. Host's magic flame attribute updated. All of the host attacks now carry the effect of causal erasure. The taste is not bad. A bit spicy. Naruto licked his lips in satisfaction, looking at Beerus with increasingly greedy eyes. Purple-skinned cat, how much more of this energy do you have? Hand it all over. You monster. Beerus was completely enraged. As the god of destruction, his dignity was rubbed into the ground and he could no longer care about solar systems. Boom. The purple divine aura erupted like a volcanic eruption, instantly engulfing the entire earth. The earth's crust wailed and the oceans boiled. Beerus' figure instantly vanished from the spot, moving so fast that even his afterimages couldn't be captured. This was the battle instinct he had honed for countless years, even faintly touching the threshold of the ultimate instinct technique. Bang! Beerus' fist slammed brutally against Naruto's cheek. This punch was enough to punch a hole through the galaxy. Yet Naruto's head didn't even budge an inch. What? Beerus felt as if his fist had struck an infinitely dense cosmic singularity, the recoil force causing his entire arm to emit a bone-cracking wail. Too slow. Moreover, the power is soft. Have you not eaten? Naruto slowly turned his head, his unusual eyes coldly fixated on the nearby Beerus. Bang! Naruto casually lifted a leg and kicked fiercely at Beerus' abdomen. Wow! The mighty god of destruction of the seventh universe, with bulging eyes and blood spewing from his mouth, was kicked by Naruto directly through the Earth's entire atmosphere, crashing into outer space like a purple meteor. Lord Beerus. Whis could no longer maintain his composure. In space, Beerus coughed up blood. His proud divine body had actually suffered 3 broken ribs from that simple kick. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Beerus' eyes turned red as he prepared to unleash all of his god of destruction power, even willing to take the entire universe down with him. But at that moment, Buzz, Naruto's figure appeared above him like a specter. In front of me, you don't even have the qualification to self-destruct. Naruto extended his right hand palm facing down. A terrifying gravitational force instantly locked Beerus in space. A pure black giant chain pierced through Beerus' chest from Naruto's palm. Ah! Beerus let out a tragic scream, feeling that the fundamental power representing the authority of the god of destruction within him was being crazily drained by that chain. Stop it. On Earth, Whis, who had been watching the battle, finally intervened. As an angel, he couldn't participate in private fights among the universe, but if Beerus died, he would also fall into slumber. More importantly, this man before him had seriously threatened the balance of the entire Omni-King universe. Whis waved the staff in his hand, striking it into the void. Time reversal. This is one of the most extraordinary abilities of angels, capable of reversing the time of the entire universe by 3 minutes. Whis attempted to turn back time to before Beerus acted, thereby avoiding this disaster. Buzz. The entire universe's scene began to stagnate, then rapidly reverse like a rewinding film. The Earth's glaciers began to reassemble and Beerus' blood began to flow backward. Time laws. At the center of the time reversal, Naruto noticed the changes in the surrounding rules. But he was not flustered, instead the wild grin on his lips grew even stronger. Playing with time in front of the all-knowing and omnipotent creator. You are delivering takeout to me, angel. The cross-star light in Naruto's right eye, the all-knowing eye, erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Divine art, omniscience, causal severance. I refuse the time reversal. In this realm my time is the absolute positive axis. Crack. Accompanied by Naruto's unmatched will, the time reversal law of Whis, which could influence the entire 7th universe, shattered upon touching Naruto's body like glass colliding with diamond. How is this possible? Whis, far from Earth, turned pale as a fine crack appeared in the staff he held. The rules of angels were actually forcibly broken. But this was not over. Naruto's left eye, the dark and ominous Ninetales reincarnation eye, suddenly spun. Since you delivered the time laws to my doorstep, I shall graciously accept. Grand devouring magic vortex of Law Eater. The shattered time reversal law fragments, not yet dissipated, were directly swallowed into Naruto's body by the terrifying suction erupting from his eyes. Ding. Detecting ultra-high dimensional time law reversal stop fragments. Grand devouring magic is forcefully analyzing and assimilating. Congratulations, host. Successfully mastered the time law. The host is now immune to all time-related attacks and can freely manipulate the time axis within a small range. Feeling the profound time power newly present within him, Naruto comfortably closed his eyes. The chakra and space of Naruto, the souls and life and death of the Death God, now combined with the destruction and time of Dragon Ball. His power was undergoing a frenzied transformation towards higher dimensions at a pace that made the universe tremble. What? What exactly are you? Beerus, pierced by the black chain, and having lost half of his destructive essence, looked at Naruto before him with only deep fear remaining in his eyes. Even Whis time reversal could be shattered and devoured. This was not a god but an ultimate catastrophe that came to consume the entire world. Who am I? Naruto lifted Beerus by one hand, slowly descending from space, returning to the glacier once more. He threw the weak Beerus, who resembled a dead dog, onto the ground and coldly scanned Whis, who looked serious not far away, as well as Goku and Vegeta, who were still in shock. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. In my universe they call me the ultimate tyrant. Naruto walked up to Whis, ignoring the wariness in the angel's eyes. Angel was right. Go back and tell your supreme ruler that little brat called Zeno. Naruto looked up, gazing at the vast cosmic starry sky, his eyes shimmering with endless ambition. Prepare those 7 super Dragon Balls and wash them clean. This universe's throne of gods is now claimed by this tyrant. Earth, Northern Glacier. The cold wind howled, yet at this moment the temperature here had plunged to absolute zero due to the terrifying aura emanating from Naruto. The angel Whis, whose face was always adorned with an elegant smile, now bore an expression of grave seriousness. He glanced at the fine crack on his staff, then at Beerus, who lay beneath Naruto's foot like a dead dog, half of his destructive essence lost. Lord Naruto. Whis took a deep breath. The angel's code forbade him from losing his temper easily, but the being before him had completely surpassed his understanding. You forcibly interfered with the operations of the 7th universe, and even severely injured the god of destruction. Such actions not only violate the laws of the universe but also provoke Lord Zeno. If Lord Zeno were to become angry, the entire universe would be wiped out in an instant. Oh. Wiped out. Naruto looked down at Whis, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. You seem to still not grasp the situation, angel. In my dictionary there is only me eliminating others, not the other way around. Naruto released his foot and kicked the half-dead Beerus towards Whis. Take this crippled purple cat and roll. By the way, use that broken stick of yours to contact that Supreme Kai or Lord Zeno. Naruto spread his arms, and the space behind him began to twist and boil violently. Tell them that if they do not obediently hand over the divine authority of this universe, I will crush layer by layer, stuffing all of you self-proclaimed higher dimensional beings into my furnace as fuel. Whis caught Beerus and shot a deep glance at Naruto. He knew this was not a mere boast. The method Naruto just used to crush time reversal had proven that he possessed the power to counter or even surpass the rules. Since you insist on this, then the endless consequences will have to be borne by you. Whis dared not linger any longer. With a tap of his staff on the ice, a colorful beam of teleportation light descended, taking him and Beerus away from Earth at the fastest speed, heading straight for Lord Zena's palace. As the gods fled, the overwhelming pressure on Earth finally dissipated somewhat. Cough, cough. On the distant ice, Sun Wukong and Vegeta struggled to prop themselves up. The great devouring demon seed within them was operating wildly, continuously channeling the potential brought forth by their near-death breakthrough into Naruto's body. Naruto turned his head looking at these two oblivious human batteries. Don't look at me with those eyes. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your lives. A devilish glint of mockery flashed in Naruto's eyes. Keep getting stronger, Scions. Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue. Or even higher forms of Ultra Instinct. Go ahead and explore your potential. The stronger you become, the richer the nourishment you can provide for me. What? What are you talking about? Sun Wukong clutched his chest, the instinctive shudder making him unable to meet Naruto's gaze. Naruto ignored them further. For in his perception there was something that was even more tempting than these batteries, which was eager to be tasted by him. The ultimate wish power of the Dragon Ball universe. The Super Dragon Balls. Naruto slowly ascended into the air. His right eye, the cross-star gleam representing omniscience and omnipotence, erupted in brilliance. Divine Art, all-seeing eye. Naruto's gaze instantly penetrated the dimensional barriers of the 7th and 6th universes. In the vast and boundless sea of stars, he accurately locked onto 7 gigantic Super Dragon Balls emitting a golden glow like planets. Come to me. Naruto slowly raised both hands, aiming at the void. Great Devouring Magic Art, interdimensional star attraction. Boom. At this moment the starry skies of both the 7th and 6th universes trembled violently. Amidst the horrified observations of all cosmic civilizations, those 7 massive Dragon Balls scattered across 2 universes and comparable in size to Earth were forcibly pulled by a terrifying black hole's gravity, transcending the speed of light by countless times, forcefully penetrating the cosmic barriers. In less than 5 minutes, in the outer space of Earth, the 7 Super Dragon Balls, like 7 golden suns, illuminated the entire solar system in resplendent glory. What? What is that? The humans on Earth looked at the suddenly appeared 7 giant spheres in the sky, falling into extreme panic. Naruto paid no attention to the ants below. He instantly teleported into space, standing in the center of the 7 Super Dragon Balls. Although he did not know the divine language to summon the Super Shenron for a tyrant possessing omniscient abilities, this was not an issue at all. With my will as reality. Come forth, Shenron. Naruto forcefully rewrote the summoning rules of the Dragon Balls with divine art. Virum. The 7 Super Dragon Balls erupted with blinding golden light. A colossal golden dragon, too immense to be measured by galaxies, began to take form in the vacuum of space. Its body was larger than the combined size of tens of thousands of solar systems. One of its scales was enough to contain an entire stellar system. Super Shenron, here I come. Its enormous red slit pupils gazed down at Naruto, and a voice both ethereal and grand echoed throughout the universe, the one who summoned me. Speak your wish. Any wish I can grant for you. This is the ultimate miraculous power of the Dragon Ball universe. However, facing this dragon capable of granting any wish. In Naruto's eyes there was no trace of reverence or desire, only an extreme greed that sought to devour everything. Any wish can be granted. Naruto spread his arms, and the void behind him shattered with a thunderous crash. A dark lotus battleship, equally immense and radiating a dark golden divine light due to having absorbed the Death God's universe, slowly emerged from the dimensional rift. Then grant me the wish to devour you. What? A flicker of human-like astonishment flashed in the emotionless pupils of the Super Shenron. It had existed for endless ages, and no one had ever made such a mad wish before. You don't need to lift a finger, I'll take it myself. Great Devouring Magic Art, ultimate operation, swallowing heaven and devouring universe. The multiversal-level source within Naruto fused with the principles of Naruto Death Note, Dragon Ball destruction, and time erupted completely without reserve at this moment. The bottom of the Dark Lotus battleship opened to reveal a pitch-black abyss even larger than the Super Shenron. Give me your essence. Roar. The Super Shenron let out a wail that shook the entire multiverse. It tried to resist, but its proud miraculous principles, under the suppression of Naruto's unreasonable devouring magic and omniscient divine art, found themselves utterly powerless. The golden scales began to disintegrate, the massive body transforming into endless golden divine light surging into Naruto and the dark battleship like a deluge from a collapsing galaxy. This is impossible. Far away in Lord Zena's palace, the Grand Priest, who had just seen this scene through the water mirror, displayed an expression of extreme shock for the first time on his eternally calm face. He actually devoured the Super Shenron. He is consuming the principles of creation and wishes of our universe. The Grand Priest's hands clenched tightly. And sitting behind the Grand Priest were 2 identical childlike Lords Zeno, who had now stopped playing. That person is quite strange. Now the present Lord Zeno said. Yes, let's eliminate him. The future Lord Zeno echoed. In space, the frenzied devouring that lasted half an hour finally came to an end. The colossal Super Shenron along with the 7 Super Dragon Balls had been completely erased from the history of the Dragon Ball universe. Naruto hovered in the vacuum, radiating an aura of supreme divinity that even the laws of the universe seemed to bow to. Ding! The Tyrant's Miracle Plunder. Successfully devoured the Super Shenron. Congratulations, host. Successfully plundered the ultimate authority of the Dragon Ball universe, the principles of miracles and creation. System prompt: the magic power within the host has reached perfection, and the host has officially entered the single universe level peak, ready to challenge the multiverse level at any time. The principle of miracles, huh? Now even if Lord Zeno attempts to erase me, he won't be able to. Naruto stretched his muscles, feeling that with just a thought he could create a galaxy out of thin air or revive a dead universe. Of course, compared to creation, he preferred destruction and devouring. Just then a circle of extremely sacred and solemn light ripples suddenly spread out in the cosmic void before Naruto. 12 angels, 12 gods of destruction led by a short man with a blue halo floating above his head slowly emerged from the light ripples. It was the Grand Priest and the highest divine beings of the Dragon Ball universe. Surrounded by them, the 2 Lords Zeno sitting on floating thrones looked at Naruto with innocent yet cold gazes. Intruder from another universe. The Grand Priest's gaze was as sharp as lightning, staring directly at Naruto. You have devoured the Super Shenron, severely disrupting the balance of the 12 universes. By the command of Lord Zeno, we will now execute absolute erasure on you and that object behind you. The 2 Lords Zeno simultaneously raised their small hands. Eliminate him. Virum. 2 beams of white light representing the supreme will of the multiverse, capable of instantly reducing the entire universe to nothingness, enveloped Naruto and his dark battleship without warning. Facing this ultimate erasure that could instantly obliterate even Zamasu in the original work, Naruto's face displayed not a hint of fear but rather a wild smile, more devilish than the devil himself. Ha! Lord Zeno. Grand Priest. Naruto suddenly spread his arms wide. Left eye dark Ninetales Sharingan. Right eye cross star gleam omniscient eye. Divine art omniscience destruction principle miracle and creation principle great devouring magic art. You think a few universe gatekeepers like you can erase this tyrant? The black magic essence within Naruto fused with the top principles of the 4 universes, transformed into a vast black shield that not only blocked the white light of Lord Zena's erasure but even began to reverse erode and devour those beams. This is impossible. The Grand Priest finally lost his composure, exclaiming in shock. Lord Zena's erasure was actually blocked. Naruto stood like an invincible demon god, treading on the void step by step, directly facing the light of Lord Zena's erasure, walking toward the Grand Priest and Lord Zeno. Since you all have come so grandly to deliver a meal. Naruto's lips curled into a white-toothed grin. Then today I shall accept the control of these 12 universes along with the souls of you so-called gods. All of it shall be taken by me. In the vast void of the universe. The light of the Omni King's eradication, capable of returning 12 universes to nothingness in an instant, emitted a hissing sound like water droplets falling into magma when it touched the pitch-black demonic shield surrounding Naruto, not only failing to penetrate but instead being gradually devoured in reverse. This is impossible. The Omni King's eradication is an absolute rule, how could it be? The face of the High Priest, which always maintained composure and a smile, finally twisted in anguish. He had lived for endless eons witnessing the birth and destruction of countless universes, but such a monster that completely disregarded the fundamental laws of the multiverse was beyond his comprehension. Absolute rules. That's merely because you have never encountered someone who treats rules as mere food. Naruto, like an ancient demon god shattering the ages, steadily approached the throne of the Omni King, defying the light of eradication. With every step he took, the cosmic void beneath him collapsed uncontrollably, creating vast cracks of pure black nothingness. Protect the Omni King. The High Priest finally realized the true life and death crisis. He shouted in anger, and the angelic staff in his hand erupted with a brilliant sacred light. 12 destroyers, 12 angels, barrier formation. Along with the High Priest's command, Beerus injured and brought by Wiscompa the Joker, and the 12 destroyers as well as the 12 angels instantly surrounded Naruto. Ultimate technique of the destroyers: 12-fold destruction sphere. Angelic secret art: absolute time-space confinement. The 12 destroyers simultaneously exhausted all their destructive essence to condense a purple sphere of annihilation 100 times larger than the sun. The 12 angels combined their powers to cast an ultimate confinement capable of completely halting time throughout the entire universe. This was the maximum strike unleashed by the deities of the Dragon Ball universe. Even if the Super Shenron were revived, facing such an intense siege would result in instant obliteration. However, at the very center of the attack, Naruto, instead of resisting, arrogantly spread his arms wide. Your understanding of power remains at the pitiful level of a frog in a well. Naruto's left eye, the extremely dark Ninetales Sharingan, spun loudly, while the cross-star brilliance of his right eye, the omniscient eye, shot forth a light that pierced through eternity. Divine art, omniscience and omnipotence, miracle and creation laws. I declare in this time-space I alone hold supremacy. All confinement is but an illusion. Buzz. The absolute time-space confinement set up by the 12 angels shattered before Naruto's will of the creator like a fragile sheet of paper, instantly collapsing into fragments. The 12 angels simultaneously spat out blood, their staffs breaking apart. But this was not the end. Faced with the overwhelming oppressive force of the 12-fold destruction sphere above, Naruto showed no intention of dodging. Ultimate great devouring magic technique, all things returned to ruin. Suddenly a chasm-like black hole seemingly connecting to another multiverse opened in Naruto's chest. Give me. Devour. Boom boom boom. The purple destruction sphere, which had condensed the essence of all 12 destroyers, showed not a hint of resistance upon touching the black hole, being forcefully stretched into strands and wildly sucked into Naruto's body by an irresistible, terrifying gravity. Burp. In just 3 seconds the world-destroying attack vanished without a trace. Naruto even mockingly burped, a hint of purple electric light spilling from the corner of his mouth, which he then licked away. Not bad, but the quantity is a bit lacking. What? What kind of monster is this? Kampa, the destroyer of Universe 6, was so frightened that he sat down in the void, trembling uncontrollably. Not only did he become immune to eradication shatter time, but he could even directly devour the 12-fold destruction. The emotion of despair finally appeared in the high priest's eyes. Now it's my turn. The sinister smile on Naruto's face instantly faded, replaced by absolute coldness and murderous intent. Whoosh. Naruto's figure vanished from the spot. No spatial fluctuations, no time delay, for in the presence of Naruto, who had mastered omniscience and the Super Shenron's laws, distance had lost all meaning. Pfft. A hand wreathed in black nine hells magic fire pierced through the high priest's chest without warning. High priest. The gods screamed in terror. The high priest struggled to lower his head, looking at the hand in his chest. He wanted to summon the power of the angels to counterattack, but found that the black flames were burning and devouring his soul, his divine power, and everything that constituted his existence at an incredibly terrifying speed. What? What do you want? The high priest struggled to spit out a few words. To incorporate this universe. Naruto coldly withdrew his hand, and the high priest's lofty body instantly turned to ash, dissipating completely with a gust of demonic wind. The highest angel of the Dragon Ball universe, the high priest who stood above all, was instantly killed. Run. Run fast. The destroyers and the remaining angels finally collapsed completely. With even the high priest being killed in a single blow, they had only one path left: death. Since you've come, let all of you become nourishment for my divine city. How could Naruto let these high-purity energy packs escape? He slammed his hands together. Great devouring magic technique, devour the heavens chain. 24 thick chains engulfed in black flames shot out from Naruto's back like poisonous snakes, with eyes instantly crossing tens of thousands of light years to accurately pierce through the chests of the fleeing 12 destroyers and 11 angels. Ah! The piercing screams echoed throughout the cosmic void. These gods, who usually stood high above and could easily destroy planets, were now like a skewered piece of meat pulled back by Naruto. Refinement. Boom. The demonic flames surged. The souls and bodies of the 23 gods were completely drained in less than 10 seconds. Ding. Successfully devoured the essence of 12 destroyers and 12 angels. The laws of destruction and creation within the host reached a state of perfection. After completing all this, Naruto clapped his hands as if he had just cleaned up a pile of garbage. He slowly turned his head. He looked at the two identical Omni-Kings on their throne, who were currently staring blankly at him. Little brat, all your subordinates are dead. Now no one can save you. Naruto walked step by step up the stairs to stand before the Omni-King. What? What do you want? The current Omni-King's voice trembled as he instinctively raised his hand, still trying to unleash the light of eradication. But Naruto grabbed his wrist with such force that it nearly crushed the Omni-King's bones. Your eradication is ineffective against me. And my devouring is absolutely fatal to you. The cross-star brilliance in Naruto's eyes erupted with a cruel red light. For this so-called supreme god, who appeared as a child but possessed an extremely apathetic mind and would destroy an entire universe at a whim, Naruto felt not an ounce of sympathy. Hand over your authority. Naruto's hands firmly gripped the heads of both the current and future Omni-Kings. Great devouring magic technique usurped divine authority. Boom boom. Along with the piercing screams of the two Omni-Kings, an indescribably pure white light was forcefully extracted from their minds by Naruto in a brutally violent manner. This white light represents the ultimate dominion over the 12 universes of Dragon Ball. It signifies the absolute concept of erasure. Naruto opened his mouth as if a great whale was sucking in water, swallowing the two spheres of pure white light that represented the Omni-King's authority in one gulp. Bang! Bang! The Omni-Kings, having lost their authority, turned into lifeless shriveled shells rolling down from the throne. Ding! The tyrant's usurpation successfully devoured the highest deity of the Dragon Ball universe, Omni-King. Congratulations to the host for forcibly plundering and perfectly merging the absolute erasure authority. Attribute description: your will is the end of the multiverse. In an instant you can completely erase all matter-energy causality and souls within a single universe into absolute nothingness. Ding! The host's life level underwent a tremendous transformation, officially stepping into the multiverse level mid-stage. Huh! Naruto closed his eyes, feeling the terrifying power within him that could annihilate countless universes in an instant. He not only completely mastered the Dragon Ball universe but also transformed the rules of this universe into his own instinct. He slowly turned around, looking down at the endless sea of stars below. The Omni-King is dead, the destroyers and angels are dead. These 12 universes have now completely become unknown entities. Kagaya Akatsuki Kinshiki. Naruto's voice reached the Dark Lotus battleship that blotted out the sky behind him. Master. The two women immediately knelt in response in the battleship's temple. They had just witnessed Naruto tearing apart angels and devouring the Omni-King, and their awe for Naruto had reached a pathological fanaticism. Compress and fold these 12 universes for me. I want to stuff them all into the furnace of my divine city. Naruto raised his hand, unleashing the highest authority belonging to the Omni-King. Buzz. In the eyes of countless beings in the Dragon Ball world, including Son Goku and Vegeta on Earth, who were shocked to the core, those 12 vast universes began to rapidly shrink like giant bubbles under Naruto's will. Galaxies collided, star rivers intertwined. Ultimately, the 12 universes were forcibly compressed into 12 radiant cores of the universe, which were then devoured by the abyssal maw at the bottom of the Dark Lotus battleship. Ding! Successfully merged the 12 Dragon Ball universes into the host's divine kingdom energy pool of the starship. The Dark Lotus battleship gained multiversal-level engine power. The internal space of the battleship expanded infinitely. Thus the once invincible Dragon Ball universe was completely reduced to a fuel depot and garden for the Extreme Tyrant's personal battleship. Son Goku and others would also eternally provide Naruto with chakra to extract while working within the battleship's internal space. The starry sky fell once again into a deathly silence. Naruto returned to the throne of the battleship, resting his chin on one hand. His eyes, which fused the supreme laws of the worlds of Naruto, Bleach, and Dragon Ball, pierced through the endless dimensional barriers, gazing into the higher dimensional void. The wool from the anime world has already been shorn to the ceiling. The Omni-King, the Spirit King, the Akatsuki God. These so-called gods are not that impressive after all. Naruto stood up, his black gold robe rustling in the void. The aura he emanated was no longer simply chakra or chi, but an ultimate demonic power capable of making all beings collapse and causing the heavens to tremble. System. Yes. What is your command, host? The voice of the system seemed to have become more respectful, even tinged with awe due to Naruto's surge in power. In the boundless chaos of the void, the Dark Lotus warship, like a slumbering primeval behemoth, slowly tore through the fabric of dimensions and descended upon the edge of a vast new cosmos, ancient, desolate, and tinged with the savage breath of primordial catastrophe. The moment the warship probed outward, the universe's immense, almost unbearable laws of the Tao pressed down like 1,000 mountains. The intensity of these laws exceeded the Dragon Ball universe by several whole dimensions. Such oppressive weight of law. Within the ship's sanctum, even Huey and Mauzihualai, each having reached the consummate Starcore rank, found their breaths labored and the flow of power within them awkward and stilted. Only Mingren, standing at the very front of the terrace, bore a pair of heterochromatic eyes that erupted with unprecedented fervor. No wonder this was a supreme transcendent plane. Here the laws were perfected and unyielding, suffused with endless theft and slaughter. Mingren's devouring demonic art ran wild, and the demonic essence capable of swallowing sovereign power forcibly parsed and adapted to this world's Daoic laws within mere minutes. Master, this world is terrifying. Huey leaned pale against Mingren's back. Of course it's terrifying. Here monsters that have lived 1,000,000 years are as common as stones. There are countless beings whose single drop of blood could crush a river of stars. Mingren turned, pinched Huey's exquisite cheek and said, So with your current strength you don't even qualify to be cannon fodder. Your subordinate is useless. Huey and Mauzihualai knelt in terror. Do not blame yourself. With a casual motion, Mingren sent a sphere of light imbued with potent immortal Tao aura into Huey's body. Here your Dazutama clan excels at cultivating divine trees. From today on, you and Mauzihualai will remain aboard the warship. I will hide the vessel deep within this world's chaotic void. I will send you countless immortal medicines, divine ores, and even seedlings of the world tree from this world. Your task is to use the demonic essence I bestow to cultivate and refine them into the very foundation of the divine capital. When I have stamped this world's heaven down beneath my feet, it will be the time for you to ascend with me, turning into immortal kings." Upon hearing this, Wie's fear instantaneously transmuted into rabid zeal and trembling devotion. "I shall, without fail, cultivate the greatest immortal gardens across the heavens for my master." Having secured his rear, Mingren drew a deep breath. If he erupted now with multiversal-level power and crushed everything in his path, he would inevitably draw premature hunting by the slumbering immortal kings and immortal emperors of this world, the upper realms, the 9 heavens and 10 lands, even the immortal and exotic domains. He was mad but not a fool. Until he had probed the limits of this world's top-tier powers, it was far more prudent for this supreme tyrant to conceal the warship and descend among mortals rather than broadcast his might. System seal 9/10 of my primordial aura. Disguise my external realm as this world's revered realm. Ding. The face of illusion activates at full power. Primordial essence sealed. Host currently displays external realm, revered realm, great consummation. True combat strength may still be unsealed to multiversal level at will. With a flash of light, Mingren's ornate black and gold robe transformed into a simple yet tidy obsidian cultivation coat. He even used the transformation technique to change his dazzling golden hair into black hair and black eyes, appearing as a mysterious lone cultivator wandering this world. "Let's go, see this land called the Huang." Mingren stepped forward and his figure dissolved into the void. The lower realm's 8 domains, the Huang domain. Across the desolate expanse of the Huang, ancient trees pierced the heavens and venomous beasts roamed. Survival here was brutal. Even mighty cultivators could with a single misstep become food for the archaic remnants of the world. Boom! A deafening bestial roar shattered the forest. A primeval remnant giant wolf the size of a small mountain and covered in verdant scales threw wide its gory maw and relentlessly hunted a child of no more than 3 or 4 winters who wore animal skins. The child was finely featured with wide blinking eyes, clutching a clay pot used for carrying beast's milk. Even while fleeing for life, he still forced 2 quick swallows into his mouth. "Oh, you big clumsy wolf, I only pulled a few spirit herbs. Did you have to chase me this far?" Though small, the child possessed prodigious strength. He kicked off a trunk and sprang like a little cannonball dozens of meters, his agility astonishing. This was the young Huang Tiandi in his childhood, Sure How Xiao Budian. But the blue-scaled giant wolf was clearly a powerful mutated remnant. It spewed a pillar of azure energy that snapped the tree ahead of Sure How in 2. Sure How could not find leverage midair and was about to be swallowed by that gaping maw. Oh no, Grand Elder Xiao Budian is going to become wolf droppings. Sure How squeezed his eyes shut. Yet no expected pain came. Instead, a dull sound of flesh rupturing echoed in his ears. Bang! Sure How quietly opened one eye. To his astonishment, the arrogant, raging blue-scaled wolf had been reduced to a steaming smear of meat buried into the earth. Beside that pool of flesh stood a youth in plain obsidian garments with black hair and black eyes. The youth did not even lift a hand. Merely by standing there, the faint yet absolute aura of cold cruelty he exuded silenced every bird and beast for dozens of miles, as if the sovereign of the food chain had arrived. This youth was of course the Mingren who had just descended upon De Huang. Mingren looked down at Sure How, who sat sprawled on the ground clutching his milk pot. With malevolent perception and a system skin, Mingren saw at a glance the horrific wound within the small body, an incomplete hollowness where a supreme bone had been torn away. It was the betrayal of kin, the ultimate agony of flesh made for him. In that instant, even Mingren, whose coldness matched the path of the extreme tyrant, felt a faint delicate resonance in the long-sealed piece of memory that belonged to the orphaned child from Konoha. He had once drunk sour expired milk and been called a demon fox by the villagers. The little one before him had his supreme bone gouged out, and wandered this cruel De Huang, surviving only on beast's milk. The same beginning, one becomes a savior, the other the autocratic Huang Tiandi. A self-mocking icy smile curled Mingren's lips. But in this life, Mingren would not be the savior brainwashed by the will of fire. He would be a tyrant who tramples all rules. And this little one before him. Since our fates mirror one another, in this life, in this world, I will make an exception and be your backing. Mingren suppressed the suffocating murderous chi about him and softened his expression. He stepped before Sure How and crouched down. "Little one, what is your name?" Mingren reached out to pat Sure Hao's head. Sure How shrank back, warily clutching his milk pot. "I am Sure How. Everyone in the village calls me Xiao Budian." You are so powerful. Are you going to steal my beast's milk?" Seeing Sure Hao's protective hunger, Mingren could not help but smile softly. "I have no interest in your milk." Mingren flicked a finger toward the pooled flesh of the blue-scaled wolf. A spark of black Juyo Moyan, The 9 nether demonic flame flickered from his fingertip. Hiss. Under the scorch of the black flame, impurities were instantly purged from the meat, which transformed into a roasted cut that exuded an intoxicating aroma and concentrated enormous blood essence. Mingren handed the roast to Shihao. Meeting is destiny. I am Mingren, a wandering cultivator of the world. Consider this roast a gift for our first meeting. Shihao's nostrils twitched, and his eyes lit up. He could sense the prolific energy within that piece of meat, greater than any ferocious beast he had ever consumed. Gulp. Xiao Budian swallowed, let down his guard, snatched the roast, and devoured it ravenously, blowing on it between bites because it was so hot. Delicious. So delicious. Big brother, you are even stronger than our village elder. Xiao Budian praised with his mouth full. Watching the child feast, Mingren rose and cast a profound gaze toward the depths of Dehuang. The martial king's mansion that gouged out the supreme bone. The lofty overlords of the upper realms. Little sure, when peers vie for supremacy, I will not intervene. That is how I temper your path to invincibility. But if those centuries or millennia-old dogs dare to bully you by virtue of their cultivation. In Mingren's eyes, the Ningoyu reincarnation eye flashed, unveiling a sliver of murderous intent capable of annihilating worlds. As your big brother, he said, I will make them understand what it means to wipe out 9 clans, leaving not even a dog behind. In the vast wasteland, towering mountains loom and ferocious beasts roam. Deep within this primal and bloody wilderness lies a tranquil haven, Stone Village. At the village entrance, a massive charred tree stump struck by lightning stands silently. On this dead wood, only a single willow branch emits a gentle green light, swaying softly in the wind, resembling a guiding lantern in the night. Grandpa Village Chief. I'm back. The little one Shihao rushed into the village, clutching the milk jar he never lets go of, bouncing around like a chubby little ball. His small face was filled with excitement, dragging behind him a piece of leg meat from a blue-scaled giant wolf that was several times his size. Oh dear, my little ancestor, you ran deep into the wasteland again. Why did you bring back such a huge piece of legacy meat today? Old village chief Shi Yufeng hurriedly approached with a cane, his wrinkled face full of concern. It was given to me by Brother Naruto. Brother Naruto is amazing. With a bang, he turned that big dumb wolf into meat paste. The little one danced with excitement, pointing behind him. Following the direction the little one pointed, the villagers of Stone Village all stopped their work, vigilantly. On the crumbling stone path at the village entrance, a young man dressed in a dark long robe with black hair and black eyes was strolling over with his hands in his pockets, walking leisurely. He bore no weapons and emitted no overwhelming aura of cultivation suppressed by the system's false facade to the realm of a sage, yet the subtle transcendent aura he possessed instinctively evoked a sense of respect in these rugged men who battled in the wasteland for years. This young brother, I am Shi Yunfeng, the village chief of this village. Thank you for saving our village's skin monkey. Shi Yunfeng took a step forward, bowing respectfully yet confidently. Though wary in his heart, he understood the rule that in the wasteland the strong command respect. Naruto stopped his gaze, sweeping over these simple, somewhat rough villagers. In the feedback of malicious perception, these people's hearts were as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Their affection for the little one was genuine, contrasting sharply with the villagers of Konoha who smiled on the surface while secretly cursing him as a demon fox. There were no hypocritical schemes, only the most primal instincts of survival and protection. Here it was far more pleasing than the chaotic Konoha. Naruto's lips curled into a faint smile as he retracted the tyrannical aura that belonged to a conqueror. You're too polite. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, a wandering cultivator in this world. I happened to pass by and this little fellow caught my eye, so I lent a hand. Naruto's voice was gentle, completely devoid of any hint of an otherworldly demon's presence. Since you are the benefactor of the little one, if you don't mind our stone village's simplicity, please come in for a drink of water. Seeing no malice in the other, Shi Yunfeng warmly invited. Naruto nodded and followed Shi Yunfeng into the village. However, as he passed the half-charred willow tree at the village entrance, Naruto's steps subtly paused. A seemingly casual glance. Yet deep in Naruto's eyes the sealed dark Nine-Tomo Rinnegan erupted with violent tremors in an instant. In the perspective of Naruto, who possessed omniscience and the ability to see through all this, was not merely a dead tree. Deep within this charred stump lay an exceedingly ancient and vast essence, a terrifying law that had endured countless epochs of destruction and rebirth. It was a supreme immortal law that had once severed the river of time, causing blood to flow like rivers in the heavens and earth. Immortal King. No, it even touched upon the threshold of a quasi-immortal emperor. A storm surged within Naruto's heart, but he concealed it while maintaining an outward appearance of calm. One of the power ceilings in the perfect world, the ancestral spirit, the willowed deity. Having suffered unimaginable injuries falling from the supreme dimension, even forgetting past memories, it could only hide in this small village in the lower realm, barely surviving by reconstructing its true form with a hint of weak faith. Naruto looked at the willow branch emitting faint light, the corners of his mouth lifting subtly. Interesting. He did not disturb anyone and walked straight into the village. As night fell, the stars in the wasteland sky appeared particularly brilliant. The villagers of Stone Village had turned in early. Yet in the yard of the village chief's home, Naruto sat alone on a stone bench gazing at the stars above. Since I am awake, let's have a chat. Naruto did not speak but directly used his formidable spiritual power, which could contend with the will of heaven, to send a highly secretive wave precisely to the depths of the charred willow wood at the village entrance. Rustle. The willow branch radiating green light trembled slightly. A ethereal and grand yet somewhat weak and confused thought echoed in Naruto's mind. You do not belong to this realm. Your body lacks the causal laws of this universe. The willow deity's perception was remarkably keen. Though Naruto had concealed his cultivation with the system, the willow deity could still detect that the essence of this young man's life was utterly different from any being in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. You have quite the discerning eye. Naruto picked up a bowl of coarse tea from the table and took a gentle sip. I truly hail from another starry sky. However, rest assured, I harbor no malice towards you or this village. On the contrary, I quite like it here. Naruto stood up, swaying slightly, and like a ghost instantly crossed the distance in space, appearing directly before the willow tree. This silent mastery of space caused the willow deity's faint consciousness to waver again. You once stood above the 9 heavens, worshipped by myriad races, yet now you have fallen to the fate of being struck by lightning and destroyed. The feeling of falling from the clouds to the abyss must be quite unpleasant, right? Naruto extended his finger, condensing a drop of liquid that emitted blinding emerald light at its tip. This drop of liquid contained life force that he had refined using the perfect immortal body, and the essence of the divine tree highly compressed and purified. The vitality contained in this drop of liquid was even more refined than many divine medicines in this world. Meeting you is fate. Since I am staying in this village, I must pay my rent. Naruto flicked his finger, and the drop of life force accurately landed on the charred willow wood. Buzz! The willow wood trembled violently. The dried, decayed wood fibers, upon contact with this drop of otherworldly high-dimensional life force, began to greedily absorb it as if it were a long-awaited rain after a drought. Originally just a single willow branch, the dead wood surprisingly sprouted a second and third new branch emitting tender green light at a visibly rapid pace. This vitality does not belong to any known path but is pure to the extreme. Who exactly are you? The thought of the willow deity was filled with shock. It could sense that this was merely a drop of liquid, saving it years of arduous cultivation and accumulation in this lower realm. Just a traveler seeking enjoyment in the endless starry sky. Naruto turned around, waving his hand back at the willow deity. Rest assured and heal. I understand the rules of this wasteland. I won't interfere in the grudges of the older generation. But that little fellow named Shirao has caught my eye. Anyone who dares to bully him based on their cultivation will know what a terrifying calamity is, one worse than dark chaos. Watching Naruto's departing figure, the 3 willow branches of the willow deity gently swayed in the night breeze. The variables from another world. The future of the 9 heavens and 10 earths would likely be completely derailed by his arrival. The next morning, in the open space of Stone Village, a group of half-grown children were energetically lifting a several hundred-pound bronze cauldron to build strength. Lift. Although the little one Shirao was the youngest, his strength was astonishing. He raised the bronze cauldron weighing over 1,000 pounds, his small face turning red as he held it steadily above his head. Awesome! The little one is truly impressive. The surrounding adults cheered. Is this impressive? It's simply wasting this fine physique. An unharmonious voice came from the side. Naruto leaned against the courtyard wall, watching the little one holding the cauldron, shaking his head helplessly. Brother Naruto, is it not heavy enough for me? The little one set down the cauldron somewhat unconvinced and ran over, looking up with his small face, asking. Naruto squatted down and pinched the little one's sturdy arm. Your strength is indeed quite good among your peers. But the method of simply lifting stones to build strength is too primitive and crude. Though Naruto did not understand the specific techniques of the blood-moving realm in this world, he possessed omniscience and the great devouring magic. The so-called blood-moving realm is merely about mobilizing the Buddhist chi in blood, refining the bone patterns and stimulating divine light. And in terms of extracting physical potential and devouring external energy, who could rival the supreme tyrant? Little sure, do you want to learn a technique that would allow you to smash ancient legacy beasts with a single punch, even treating the ferocious beasts in this wasteland as spicy strips? Naruto resembled a big bad wolf tempting Little Red Riding Hood, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I want to learn. Brother Naruto, teach me. The little one's eyes instantly sparkled. To a foodie, the ability to treat ferocious beasts as spicy strips is undoubtedly the best technique in the world. All right. Naruto extended his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and suddenly tapped on the little one's forehead. Great devouring magic reverse deduction. Naruto used his magic and divine techniques to instantly tailor a set of absolutely tyrannical and unreasonable physical training methods for the little one in his mind. I call this technique the Devouring Sky Battle Body Simplified Version. Ordinary blood-moving realm is about refining one's own blood energy. But this technique teaches you how to forcibly absorb the natural energy of the world, even the essence, blood, and malevolence of those ferocious beasts, to violently refine your bones and meridians. While others drink beast milk for nourishment, with this technique even drinking a sip of poisonous blood can be refined into pure power. A massive flow of information surged from Naruto's fingertips into the little one's mind. The little one closed his eyes and his small body began to tremble involuntarily. In the surrounding air, the previously wild and chaotic spiritual energy of the wasteland began to coalesce around him, forming a small energy vortex that crazily poured into his body. The watching village chief Shi Yunfeng was so shocked that he dropped his cane to the ground. What a tyrannical technique! It's actually forcefully plundering the natural creation of the heavens and earth. Just half an hour later, when the little one opened his eyes again, they flashed with a substance-like red light reminiscent of a ferocious beast. Yet the vitality within him was several times more vigorous than before. Brother Naruto, I feel like I'm full of power now. The little one excitedly waved his tiny fists, causing even the surrounding air to explode with sonic booms. Seeing the little one so lively, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Having a technique is not enough. Practical combat is the only standard to test strength. Naruto raised his head, his gaze turning toward a distant chain of mountains deep within the wasteland. In his perception, several exceedingly powerful ancient legacy beast auras were clashing fiercely. Moreover, faint glimmers of extraordinary treasures were flickering. If he remembered correctly, it should be the event of the mountain treasure coming into existence. The ancient ferocious beasts such as the devouring sky sparrow Qiongqi and Zhuya were competing for it. Little sure. Naruto patted the little one on the shoulder. Let's go, big brother will take you into the mountains to stock up. And catch a couple of ferocious beast cubs for you to practice on. The gleam of hunting belonging to the supreme tyrant resurfaced in Naruto's eyes. Those ancient ferocious beasts that had lived for thousands of years, their precious bones and true blood should be enough for Kagaya to cultivate the first batch of high-quality immortal medicines on the warship. The wool from this wasteland the tyrant has begun to harvest. Deep within the great wilderness, ancient trees soared skyward, their colossal canopies blotting out the sun and casting eternal twilight. Boom! A massive purplish-gold serpent, thick as a water barrel and over 10 meters long, lunged from the underbrush, its gaping maw exhaling toxic mist as it struck straight toward Xiao Shihao, who walked ahead. This was a mutated relic beast on the cusp of peak blood-moving realm cultivation. In times past, Xiao Budian would have struggled greatly, even requiring bone artifacts gifted by his village elder, to subdue such a foe. But now, long-scaled worm, tonight's dinner is snake soup. With a thunderous shout, Xiao Budian did not retreat. Instead, he charged headlong at the purplish-gold serpent. Within his diminutive frame, the heaven-devouring war body surged to life, a faint yet overwhelmingly domineering black vortex shimmering across his skin, pulsing with primordial devouring power. Crack! Xiao Budian's fist slammed into the serpent's vital spot, the seventh vertebra. Amidst a grating symphony of shattering bone, the great serpent emitted no cry before its colossal body visibly withered, deflating like a punctured sack. Its vital blood and spiritual energy were violently siphoned through Xiao Budian's fist, flooding his body to refine and fortify his very bones. Whoa! Brother Naruto, this technique is incredible. I feel boundless strength surging through me. Xiao Budian exclaimed, shaking his tiny fists gleefully before tossing the desiccated serpent aside. Naruto strolled behind him, hands tucked casually in his pockets, nodding in quiet satisfaction. This is but the tip of the iceberg. When you master this war body completely, swallowing a star whole will be child's play. With tender affection, Naruto ruffled Xiao Budian's hair, then lifted his gaze, deep, unfathomable, toward the heart of the great wilderness, where 4 terrifying world-shattering waves of murderous aura clashed with apocalyptic fury. Even the clouds above had been rent asunder into jagged fragments. Let's go, the commotion grows louder ahead. Time to show you true titans. Naruto seized Xiao Budian by the collar, and activated his spatial temporal sovereignty innate ability. Whoosh! In an instant they traversed dozens of li, materializing atop a sheer cloud-piercing cliff. From this vantage the scene below resembled the end of days, mountains crumbling, earth splitting, rivers of molten magma erupting violently. 4 primordial ferocious beasts, each vast as a mountain range, fought to the death for a mysterious radiant white bone artifact, the mountain treasure. One was a colossal avian beast wreathed in crimson flames, its wings spanning the heavens, the heaven-devouring sparrow. Another resembled a tiger yet bore twin wings and bristled with steel-hard quills, the Cheongchi. A third was a primordial demonic ape, Zhu Yan, with golden fur and a massive iron staff clenched in its grip, the fourth a descendant of the Swanni crackling with lightning. Heavens, those are the sovereigns of the great wilderness. Though bold beyond his years, Xiao Budian instinctively swallowed hard, his legs trembling beneath the crushing pressure radiating from these primordial titans. At that very moment the luminous mountain treasure, dislodged by a violent collision, hurtled directly toward the cliff where Naruto and Xiao Shihao stood. Screech! The heaven-devouring sparrow shrieked, a sound sharp enough to pierce eardrums, as its enormous blood-moon eyes locked instantly onto the two figures atop the precipice. To it these humans were less than insects. It flared its beak wide, an abyssal void, and roared. Wretched flesh along with this entire mountain shall vanish into my belly. The heaven-devouring sparrow sought to swallow Naruto, Xiao Budian, and the entire cliff in one fell gulp. Brother Naruto, watch out! Xiao Budian cried in alarm. Watch out! Naruto kept his hands in his pockets, gazing up at the monstrous maw descending like a crimson eclipse, and curled his lips into a scathing, disdainful smirk. A feathered beast sprouting a few scruffy plumes dares call itself heaven-devouring. Today I shall show you what true devouring truly means. Naruto still concealed his true cultivation realm, the venerable sovereign stage, yet with utter nonchalance he released but a sliver of his multiversality or physical might. Come down. Without stepping forward or invoking any jutsu, Naruto raised his right hand and delivered a single open palm strike, across empty space, directly at the heaven-devouring sparrow. Crockum! An indescribably terrifying palm wind erupted, like divine punishment crossing dimensions, compressing instantly into a colossal translucent palm-shaped force visible to the naked eye. Crunch! Amidst a deafening explosion of splintering bone, the heaven-devouring sparrow, vast as a mountain, was flattened like a gnat swatted by a celestial fly-swatter. It uttered no cry, its entire right side shattered in an instant, crimson feathers and arterial blood raining down like a storm. Thump! It crashed into the earth below, carving a bottomless crater, deeper than any meteor impact. Silence. A silence so absolute it felt like death itself had paused. The Cheongchi, Zhu Yan and Swanni, all locked mid-combat, froze rigid as if petrified by divine decree. Terror raw and unprecedented flooded their colossal bestial eyes. One slap. He reduced the heaven-devouring sparrow, one of the great wilderness's sovereign primordial relics, into a half-paralyzed wreck. What manner of monster is that black-robed youth standing upon the cliff? Roar! The most volatile among them, the Cheongchi, sensed mortal peril. With a thunderous roar it beat its wings and became a whirlwind, lunging from behind to ambush Naruto with fangs bared. A beast with no memory of pain. Naruto didn't even turn his head. At the instant the Cheongchi's jaws neared his back, Naruto's right leg lashed backward, impossibly unnaturally, like a coiled spring unleashed. Snap! A piercing crack split the heavens. The Cheongchi's forelimb, strong enough to pulverize mountains, bent at a grotesque, impossible angle. Bone shards pierced flesh as crimson torrents gushed forth. The Cheongchi howled like a slaughtered pig, its massive frame thrashing wildly across the ground. Naruto turned, smiling warmly at Xiao Budian, who stood utterly spellbound. Little stone, tonight we feast roasted Cheongchi haunch. What do you say? Gulp. Xiao Budian swallowed hard, eyes shining with hunger and awe. Yes. Brother Naruto is invincible. Meanwhile the Zhu Yan and Swanni, witnessing this spectacle, had already lost all courage. Treasure, pride, sovereignty, their minds discarded all such notions. Whirling about they fled in blind panic, desperate to escape this slaughterhouse realm. You came, now you think to leave. A flicker of crimson light flashed deep within Naruto's pupils. Great Devouring Demon Art 10,000 Phenomena Gravitation. Kra. A gravitational force 100-fold more terrifying than any black hole erupted instantaneously. As the Zhu Yan and Swanni fled in terror, invisible chains of pure gravity seized them, binding, dragging, wrenching them backward against their will, until they crashed helplessly at Naruto's feet. For once undefeated primordial ferocious beasts now lay prostrate before him, like four toothless trembling house cats. Naruto strode to the radiant mountain treasure, picked it up with casual ease and stored it within his system's spatial repository. Within it resided the Six Paths Reincarnation Celestial Art, a perfect primer for Xiao Shihao's future cultivation. Then he looked down upon the four primordial relics, his voice calm, deliberate. Killing you and boiling your blood to refine your bones would indeed be a fine choice. Naruto stroked his chin thoughtfully. Hearing this, the four beasts trembled violently, great tears welling in their eyes as they pounded their heads into the earth in frantic supplication. They possessed extraordinary intelligence, and understood human speech perfectly. However, having just descended into this realm, I happen to require a mount. Naruto extended his right palm. Upon it 4 obsidian black seals formed, deep, eerie, infinitely profound, pulsing with dominion over soul and will. These were the system's ultimate subjugation art, Devour demon-seeding soul imprint. This is your soul path to survival. His voice echoed like a death sentence from the 9th abyss. Open your souls. From this day forward you 4 shall serve as my chariot beasts. Should even a whisper of resistance stir within you, this imprint shall consign your souls to eternal torment in demonic flame. Or, should you wish, you may seek someone 3 major realms stronger than I to break it. Provided of course you can find such a being within this universe. Faced with absolute martial supremacy and imminent annihilation, the 4 sovereigns of the great wilderness had no choice. Shamefully they bowed their proud heads, and willingly lowered their soul defenses. Whoosh! 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 4 streaks of dark light pierced their foreheads. Ding! Devour demon-seeding soul imprint successfully implanted. 4 primordial ferocious beasts enslaved heaven-devouring sparrow Chungchi Zhu Yen Swanni. The moment the imprints took root, their lives, body, soul, fate, became subject entirely to Naruto's will. A single thought from him would reduce them to dust and ash. Excellent. Naruto snapped his fingers. A thread of pure, refined demon energy flowed into the heaven-devouring sparrow and Chungchi. Within seconds their shattered bones and torn limbs regenerated flawlessly. Master, thank you for your grace. Under the soul imprint's absolute suppression, not a trace of resentment stirred, only infinite awe before Naruto's overwhelming power. Do not thank me yet. With a flick of his wrist 4 invisible wind blades sliced across their chests. Splutter. From each beast's heart emerged a fist-sized orb of pure raging primordial blood, radiating raw untamed energy. Naruto gathered the 4 orbs and transmitted them instantly, via a hidden spatial conduit, to Kagaya concealed aboard her warship deep within the void. Such primordial blood would suffice for Kagaya to accelerate the growth of supreme immortal herbs within her divine medicine garden. Having completed this, Naruto turned to Xiao Shihao, who now gazed at him with the unreserved adoration of a devoted disciple. Let us go, little stone. The drama of the great wilderness has concluded. I'll take you home for roasted meat. Naruto willed it, and reality obeyed. Drawing upon rare ores from his system's vault, and scales shed during the earlier battle, he fused them with brute demon energy, forging in moments a colossal obsidian black war chariot, gleaming coldly forged for war and dominion. Go. Harness yourselves. His command was icy absolute. The heaven-devouring sparrow Chungchi Zhu Yen and Swanni, the very beasts whose names once made human tribes flee in terror, now submitted meekly like obedient lapdogs, slipping their necks into the chariot's heavy chains. Naruto settled comfortably onto the vast opulent black chariot, cradling Xiao Shihao in his arms. Ruawar. With humbling thunderous roars, born of shame yet compelled by fate, the 4 primordial sovereigns lifted the chariot skyward. Like a primordial god surveying his domain, it swept majestically toward Stone Village. Beneath its passage, every beast across the heavens bowed in submission. On the very first day of his arrival in this Xuanhuan world, the supreme tyrant's magnificence had been revealed, in full terrifying, unassailable glory. In the Stone Village at dawn, when the black war chariot pulled by 4 ancient overlords arrived at the village entrance, the villagers were paralyzed with fear. Only when they saw the little one excitedly jumping down from the chariot did the villagers dare to believe that these legendary beasts capable of devouring cities were actually captured by Naruto to pull the cart. Lu Shinai have already laid a solid foundation for this little guy, Naruto said lightly as he approached the charred willow tree at the village entrance. After this period of tempering with the devouring body, Xiao Shiho's physical strength had already reached the extreme limit of 100,000 genes in the blood-moving realm, with a subtle trend of breaking through that threshold. Your method is extremely domineering. His current body is invincible in the lower realm. Lu Xin's thoughts came tinged with admiration. Then the willow branches emitted a gentle green light, intertwining to form an enigmatic passage. It was time for him to go to the void divine realm to refine his spirit. Their countless opportunities and records of the gods await. The void divine realm. Sounds like there's a lot of good food. The little one wiped his drool. Naruto smiled and rubbed his head. Go on, little stone. Remember what your brother taught you. Don't be polite to anyone in there. Whoever dares to provoke you, just beat him. If you see something good, take it. Crush all those so-called geniuses from the upper realm under your feet. I promise to complete the task. The little one excitedly sat cross-legged, and under Lu Xin's guidance his spiritual body instantly transformed into a stream of light and rushed into the passage of the void divine realm. Watching the little one enter the void divine realm, the gentle smile on Naruto's face vanished in an instant. In its place was an icy, killing intent as cold as ancient ice. Xiao Shi too went to the void divine realm to obtain opportunities. As his brother, it is time for me to settle the debts owed back in reality. Naruto turned around and stepped onto the black war chariot pulled by ancient beasts. Devouring Sparrow Chionchi. Naruto's voice was as cold as a knife. Master. What orders do you have? The four ancient beasts trembled as they lay on the ground. Target the imperial capital of the Stone Kingdom, the Martial King's Mansion, and the Rain Clan. In Naruto's eyes, the dark eternal kaleidoscope erupted with blinding blood light. Today I will completely eradicate these two families from this world. Roar. Accompanied by the earth-shaking roar of the four beasts, the black war chariot soared into the sky, tearing through the void at an unimaginable speed, heading fiercely towards the imperial capital of the Stone Kingdom. At the same time, the imperial capital of the Stone Kingdom was prosperous and vibrant. As one of the most powerful ancient kingdoms in the lower realms, the capital was filled with strong individuals and noble mansions stood tall. Inside the Rain Clan mansion, it was festively decorated today. The clan leader and several elders were sitting in the main hall enjoying tea. Ever since they cooperated with the Martial King's mansion to extract the supreme bone from that naturally supreme being Xiao Shihua and grafted it onto Shi, the status of the Rain Clan and the Martial King's mansion had skyrocketed, even subtly suppressing the royal family of the Stone Kingdom. Ear is now shining brightly in the void divine realm, and with the supreme bone and dual pupils he is bound to ascend to the heavens in the future, the clan leader of the Rain Clan said with a beaming smile. He that little wretch whose bone was taken must have long since died in the belly of some beast in the great wilderness. An elder scoffed, stroking his beard. However, just as they were feeling self-satisfied, boom! The originally clear sky above the capital suddenly turned pitch black. An indescribable aura of terror like the weight of 100,000 mountains instantly enveloped the entire sky above the Rain Clan and the Martial King's mansion. What's happening? Countless strong individuals in the capital looked up in horror. In the sky, four ancient beasts, their sizes akin to mountains, Devouring Sparrow Chionchi and Swanny, were pulling a black war chariot that emitted a cold metallic sheen, hovering imperiously above the Rain Clan. That is, Devouring Sparrow and Chionchi. How could the overlords from the depths of the great wilderness come to the capital? And they are actually pulling a chariot. The entire imperial capital of the Stone Kingdom erupted into chaos. Even the Stone Emperor was stirred by this terrifying commotion and stepped out of the main hall. The members of the Rain Clan and the Martial King's mansion were pale with fear, rushing out of their residences. Which senior has descended upon our imperial capital of the Stone Kingdom? The clan leader of the Rain Clan, suppressing his fear, shouted loudly. Our Rain Clan has the heritage of the divine. May the senior reveal themselves. On the war chariot, Naruto slowly stood up. He did not wear the featureless mask but revealed his true face. His black robe fluttered, resembling a supreme demonic god surveying the mortal realm. Heritage of the divine. A bunch of trash that relies on digging up children's bones to decorate themselves dares to mention the divine. Naruto's voice was not loud, but with his formidable cultivation it boomed like rolling thunder across the entire capital. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking members of the Rain Clan and the Martial King's mansion changed their expressions drastically. Did you come for that little wretch from back then? An elder from the Martial King's mansion shouted sternly. Who are you? I am his elder brother. Naruto's gaze was icy as he looked down. I am here today to accomplish three things. First, to kill. Second, to obliterate the heart. Third, to annihilate the clan. Arrogant. The clan leader of the Rain Clan was furious and activated the clan's protective formation. Invoke the decree of the Rain God. The members of the Rain Clan knew the visitor was not friendly and unhesitatingly summoned their strongest trump card. An ancient decree radiating brilliant golden light and containing a trace of the will of the upper realm's Rain God shot up into the sky from the ancestral land of the Rain Clan. As the decree appeared, it was as if the entire capital was showered with a rain of light and inviolable sacred pressure, trying to forcefully suppress Naruto in midair. Ha! Before the decree of our Rain God, no matter who you are, you will be turned to ash. The members of the Rain Clan laughed maniacally. However, facing this decree from the upper realms divine, a trace of extreme disdain appeared at the corner of Naruto's mouth. A piece of scrap paper dares to shine before me. Naruto didn't even use ninjutsu. He leaped directly from the war chariot, charging straight towards the downpour of divine light, heading for the decree. Seeking death. The clan leader of the Rain Clan sneered. But in the next second his smile froze on his face. He saw Naruto extend his right hand, and a pure black hole that devoured all light and laws erupted from his palm. Great devouring magic, all laws returned to the void. Swallow it. Naruto seized the decree, which radiated the pressure of the divine. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands across the city, the decree, said to be able to suppress the venerables, didn't even last a second before being shattered and wholly devoured by the black hole in Naruto's palm. Even the trace of the upper realm rain gods were contained in the decree let out a shrill cry mercilessly obliterated by the magical power. Burp. Naruto let out a satisfied burp as he landed on the plaza of the Rain clan. The taste was a bit bland. Is this all your so-called gods are worth? Silence. A deathly silence. The people of the entire capital went mad. That was the decree of a god. How could this man swallow it like a pancake? No. It can't be. The Rain god's decree was. The clan leader of the Rain clan fell to the ground drenched in fear, his pants instantly soaked. Since you have exhausted your trump card. Then it's my turn. Naruto slowly raised his head, his left eye the dark eternal nine-hooked reincarnation eye, and his right eye the cross-star brilliance all-knowing eye erupting with a loud bang. Divine technique all-knowing and all-powerful reality modification 9 nether demon flame. I declare that within a radius of 10 miles in this place those who do evil from the Rain clan and the Martial King's mansion shall be deprived of the right to exist. Buzz. Accompanied by Naruto's creators will a terrifying rain of black fire instantly poured down from the sky. Ah. Those who participated in the bone extraction incident, and those from the Rain clan and Martial King's mansion who maliciously harmed the Shao Shirhua lineage as soon as they were touched by a trace of this black 9 nether demon flame, their bodies instantly shriveled, their souls forcibly extracted and ignited. No. Spare us. We were wrong. We should not have dug up his bones. The screams and pleas for mercy echoed throughout the capital. But this black flame could not be extinguished, not by water nor by earth. This is a demonic fire that specifically burns souls and causality. In just half an incense stick's time, all the high-level combatants from the Rain clan and the Martial King's mansion, those noble lords and elders, were all turned into soulless corpses. And the cultivation and essence drained from their bodies transformed into streams of black light, all absorbed into Naruto's body. Ding. The tyrant's revenge. Successfully blood-washed the imperial capital of the Stone Kingdom, and the high-level members of the Rain clan and the Martial King's mansion. Successfully devoured a large amount of the essence of the venerables and lords. Successfully plundered the treasures of the Martial King's mansion and the Rain clan. System evaluation: if you provoke those you shouldn't have, you must be prepared for your clan's destruction. Your protectiveness has made the karma of this realm tremble. Standing in the sea of corpses and blood, Naruto's pale finger was not stained with a hint of blood. He raised his head and coldly scanned the distant imperial palace of the Stone Kingdom. Stone Emperor, today I only kill those who participated in the extraction of my brother's supreme bone. The rest I cannot be bothered to kill. But if anyone dares to harbor ill intentions towards my brother in the future. Naruto crushed the clan leader of the Rain clan's skull underfoot. This Rain clan is your fate. Saying this, Naruto's figure flashed, and he returned to the black war chariot. The four ancient beasts let out a deafening roar, pulling the chariot as it slowly entered the void passage amidst the awe and fear of the entire city disappearing from sight. Leaving behind a silent imperial capital of the Stone Kingdom, and a terrifying legend that would soon spread throughout the lower realms. Behind the Emperor of the Desolate Heavens stands a supreme demonic god who can even swallow the decrees of the divine. Meanwhile, in the void divine realm at the initial land, a bear child holding a milk can kick the genius from an upper realm great clan, stepping on the opponent's face, watching the record-breaking stone tablet appearing in the sky, and let out an extremely arrogant laugh. I am the one who loves to eat beast milk the most. All the good things here belong to me. Ha! The void divine realm, the primordial land. This is a peculiar world constructed by the ancient ancestral gods with spiritual power, where anyone who enters leaves their physical body outside and only their spiritual form manifests here. At this moment the primordial land has descended into utter chaos. Oh my! That kid has broken the record again. He has dug away a large chunk of the blue stone path. Look at that record-breaking steel. It's signed by most fond of beast milk. Which big family does this brat come from? He's simply a bandit. Countless cultivators from various races training in the void divine realm are dumbfounded as they watch a cherubic child clutching a ceramic jar, joyfully stuffing the precious bones used for paving the roads of the void divine realm into his arms. Hee, big brother Naruto is right. When you see something good you have to snatch it. If I take these glowing bones back to God Lu, I'm sure I can exchange them for a lot of delicious food. Little Stone How hummed a tune while greedily scavenging. However, his ostentatious actions combined with the terrifying physical strength he had previously displayed quickly attracted the attention of some discerning individuals. The technique this brat is using, so domineering it can directly devour the surrounding spiritual energy. In the crowd, several powerful figures wearing Rain clan and Martial King mansion Shi lineage attire exchanged cold glances. At this time the news of the massacre in the royal capital of the Stone Nation has yet to reach the void divine realm, and these Rain clan and Martial King mansion individuals still maintain their high-handed and arrogant demeanor. Looking at this kid's age and features, how does he resemble that cursed child whose bones were dug out back then? A Rain clan elder fixated on Little Stone, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Regardless of whether he is or not, the technique this kid possesses is extremely bizarre and must not be allowed to remain. Attack. Use the Soul Destruction Needle. If struck by the Soul Destruction Needle in the Void Divine Realm, his physical body in the outside world will become a complete idiot. Whoosh. Several powerful figures from the Rain clan and Martial King Mansion suddenly erupted, unleashing needles radiating a ghostly green poison, striking viciously towards Little Stone's nape from unexpected angles. Though Little Stone was focused on digging treasures, he had cultivated the devouring battle body bestowed by Big Brother Naruto, granting him extremely sharp senses. He suddenly turned around, his eyes flashing with a beast-like red glow. "You wicked people, how dare you sneak attack me!" Instead of dodging, Little Stone charged towards those poison needles and threw a punch. Boom! His extreme physical strength of 100,000 pounds exhibited overwhelming ferocity even in the spiritual form state within the Void Divine Realm. The force of his punch shattered those poison needles, and the Rain clan attackers were also sent reeling, their chests caving in, their spiritual forms flickering violently, nearly shattering. "Bold! How dare you harm one of our Rain clan!" More Rain clan and Martial King Mansion experts surged from all directions surrounding Little Stone. "Little cursed child, no matter who you are today, you shall not escape with this threat of spiritual form. Form the Rain God confining kill formation." Dozens of experts joined forces, and the sky instantly filled with corrosive acid rain condensed from spiritual power, attempting to trap Little Stone to his demise within the formation. Though Little Stone was brave, he was merely a 3 or 4-year-old child and began to feel the pressure against so many adults of higher realms. If it weren't for Big Brother Naruto teaching me not to reveal my trump cards, I would have devoured your formation long ago. Little Stone gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on. Just as the Rain clan thought they were about to succeed. Crack! A chilling, shattering sound suddenly echoed from above the primordial land of the Void Divine Realm. The sound was like a massive mirror being struck by an invisible giant hammer. What's happening? The space of the Void Divine Realm is trembling. Everyone looked up in terror. The Void Divine Realm is an absolutely stable place constructed from the spirits of the gods, where even the arrival of powerful beings like the Venerables and Divine Fire Realm experts could only cause fluctuations in spiritual energy. But now the sky has been forcibly torn open, revealing an immensely large pitch-black rift. A terrifying one that does not belong to this world and even transcends the fundamental rules of the Void Divine Realm, descended like a cataclysmic storm from a multiverse. Bang! 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 All the Rain clan and Martial King Mansion experts surrounding Little Stone felt their spiritual forms being crushed to the ground as if subjected to millions of tons of water pressure. The moment the will descended, even the spiritual acid rain instantly dissolved into nothingness. "Who is it? How dare you forcibly interfere with the operation of the Void Divine Realm?" In that pitch-black rift, a foot clad in black golden battle boots slowly stepped out. Naruto Uzumaki. Unlike others, he did not enter through the willow wood or special rune passage. Possessing omniscience and the great art of devouring, he directly locked onto the spiritual dimensional coordinates of the Void Divine Realm and forcefully tore through the dimensional barriers to descend into this spiritual world. This broken formation, how dare it be called a confinement? Naruto looked down from above, surveying the Rain clan experts below, who were as insignificant as ants. Big Brother Naruto. Seeing Naruto, Little Stone immediately cried out in grievance, "They bullied me. They even poked me with poison needles." Upon hearing Little Stone's complaint, the dark eternal kaleidoscope in Naruto's eyes erupted with a bloodthirsty red light. "Daring to touch even my brother Uzumaki, Naruto, you Rain clan are truly eager to be erased from the myriad realms." Naruto slowly raised his right hand. "Since you all enjoy the rain so much, I shall return the favor. Great art of devouring, 9 underworld soul rain." A cluster of black flames erupted from Naruto's fingertips, instantly splitting into countless drops of black rain in midair, accurately landing on the spiritual forms of every Rain clan and Martial King Mansion expert. Ah! This is not corrosion, this is pure soul ignition. Those experts in terror realized that under the scorching of this black rain they could not log out of the Void Divine Realm, and even felt distinctly that their physical bodies in the outside world were being burned to ashes by this cross-dimensional demonic fire. "Devil. You are a devil." In less than 10 seconds, dozens of experts transformed into pure spiritual essence light orbs. Naruto opened his mouth and sucked in hard. Slurp. Those spiritual essences were instantly devoured by him, turning into the finest nutrition to nourish his soul. "Too little, it's hardly enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." Naruto licked his lips, gazing at the vast Void Divine Realm. Here everywhere were the spiritual remnants left by the ancient gods, and spiritual energy so immense it was astounding. For an extreme tyrant specializing in souls and devouring, this was simply an unguarded super buffet. Since I'm here, I must take back some local specialties. Naruto spread his arms wide, unleashing the terrifying magic power of the multiverse within this spiritual world without reservation. Ultimate operation of the great art of devouring, core extraction. Boom. The entire primordial land of the void divine realm, even connecting to higher realms, began to violently shake and collapse. Countless blue stone paths, ancient record-breaking stele, and those buildings imbued with divine were lifted from the ground, transforming into brilliant golden rivers of spiritual energy wildly pouring into Naruto's body. Oh my. It's the end of the world. The void divine realm is going to be destroyed. Countless cultivators were terrified and desperately sought a log-out point to escape. Just as Naruto was crazily devouring, in the deepest part of the void divine realm, the ancient divine will that maintained the world's operation was finally thoroughly enraged. Which demon dares to devour the realm of the gods? Accompanied by a grand and mighty roar, endless golden runes intertwined in the sky, forming a divine phantom towering 10,000 feet, radiating blinding light. Upon closer inspection, this phantom bore a striking resemblance to the rain god of the Rain clan. This was an incredibly powerful order avatar left by a divine being from the upper realm when the void divine realm was established. Curse being. I am the projection of a divine being from the upper realm. You slaughtered my Rain clan's bloodline first, and now you try to destroy the foundation of the void divine realm. I will annihilate your 9 clans. The divine phantom roared in anger, raising its gigantic hand capable of obscuring the heavens, bringing down supreme divine punishment that could obliterate all spiritual forms towards Naruto. Divine projection. Naruto ceased his devouring, tilting his head to gaze at the descending colossal hand. A cruel, mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. A mere projection left in the lower realm dares to shout in my presence. Naruto's right eye, the cross-star brilliance, omniscient eye, erupted with a penetrating light that pierced through the ages. Divine art, omniscience, concept, erasure. Naruto didn't even dodge, he simply coldly uttered a single word: shatter. Virum. Along with this single word, which contained the supreme creator's will of the multiverse, the gigantic divine hand just hundreds of meters above Naruto's head crashed into an insurmountable wall of rules and shattered inch by inch. What? The majestic face of the divine phantom displayed a rare human-like expression of shock and fear. Not just your hand. Naruto's figure flashed as if transcending the dimensions of time, instantly appearing before that towering divine phantom. In the horrified gaze of the divine phantom, torrents of black 9 underworld demonic flames ignited around Naruto's body, transforming into a dark complete Susanoo 10 times larger than the divine phantom, equipped with the 10-fist sword and 8-span mirror. Even the divine essence contained within this projection, I shall accept it all. The dark Susanoo drew forth the 10-fist sword, slashing mercilessly at the divine phantom. No. I am a true god from the upper realm. The divine phantom attempted to resist, but it was horrified to find that the surrounding spiritual space had already been completely locked down by Naruto's divine might. Puff. The 10-fist sword sliced through this once mighty upper realm divine projection as easily as cutting tofu, cleanly splitting it in half. Afterward, the demonic flames on the sword transformed into a massive abyssal mouth, devouring the cleaved divine projection along with a trace of the purest divine laws within it. Ding. The tyrant's moment of divine slaughter. Successfully devoured the upper realm divine being projection. Congratulations to the host for obtaining fragment of the upper realm divine source. The limit of spiritual power has broken through the multiversal level shackles. System prompt: the host has attracted the attention of some giants in the upper realm 9 heavens and 10 earths, but due to the veil of illusion, they cannot lock onto the host's true form. Burp. The dark Susanoo slowly dissipated. Naruto licked his lips, his gaze filled with lingering desire. The taste of this upper realm divine being is just a slightly better kind of cotton candy. He lowered his head and glanced at Little Stone, who was completely stunned by the shock, and at the cultivators shivering in the corner. At this moment, the primordial land of the void divine realm has been drastically ravaged by his frenzied devouring, leaving the surrounding spiritual energy significantly depleted. Little Stone. Naruto snapped his fingers. Little Stone, as if awakening from a dream, scampered over to Naruto's side, his eyes filled with unparalleled admiration. Big brother Naruto. You are so cool. That glowing giant was cut down by you with a single sword. What's this? In the future, Big Brother will take you to the upper realm and uproot their divine mountains and immortal trees to roast meat for you. Naruto affectionately ruffled Little Stone's head. Then he scanned the devastated void divine realm, his voice echoing through the magical essence, reaching every corner of the realm. Go back and tell those high and mighty clans and those so-called upper realm divine beings behind you. You have provoked someone under my protection, Uzumaki Naruto. As for the Rain clan, this will be your fate. This great wasteland and this myriad realms from today onwards can only have my voice. After saying this, Naruto took Little Stone's hand. Crack. The space shattered and the two, in a domineering manner like their descent, instantly crossed the dimensional barrier and completely vanished from the void divine realm, leaving behind a devastated primordial land of the void divine realm, along with a tale of divine extermination that would soon shake the entire lower realm, the 8 domains, and even the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the vast wilderness there lies a stone village. The air in front of the village rippled like water as 2 figures stepped out leisurely from a spatial rift. It was none other than Naruto and Xiao Shihao, who had just caused a commotion in the void divine realm, even slaying the projection of a divine being from the higher realm. Ah, the air in the village smells so good. The little one held a glowing treasure bone pried from the void divine realm, running excitedly to show it to the village chief Shi Yunfeng. Look, Grandpa village chief. This is a treasure that big brother Naruto took from. Oh no, I mean borrowed from someone. Shi Yunfeng stared at the blue stone brick rich in spiritual energy, and inscribed with ancient runes, his hands trembling. This. The aura here? Little brother, you didn't rob the treasure vault of the ancient divine mountain, did you? The old village chief was so frightened that he could barely hold on to his cane. It's nothing much, just a stroll in the void divine realm, and I happened to take apart some building materials, Naruto said with his hands in his pockets, sounding as casual as if he had borrowed a scallion from a neighbor. Ignoring the old village chief's shock, he walked directly to the charred willow tree at the village entrance. Rustling. It seemed that the willow spirit sensed the terrifying aura that had just devoured a divine being emanating from Naruto, and its newly sprouted willow branches instinctively tensed up. You have slain a god. The grand and ethereal voice of the willow spirit resonated in Naruto's mind, carrying a hint of rare astonishment. It could clearly sense that deep within Naruto's soul there was an overwhelming sense of destruction that transcended the divine laws of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Just a broken projection left in the lower realm, barely even qualifying for the threshold of divine fire, and you dare to call it a god. Naruto chuckled lightly, slowly raising his right hand. A sphere of energy radiating blinding golden light and containing the pure essence of divine law appeared in his palm. This was the core fragment of law refined from the rain god's projection after being devoured. Though it may taste like plain water for you at this moment, it should be considered a feast. Naruto casually tossed this priceless treasure directly at the blackened trunk of the willow spirit. Boom! At the moment of contact with the divine essence, the entire willow tree erupted with a dazzling emerald light. That radiant glow illuminated the night sky of the wilderness as if it were daytime. Crack! Crack! Accompanied by the crisp sound of cracking, the dead bark charred by thunder and fire began to peel away in large patches. Nurtured by the extremely pure divine power, dozens of crystal-clear emerald-like willow branches shot out wildly from the trunk. Each willow branch was entwined with faint chaotic energy and chains of order. In that moment, the aura of the willow spirit welcomed a terrifying resurgence. Though still far from its peak, this resurgence of power was already sufficient to look down upon all others in the lower realm's 8 domains. This source. How could there be no trace of causal impurities? What exactly have you been training in? The will of the willow spirit fluctuated violently, and its reverence for the young man before it rose to an unprecedented height. To forcibly strip away the essence of a divine being while perfectly eliminating causal backlash is a method unheard of even in the immortal domain. A technique that treats the laws of heaven as mere snacks. Naruto turned his back to the willow spirit, gazing up at the myriad stars in the sky. Absorbed well. In the coming days the wilderness may not be very peaceful. The commotion I've made is not small. Those ants who think too highly of themselves should be arriving soon, drawn by the scent. Just as Naruto had anticipated. At this moment the outside world had turned completely upside down. The imperial capital of the Stone Kingdom was washed in blood, the higher-ups of the Rain Clan and Martial King's mansion were annihilated, and even the Edict of the Rain God was devoured. Subsequently, the Void Divine Realm suffered a devastating blow as the projection of the divine being was slain by a towering dark demon with a single sword strike. These 2 pieces of news exploded like super-nuclear bombs in the 8 domains of the lower realm. The emperors of the ancient kingdoms such as the Fire Kingdom, Stone Kingdom, and Wood Kingdom were all jolted from their seclusion. And those pure-blood beings and ancient monsters entrenched in the ancient Divine Mountain felt an unprecedented sense of life-and-death crisis. At the Divine Mountain of the Gods, several ancient elders radiating terrifying aura gathered together. Have you found out? What is the origin of that demon? A gigantic golden-winged rock roared. The information shows that he has been active deep in the wilderness. Moreover, the 4 great fierce beasts such as the sky-swallowing sparrow and Cheongchi seem to have been suppressed by him and turned into his steeds. An elderly blue-skinned divine ox reported with a trembling voice. What? Using ancient remnants as beasts of burden. The elders present all gasped in shock. This child not only acts ruthlessly but possesses unfathomable strength. He dares to slay the projection of a divine being. If he continues to grow, we the ancient divine mountain will soon be trampled one by one. We cannot sit idly by. We must take advantage of the fact that he has just slain a god and may have suffered internal injuries or backlash to completely eliminate him. Send messages to other divine mountains. Contact the emperors of the ancient kingdoms. Immediately form a coalition of 100 clans to eradicate him. For the sake of peace in the 8 domains of the lower realm, this otherworldly demon must be exterminated in the wilderness. Fear has bred madness. Under the leadership of several ancient divine mountains, along with those nobles and clans fearful of retribution, an unprecedented coalition of 100 clans gathering the most elite forces of the lower realm rapidly took shape within just 3 days. Over 1 million elite cultivators, hundreds of thousands of powerful fierce beasts, and over 100 ancient elders. The mighty army blotted out the sky, carrying an intensely fierce aura of slaughter like a vast black ocean rolling towards the direction of the stone village in the wilderness. 3 days later at noon, the sky over the wilderness suddenly darkened. Boom! The sound of war drums thundered and the roars of beasts shook the heavens. The previously tranquil stone village was instantly enveloped by a suffocating aura of slaughter. The villagers ran in terror to the village entrance. They saw countless enormous bronze warships hovering densely in the sky with numerous winged fierce beasts circling above. At the forefront of the army, over 100 elders radiating divine light floated in the air like glaring suns. The immense pressure gathering together even began to cause the mountains in the wilderness to collapse. My heavens! Are they trying to annihilate the world? Village Chief Shi Yufeng sat slumped on the ground, his eyes filled with despair. People of the stone village, in the sky, an elder from the ancient divine mountain let out a thunderous roar demanding the surrender of the demon named Naruto Uzumaki along with the abomination named Shirhao. Otherwise today this stone village in the wilderness will leave not a single chicken or dog alive. Facing the terrifying scene of a 1,000,000-strong army closing in, Xiao Shihao clenched his fists, but his small face turned pale. After all, he was still just a few years old, instinctively feeling fear in the face of such a hostile array. Are you scared? A warm and powerful hand gently rested on Xiao Shihao's shoulder. Naruto had stepped out of the courtyard without anyone noticing. Today he wasn't wearing that dark robe but instead donned a luxurious royal robe with a black base and golden pattern symbolizing his identity as the extreme Tao overlord. Big brother Naruto. There are too many of them. Xiao Shihao bit his lip. Too many. Naruto chuckled, the dangerous and intensely greedy scarlet light flashing in his deep blue eyes. Little stone, let me teach you another lesson today. Naruto slowly walked up to the half-destroyed wall at the village entrance facing the overwhelming murderous intent of the 1,000,000-strong coalition and opened his arms in a show of arrogance. In this world, in the face of absolute laws and power, numbers aside from making my dining table look a bit more lavish, are utterly meaningless. Great devouring magic art, limitless, unleashed. Boom. At the moment Naruto's words fell, an unparalleled demonic might, more terrifying, darker, and more domineering than the combined power of the 1,000,000-strong army above, erupted from within him like a cosmic storm. Since the chives of the 8 domains in the lower realm have come knocking on my door, sky-swallowing sparrow, Cheongchi, come out and pull my cart. Accompanied by Naruto's furious roar. In the mountains and forests behind the village, 4 titanic ancient dominators, each as large as a mountain, charged skyward with a black chariot of a tyrant amidst a deafening roar. Naruto stepped onto the chariot. Leaning on one hand, he sat on the luxurious throne, his eternally dark and profound eyes coldly gazing down at the 1,000,000-strong coalition which appeared like a flock of stunned sheep. I am the demon you seek. Now those who wish to come to their deaths may line up. In the skies above the great wasteland, 1,000,000 allied troops blocked out the sun. However, when the 4 ancient overlords of the great wasteland, Tuntiang, Cheongchi, and Swanni, soared into the air pulling a black war chariot like the most humble of beasts, an uncontrollable wave of panic swept through the ranks of the 1,000,000 allied forces. These truly are ancient relics. That demon has really enslaved them. Gulp. Even Tuntiang is being trampled beneath his feet. Can we really win? At the forefront of the alliance, over 100 venerable old monsters also wore grim expressions. They had lived long lives but had never witnessed such an absurd scene. Do not panic. Do not be deceived by his illusions. A venerable from the divine mountain roared sternly, forcefully stabilizing the morale of the troops. No matter how strong he is just one person. We have a 1,000,000-strong army and over 100 venerables. Even if the deities from the upper realm descended, we can bury him here today. Form the formation. Sacrifice our treasures. Slay the evil demon. Under the commands of the venerables, the 1,000,000 allied forces finally suppressed their fears. Boom. In an instant, colorful divine lights illuminated the entire sky of the great wasteland. Countless flying swords, precious bones, and magical seals were unleashed simultaneously by the million cultivators. It was as if a dazzling meteor shower was falling in reverse from the sky, carrying terrifying power capable of leveling the land within tens of thousands of miles, raining down upon the war chariot of Mingren. Facing this apocalyptic onslaught of a million attacks, Xiao Shihao, hiding within the defensive formation of the village below, felt his scalp go numb. Yet sitting on the throne of the war chariot, Mingren remained propped up on one hand, not even raising an eyelid. Buried under a mountain of ants to slay a dragon. That's the most ridiculous joke I've ever heard. In Mingren's right eye, the cross-star radiance, omniscient eye representing the Creator's laws, erupted with blinding light beneath the faceless mask. I refuse to be touched. Buzz. With a single utterance, a concept-level defensive wall, invisible and unshakable, instantly formed before his war chariot. Bang 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 bang. A million powerful treasures and countless dazzling magical abilities, upon making contact with the range of 1,000 meters in front of Mingren, suddenly slammed into an absolute motionless dimensional barrier. There was no explosion, no roar. All attacks, after an extremely bizarre moment of stasis, shattered like fragile glass in the sky, turning into countless specks of light. What? Our attacks are all ineffective. The million allied troops were wide-eyed in disbelief. That was a collective strike from a million-strong army. Even 10,000 mountains should have been flattened, yet he didn't even move, effortlessly neutralizing everything. Have you finished attacking? Mingren slowly sat upright, his voice behind the mask radiating a chilling pleasure. Now it's my turn to feast. Mingren slowly raised his right hand. Great Devouring Demon Art, Final Form, Endless Abyss. Boom. As Mingren opened his palm, the sky above the great wasteland turned into eternal night. A gigantic black hole over hundreds of miles in diameter suddenly formed directly above the heads of the million allied troops. Within the black hole burned the fierce flames of the 9 nether demon, emitting a terrifying gravitational pull capable of tearing apart even the stars of the universe. What on earth is that thing? My body is out of control. Help. The terrifying force of devouring descended. In the ranks of the Alliance, those cultivators and fierce beasts with lower cultivation levels couldn't even scream before their bodies were lifted off the ground, torn into a mist of blood by the violent gravity, and then wildly sucked into that enormous black hole like a swirling vortex of crimson. Steady. Steady ourselves. The Venerable's eyes were bloodshot, desperately unleashing their cultivation to resist the pull. But Mingren gave them no chance to catch their breath. Since it's an Aleocaniate buffet, how can we do without utensils? Mingren abruptly brought his hands together. Would release, flower tree realm descending, demon flame version. Bang. 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 Without warning, countless thick black vines like ancient giant serpents shot up from the ground beneath the million allied troops, and even from the void in midair. These vines were all entwined with the 9 nether demon flames that burned souls. Phew. Phew. The black vines, like the frenzied tentacles of death, instantly pierced the gigantic bronze warships in the sky. They pierced through those cultivators and fierce beasts still desperately resisting the pull like skewered candied haws. Ah! The piercing screams filled with extreme despair echoed throughout the 8 regions of the lower realm. As long as one was struck by the black vines or even merely grazed, the 9 nether demon flames would instantly ignite their souls, while the great devouring demon art would follow along the vines, draining their blood essence, cultivation, rune mastery, and even the essence of their souls within just a second. Desiccated corpses fell from the sky like dumplings, crashing into the soil of the great wasteland, shattered to dust. Slaughter. This was an utterly one-sided and merciless massacre. 1 million people before Mingren, a being with multidimensional cosmic level prowess, were truly like food laid out on a dining table, not even enough to fill the gaps between teeth. The demon. He is a devil that crawled out from the 9 nether. Run. Quickly retreat to the divine mountain. Inform the higher-ups to descend and slay the demon. The 100 venerable old monsters finally completely broke down. They watched helplessly as the disciples they brought were drained into human husks in mere minutes, losing all courage to resist. They frantically summoned void-breaking talismans and escape axes, even willing to burn their lifeblood trying to tear apart space to flee this hellish battlefield. Escape. Mingren sat on the war chariot watching those venerables flailing around like headless flies, letting out a contemptuous sneer. As I said before, those who follow me will be granted survival, while those who oppose me will face extermination. Since you chose the latter, this dining table is not a place you can come and go as you please. In Mingren's left eye, the darkest 9 tails reincarnation eye flared with bloodlight. Divine technique, omniscient omnipotence, dimensional lockdown. Buzz. Those venerables who had just torn open the spatial rifts with 1 foot already stepping into the void suddenly realized in horror that the surrounding space had been instantaneously solidified into an absolute 0-degree iron block. The spatial passage was forcibly erased. No. The gold-winged rock venerable was trapped in the spatial rift, letting out a desperate howl. Come back. Mingren clenched his right hand fiercely. The gravitational pull of the black hole instantly surged tenfold. Crack, crack. The over 100 venerables, the top echelon of power in the 8 regions of the lower realm, had their bones shattered under the absolute gravitational pull. Their proud magical abilities and treasures were insignificant before the black hole. Spare me. Spare me. I am willing to submit. The divine bull venerable pleaded with tears. Sorry, your flesh is too tough, it's better to extract you into energy. Mingren coldly closed his fingers. Boom. The 100 venerables, along with the remaining tens of thousands of remnants in the sky, were completely swallowed by the black hole in that instant. Ding. The tyrant's bloody feast. Successfully devoured the 100 races coalition. A total of 108 portions of source energy from venerables absorbed. 140,000 portions of cultivator blood essence Aaron mastery absorbed. System notification: a massive amount of energy has been automatically transferred to the Dark Lotus Divine Capital Battleship Energy Pool. The host's life level continues to ascend steadily towards the pinnacle of the multiverse. The sky restored its clarity. A gentle breeze swept across the great wasteland. If it weren't for the thick layer of pale ash that could not be dispersed by the breeze covering the ground, no one would believe that just moments ago a 1,000,000-strong army capable of sweeping the 8 regions of the lower realm was completely devoured by a single person in less than a stick of incense. Inside the defensive formation of Shur Village. Old Village Chief Shur Yunfeng, a group of men from Shur Village, and even Xiao Shurhao, who was accustomed to witnessing fierce beast battles, all gaped in awe at the black war chariot in the sky and the man resembling an unparalleled demon. Ming. Big Brother Mingren. Did he eat them all? The little one gulped, almost dropping the beast milk jar in his hand. Though he had practiced the devouring body, witnessing Mingren's ability to swallow 1,000,000 troops still made his scalp tingle. Is this what a true master of the great arts looks like? The old village chief's legs felt weak. Meanwhile, on the willow tree at the village entrance, the branches of the willow spirit fell into a long silence. Such means? Even the immortal kings of other realms, or the mighty celestial kings of the celestial domain, cannot so easily and dominantly devour the karma and essence of 1,000,000 lives. From which nameless dimension has this forbidden existence descended? The Mingren in the sky slowly retracted his demonic powers. The energy within him was like a boiling sea of stars. Although the essence from the 1,000,000 troops was not as high quality as that of deities, its sheer quantity greatly enriched his divine capital energy pool. He stood on the war chariot, not gazing down at Shur Village, but slowly lifting his head. His deep and alien eyes seemed to penetrate the firmament of the 8 regions of the lower realm, staring into the higher dimensional space. The wool of the lower realm is ultimately of too poor quality. This 1,000,000 people combined do not even compare to a single super dragon's worth. A proud and extreme smirk curled at the corner of Mingren's mouth. He turned to look at Xiao Shurhao below. Little stone rolling around in this muddy pit of the lower realm is too wasteful of your talent. Let's go. Big Brother will take you to the upper realm, 9 heavens and 10 earths, to feast upon the true gods with divine halos and to pluck the celestial herbs of the major eternal clans. In the great wasteland at Stone Village, a gust of wind suddenly swept up the pale ashes scattered across the ground, as if the massacre of 1,000,000 allied forces last night was merely a dream. Old Village Chief Shur Yunfeng and several villagers stood at the entrance of the village, watching the young Shurhao, who had already boarded the black war chariot, their eyes filled with reluctance. However, they knew that Shurhao's talent was too exceptional. This barren lower realm of the 8 domains could ultimately not contain a true dragon. Only by following the unfathomable Naruto could the little stone soar to great heights. Village chief uncles and aunts, you should head back. Once I've grown fat with Naruto in the upper realm, I will bring back plenty of beast milk and divine herbs to see you. The little one stood on the war chariot, vigorously waving his chubby little hand. Naruto leaned against the throne of the chariot with one hand, his gaze crossing over the villagers landing on the rejuvenated willow tree at the village entrance. I am leaving. This mire of the lower realm will be left for you to recover slowly. Naruto's voice was directly conveyed to the willow god through divine sense. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, vast and boundless, there existed immortal clans and ancient lineages that had lived through countless epochs, even remnants of celestial beings. The thought of the willow god slowly emerged, carrying a rare sense of gravity, saying, although your means are extraordinary, the causality in the upper realm is extremely complex, so be cautious in your actions. Enough. Naruto unceremoniously interrupted this once supreme celestial king. Causality. Wherever I vortex Naruto go, that is the end of causality. If those so-called immortal clans dare to provoke me, I won't mind erasing their 9 clans in one go. A cold, arrogant smile curled at the corner of Naruto's mouth. Do not use your fallen experience to measure me. When I return, even the heavenly Tao of the 9 heavens and 10 earths shall crawl beneath my feet. The willow god fell silent. It understood that for such an otherworldly demon whose level of life had completely transcended the understanding of this universe, any common sense and warnings were utterly powerless. Heavenly devouring sparrow Cheongchi, let's go. Naruto ceased the chatter, coldly issuing the command. Roar. The four ancient ferocious beasts marked by demonic seals let out a roar that shattered the clouds, pulling the grand and luxurious black war chariot as it transformed into a stream of black light rushing into the sky. Between the 8 domains of the lower realm and the upper realm, 9 heavens and 10 earths, there existed an extremely sturdy dimensional barrier. Generally speaking, beings from the lower realm wishing to ascend must find extremely rare void fissures or pass through ancient altars and ascension paths, risking their lives in the process. But at this moment Naruto's black war chariot hovered directly at the very top of the firmament. Looking at the indestructible and chaotic-colored thick barrier ahead, the little one curiously blinked. Naruto, it seems there's no road ahead. How are we supposed to ascend? Are we supposed to search for a grand formation? Search for a formation? That kind of sneaking through dog holes is meant for the weak. Naruto slowly stood up and walked to the front of the chariot. His right eye, representing omniscience and omnipotence, suddenly brightened, while the dark Ninetales reincarnation eye in his left eye began to spin wildly. Before me, if there is no road, then I shall create one. Naruto slowly raised his right hand, his fingers clenched into a fist. The demonic essence within him surged towards his right fist like raging waves. Even the surrounding space moaned under the weight of this terrifying force. Break for me. No flashy ninjutsu, just the ultimate punch infused with the laws of Dragon Ball's destruction and the strength of a multiversal-level body. Boom. One punch unleashed. The sky of the entire 8 domains of the lower realm erupted with a brightness surpassing that of 10,000 suns in that instant. That sturdy barrier, said to be unshakable even by the divine fire realm or true god realm, crumbled like thin glass under the force of Naruto's unparalleled punch. Crack. Bang. A terrifying spatial hole with a diameter of several tens of thousands of jam was forcibly smashed open. At the edge of the hole, violent spatial turbulence and chaotic winds mercilessly shredded everything, yet they could not approach Naruto's war chariot in the slightest. Let's go. The war chariot roared, crushing the chaotic winds and forcefully passing through the spatial hole, entering that vast and boundless high-dimensional realm, 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the 3,000 Tao states, Tianzhou. As one of the most prosperous and spiritually rich Tao states in the upper realm, Tianzhou was occupied by countless ancient sects and immortal clans. Today the sky over Tianzhou was originally clear without a cloud. Suddenly it seemed as though an invisible giant hand ruthlessly tore the heavens apart from below. Accompanied by earth-shattering rumbling, a pitch-black interdimensional giant hole lay across the sky. What was that noise? The barrier of the lower realm was actually forcefully shattered. Is there a sinful blood creature from the lower realm forcefully breaking through? Countless major sects within Tianzhou were instantly alarmed. In the void nearest to the broken barrier, a massive warship radiating brilliant golden light and adorned with countless esoteric runes was patrolling. At the bow of the warship a great flag was planted, the Tianan clan. This was a colossal entity among the 3,000 Tao states, once among the 10 fiends of ancient times, known for their extremely domineering and arrogant ways. Humph. How dare these mere sinful blood commoners disturb the airspace of my Tianan clan in such a crude manner? On the warship an elder cloaked in divine light like a deity descending to the world snorted coldly. His lofty gaze swept toward the black war chariot that had just emerged from the giant hole in the barrier. What is that? When the elder recognized the 4 giant beasts pulling the chariot, a greedy glimmer instantly erupted in his eyes. Heavenly devouring sparrow. Cheongchi. How could there be pure blood ancient relics in a lower realm with such depleted spiritual energy to still give birth to such supreme mounts? The elder was overjoyed and did not even bother to sense the cultivation of the person sitting in the chariot, because in his perception the best that could emerge from such a broken place would be an ant at the divine fire realm. Come. Surround that war chariot for me. The celestial elder waved his hand. Boom. The colossal golden warship of the Tianan clan instantly obstructed the path of Naruto's black war chariot. Hundreds of elite cultivators from the Tianan clan exuding a murderous aura completely surrounded the war chariot. Listen, lower realm commoners. The celestial elder looked down from above at the war chariot, his voice dripping with undeniable arrogance. Get down from the chariot immediately, self-destruct your cultivation, and kneel to accept the judgment of my Tianan clan. These 4 ancient relics, I shall confiscate them, treating it as compensation for disturbing Tianzhou. In the elder's eyes this was already a great act of mercy. On the war chariot little Shirhao poked his small head out, looking at the glowing and arrogant old man across from him, blinking his eyes. Naruto, why is there a big light bulb flying in the sky? It seems like he wants to steal our chariot. Naruto sat on the throne, propping his chin with one hand. Beneath the facade of illusion he appeared as an ordinary person without any cultivation. His unique eyes quietly observed the splendid warship opposite and the imperious Tyrant clan Celestial. Tyrant clan. Celestial realm. Naruto's mouth slowly curved into an extremely dangerous and mockingly contemptuous arc. Little stone, what did I just tell you about in the lower realm? Little sure how immediately stood tall, his voice milk soft yet serious. Big brother said, in the upper realm anything that looks good shines and can fly is high-grade food. If we can steal it, we steal it. If we can't, we eat it. Very good, full marks. Naruto slowly stood up. A terrifying killing intent, although deliberately suppressed, instantly froze the spiritual energy above Tianzhou. A mere insect at the celestial realm does not even qualify as fuel for my battleship due to its excessive impurities. Naruto's gaze fixed on the celestial elder, as if he were staring at a corpse. You dare block the path of this tyrant, and even think about stealing my dog. Naruto slowly raised his right hand, fingers pointed at the colossal golden warship grasping the void. Great devouring demon technique, absolute overwhelm. What? The celestial elder opposite had not even reacted to Naruto's words when he suddenly felt the surrounding void compress inward as if thousands of divine mountains were simultaneously pressing down. Crack! Crack, crack! Amidst the horrified screams of the Tyrant clan cultivators, that warship said to be able to withstand a full-force blow from the celestial realm was twisted, deformed, and ultimately shattered like a crumpled piece of tinfoil under Naruto's grasp of the void. Hundreds of elite cultivators from the Tyrant clan along with the fragments of the warship were forcefully drawn into the sky, turning into an extremely rich sphere of blood and flesh light. You, what kind of monster are you? The celestial elder was terrified, his proud divine light flickering like a candle in the wind, instantly extinguished before this power. He desperately tried to ignite divine fire to escape, only to find that the laws around him had been completely drained. You liked these ancient relics, didn't you? I shall satisfy you. Naruto's eyes were cold as he suddenly pressed down with his right hand. Bang! This high and mighty celestial of the Tyrant clan was directly crushed to his knees by this irresistible force, heavily kneeling before Naruto's war chariot. Xiongqi, heavenly devouring sparrow, he just said he would confiscate you. Naruto's cold voice rang out, you may begin your feast. Leave his divine source and memories to me, the bones and flesh are yours. Roar! The four ancient ferocious beasts which had been pent up with rage in the lower realm erupted with bloodthirsty ferocity at their master's command. Though they were enslaved by Naruto, they were still the most ferocious overlords of the great wasteland. Amid the desperate screams of the celestial elder, Xiongqi bit off half of his body while the heavenly devouring sparrow skillfully tore him into pieces. The proud celestial of the Tyrant clan on the very first day of arriving in the upper realm was casually crushed to his knees by the tyrant, and fed to the beasts he drove. Ding! The tyrant's first kill in the upper realm. Successfully eradicated a celestial realm cultivator and hundreds of elite Tyrant clan members. Devoured fragments of celestial laws. Acquired a detailed map of the power distribution in the 3000 Tao states and coordinates of countless divine materials through soul searching. System prompt: your brutal actions have triggered the Tyrant clan's sensing of the fate card. The ancestor of the Tyrant clan is currently in a rage. Tyrant clan ancestor. Good, I hope they bring out all their clan's resources. Naruto absorbed the memories of the celestial elder, and the locations of the major immortal clans and Tao lineages' treasure vaults clearly emerged in his mind. He glanced at the blood-soaked Xiongqi, and the excited little Shirao with shining eyes. Little stone, hold on tight. Naruto flicked his black robe, returning to his throne, his eyes glinting with extreme greed for resources and power. Next stop, the ancestral land of the Tyrant clan. We are going to plunder their medicinal gardens and raid their divine gold vault. Let's stock up on high-grade goods for our divine fleet behind us. The 3000 Tao prefectures, the heartland of Tianzhou. The ancestral domain of the Tyrant clan, a colossal divine city suspended high above the ninth heaven. Here immortal chi shrouded the air like mist, auspicious radiance streamed in 1,000 hues, and countless grand divine halls stood in harmonious majestic array, testament to the clan's peerless legacy as one of the 10 primordial beasts. Yet within the grand assembly hall at the city's center, silence had frozen into glacial stillness. With a thunderous crack, the soul token of a Tyrant celestial elder shattered before all eyes, crumbling into lifeless dust. Elder Mo has fallen. Not only he, but the celestial patrol vessel accompanying him, along with the soul tokens of hundreds of elite warriors, all flickered out simultaneously. A steward elder reported, sweat drenching his brow, his voice trembling with unmistakable terror. Who dares? Who dares slaughter a Tyrant celestial openly within our Tianzhou? At the head of the hall sat the Tyrant clan patriarch, a venerable elder with snow-white hair and beard, his very presence radiating an overwhelming, terrifying aura. He surged to his feet, fury blazing like wildfire. Issue the decree. Seal off Tianzhou. Activate the hexagram heaven sealing grand array. Whoever slew our celestial shall pay in blood, every drop tenfold. Yet, before the patriarch's words had fully echoed across the vast hollow hall, boom! The entire ancestral domain of the Tianan clan, that divine city suspended among the heavens, convulsed violently, as though struck heat by a meteor from beyond the stars. What is happening? The patriarch and elders recoiled in shock, bursting out of the hall in unison. When they gazed upward, every breath ceased. Above the divine city, the azure vault of heaven had been torn asunder, violently, brutally, by an incomprehensible force. A black war chariot drawn by 4 pure-blood primordial ferocious beasts, the heaven-devouring sparrow Qiongqi and others, plunged through the rift, its momentum shattering the city's legendary protective array, a barrier said to withstand even the might of a sovereign-level cultivator. Upon the chariot stood a youth cloaked in black with golden edging, his face stern and unforgiving. From his elevated vantage he surveyed the magnificent city with cold disdain, his heterochromatic eyes, one sapphire, one crimson, burned with naked greed and lethal intent. The Tianan clan, I presume. Naruto's voice was low, but it resonated instantly across the entire divine city, clear and piercing in the ears of every Tianan cultivator. An old dog who called himself a celestial blocked my path earlier. I fed him to my chariot beasts. From what I heard just now, you seem eager for vengeance. Silence. A silence so absolute it felt like death itself had descended. The patriarch stared at the 4 primordial beasts, their ancient fury blazing, then at the inscrutable youth atop the chariot, and an inexplicable bone-deep chill seized his heart. Yet he was patriarch of a clan, its dignity inviolable across the 3,000 Dao prefectures. Arrogant wretch. You slay our celestial, and dare storm our ancestral domain. Do you take the Tianan clan for clay? Roaring, the patriarch erupted with divine light, revealing himself as a great cultivator on the cusp of the Duni realm. Form the formation. Slay this fiend. At the patriarch's command, over 100,000 cultivators surged skyward from the city. Divine artifacts and supreme treasures rose like stars, interweaving into an inescapable celestial net, closing in upon Naruto with crushing finality. Big brother Naruto, look, so many glowing lamps. Xiao Shihao crouched behind Naruto, squinting at the dazzling sea of divine light, dizzy yet exhilarated, waving his tiny fists. Little stone, watch closely. This is how one prepares such self-important high-grade ingredients. Naruto's lips curled into a cold smile as he slowly raised his right hand. Grand Devouring Demon Art, all-encompassing illusion, annihilation. A deep hum reverberated, then from Naruto's palm burst a miniature black hole devouring light, law, and space itself. The singularity swelled with hurricane speed. Within a blink it loomed over the entire divine city like a cosmic maw. Suck. Naruto uttered, his voice the grim decree of a god of oblivion. Af. Desperate screams pierced the heavens. The 100,000 Tianan cultivators, their divine artifacts, their revered techniques, touched the black hole's edge and vanished without ripple or resistance, swallowed whole as if they were mere phantoms. Then came their bodies. The black hole's monstrous gravity pulled them from midair like dust sucked into a vortex, entire clusters vanishing into the endless dark. Their flesh, their cultivation, even their souls, shattered, refined, and distilled in an instant by the demon art into the purest primordial essence flooding into Naruto's being. Wah, what heretical art is this? The patriarch stared at the hellscape unfolding before him, his courage shattered, his gall trembling. He strained against the pull, but his Dunyakust power proved laughably futile before that abyss. Heretical. This is divine retribution. In a flash Naruto appeared before the patriarch, crack. His fingers clamped around the elder's throat, hoisting him aloft like a gutted dog. I hear your clan possesses the flying immortal stone, and a garden of supreme immortal herbs. Naruto's voice, icy and calm, whispered beside the patriarch's ear. You'll never. The patriarch choked out the words. No answer. No matter, I'll search myself. Crimson light flared in Naruto's eyes, the soul-scouring ability of the Grand Devouring Demon Art activated instantly. Ayakak! The patriarch shrieked, a raw soul-rending wail, as Naruto tore ruthlessly through his memories, seizing knowledge like plunder. Moments passed. Naruto discarded the patriarch, now an empty-eyed husk, into the black hole, a satisfied smirk curling his lips. Found it. Naruto strode forward, his foot shattering the central plaza, and plunged straight into the Tianan clan's subterranean treasury. Their mountains of divine metal and immortal materials gleamed, alongside the enigmatic flying immortal stone. Deepest within the vault lay an immortal herb garden, its spiritual energy so dense it had coalesced into liquid mist. Rare flora unseen even in the lower realms flourished here, exhaling intoxicating medicinal fragrance. We're rich. Big brother Naruto, we're rich. Xiao Shihao dashed in, mouth watering at the sight of the celestial herbs. Patience, little stone. These are the foundations of our divine capital. With a sweep of his hand, Naruto tore open a spatial gateway to the Dark Lotus worship. Hagoromo. Come clean up. The void split, and Kagaya Akatsuki emerged, her ethereal beauty arresting. At the sight of the immortal garden and piled divine materials, even her pale pupilless eyes widened in profound astonishment. Master, all of this. Kagaya's voice trembled. All of it is fertilizer, for you. Transplant everything into the worship's herbarium. Even that broken stone, the flying immortal stone, take it too. And refine it, all of it, into energy capable of elevating the worship's ascension. Do it swiftly. Naruto commanded, his authority absolute. Yes. This humble servant obeys. Kagaya trembled, not with fear but rapture. With these peerless resources she could elevate the worship to unimaginable heights, and propel her own cultivation beyond all prior limits. While Kagaya directed the worship's puppet legions in a frenzied salvage operation beyond the Tianan ancestral domain, several faint yet cataclysmic divine senses pierced the infinite void, observing silently. What force is that? To erase hundreds of thousands of Tianan cultivators in an instant. That black hole, even my divine sense risks being devoured. A variable, a monumental variable. This youth is no native of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The annihilation of the Tianan clan finally stirred the ancient patriarchs and sovereigns, slumbering deep within immortal clans and primordial sects. They sensed it clearly, a threat far more terrifying than the foreign realms was descending upon the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and within the treasury Naruto seemed to detect those prying divine senses. He made no attempt to conceal himself. Instead he lifted his head with brazen defiance, his heterochromatic gaze piercing the veil of space, locking onto the hidden ageless sovereigns. Had enough watching. His voice detonated like thunderclaps inside their minds. If you wish to live, prepare your finest treasures. Once I've toured the 3,000 Dao prefectures, I'll collect rent from each and every one of you. Madness. Unfettered boundless madness, declaring open war upon every sovereign and patriarch of the upper realms. Feeling that tyrannical indomitable will resonate in their consciousnesses, those epic-spanning ancients, beings who had witnessed eons crumble, felt for the first time in eternity a tremor of dread. Let's go, little stone. Naruto brushed his hands together, surveying the Tianan ancestral domain, stripped bare, its very soil scraped away, then departed with Xiao Shihao aboard the war chariot, utterly satisfied. The upper realms truly run deeper with riches than the lower realms ever did. The black war chariot ascended once more, departing boldly across the horizon, watched by upper realms sovereigns paralyzed with awe and terror, leaving behind only ruins, the shattered remnant of an ancient divine city once ranked among the 10 primordial beasts.